Ding, your corporate drone end-of-life care package has arrived. Please check it. That was the last thought to flash through Xiao Mu's mind before he lost consciousness. On a winter night in the 21st century, the cold wind cut through the gaps in the office building's window like knives. Xiao Mu hunched over his workstation facing 3 monitors, half a box of cold chow mein, and a proposal that had been revised 13 times, yet still rejected by the client. He rubbed his stinging eyes when suddenly his chest felt as if an invisible hand had seized it, and he slid off the chair. The keyboard was still clattering like a final beat for this silent death. No one noticed him. When he woke again, what met his eyes was a collapsing beam covered in cobwebs, and the air was thick with the smell of moldy straw. Xiao Mu struggled to sit up and found himself wearing a gray cloth short robe with 7 or 8 patches, his hands covered in frostbite. The memories of the body's original owner flooded into his mind like a tide. The Dawu Dynasty, an imaginary dynasty on the verge of collapse, and a poor scholar who had failed the imperial examinations for 10 years squandered the family fortune and starved to death by collapsing into a door 3 days ago. Xiao Mu, you really are something. He squatted on the doorstep looking at the waist-high weeds in the yard and commented with a deadpan face. It wasn't that he didn't want to curse the heavens. His stomach was too empty to have the strength to curse. Mujir, Mujir. A thin, dark little boy scrambled over the earthen wall gap, trousers rolled up to his knees, feet covered in mud, panting, as he shouted, quick, quick. The county runners have already reached the village entrance. The village head says the marriage must be settled today, or by years, and you'll be sent to repair the river dikes. Xiao Mu paused, then dug a cruel decree out of the original owner's memory. The Dawu Dynasty, its population dwindling, had made marriage mandatory by law. Every unmarried woman over 16 cost her family 1 tael of silver per year. Every man over 20 who had not married would be sent to forced labor. There were plenty of eligible bachelors in the village. Today was the county-designated day for the marriageable women to be sent over for claiming. He slapped the dust off his knees and followed the boy out. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, a dense circle of people had already gathered. Several yamen runners in dark uniforms were leaning against the cart smoking. More than a dozen women stood beside it, ranging from 15 to 20, gaunt and ragged. Some lowered their heads and shivered, others cautiously looked over the men, their eyes filled with fear and numbed resignation. The village head was a hunchbacked old man leaning on a datewood staff. Seeing Xiao Mu arrive, he frowned and said, Mujir, you've come just in time. This year you're first. Pick one quickly so we don't have to worry. Someone immediately heckled, didn't Scholar Xiao say he'd rather go without than settle? Nothing to choose from now. Xiao Mu ignored the idle gossip. His gaze swept over the line of women. To be honest, most of them had been worn down by chronic hunger and hard labor. Sallow faces, gaunt frames. He was mulling over just picking anyone who could help him get by when he suddenly noticed a pair of sisters standing at the very back. They were different from those rough-handed village women. Even in the same coarse old clothes, the two were strikingly graceful. The elder was slightly taller with a slender waist and apricot eyes full of fawn-like alarm. The younger, a little shorter, had a round face, a soft jawline, and pale lips from malnutrition, yet her natural delicacy could not be hidden. The two were holding hands tightly like 2 young cranes thrown into a pack of wolves. Those two. The rascal Wang Er had sidled over and lowered his voice. Xiao Mu, don't be stupid. Those Lu sisters, who in the village doesn't know? They've been called ill-omened since birth, doomed to bring death to their parents. A few years ago, their father and mother both died one after another, which sealed the reputation. The Lu sisters were known to everyone in the village. Since birth, they'd been called ill-omened, cursed to bring death to their parents. When both their parents died of illness one after another a few years ago, it only sealed the name. Besides, they're frail. They faint at the slightest thing and can't do heavy work. No one dares take them. Haven't you noticed they're standing at the very end? Xiao Mu felt a jolt. He searched through the original owner's memories. Faints easily, sweats, heart flutters. Wasn't that textbook malnutrition? Chronic hunger, low blood sugar. All that talk of ill omens was nonsense. The village head came over to persuade him again. Mujir, listen to your grandfather's advice. Take a look at those 3 in the front. Sturdy and broad, one can do the work of 2. Once married, they can till the fields, chop wood, and feed pigs. They're good at everything. Someone has to fix those 3 broken rooms of yours, don't they? If you marry them, they can farm, chop firewood, and feed pigs. They're good at everything. Someone has to fix those 3 broken rooms of yours, right? Xiao Mu followed the village head's finger and saw 3 broad-shouldered, thick-backed women grinning at him. One even waved a fist as big as a rice bowl at him. Xiao Mu's back chilled. He made his decision at once. He strode up to the pair of sisters and told the leading officer, I choose both of them. The whole crowd went silent, then erupted. 2. Is he insane? 1 man marrying 2. A scholar really is different. Brains addled. The Lu sisters were stunned too. The elder Lu Yuanyang raised her head and looked at Xiao Mu in disbelief, her lips trembling soundlessly. The younger sister Lu Yuanyang reddened and began to cry, tears falling one after another. The officer, indifferent, flipped through the register and said lazily, are you sure? By the rules, each person can only pick 1. However, there are several extra women in this year's batch. If you're willing to sign the papers, you can take both and save us another trip. By the rules, each person can only pick one. But if you're willing to sign the papers, you can take both home. Just keep in mind, one more mouth is one more mouth to feed. Xiao Mu nodded without hesitation. He knew his own situation. Bare walls at home, the rice jar cleaner than his face, and the original owner hadn't even the next morning's meal. But he knew even more clearly that in this flesh-eating world, if he did not choose these sisters, they might be sent somewhere far worse or fall into the hands of those malicious rogues. I don't believe in ill omens. Xiao Mu looked at the sisters, his tone calm but earnest. If you come with me from now on, we'll eat properly and get you healthy. Don't think about anything else. Lu Yuanyang pulled her sister and knelt with a thud, her forehead against the dirt, her voice trembling. Thank you, sir, for taking us in. Xiao Mu quickly helped them both up. When his hand touched Lu Yuanyang's arm, he could feel how thin she was beneath the thin coarse cloth, almost nothing but bone. The officer quickly brought 3 contracts. Fingerprints, signatures, and the official seal were pressed in one breath. The leading runner handed one copy to Xiao Mu, muttering, this year, we finally got rid of those 2 hot potatoes. Xiao Mu didn't answer. He tucked the contract into his chest and turned to the sisters, let's go home. Behind him, the village head sighs, and the villagers' ridicule mingled like a gust of wind, fading into the distance. Xiao Mu did not look back. With Lu Yuanyang's hand in his left and Lu Yuanyang's in his right, he stepped over the potholed yellow earth road toward the 3 tumble-down wooden houses. The last glow of the sky fell just then, stretching the 3 people's shadows very, very long. Xiao Mu led the 2 Lu sisters toward home. Before they reached the courtyard gate, they heard several women squatting at the base of the earthen wall, cracking melon seeds, their voices loud enough to be heard by the whole village. Oh my, did you see that? That bookworm! Xiao Mu brought back 2 at once. Those 2 girls are so delicate. Can't carry a shoulder pole or lift a hand. They probably can't even light a stove properly. That's right, I bet his rice jar is cleaner than his face. With 2 extra mouths, they'll be begging before the month ends. Begging? He may be a scholar after all, he wouldn't lose face like us. If you ask me, he must be starving, taking 2 beauties as his meal. Ha ha ha, exactly. Beauty is edible. A burst of laughter drifted along the wind. Xiao Mu paused mid-step, then shook his head, a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Neither annoyed nor responding, he gently gestured to support the sisters beside him and grandly pushed open his crooked wooden gate. Once inside the yard, the sisters visibly relaxed. The younger sister sneakily glanced back toward the wall and stuck out her tongue. Those people sure love to gossip. The elder sister gently tugged her sleeve, signaling her to hold her tongue, then turned to Xiao Mu and inclined her body in a bow, speaking softly. Husband, we have yet to formally pay our respects. My surname is Lu, my courtesy name Yuanyang. This is my younger sister Ruaju. The younger sister Ruaju gave a bold fist and palm salute, mimicking the style of stage plays, and laughed. Hello, husband. I'm Lu Ruaju. Please take care of me from now on. Xiao Mu was amused by her manner and returned the salute with a cupped fist. I am Xiao Mu. My courtesy name. Well, never mind, I don't have one. Just call me Xiao Mu. From now on we are family, so don't be formal. He looked around the yard. 3 wooden huts, most of the paper window panes broken, thatch on the roof patchy from the wind, and a few rusted blacksmith tools piled in the corner. He took a deep breath, clapped his hands, and said, come on, let's tidy up what we can. At least we should have a place to lie down tonight. Husband, you rest. You don't need to do this rough work. Ruaju rolled up her sleeves, revealing slender wrists full of energy. Sister, take husband into the house and sit. I'll go to the kitchen and see if there's any rice to cook. Before Yuanyang could stop her, Ruaju had already dashed into the adjoining kitchen like a gust of wind. Yuanyang shook her head helplessly, giving Xiao Mu an apologetic smile. My sister has been spoiled since childhood. No sense of propriety. Please don't mind her, husband. Xiao Mu waved his hand. It's fine. A lively home is good. He stood in the middle of the yard, his gaze falling on the old broken blacksmith furnace. The charcoal ash in the furnace had long gone cold and half of the bellows handle was broken. His predecessor's old father had relied on this furnace and hammer to support his son through 10 years of study. Xiao Mu calculated inwardly. To survive in this era, relying on wild vegetables and smooth talk wouldn't do. Hunting. That was a quick way to earn money. The mountain stood right behind him. Oh, as long as he had a suitable tool in hand, he wouldn't starve. Husband, dinner's ready. Ruaju ran out carrying a chipped coarse porcelain bowl filled with dark wild vegetable paste with a few unknown leaves floating on top. Yuanyang carried out a small table with a missing leg propped up with a stone. The 3 of them sat around it in the yard and ate the extremely simple dinner in the evening breeze. The wild vegetables were bitter and astringent. Xiao Mu chewed slowly, but a smile stayed on his face. Ruaju secretly watched his expression, seeing that he didn't even frown. She quietly let out a sigh of relief. After the meal, Yuanyang cleaned up the dishes while Ruaju sidled up to Xiao Mu, blinking, and asked, husband, you've studied before. Are you going to take the imperial exams in the future? Xiao Mu was whittling a bamboo strip. He shook his head. Not for now. I'm planning to take a trip to the back mountain tomorrow to see if I can hunt some game. Hunting. Ruaju's mouth fell open in surprise. You know how. Yuanyang also stuck her head out from the kitchen, her eyes full of doubt. Xiao Mu didn't explain much, just gestured with the whittled bamboo strip. If I don't know, I'll learn. The Daching mountain is vast. There must be rabbits and pheasants. I'll make a simple bamboo crossbow tonight, and try my luck tomorrow. He said it casually, as if hunting were as easy as going to the market to buy vegetables. Yunyang and Ruaju exchanged a glance, saying nothing, but their eyes held a hint of worry. The night grew deeper, the mountain cooled quickly. Xiao Mu gave the only rainproof room to the two sisters. Carrying a bundle of dry straw, he planned to spend the night in the cluttered side room. Husband, that won't do. Yunyang blocked him, blushing. You're the head of the household. How can you sleep on a straw pile? Yes, we could squeeze together. As soon as Ruaju said that, she realized it was inappropriate, her ears suddenly turning red, her voice trailing off. Xiao Mu smiled and gently pushed them toward the room. All right, make sure the doors and windows are shut. I can sleep anywhere. You've traveled a long way. Rest well. I need to get up early tomorrow to go up the mountain. He closed the door before they could argue, turned, and walked into the side room. The side room leaked wind from all sides, the stars were visible overhead. Xiao Mu lay on the straw pile, hands cradling his head, gazing at the deep blue night sky, feeling unusually calm. His past self died in endless overtime, in one revised plan after another that never ended. This life, though poor as can be, at least there were two living people beside him, sharing rice cooked in one pot, bearing together the wind that leaked through the broken hut. This feeling was not necessarily good, but better than falling alone at his desk. He turned over, closed his eyes. Tomorrow he would head up the mountain first. At this moment the two sisters inside the room couldn't fall asleep either. Ruaju lay by the window crack, glancing outside, then turned to Yunyang in a whisper. Sister, he really slept in the side room. Yunyang softly hummed in acknowledgement, untied her outer garment, and lay down, pulling the quilt over her younger sister. Moonlight streamed through the broken window paper, casting a patch of silvery broken light on the floor. Sister, Ruaju's voice was muffled. Do you think he might despise us? Yunyang was silent for a moment, then reached out and touched her sister's hair. If he despised us, he wouldn't have chosen the two of us. Sleep now. We'll get up early tomorrow and make him a hot breakfast. Ruaju buried her face in the quilt and gave a muffled mm. Outside the window, unknown insects chirped in the grass, one after another, stretching this poor, quiet night longer and longer. Dawn had not yet broken. The morning mist wrapped the entire village like a layer of translucent gauze. Yunyang turned over in bed and reached out. The bedding beside her was cold. She suddenly opened her eyes. In the faint light filtering through the paper window, she saw her younger sister Ruaju still sleeping, curled into a ball, the quilt kicked to her feet. She had not slept well the night before. Every time she closed her eyes, thoughts churned. How would that man named Xiao Mu treat them? Would he be as calculating as the village loafers said scholars were? She remembered that when her elder neighbor's sister married and returned to visit her parents, her neck was covered with purple bruises, said to be the husband's family teaching her discipline. At the thought, she couldn't help pulling the quilt tighter. Later she fell asleep without knowing when she woke again, the person beside her was gone. Yunyang quietly put on her outer garment and pushed open the door. The cold wind hit her face and she shrank her neck. In the yard, Xiao Mu was curled up on a pile of straw by the side room door, only a thin outer garment draped over him, the morning dew soaking the hem of his clothes. He slept soundly with a slight frown and dry lips. Yunyang froze for a moment, then turned and went back into the house. From the bottom of her bundle, she took out a neatly folded old padded jacket, a keepsake from her late mother. The fabric was rough, the corners frayed, but still warmer than that thin garment. She carried the padded jacket back to the yard, crouched down, and gently covered Xiao Mu with it. In the early light, she looked at this man seriously for the first time. He was not exactly handsome, but definitely not ugly. His brow bone was high, his nose straight, his jawline sharp as if drawn with a ruler. His skin was slightly sallow from long-term malnutrition, but his facial features were well-proportioned. Cleaned up, he would stand out in a crowd. Yunyang suddenly realized she had been staring at this man for too long. Her face flushed, she hurriedly turned away and ran into the kitchen. The stove was as cold as an ice cellar, and the bottom of the pot still stuck with leftover wild vegetable paste from the night before. Yunyang rolled up her sleeves, scrubbed the pot clean, then scooped half a ladle of water from the vat. The water was so cold it stung her hands. Gritting her teeth, she washed the vegetable leaves, chopped them, threw them into the pot, and lit the fire to boil water. The firelight flickered on her face, dancing shadows on the mottled wall. While tending the fire, she pondered. Sister Morong had whispered to her yesterday the Zhao family's daughter-in-law at the east end of the village was beaten with a broom by her husband on their wedding night simply because she didn't bring the foot-washing water in time. She had felt a chill through her body when she heard it and thought all night about whether the same thing would happen to her. But this morning, seeing Xiao Mu sleeping on the straw, she suddenly felt that maybe it wasn't that bad. At least he hadn't, like other men, rushed into the bridal chamber on the wedding night. Sis, what are you doing? Ruaju walked out of the room, rubbing her eyes, her hair like a bird's nest, yawning. I'm making breakfast. Go back to sleep, I'll call you when it's ready. I can't sleep now. Ruaju crouched by the stove and added a stick of wood. Did you hear the noise from next door last night? Sobbing for a long time. Yunyang's movements paused briefly, she didn't answer. Ruaju didn't ask further, and the two fell silent by the fire for a moment. The sun finally climbed from behind the mountains, casting golden light into the yard and making the dew on the ground sparkle. Xiao Mu was woken by the warmth. He had an extra padded jacket on him so thick that it made him break a light sweat. He sat up, looked at the padded jacket in his hands with confusion, then at the cooking smoke rising from the kitchen, and the corner of his mouth curled up unconsciously. "Good morning," he said, walking to the kitchen door and leaning against the door frame. Yunyang was ladling vegetable soup into a bowl. Startled by his voice, her hand shook, spilling a few drops on the stove. She quickly wiped it up and murmured, "Husband, you're awake. Wash your face, the water is already prepared." She pointed to a wooden basin beside the stove filled with clear water with a small leaf floating on it. Xiao Mu crouched down to wash his face. The cold water startled him into full wakefulness. Breakfast was as usual, simple: a bowl of thin wild vegetable soup, a few leftover multigrain cakes from yesterday, so hard they could crack walnuts. The three sat around a small table in the yard, eating quietly. No one spoke, but the atmosphere wasn't oppressive. Instead, there was an indescribable sense of steadiness. "Husband," Ruaju asked while biting into a cake, her voice muffled, "are you really going to the mountain today?" "I'll go after eating." "Then be careful," Ruaju said with sparkling eyes, not so much worried as finding the idea of hunting quite interesting. Xiao Mu smiled without saying much. After the meal, he went back to the side room, took out the half-finished crossbow he had been making the night before, and continued adjusting it. It was more a makeshift device of bamboo strips and wooden slats, a bamboo prod, a wooden tiller, and a twisted hemp string. Crude, but it worked. He tried pulling the string a few times, felt the draw weight was still lacking, so he tightened it. While he was busy, footsteps sounded outside the yard gate. A young woman in an indigo coarse cloth dress poked half her body in through the gate, holding a small wicker basket. Seeing Xiao Mu in the yard, she froze, hesitating. "Yunyang." "Ruaju," she called in a low voice toward the house. "Sister Morong." Ruaju bounced out of the house like a rabbit, grabbed the woman's hand, and pulled her in. "What are you doing here? Come in." Yunyang also came out to greet her, her face bright, with a genuine smile. "Sisters, so early." The woman, Madame Morong, blushed and handed over the basket. I went to the back mountain to pick some wild vegetables. I thought since you just moved here you probably didn't have much to eat, so I brought some." The basket held half a basket of tender green wild vegetables, dewdrops still on the leaves, clearly picked before dawn. Yunyang took the basket, her nose tingled, and she almost cried. She knew Sister Morong's life was also hard. Her husband had died in a fall off a cliff last year, leaving only her and a young sister-in-law, without even a full meal each day. This half basket of wild vegetables was likely several days' rations saved for herself. "Sister Morong, this is too much. Take it, don't stand on ceremony." Morong waved her hand, her eyes glancing sideways at Xiao Mu's figure in the yard, her voice dropping. "So, that's your husband?" Ruaju nodded and said frankly, "That's right, his name is Xiao Mu." Xiao Mu put down the crossbow, stood up, and cupped his hands to Morong. "Sister Morong, hello. Thank you for bringing gifts. If you ever need help in the future, just say the word." Morong was momentarily taken aback by his address of sister, then pursed her lips and smiled, bending her knees in a salute. "Xiao Gongzi is too polite." She didn't stay long, exchanged a few private words with the sisters, then left with her empty basket. Xiao Mu crouched back down to fiddle with his crossbow, and Ruaju came over, crouching beside him, tilting her head to watch. "Husband, can this thing really catch game?" "We'll see. Then teach me next time, I'll go too. You wash the breakfast dishes first." Ruaju pouted, then obediently went to wash the dishes. Xiao Mu finished adjusting, stood up to stretch, slung the crossbow over his shoulder, and tucked a hatchet at his waist. Yunyang came out of the house holding 2 multigrain cakes wrapped in clean vegetable leaves and handed them to him. "Husband, take these. Food is hard to find on the mountain." Xiao Mu took them, glanced at her, then suddenly reached out and lightly patted her head. "Don't skimp at home, eat properly. Wait for me to come back." Yunyang froze completely, the tips of her ears gradually turning pink. She lowered her head and murmured, her voice tiny as a mosquito's buzz. Xiao Mu stopped teasing her and strode out of the yard gate, following the winding path at the back of the village toward Daqing Mountain. The morning mist had not yet fully cleared. His figure appeared and disappeared in the white fog, his footsteps steady and powerful on the damp soil. Yunyang stood at the yard gate, watching him go until his figure disappeared around the bend of the mountain path. Then she slowly withdrew her gaze. She looked down at the old padded jacket she was clutching in her hand, the one she had covered Xiao Mu with this morning. Before he left, he had folded it neatly and placed it on the straw pile in the side room. "Sis, what are you smiling about?" Ruaju crept up beside her, grinning mischievously. Yunyang quickly put on a straight face. "Who smiled? Go wash the dishes. Go wash the dishes. You were smiling." Lu Ruaju. The sisters bickered back into the yard, sunlight streaming through the holes in the roof, painting patches of golden fragments on the ground. The dying embers in the kitchen stove still glowed faintly red, like the one warmth in this poor little home that would never go out. The morning mist had not yet fully dispersed when Xiao Mu, carrying a crossbow on his back, walked out of the courtyard gate. A few steps later, he heard chattering voices from the intersection ahead. A group of young women and wives gathered under the old locust tree. The one in the lead, the tallest of them, was Wang Xiu, the daughter of Hunter Wang. She was only 15, not yet of marriageable age, but she had spent years following her father through the mountains, so her build was sturdier than other village girls her age. Her face, which never tanned, was fair and clean, and she stood out sharply among the crowd. "Hey Xiao Mu, where are you off to so early?" Wang Xiao spotted him from afar and called out loudly. "To the mountains." Xiao Mu lowered his head to check the quiver without stopping. "Up the mountain." Wang Xiao caught up in a few steps and looked him up and down with obvious curiosity. "You, hunting? You're a scholar. Do you even know how to hunt?" "I can learn." Xiao Mu couldn't be bothered to argue and kept walking. Wang Xiao didn't mind. She walked beside him, tilting her head to look at the crossbow on his back. "What is that thing you've got?" "It doesn't look like a bow. My dad's hunting bow is much bigger." Xiao Mu didn't answer. The group of women behind them began to tease. Xiao, why do you care what he's carrying? What have you taken a liking to him? Too bad he's already got 2 wives. That's right, that's right. If you'd asked your dad to propose 2 months earlier, maybe you'd be the one standing beside Xiao Mu now. Wang Xiao turned back and glared at them. "What nonsense. I'm just curious." She turned around again and shouted at Xiao Mu's retreating back. "Hey, don't go wandering deep into Daqing Mountain. My dad says there are tigers in there. Last year someone from the next village went in and never came out. Hurry back, don't keep your 2 young wives waiting." A woman behind added with a laugh, her laughter carried far by the morning wind. Xiao Mu didn't look back. He raised a hand and waved, then strode briskly onto the path leading into the mountains. The air in the mountains was completely different from the village, filled with the scent of earth and rotting leaves mingled with the fresh fragrance of grass and trees. Xiao Mu took a deep breath, his steps unconsciously growing lighter. In his previous life, he had grown up in the mountains following his grandfather over ridges to gather herbs. He could find water sources and likely hunting spots with his eyes closed. The outer woods of Daqing Mountain were too shallow, people came and went often, and the rabbits and pheasants had long since been scared away. To get anything he had to go deeper. Sunlight leaked through the gaps in the canopy, casting patches of shattered gold on the ground. Xiao Mu softened his steps, his eyes sweeping over every bush and ditch. After about half an hour, he stopped by a small puddle. There were fresh paw prints in the muddy ground. Not large, probably from a fox or a raccoon dog. He crouched down to examine them, then circled around and found a fairly conspicuous animal trail on the other side of the puddle. Xiao Mu didn't rush to wait in ambush. Instead, he found a few flexible branches near the puddle and made 2 simple snare traps, placing them at key points along the trail. After setting the traps, he held his crossbow at the ready and slowly followed the paw prints. Sure enough, not far ahead, a gray fox was dozing behind a rock near the puddle. It had probably been waiting here for a long time, hoping some small animal would come to drink, never expecting a much bigger trouble. Xiao Mu held his breath, crouched behind a bush, resting the crossbow on his knee and slowly taking aim. The fox seemed to sense something, its ears twitching as it raised its head. Now, swish. The arrow shot through the air and struck the fox's neck. It didn't even have time to cry out. Its body convulsed twice, then went limp. Xiao Mu walked over, picked up the fox, weighed it in his hand, and felt its fur. The fur was dark gray, glossy, and smooth with no stray hairs. Though not top grade, it would be enough to trade for several pecks of coarse grain at the market. He stuffed the fox into a cloth sack, then went back to check the traps he had set earlier. 2 had been triggered, but caught nothing. Probably clever little animals that had set off the mechanism without stepping into the snare. Xiao Mu reset the traps and continued deeper into the mountain. After another small half hour, he spotted a gray rabbit beside a patch of bushes. The rabbit was busy nibbling grass, its long ears twitching as it ate. This time Xiao Mu didn't even crouch down. He raised the crossbow from 20 paces away. He had a good sense of the crossbow's accuracy now, and his fingers squeezed the trigger with swift precision. The arrow flew through a gap in the bushes and pinned the rabbit to the ground. The rabbit's hind legs kicked a few times, then went still. Xiao Mu walked over, pulled out the arrow, and lifted the rabbit. It was fat and large, easily 4 or 5 gene. "We'll have meat tonight." He grinned and put the rabbit into the sack, then looked up at the sky. The sun had already tilted westward, and the forest was beginning to darken. It would take another small half hour to walk back to the village from the mountain. If he left now, he could just make it home before dark. Xiao Mu tied the sack, closed, slung it over his shoulder, and hurried back along the same path. By the time the setting sun painted the village rooftops in warm yellow, Xiao Mu stepped out from the small path. By the pond, Wang Xiao and a few women were washing wild greens. With sleeves rolled up and pant legs hiked to their knees, they chatted idly as they worked. "Hey, isn't that Xiao Mu?" A sharp-eyed woman pointed toward the forest and called out. The others looked up, and sure enough, a figure was coming down the mountain path carrying a crossbow with a bulging sack on his back, walking quickly and steadily. "It really is him." Wang Xiao threw the greens into the basin, stood up, patted the mud off her clothes, and said, "Come on, let's see what he caught." The women wiped their hands and followed Wang Xiao to meet him. As they got closer, they could see that Xiao Mu's sleeves were torn in several places by brambles, and there was a streak of dirt on his face. But he was in high spirits, his eyes bright. He didn't look like someone who had spent the whole day scrambling through the mountains. "Xiao Mu, did you really catch something?" Wang Xiao stared at the bulging sack on his back. Xiao Mu didn't answer. He took the sack off his shoulder and dumped it on the ground. A gray fox and a fat rabbit tumbled out. The fox was already cold, but its fur was intact with no visible injury. The rabbit had a clear piercing wound, but it was big enough. Clearly lots of meat. Good heavens, this rabbit must weigh 5 gene. A woman crouched down and lifted it. In town you could trade it for at least a dozen jin of grain. The fox is worth even more. With that pelt a fur dealer would pay several hundred won. Xiao Mu impressive. First time in the mountains, and you caught all this. The women talked over each other, their tone no longer teasing as it had been that morning, but full of genuine admiration. Wang Xiao crouched down to feel the fox's fur, then looked up at the crossbow on Xiao Mu's back, her eyes shining. Xiao Mu, can I take a look at your crossbow? I just want to look, not shoot. No. Xiao Mu rolled the sack back up and packed the fox and rabbit inside. Before I was used to this thing, it went off a few times. If I hurt you, your dad would chase me around the whole village with his hunting fork. Wang Xiao pursed her lips and muttered stingy, but didn't insist. A young married woman beside her joked, Xiao Mu just cares about you, afraid you'd get hurt. Why aren't you grateful? That's right. Xiao, if you really like it, just ask your dad to make one for you later. You guys shut up. Wang Xiao's face turned red and she reached out to pinch the woman who spoke, while the others laughed and scrambled into a playful scuffle. Xiao Mu shook his head, slung the sack over his shoulder, and walked around them toward home. Behind him came Wang Xiao's voice. Hey, are you going again tomorrow? If you are, could you check the north side for wild boar tracks? The snare my dad said hasn't had any sign of activity. We'll see. Xiao Mu answered without turning back. The courtyard gate was ajar. Before he reached the door, he saw Yunyang and Ruaju standing outside the threshold, craning their necks toward the village entrance. The moment they saw him, both sisters' expressions shifted from anxiety to delight. Husband is back. Ruaju ran over first, then stopped halfway and turned to tug at her sister's sleeve. Yunyang pressed her lips together and stepped forward, her voice soft. Husband, why are you so late? We made dinner and waited for you. The mountain paths are difficult, so I wanted a bit longer. Xiao Mu took the sack off his shoulder and shook it in front of the sisters. Look, we're having an extra dish tonight. Ruaju leaned in for a look, her eyes widening instantly. A rabbit. Such a big rabbit. Yunyang was also stunned. She reached out to touch the gray fox's fur, then looked up at Xiao Mu. Her lips moved, but for a moment she could only say, husband, aren't you tired? It's fine, easier than studying. Xiao Mu laughed, carried the sack into the yard. Yunyang turned and hurried into the kitchen, bringing out the food kept warm in the pot. Ruaju brought a basin of hot water and handed him a soaked cloth. After washing his face, Xiao Mu sat at the table looking at the warm bowl of wild vegetable soup and 2 pieces of coarse grain cake. A wave of indescribable contentment welled up in his heart. From now on, if I'm late, you should eat first. Don't wait for me. He took a bite of the cake and mumbled. That won't do. Ruaju was the first to object. How can we eat while our husband hasn't come home yet? Yunyang also shook her head, gently saying nothing, but clearly agreeing. Xiao Mu glanced at them and didn't press the matter. He lowered his head and ate a few mouthfuls, then suddenly remembered something and said with a smile, all right. After dinner, I'll go repair the windows and door of the next room and reinforce the bed. Reinforce the bed? Ruaju blinked, not quite understanding. Yunyang, however, seemed to understand immediately. Her ears turned red, and she lowered her head, pretending to drink her soup without a word. Ruaju looked at her sister, then at Xiao Mu, and suddenly realized what he meant. A blush spread from her ears to her neck, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Xiao Mu couldn't help laughing at the sister's embarrassment. All right, hurry up and eat. It'll be completely dark soon, and repairing things by oil lamp is hard on the eyes. The 3 of them gathered around the small table, with a missing leg sharing a bowl of wild vegetable soup and a piece of freshly roasted rabbit meat. Ruaju had insisted on roasting the rabbit to taste it first. They finished the simple but heartwarming meal. Outside the window, the sky had darkened completely. The fire in the stove was still burning, casting orange-red light on the sisters' profiles and gilding their lowered eyelashes with a faint warm glow. Xiao Mu put down his chopsticks, stretched, and stood up to look for tools. Behind him, Ruaju whispered to Yunyang, sis, what did he mean by listening at the wall? Yunyang quickly covered her mouth. Eat your dinner. Stop asking. The fire in the stove crackled loudly, a string of sparks jumping up before falling back into the ashes. The evening glow dyed the whole village dark crimson. Xiao Mu stood on a wooden ladder, hammer in hand, knocking at the window frame in steady strokes. That window had been crooked for a long time and could not close properly. At night, the wind poured through the crack, cold enough to make people shrink their necks. In the courtyard, Yunyang crouched low, gathering bowls and chopsticks, while Ruaju piled up scattered firewood. The fire in the stove had not died out. A thin layer of wild vegetable porridge remained at the bottom of the pot, bubbling softly. Husband, be careful. Yunyang looked up, and when she saw the ladder swaying, she could not help speaking out. It's all right, it's steady, Xiao Mu answered, but his hands did not stop. He straightened the window frame, checked its fit, took a few iron nails from behind his waist, held them between his teeth, and freed a hand to press the board into place. Just then, an evening wind swept over, not fierce but striking exactly from the side. The stone propping up the foot of the ladder shifted, and the whole ladder tilted sideways. Xiao Mu's body slanted, and he instinctively grabbed the windowsill. The hammer flew from his hand and hit the ground with a clang. Husband, Ruaju was the first to rush over. She wrapped both arms around the ladder leg, rose onto her toes, and pressed down with all her might. She was not very strong, but by hanging her whole weight on the ladder, she managed to keep it from toppling. Yun Yang ran over, as well, one hand supporting the other side of the ladder, the other reaching for Xiao Mu's calf. Don't panic. Come down slowly. Xiao Mu steadied himself and climbed down one step at a time on the creaking ladder. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Ruozhu let go and crouched down as if all her strength had drained away, patting her chest. That scared me to death, scared me to death. Yun Yang said nothing, but her face was pale and her fingers were still trembling slightly. Xiao Mu looked at them, warmth rising in his heart, and ruffled Ruozhu's hair. Alright, it's fine. The wood under the ladder has rotted, it needs to be replaced. He crouched down to inspect it. The bottom of the wood block had already been eaten to bits by insects. A poke from his finger left a hole. There's elm wood in the woodshed out back. I'll go get it. Yun Yang turned and left, walking quickly as if she needed something to do to press down the panic in her heart. Before long, she came back, carrying a piece of timber as thick as a bowl, panting with a few broken leaves in her hair. Xiao Mu took it and weighed it in his hand. Heavy enough, sturdy enough. He picked up an axe and split and trimmed it in the courtyard, with shavings flying everywhere. Ruozhu crouched beside him, picking scattered chips into a basket, while Yun Yang went to find a few stones to prepare the base. The three of them worked for the better part of an hour before the new wooden post was finally set upright. Xiao Mu pushed it hard, it did not budge. He nodded in satisfaction, set up the ladder again, and climbed up to continue nailing the window. This time, neither Yun Yang nor Ruozhu left. One steadied the ladder below, the other held up an oil lamp to light the work. The night grew deeper. Stars lit up one by one in the sky like countless tiny holes pricked with a needle through dark blue cloth, letting light shine through. When the last nail was driven in, Xiao Mu let out a long breath, jumped down from the ladder, and rolled his aching shoulders. There. It shouldn't let the wind in tonight. Ruozhu went over and pushed the window. It slid open and shut smoothly. Her eyes lit up. Husband, you know carpentry. Learned it on the spot. Good enough for now. Xiao Mu brushed the wood shavings off his clothes and suddenly noticed a cut on the back of his hand. He did not know when it had happened. The blood had already dried. Yin Yang saw it too. Without a word, she turned and went into the house to fetch a clean strip of cloth. She took his hand and wound it round and round, her head bowed low. Her fingers were cool, her movements very gentle. Xiao Mu looked at her lowered lashes and suddenly felt the shabby courtyard was not so shabby after all. Hey look, Ruozhu's voice suddenly dropped. She pointed outside the wall. A few silhouettes flickered over the wall and shrank back, accompanied by light footsteps and suppressed laughter. Shitty, you're squeezing me. Shoo, keep your voice down. Xiao Mu's mouth twitched. He deliberately raised his voice. Who's out there? Come in and sit for a while. Outside the wall fell quiet for a moment, then came a flurry of panicked footsteps like a flock of startled sparrows scattering with a flapping of wings. Ruozhu covered her mouth and laughed. Yin Yang could not help curving her lips too. Xiao Mu shook his head, then suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. Oh right. According to custom, after a marriage the family should give the children peanuts and candy. I forgot. No wonder those little rascals are always climbing up to peek over the wall. Tomorrow I'll go to the market and see if I can buy some to hand out, he added. Ruozhu immediately chimed in. I'm going too. I haven't been to the market in ages. Alright, we'll go together. The night grew late. The three went back into the house, and the oil lamp's flame was blown askew by the wind slipping through the door crack. Xiao Mu picked up the old straw rain cape from the corner and was about to head to the side room when Yun Yang suddenly called out to him. Husband. She stood by the bed, twisting the hem of her clothes in her fingers. In the lamplight her face could not be seen clearly, but the unease in her voice was unmistakable. You'd better sleep in here. Otherwise the villagers will start gossiping. Ruozhu also whispered, exactly, it's not like there's no room. Xiao Mu froze for a moment, glanced at the small wooden bed, then looked at the two sisters. Yun Yang kept her head lowered while Ruozhu stared straight at him, a trace of stubbornness in her eyes. He hung the straw rain cape back up. Fine, we'll squeeze in together. He said it very naturally without extra expression and walked to the bed, leaving the outermost spot. You two sleep on the inside. I'll sleep on the edge as long as nobody falls off. Yun Yang softly said, pulled Ruozhu onto the bed and lay down with her back to Xiao Mu. The oil lamp was blown out. The room suddenly went dark except for moonlight coming through the paper window, tracing a gray-white square on the floor. After a quiet while, Ruozhu turned over and asked in a low voice, Husband, are you asleep? No. Tomorrow at the market, besides candy, can we buy something else? What do you want to buy? I don't know. Just asking. Xiao Mu chuckled. Alright, tomorrow you two can pick what you like, just don't choose anything too expensive. Good. Ruozhu's voice clearly carried a smile. Yun Yang remained silent, but Xiao Mu could tell she was not asleep either. Her breathing was light and shallow now, and then she stirred and the quilt rustled. The night wind squeezed in through the gap in the newly fixed window, carrying the moist smell of soil from the fields. The frogs by the distant pond croaked for a while, then stopped. Xiao Mu stared at the pitch-black rafters overhead, planning for tomorrow. Go to the market, first to sell the fox and the rabbit, trade them for grain and salt, and see if there was any cheap candy. The blacksmith's forge needed fixing too. He could not always rely on hunting for a living. As he thought, his eyelids grew heavier. Just as he was on the verge of sleep, Ruozhu mumbled again, Husband, when you slipped off the ladder today, my legs went weak. Can you be more careful from now on? I know? Then it's settled. It's settled. Only then did Zhu turn over in satisfaction, roll herself into the blanket, and soon her breathing became even. But Xiao Mu opened his eyes at that moment. The moon had slipped out from the clouds at some point, and its light was brighter than before. He turned his head and looked at the bed beside him in the moonlight. Zhu was curled up under the quilt, only half of her head visible. Yin-yang lay on her side, one hand on her sister's shoulder, as if guarding some precious treasure. He let out a quiet breath and closed his eyes. After who knows how long, a streak of light flashed past the window, bright enough to be felt through his thin eyelids. Half awake, Xiao Mu opened his eyes. A meteor was sliding diagonally across the night sky, dragging a long tail blazing, as if someone had lit a lamp in the sky. Then a second one, and a third. He had never seen so many shooting stars. One after another, some bright, some dim, they drew all kinds of arcs across the deep blue night sky. Some moved as fast as a flash of steel, some as slowly as a spark drifting on the wind. Xiao Mu watched motionless and did not wake the two of them. The meteor shower did not last long before it scattered, and the sky returned to calm with only the stars hanging quietly in the vast night. He closed his eyes again, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. He slept more soundly that night than he had the previous 2 nights. Only after the rooster crowed 3 times did the pale dawn gradually seep through the paper window. Xiao Mu opened his eyes and found the 2 people beside him still asleep. Yin-yang lay on her side, one hand resting on Zhu's quilt, her breathing soft and even. Zhu curled into a ball, her face buried in the pillow with only half an ear exposed. He lay still, gazing quietly at the roof beam for a while. A strange sense of unreality welled up inside him. In his previous life, he had overworked himself to death with no one even to see him off at the end. Now, waking from a single sleep, there were 2 people by his side. Though they were dead, broke, the rice jar nearly empty, and the roof letting in drafts, it didn't seem that bad after all. His lower back ached a little. Xiao Mu sat up slowly, rubbing the small of his back with a wry inward smile. Last night, he had spent most of the night fixing doors and windows, replacing wooden posts, and scrambling up and down. This body had always been frail, so of course it ached. He threw back the quilt as quietly as possible, reached his feet to the floor, and fumbled for his shoes. Every movement was deliberately slow, even his breath held low, afraid to make the slightest sound. After dressing, Xiao Mu, bracing his back with one hand, walked slowly out of the room. The kitchen was just as it had always been, a film of dust on the stove, a ring of rust around the edge of the iron wok. He dipped half a gourd ladle of water and scrubbed the wok clean, then lit the fire, washed and chopped the greens and tossed them in to boil. The firelight played across his face, the stove crackled, and steam slowly rose. Once the wild herb soup was done, he set the 2 leftover grain cakes by the side of the pot to warm through. The cakes had been hard to begin with, and they came out even harder, but still better than eating them cold. He carried the meal to the table and had just set down the bowls when he heard footsteps behind him. Yin-yang stood at the kitchen door, her hair not yet combed, her face still clouded with the drowsiness of just waking. Seeing the dishes set out on the table, she froze for a moment, then a flush crept over her cheeks. Husband, how? This should have been my work. Whoever makes it, it's all the same. Xiao Mu waved a hand. Go wash your face quickly and eat while it's hot. Zhu poked her head out from the room, rubbed her eyes, and yawned. Seeing the food on the table, her eyes lit up. There's food. She scurried over to the table in a few quick steps, sat down, and bit into a cake. Yin-yang cast her a reproachful glance, then fetched water to wash her face and comb her hair before sitting down. The 3 of them sat around the small table and quietly finished the simple breakfast. After the meal, Xiao Mu slung the crossbow on his back, bade the 2 sisters farewell, and went up the mountain again. The mountain mist had not yet dispersed, and dew clung to every leaf. Before he had walked far, the lower half of his trousers was already soaked. Following the route from yesterday, he first made his way to the water pit. Before he drew close, he heard the thump-thump of frantic movement. Xiao Mu lightened his steps and parted the grass. A gray hare had caught its hind leg in a snare and was kicking and scrabbling frantically on the ground. The surrounding grass churned into a mess. Not bad, alive. Xiao Mu stepped forward, pressed one hand against the hare's back, gripped both long ears with the other, and lifted it to weigh it in his hand. It was plumper than the one yesterday, and its fur was glossier. In the city, it should fetch a good price. He tied the hare's 4 legs together with ropes, stuffed it into his cloth sack, and continued on to the next trap. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped and rubbed his arms. Why is it a bit cold? The mountain wind blew in from the north, carrying an indescribable stench of blood and musk. Xiao Mu frowned, paid it no further mind, and pressed on. At the second trap, the only things left on the ground were a few scattered pheasant feathers and a snapped grass rope. It got away. Xiao Mu crouched to inspect the traces. There was blood on the feathers. Probably the bird had been wounded and had strained against the rope until it broke. He shook his head, gathered the broken rope, and rose to head back. Not long after, he turned and left deep within the thicket. Behind him, a pair of green, glowing eyes slowly opened. A massive tiger emerged from the forest. Overlapping scars, old and new, marked its body, and its hide was caked with dried blood and dirt. It stared in the direction where Xiao Mu had vanished and let out a low, guttural rumble from its throat, yet did not pursue. By the time Xiao Mu returned to the village, the sun had climbed to the top of the sky. In the courtyard, Yun Yang was crouched before a large wooden basin, scrubbing clothes with her sleeves rolled to the elbows and her hands covered in soapberry foam. Beside her, Ruaju was turning wild greens over on a bamboo mat to dry, neatly arranging the shepherd's purse and purslane gathered yesterday. Husband is back. Ruaju, sharp-eyed, was the first to see him. She dropped the greens in her hand and ran over. What did you catch? Xiao Mu opened the cloth sack, revealing the lively gray hair. Wow, so big. Even bigger than yesterday's. Ruaju reached out to touch it, but the hare kicked its legs, startling her into a yelp as she snatched her hand back. Then she burst out laughing at herself. Yun Yang also paused in her work and looked up at the hare, a smile shining in her eyes. Husband is truly capable. If this one is sold alive, it should be worth more than a dead one. Xiao Mu fastened the mouth of the sack and set it in the shade. I'll go to town in a little while and sell both yesterday's and today's catch and pick up a few things while I'm at it. You're going alone, husband? Yun Yang stood up and wiped her hands on her apron. I'll ride Uncle Wang's ox cart and be back by dusk. Eat lunch yourselves, don't wait for me. He went inside, packed yesterday's fox and hare into the sack, wiped down the crossbow, and hung it up, tidied himself, and left the house carrying the game. A few villagers waiting to go to town were already gathered by the stone mill at the village entrance. A man in his 50s squatting on the millstone and smoking a pipe grinned when he saw Xiao Mu approach. Xiao Mu, I hear you've been bagging quite a bit of game. Not bad. A scholar who can do this too. Uncle Wang, I'm just trying to earn a meal. Xiao Mu laughed in reply and set his cloth sack beside the ox cart. Uncle Wang's old yellow ox was lowering its head to graze, its tail swaying lazily. 3 people were already sitting in the cart, all from the same village. Their baskets held eggs, dried vegetables, and the like to be traded in town for salt and needles and thread. Xiao Mu had just climbed onto the ox cart when he heard a leisurely set of footsteps behind him. Yo, brother Mu, heading to town. Take a brother along. A young man with a sharp weasel-like face sidled over. He wore a filthy short jacket and his hair was a tangled mess. It was Zhang Heng, the village scoundrel. He stared at the cloth sack by Xiao Mu's feet, his eyes darting around, then squeezed onto the cart with a sly grin. Xiao Mu ignored him, shifted aside, and placed the sack between himself and Uncle Wang. Zhang Heng didn't mind at all. He plopped down at the rear of the cart, leaning against a small, thin old man who cowered and shrank toward the other side. Uncle Wang knocked out his pipe, stood up, and patted his trousers. Everyone here. Let's go, let's go. The old yellow ox set off at a leisurely pace, its neck bell clanking all the way. Once out of the village, the scenery on both sides became increasingly desolate. At this season, the fields should have been ripening with crops, but only weeds grew thinly across them. Here, in their half-collapsed earthen houses, could be seen their walls crowned with withered grass. Something hung from a crooked-necked tree by the roadside, swaying in the wind. Xiao Mu turned his face away and did not look closely. After more than 2 hours of travel, a gray city appeared in the distance. The city wall was tall and thick, its base scored with grooves by wind and rain. Flags stood along the ramparts, and armored soldiers bearing spears stood on either side of the gate, their wary eyes sweeping over the crowds entering and leaving. A small line of people was waiting at the city gate, some carrying shoulder poles, some pushing carts, each being inspected in turn. We're here, Uncle Wang hollered, and the old yellow ox quickened its pace. Once inside, the scene was utterly different from the outskirts. Shops lined both sides of the street. Cloth merchants, grain dealers, grocers crowded one against another. Pedestrians wove through the crowd, merchants and silk, commoners in coarse linen and short clothes. Hawkers' cries, haggling voices, and the neighing and bellowing of horses and oxen mingled into a bustling din. Zhang Heng slipped away the moment he got off the cart. After agreeing with Uncle Wang on the return time, Xiao Mu picked up his cloth sack and entered the city. He asked a street vendor selling candied hawthorns where he could sell furs. The vendor pointed east. Go straight ahead, turn left at the third intersection, the one with the sign reading Zhang's Hides. Xiao Mu thanked him and followed the directions to the shop. The storefront was small, with a row of dried furs hanging at the entrance, and the air inside was thick with the smell of leather mixed with saltpeter. The owner, a stout man in his 40s, was sitting behind the counter working an abacus. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and gave Xiao Mu an appraising once-over. Selling furs. The boss's eyes settled on the cloth sack in Xiao Mu's hand. Xiao Mu took out the gray fox from yesterday and laid it on the counter. The owner lifted the fox, turned it over to inspect the fur, felt its thickness, and pondered for a moment. The pelt isn't bad, but there's a bare patch on the back. 300 cash. Xiao Mu shook his head. 500 cash. 500. Young man, this pelt of yours isn't top grade. I'm already being fair at 350. The owner put the fox back on the counter and drummed his fingers on the tabletop. 450, Xiao Mu said. The two went back and forth a few rounds, finally settling at 420 cash. Xiao Mu then brought out the dead hare from yesterday. The owner examined it, said the pelt had a piercing wound and wasn't worth much, and offered 180 cash for the skin and meat together. Together, the two items came to 600 cash. Xiao Mu put the money away and asked another question: where in town buys live animals? At East Market entrance, there's a livestock market. Go take a look there. Carrying the live hare, Xiao Mu arrived at East Market entrance. True to the owner's words, there was an open space surrounded by a crowd. People were selling chickens and ducks, lambs, dogs, and birds. The moment he took the hare out of the sack, a young man in a green silk robe stepped over, looked it over from every angle, and reached out to stroke its fur. This hare is quite good. How much? The young dandy asked. 600 cash, Xiao Mu quoted. Too dear, the dandy said with a frown. The fur is glossy and the legs are sturdy. You can keep it as a pet or butcher it for the table. If you think it's too expensive, 550 cash, I can't go lower. The young gentleman hesitated, then drew a string of cash from his sleeve, counted out 550, and handed it over. He took the hare by its ears and left. Xiao Mu hefted the coin pouch in his hand. More than 1,100 cash in all. He took a deep breath and calculated in his mind grain, iron, cloth, and snacks. It should be enough. He went first to the grain shop. Inside, several large vats held millet, wheat, and beans respectively. Xiao Mu spent 100 cash on 5 caddies of millet and 3 caddies of wheat, packed them into a burlap sack, and tied the mouth tight. Then he went to the blacksmith shop and bought 10 caddies of raw iron for 200 cash. Iron wasn't cheap, but the smithy left by his father was to reopen, and there was no doing it without materials. Passing a cloth shop, he stepped in and bought a few chi of coarse cotton, 1 piece in slate gray, 1 in light blue, to make clothes for the 2 sisters. The garments they wore were so worn, a patchwork of patches. Finally, he ducked into a general store and bought half a caddy of sugar-coated peanuts and a bundle of malt candy. The peanuts were shelled nuts wrapped in caramelized syrup. The malt candy came in amber-colored lumps that could be cracked into pieces and handed out to children. He gathered all his purchases into 2 large cloth sacks and heaved them onto his shoulders. Their weight dragged him down. Walking in fits and stops, he crossed half the street and reached the spot agreed upon with Uncle Wang. The old yellow ox was already waiting there. Uncle Wang sat on the shaft smoking. Seeing Xiao Mu coming over with bundles big and small, he chuckled. Yo, struck it rich. No riches, just barely scraping by. Xiao Mu loaded the goods onto the cart, sat down against the sacks, and let out a long breath. Just then a cold metallic voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host's cumulative income has exceeded 1,000 cash. The system activation conditions have been met. Confirm activation. Xiao Mu's whole body stiffened, and his pupils abruptly dilated. Instinctively, he looked at the people around him. Uncle Wang was smoking, the others in the cart were occupied with their own matters, and no one showed any unusual reaction. What the hell? Xiao Mu cursed silently, and his heart forced down his hammering pulse, closed his eyes, and answered with his mind. Activate. Ding. System activating. Activation successful. Welcome to the Universe Unification Assistance System. This system is designed to assist the host in raising their strength, accumulating resources, and ultimately achieving regional unification. The host may exchange currency income from the real world for points, and may also complete system-issued quests to earn points and special rewards. Points may be used to exchange for various items in the system mall. Current mall, unlock, progress 1. The system space includes a modern supermarket module currently locked and requiring points to unlock gradually. Current available points 0. Please continue striving, host. Xiao Mu's head buzzed as if a bomb had been stuffed into his skull. He chewed over those words again and again in his mind before slowly coming back to himself. Holy shit. Transmigration, a system, a shop, a modern supermarket. Wasn't this the legendary golden finger? It had come a bit late, but still better than nothing. He took a deep breath, suppressed the surging emotions in his chest, and opened his eyes. The old yellow ox had already begun to move, its neck bell clanking, while the setting sun stretched the city wall's shadow long across the ground. Xiao Mu leaned back against the big cloth sack, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved upward. Tonight, when he got home, he would first sort out the iron. Tomorrow, he would try to repair the furnace. As for the system, he would take his time studying it when he was alone at night. The ox cart swayed out of the city, heading toward the small mountain village. Xiao Mu carried the heavy items in both hands, his steps varying between fast and slow as he made his way to the meeting point arranged with Uncle Wang. Passing by a conspicuous notice board in town, he saw several new postings and a large crowd of onlookers gathered around. Among the crowd, a scholar in a long gown was reading aloud with animated gestures. Now the Xiongnu in the north repeatedly raid our borders while rebellions brew in the south. The national treasury is empty and military supplies are scarce. To preserve the lands of our ancestors and protect thousands of subjects, each household shall pay an additional 500 coins. The deadline is the end of this year, and full payment must be completed. In plain terms, they just want money. An old beggar in rags trembled with rage. My son died on the battlefield. My home is gone. Where would I get money to pay? Exactly, taxes every other day. How are we supposed to survive? Complaints rang out from all sides, yet no one dared to actually rebel. Soon the street patrol officers arrived with clubs, scattering the crowd. Xiao Mu squeezed to the front of the notice board and cast a glance at it, secretly cursing in his heart. This thoroughly rotten dynasty truly had nothing worth holding on to. Beside the notice was a smaller one announcing that a vicious tiger had appeared at Daching Mountain, injuring several people. The local government was offering a reward of 200 guan for anyone who could capture or kill it. As soon as Xiao Mu's gaze landed on the words 200 guan, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, a triggerable quest has been detected. Kill the vicious tiger. Reward 200 points, and the basic mall will be unlocked. Do you accept? Basic mall. Sounds decent, but with my current gear, going after a tiger would be suicide, wouldn't it? Xiao Mu mused in his mind. Host, please rest assured. The system has prepared a beginner's gift package for you. Would you like to open it? Beginner's gift package. Let me see. Ding, the beginner's gift package has been opened. Congratulations on receiving 100 free points. 1 modern brewing technique recipe, 1 sugar refining recipe, 1 sugarcane stem section, and 1 multifunctional outdoor survival equipment set. Additionally, due to the danger of the quest, an extra reward of 1 crude hunting rifle and 10 portions of gunpowder redeemable through the system later has been granted. The items have been stored in the warehouse and can be accessed at any time. Xiao Mu paused for a moment, then his heart swelled with delight. With a hunting rifle at his disposal, what was there to fear? I'll take the quest. He didn't waste any more time and quickened his pace toward where the ox cart was parked. After a bumpy ride, he arrived at the village entrance around mid-afternoon. Xiao Mu bid farewell to Uncle Wang, and as he was about to head home with his belongings, he was surrounded by a group of middle-aged women grinding grain at the village entrance. Omu Gur has returned. With all these bags and parcels, have you struck it rich? Auntie Wang from next door was the first to approach. Not at all. I hunted some game yesterday and traded it for a few things. Xiao Mu replied with a smile. What did you exchange them for? Let Annie have a look. Auntie Zhang reached out to rummage through the bundles in his hands. Xiao Mu sidestepped to avoid her. Auntie Zhang, everything's in a mess. Come over to my house once I've sorted it all out. Auntie Wang chuckled from the side. Zhang Xiao, why the rush? Xiao Mu just got back and hasn't even had a sip of water yet. Auntie Zhang shot back with a grin. Oh dear, Auntie Wang, you're being so protective of him. Why not just marry Wang Xiao to him? Though if she goes now, she'd only be a concubine. The group of women burst into laughter. Xiao Mu was accustomed to such jokes by now, so he said nothing and continued home with his belongings. Upon entering the courtyard, Ruju poked her head out from the house first. Seeing him, her eyes lit up. Husband, you're back. Yun Yang emerged from the kitchen, as well as spatula still in hand, and an apron tied around her waist. Both women wore smiles, though their movements were slower than usual. Xiao Mu set down his things and noticed their slightly awkward movements. He understood they were sore from repairing doors and windows and moving lumber the day before, but said nothing more, simply telling them to rest while he handled the unpacking himself. Go rest now. I'll sort these things out myself. It's fine, we're not tired at all. Ruju insisted, reaching for the cloth bundle, but winced softly as movement pulled at her muscles, quickly pressing her lips together. Yunyang glanced at her sister, a faint blush crossing her cheeks before she bowed her head to pour water. Xiao Mu took the bowl, sipped from it, and studied them with concern. Are your muscles still sore? You did quite a bit of work yesterday. You should rest more today. Much better, Yunyang replied softly. Exactly, we're not made of paper. Though Ruju's words were defiant, the tips of her ears turned red, and she avoided his gaze. Xiao Mu chuckled and dropped the subject instead, opening the bundle. Let's see what we bought. Whatever's missing we'll pick up next time we're in town. Husband, did you buy fabric? Ruju spotted the few yards of cotton cloth and held it up against herself. That color is quite nice. Yes, I'm making you both new clothes. The ones you brought are too worn out. Time for some replacements. Xiao Mu spoke casually as he continued pulling items from the bundle: peanut, brittle malt, candy, millet, wheat, iron, ore. Yunyang watched him remove each item one by one, and suddenly her throat tightened with emotion. She turned her face away. Ruju fell silent too, clutching the fabric without speaking. What's wrong? Xiao Mu looked up at them. Nothing at all. Yunyang blinked and forced a smile. You're being too good to us, husband. This counts as being good. Xiao Mu shook his head. We're nowhere near done yet. Before he could continue, a harsh shouting erupted from outside the courtyard gate. Xiao Mu, come out. I know you're back. Ruju flinched in fright, nearly dropping the cloth. Yunyang also glanced anxiously toward the doorway. Frowning, Xiao Mu set down what he was holding and walked to the courtyard entrance to undo the bolt. Zhang Hing stood outside with his hands on his hips, a few villagers trailing behind at a distance. Upon seeing Xiao Mu emerge, he thrust out his chin and bellowed, Xiao Mu, your father borrowed 20 pounds of grain from me before. Now that you've made money in town, pay me back right away plus interest. Xiao Mu leaned against the doorframe, sizing him up. My father borrowed grain from you. Your family sold their doors to fund gambling. Where would you have gotten 20 pounds of grain? You, Zhang Heng choked on his words. Cut the nonsense. Show me the IOU or get lost. Xiao Mu's tone remained calm, but his gaze turned icy. The surrounding villagers erupted in laughter. Zhang Heng, you have the audacity to extort others. Your rice jar's been empty for half a year. Exactly. You still haven't compensated Widow Lu for the chicken you stole last time. Unable to save face, Zhang Heng dropped to the ground at Xiao Mu's doorstep and began throwing a tantrum. Xiao Mu won't pay his debts. A son must repay his father's obligations. It's only right. Everyone be the judge. Xiao Mu looked down at him, a faint smile playing on his lips rather than anger. You really know how to put on a show. Let me ask again. Do you have the IOU? Zhang Heng had no IOU to produce, and when he realized this tactic wasn't working, he sprang to his feet and pointed accusingly at Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu, don't get cocky. If you don't pay, you'll regret it. What? Want to throw hands? Xiao Mu stepped forward. In his past life, he trained in Taekwondo for a few years. Rusty as it was, he felt confident handling a drunken, debauched scoundrel like this. And with the system now at his disposal, he had even less reason to fear. Zhang Heng caught the dangerous glint in Xiao Mu's eyes, felt a flicker of doubt, and lacking the courage to actually fight, retreated a step, while blustering. "I'm not robbing you. I'm collecting a debt. Just wait, you'll see." Then he turned and muttered curses as he walked away. The onlookers, finding no further entertainment, gradually dispersed in small groups. Xiao Mu closed the door and turned to find Yunyang and Ruju still standing in the courtyard, their expressions tense. "It's fine, just a ruffian. If he comes again, don't open the door," he said, casually brushing the dust from his hands. "Come, let's continue looking at what else I bought." Ruju leaned in and whispered, "Husband, can you actually fight?" "No, I was just intimidating him." Ruju pursed her lips, clearly unconvinced, but didn't press further. Instead, she squatted down and continued sorting through the items in the bundle. Yunyang fetched a bowl of hot water from the kitchen and handed it to him. Xiao Mu took a sip, his thoughts drifting to the hunting rifle in the system warehouse and the 200 guan reward. Tomorrow he needed to venture deep into Daqing Mountain. Tomorrow he needed to make his way deep into Daqing Mountain. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, threatening to ignite at any moment, Yuner snatched the carrying pole from behind the door and stumbled forward. Her fingers clenched the wooden handle so tightly that her knuckles turned white, her nails nearly digging into the grain of the wood. Behind her, Meng Meng gripped a notched kitchen knife, the handle creaking under her grasp. Cold sweat trickled down the iron tang, leaving a small dark stain on the bluestone floor. Like mother beasts shielding their young, the two swiftly placed themselves in front of Xiao Mu. Yuner's hair tumbled loose over her shoulders, her skirt still smudged with kitchen ash, her legs trembling slightly. Yet her voice carried a reckless ferocity. "Zhang Hong, don't you dare come closer. If you take one more step, we really will fight back." Meng Ming's little face was taut with tension, the cleaver raised crookedly as she tried to muster a fierce expression. But her slightly reddened wide eyes betrayed the fear in her heart. Outside the small courtyard, the villagers who had been chattering and laughing a moment ago froze in surprise, then erupted into peals of laughter. The scene before them was simply too incongruous. Yuner, ordinarily gentle and quiet, now stood disheveled and dust-streaked, while Meng Ming, who usually couldn't even bear to watch a chicken being slaughtered, was actually in the front line brandishing a cleaver. The sight was hardly enough to scare off a rogue, let alone the children watching, who hid their snickers behind their hands. Zhang Heng hopped down crookedly from the doorstep, straw bits clinging to his greasy hair, a nauseating grin plastered across his face. His gaze slithered like a viper over Yuner and Meng Ming. Licking his cracked lips, he squeezed the words out from between his teeth. "Xiao Mu, if you still can't pay back the debt, that's fine too. Just hand these two women over to me, and the debt is settled. Haha, these little ladies are worth far more than 20 caddies of grain." The moment the words fell, the air in the courtyard seemed to freeze solid. A few timid villagers quietly stepped back, exchanging uneasy glances. Everyone knew those words had crossed the line. Xiao Mu felt scorching blood rush to his head, his temples throbbing violently, his ears ringing. In all his life, he had never truly lost his temper. In his previous life, when his boss cursed him or clients made things difficult, he had endured it all. But now someone was insulting his family to his face. That was a line he would never tolerate. Ding detected a side quest trigger. The system's voice echoed in his mind, icy and clear. "Please make a choice, host. Successfully resolve the ruffian disturbance. Reward 20 points. Swallow the humiliation. Receive the title Ninja Turtle." Xiao Mu had no intention of pondering that mocking title. He yanked Yuner and Meng Meng behind him, pulling so hard that his own sleeve tore at the seam. In a single stride, he shot forward, his right foot carrying the full weight of his body, and slammed it into the back of Zhang Heng's knee. That kick was aimed not at Zhang Heng's leg, but at all the frustration and rage Xiao Mu had bottled up over the years. Zhang Heng shrieked and pitched forward, his forehead cracking hard against the edge of the bluestone step. The skin split open, immediately blood streaming down his nose bridge. Before he could react, Xiao Mu had already bent down, scooped up a chunk of broken stone from the ground, and hurled it viciously at his shoulder. You dare hit me." Zhang Heng lay sprawled on the ground, lifting his head in utter disbelief. In his memory, Xiao Mu was nothing but a bookish weakling who could barely trust a chicken. Someone who, when bullied, would only flush red and mumble, never daring to raise his voice. Had he lost his mind today? The surrounding villagers gaped in astonishment. Aunt Wang's winnowing basket dropped from her hands, scattering wheat everywhere, without her even noticing. Old Man Li's pipe slipped from the corner of his mouth, and only when it burned his hand did he snap back to his senses. Xiao Mu gave Zhang Heng no chance to rise. He stepped forward and landed another solid punch square on Zhang Heng's cheek. Zhang Heng's lips split open, blood-flecked spittle flying from his mouth, his teeth already feeling loose. "What do you think you are?" Xiao Mu growled as he struck, his voice low, but every word ground out from between his teeth. "Did my father owe you grain? You dare speak of my father? You Zhang Heng, who steals chickens and dogs, swindles and cheats. Name one shady thing you haven't done in this village. And today you dare set your sights on my wife and child. I'd say you've lived long enough." Zhang Heng writhed on the ground, squealing like a pig being butchered. He tried to fight back, but Xiao Mu gave him no opening. Fists and feet rained down like a storm, every blow carrying solid bone-deep force. Enough! Enough! Several of the older villagers finally snapped out of their daze and rushed forward to seize Xiao Mu's arms. Uncle Wang wrapped his arms around his waist from behind. Old Man Li grabbed his right hand, and only with great effort did they manage to drag him off Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng lay collapsed on the ground, his face swollen and bruised, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his clothes covered in dirt and footprints. He struggled to his feet, desperate to hurl a few threats to save face. But the moment he opened his mouth, Xiao Mu broke free of the crowd again and drove a kick into his chest, sending him stumbling back 2 or 3 steps until his back slammed against the courtyard wall with a muffled grunt, leaving him gasping for air for a long while. "Husband, stop. If you keep hitting him, someone's going to die." Yun'er's face went deathly pale as she rushed over and grabbed Xiao Mu's arm tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Meng Meng had also dropped her cleaver and clung to Xiao Mu's waist with all her might, her small face pressed against his back. Her voice was muffled and choked with sobs. "Husband, it's not worth it." Xiao Mu panted heavily, his chest heaving violently, his bloodshot eyes fixed dead on Zhang Heng lying on the ground. This time Zhang Heng was truly afraid. In Xiao Mu's eyes he saw genuine killing intent. Not a scare tactic, not a bluff, but the look of a man who would actually go through with it. He scrambled and rolled out through the courtyard gate, staggering a dozen paces away before he dared to turn back and bluster Xiao Mu. You just wait and see. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later." By the end his voice was already cracking with tears. None of his usual thuggish bravado remained. Xiao Mu stood at the courtyard gate watching Zhang Heng's retreating figure and said coldly, "Come again, and I'll break your legs." The courtyard gate closed and Yun'er and Meng Meng immediately crowded around him. Yun'er lifted Xiao Mu's right hand and found a large patch of skin scraped off the back, red and swollen badly. Her heart ached, tears spilling down her cheeks. "How could you be so impulsive? You're hurt this badly." Meng Meng crouched down, carefully patted the dust off Xiao Mu's pant legs, then checked his knees to confirm there were no other injuries. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Looking up at him with red-rimmed eyes, she said, "Husband, don't do that again. We were so scared." Xiao Mu looked down at the 2 small faces full of worry, and the anger in his heart slowly subsided. He took a deep breath, gently rubbed Yun'er's head with his uninjured left hand, then patted Meng Meng's cheek. His voice became very soft and tender. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If you don't scare someone like that into submission in one go, there'll be no end to it." Yun'er wanted to say something more, but Xiao Mu silenced her with a look. He led the 2 back into the courtyard, slid the bolt of the door into place, and told them to go prepare dinner in the kitchen. He himself sat down on the stone block in the yard, closed his eyes, and steadied his pounding heart. Before long the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding side quest complete. Successfully resolved the ruffian incident at your door. Reward 20 points. Current total points 120. Keep it up, host. Xiao Mu opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. 20 points wasn't much, but at least it was a start. As night fell, Yun'er and Roju carried dinner out from the kitchen. The meal was still simple. A pot of congee boiled with grain and wild vegetables, 2 pieces of cornmeal, cake toasted golden brown, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. Xiao Mu sat at the table, sipping his porridge while mulling over his next plans. The hunting rifle and gunpowder stored in the system warehouse were his trump cards. He couldn't afford to use them lightly. What mattered most at the moment was making money. After using the proceeds from selling furs to buy grain and iron materials, very little was left. This year's taxes had been raised by another 501, so he needed to set aside money in advance. "Yun'er, Raju, I'm going to the village chief's house in a bit. There's something I need to discuss. You 2 go to bed after eating. Don't wait up for me." Xiao Mu put down his bowl and wiped his mouth. "Husband, it's already dark. You're going alone." Yun'er looked a little worried. "It's just inside the village, nothing will happen. The chief's house isn't far." Xiao Mu got up, took an old lantern down from the wall, lit it, and pushed open the courtyard gate to step outside. The night was thick and heavy. Dogs in the village barked now and then, and in the distance a child's cry quickly faded under an adult's scolding. The village chief's 3-room house of gray brick and tile stood out conspicuously in the village, 2 lanterns hanging under the eaves casting a bright pool of light before the door. As Xiao Mu reached the courtyard gate, he heard the chief's laughter from inside. He was teasing his newly married concubine. Xiao Mu coughed and called out in a raised voice, "Grandpa Chief, are you home?" The noise inside fell silent for a moment, then footsteps approached. The chief came out wearing an old padded jacket, and seeing that it was Xiao Mu, he smiled warmly and invited him into the main room. Once they were seated, Xiao Mu didn't beat around the bush. He told the chief about the tax increase notice and the tiger reward he had seen in town, then asked what procedures were needed to sell wine in the Great Wu Dynasty. The chief listened, fell silent for a long while, and took a sip of water from his coarse clay bowl before letting out a sigh. "This tax increase. Every year it goes up. What can we common folk do but endure it? As for selling wine..." He set down the bowl and squinted at Xiao Mu. "Muge, are you thinking of brewing your own wine to sell?" Xiao Mu nodded without hiding anything. The chief pondered for a moment, then said, "The wine selling permit. I'll find a way to help you." I worked as a clerk in the county office for a few years and still have some connections in the household registry department. However, he changed tack, stood up, walked over to Xiao Mu, and patted him on the shoulder. His tone turned serious. Muge, I heard you beat up Zhang Heng today. Good riddance. That scoundrel needed someone to deal with him long ago. But you'd best be careful. He may not have powerful backers, but a man like him is like a maggot. If you don't crush him dead, he'll just keep festering and making your life miserable. I understand. Thank you for the warning, Grandpa Chief. Xiao Mu stood up and nodded earnestly. The chief gave him another look, then suddenly smiled. Muge, you've changed quite a bit lately. Ever since your wedding day, it's like you've become a different man. Hunting, going to town, repairing the house, beating up ruffians. You've done it all with real skill and style. Everyone in the village has noticed. He pulled a key from his sleeve and placed it on the table. Leave the permit to me. Once you've brewed your wine, if there's any extra, set aside a few jars for the village so everyone can have a taste. A warmth swelled in Xiao Mu's chest. He bowed deeply to the chief. Grandpa Chief, rest assured. I, Xiao Mu, will never forget my roots. By the time he left the chief's house, the moon had already climbed past the treetops. Carrying the lantern, Xiao Mu walked back. The night wind felt chilly on his face, but his heart was warm. Pushing open his own courtyard gate, he saw the lamp still burning inside. Yuner and Raju sat on the edge of the bed, one stitching a shoe sole, the other mending clothes. When they saw him return, they both looked up at once, their eyes bright. Husband, you're back. Yuner set down her needlework and rose to pour him some water. Husband, what did the chief say? Raju leaned in to ask. Xiao Mu took the bowl of water and drank a mouthful, briefly summarizing the matter of the permit. Then he looked at the two sisters and asked, by the way, you mentioned earlier you wanted to go back to your parents' home to fetch the loom. When do you want to go? I'll go with you. Yuner froze for a moment, then a smile bloomed across her face even as her eyes reddened slightly. Husband, you really would come with us? Why wouldn't I? You are my wives and your mother is my mother-in-law. I've been remiss in not having visited her yet. Xiao Mu stated it as a matter of course. In a couple of days, once I've arranged my schedule, we'll all go together. We'll bring the loom back too so you can have some work at home and not be too bored. Raju was so delighted she nearly jumped off the bed, only to be pressed back down by Yuner. Yuner lowered her head and said softly, thank you, husband. We're family. There's no need for thanks. Xiao Mu yawned. It's late. Let's sleep. That night the three each harbored their own thoughts, but they all slept soundly. The next morning, just as pale light crept over the horizon, Xiao Mu woke up. He quietly got up and looked at the two sisters still fast asleep. Yuner's sleeping face was serene, the corners of her mouth slightly curved, as if she were dreaming something pleasant. Ayu, meanwhile, had kicked the quilt down to her feet, leaving two bare feet exposed. Xiao Mu tucked the quilt around her, then slipped out of the room to light the kitchen fire and prepare breakfast. He heated the leftover congee from yesterday, toasted 2 pieces of flatbread, and broke off a small piece of the malt candy he'd bought the day before, placing it on the table under an overturned bowl. After finishing these tasks, he strapped on his crossbow and a cloth satchel, pushed open the courtyard gate, and headed toward the mountains. In the early morning, the mountain forest lay shrouded in a thin layer of mist, dew clinging to every leaf. Xiao Mu hadn't walked far before his pant legs were soaked halfway up. The air was cold and carried the mixed scent of vegetation and earth, refreshing, invigorating. He hadn't planned to go deep today, just to wander the front mountain. But unexpectedly, his luck today was extraordinary. Within less than an hour, he had already bagged 3 wild rabbits and a pheasant. Strange. Xiao Mu crouched down to check the traps, his brow furrowed. Because the front mountains forest was close to the village, the hunters had long since hunted most of the game there. Usually even spotting a single rabbit counted as good luck. Why were they coming out in droves today, as if they were attending a market fair? Carrying his catch, he walked on and spotted a fat gray rabbit beside a shrub, head down, chewing grass, its ears twitching. Xiao Mu raised his crossbow and a single bolt struck true, his 4th rabbit. He straightened up and looked around when suddenly a sense of unease rose in his heart. This was too abnormal. These small animals were naturally wary and would never appear in groups near places frequented by humans. Unless they had been driven out of the deep mountains by something. In a flash, the notice he'd seen in the county town yesterday surfaced in his mind. A ferocious striped tiger has appeared in the Great Green Mountains, having already harmed people repeatedly. A chill ran down his spine. Just then a deafening tiger's roar erupted from deep within the forest. The sound was low and mighty, like muffled thunder rolling across the mountain ridge, startling countless birds into bursting from the trees and scattering in all directions. Every hair on Xiao Mu's body stood on end. Without a second thought, he stuffed the game into his satchel, slung it over his shoulder, and bolted down the mountain. But he hadn't run more than a few steps before the shrubbery ahead shook violently. A massive striped tiger emerged from the thicket, unhurriedly blocking his path. The tiger stood half as tall as a man, measuring over 2 meters long, its coat caked with dried blood and mud. Its left ear was missing a chunk, revealing a hideous old scar. Its amber eyes had pupils contracted into thin vertical slits. It stared fixedly at Xiao Mu, a low continuous rumble emanating from its throat like an engine on the verge of exploding. Xiao Mu's steps came to an abrupt halt, his heart feeling as if it were being crushed in a fist. Even his breath seemed to pause for half a beat. Slowly he retreated a step, and his foot came down on a dry twig which snapped with a crisp crack. The tiger's ears swiveled, its hind legs crouched slightly, its whole body tensed like a drawn bow. Xiao Mu knew it was about to pounce. In that critical instant, Xiao Mu did not run. He knew he couldn't outrun a tiger. He abruptly twisted to the side, diving behind a low earthen slope, while simultaneously pulling the crude hunting rifle from the system warehouse. Without time to aim, he squeezed the trigger in the tiger's general direction. Bang! The gunshot exploded in the silent forest like a thunderclap. The reek of gunpowder filled the air, thick smoke blurring his vision. The tiger let out a pained roar and rolled across the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiao Mu saw a bloody hole in its shoulder blade, dark blood streaming down through its fur. But the tiger was not dead. It hadn't even been thoroughly driven back. It struggled to its feet, its eyes blazing with even fiercer killing light. Opening its bloody maw to reveal gleaming white fangs, it took another step toward Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu gripped the rifle tightly, his heart sinking. There was only one bullet left. He didn't dare fire recklessly, nor did he dare turn and run. He backed away slowly, his eyes locked on the tiger's every move while his mind raced for a solution. After several steps, his back hit a large tree. There was nowhere left to retreat. The tiger crouched again, muscles coiling, ready to launch its fatal strike. At that moment, the faint laughter and chatter of village women drifted up from the foot of the mountain. The wild vegetable gatherers were approaching the base of the mountain. If the tiger charged down the mountain, now the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Mu's grip tightened on the rifle, his finger resting on the trigger. Yunus and Raju's faces flashing through his mind. He drew a deep breath, one single thought burning in his mind. He could not retreat. The tiger moved. Xiao Mu moved too. The mountain wind howled, whipping the forest into a roaring rustle. Xiao Mu stood beside a protruding rock, his palms slick with sweat. He was close enough to the tiger to make out the dried blood scabs crusted on its whiskers. The beast was far bigger than he had imagined. Its shoulders and back rose in a high arch, its limbs were thick and powerful, and its coat was so matted with grime that its original color was impossible to tell. A chunk was missing from its left ear, revealing a dark red scar. It had stopped roaring, just hanging its head low, its amber eyes boring into Xiao Mu. From deep in its throat came a relentless, raspy gurgle, like air wheezing out of a cracked bellows. Xiao Mu's hands were shaking. He told himself desperately to stay calm, but his body wouldn't listen. His calves were trembling like a sieve rattling grain. A flood of thoughts flashed through his mind. Run. He'd never outrun it. Climb a tree. Tigers could climb too. Play dead. That was just a trick for fools. At that moment, voices drifted faintly up from the foot of the mountain. A woman was laughing and chatting, another calling someone's name. The sounds were faint, broken up by the wind, but Xiao Mu had keen ears. He caught them clearly. Don't come up. Don't come up. He screamed in his heart. Sweat ran down his brow and stung his eyes. It was too late. The tiger heard it too. Its ears flicked, its attention scattering for a split second. Xiao Mu gritted his teeth and raised the crossbow. He had thrown this crossbow together overnight 2 days ago. Bamboo limbs, hemp cord for the string. It was good enough to bag a rabbit or a pheasant. Against a tiger, he knew all too well, it would be about as much use as scratching an itch. But there was no other choice now. He pulled the trigger. Twang, the bolt shot out. It missed. The arrow skimmed past the tiger's shoulder and thudded into the tree trunk behind its tail, feathers quivering with a dull buzz. The tiger was enraged. It let out a thunderous roar that made Xiao Mu's eardrums ache, and the birds in the forest burst into the air all at once like a black cloud. The tiger kicked off its hind legs, its massive body soaring through the air straight toward Xiao Mu. He dodged aside on instinct, but his foot landed on the soft, loose leaves, and he stumbled, losing his balance. The tiger's claws tore past his shoulder, ripping a gash in his cloth shirt. Then the several hundred gene body slammed into him full and square. Xiao Mu felt as though he had been hit by a horse at full gallop. His whole body was hurled through the air, his back smashing against a protruding rock. The back of his head cracked against the stone. Darkness flooded his vision, and his ears rang with a piercing buzz. Before he could even feel the pain, the tiger's jaws were already crunching down. A burning agony exploded through his right shoulder. The feeling of being pierced by a sharp blade and crushed by iron pincers, and it snapped Xiao Mu awake from his daze in an instant. The pain nearly made him shriek. His teeth ground together, tears and cold sweat rushing out together. The tiger's fangs were embedded in his shoulder, and the smell of blood filled the air. In that split second between life and death, Xiao Mu slammed his consciousness into the system storage. A rough-hewn hunting rifle appeared in his left hand. The barrel was short, the wooden stock crude and rough enough to prick his hand, but it was heavy and solid with a single round loaded inside. It was from the novice gift pack. He had planned to keep it as his hidden trump card, never expecting to burn through it so soon. Xiao Mu pressed the muzzle against the tiger's belly and squeezed the trigger. Boom! The gunshot burst through the forest like a muffled thunderclap. The acrid smoke made Xiao Mu cough violently, and his ears rang so loudly that he couldn't hear a thing. The tiger's body went rigid, and its jaws relaxed their grip on his shoulder. It let out a short dog-like whimper, then its entire body went limp and collapsed onto Xiao Mu, so heavy that he could scarcely breathe. Warm blood gushed from the tiger's belly, running down Xiao Mu's chest, and arms quickly staining half of his body red. Xiao Mu lay on his back, gulping down air. His chest heaved violently, and his heart hammered as though it would leap out of his throat. The tiger's warmth was still there. He could even feel the last few beats of its heart coming through the body pressed on top of him. He froze for a few seconds, then shoved the tiger off with all his might. The tiger rolled onto its side, a fist-sized wound in its belly still seeping blood. Ding! The system's voice rang out in his mind, crisp and clear as if nothing at all had happened. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, Slay the Fierce Tiger. Reward 200 points. The basic shop is now open. The host can exchange points for various items. Currently available categories: daily necessities, basic tools, and basic provisions. Please spend responsibly. Xiao Mu didn't rush to check the shop. He first looked down to examine his shoulder. His clothes had been bitten through deep tooth marks pressed into the flesh, blood seeping out, but fortunately the bone was unharmed. He touched the back of his head again. His hand came away sticky with blood. A gash had been cut into his scalp, but it wasn't too deep. All right, still alive, he said to himself in a hoarse voice. His consciousness sank into the system interface. Total points, 320. The shop's shelves were arrayed in rows. Needle and thread towels, toothbrushes and toothpaste, kitchen knives, scissors, iron woks, salt, sugar, flour. All basic, everyday goods. But the prices were far from cheap. A plain towel cost 20 points, a bag of flour 50. Isn't this too expensive? Xiao Mu complained inwardly. Host, please understand, the system's voice replied unhurried. This system provides cross-dimensional goods, and the shipping costs are extremely high. The pricing is already the optimal option. The host can earn points by completing quests, building reputation, expanding influence, and many other ways. As your level rises, exchange discounts will increase as well. Xiao Mu rolled his eyes and didn't bicker with the system further. He had no mind to quibble over such things right now. There were more pressing matters to handle. He struggled to his feet, his right shoulder hurting so much that he gasped cold air. The tiger's corpse lay across the ground. He tried to drag it. It was far too heavy, at least 200 gene. There was no moving it. Xiao Mu pulled out the small knife at his waist, crouched down, and deftly worked on the tiger's wound. Not to butcher the kill, but to disguise the gunshot. The hole left by the rifle was too regular, not something any weapon of this era could produce. He shredded the flesh around the wound, then smeared it with mud and blood, making it look like it had been stabbed over and over with a sharp blade. He had barely finished when jumbled footsteps and shouts came from the mountain trail. Xiao Mu, Brother Mu, where are you? It was a young woman's piercing voice, clearly choked with tears. Xiao Mu leaned back against the rock, returned the rifle to the system storage, closed his eyes, and put on a look of limp exhaustion. Wang Xiao was the first to come running up. Her face was slick with sweat, stray strands of hair plastered to her cheeks. Her eyes were red and still damp, tears clung to her lashes. She ran up the slope panting, and when she saw the blood on the ground and the huge dead tiger, she froze, her steps faltering. Then she rushed to Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu, you're hurt. She crouched down, flustered, reaching to steady him. Xiao Mu opened his eyes and waved a hand. It's fine. It's not my blood. He pointed at the tiger beside him. It's the tiger's blood. Wang Xiao followed his finger and finally got a good look at the beast. Half a person tall, sprawled on the ground like a young calf, the wound on its body still seeping blood. She drew a sharp breath, her face paling a few shades, but she didn't scream like the women who had followed her up the slope. You killed it by yourself. Wang Xiao's voice trembled. Just lucky. Xiao Mu pushed himself up against the rock, patting the dust off his clothes. The movement pulled at the wound on his right shoulder, and the corner of his mouth twitched in pain, but he swallowed the suffering and said nothing. The people behind them arrived one after another. 5 or 6 women, plus a half-grown lad, every one of them flushed from running and panting hard. At the sight of the dead tiger, some covered their mouths, some cried out in alarm, and one simply went weak in the knees and sat down right where she stood. Good heavens, such a huge tiger. Xiao Mu killed it. Him alone. Look at him, drenched in blood. He's definitely hurt. The voices erupted around Xiao Mu in a flurry. Someone reached out to help him, someone passed him a water skin, and someone else turned and hurried back down the mountain to fetch people. The noise gave Xiao Mu a headache. He raised his uninjured left hand to quiet everyone. All right, that's enough. Stop the noise. First, I'm fine, just flesh wounds. Second, this tiger has to be carried down. Who has a flatbed cart? We do. I do. A woman surnamed Li eagerly cut in. I'll go right now and have my husband push it over. I'll go back and get more people too. This tiger is too heavy for one man to carry. Brother Mu, sit still and don't move. Don't make the wound worse. The women dispersed in a chatter, several heading back to spread the news, and the rest gathering around Xiao Mu. Some offering water, some tearing cloth to bandage his shoulder. Wang Xiao crouched beside him, not saying a word, head hung low. Xiao Mu glanced at her from above and saw her hands wringing together, her knuckles white, the tip of her nose red. You've been crying? Xiao Mu asked. No, Wang Xiao said in a muffled voice, refusing to look up. A woman next to them chimed in. How could she not? The tears started as soon as she heard the tiger's roar. She wept the whole way here, and we couldn't stop her. Auntie, stop it. Wang Xiao, flustered, lifted her head and shot the woman a glare, her eyes turning red again. Xiao Mu looked at her, let out a sigh, and gently patted her on the head as if coaxing a child. All right, stop crying. Aren't I just fine? Wang Xiao turned her face away, wiping her eyes hard with her sleeve, saying nothing. After a while, someone noticed the pheasants and wild rabbits scattered on the ground. Hey, this rabbit's not small. And there's pheasants too. Xiao Mu answered casually, I caught them on the front mountain this morning. The tiger came out of the deep woods and drove all the game to the front slopes, so there was an unusual amount of prey in the woods today. Well then, you've made a fortune. A tiger and wild rabbits to boot. Xiao Mu smiled and didn't answer. The way down the mountain wasn't easy to walk. The tiger was too heavy. In the end, several men from the village took turns carrying it down on their shoulders. Xiao Mu walked on ahead, carrying a few of the wild rabbits and pheasants himself. Wang Xiao was determined to stay by his side, every so often asking if his wound hurt, trying to help hold the game in his hands. Even after he refused her several times, she wouldn't leave. When they reached the village entrance, nearly half the village had turned out. Children perched on the walls to watch. Adults stood along the road, pointing and remarking, voices swirling in a rising tide. Xiao Mu killed a tiger. Really? Just look at that. So big. If that's not a tiger, what is it? This lad's really something. Didn't he used to not even dare kill a chicken? Xiao Mu lowered his head and quickened his steps, unwilling to be gawked at. He pushed open the courtyard gate. Yunyang and Ruozhu were standing in the yard, one hanging clothes out to dry, the other picking vegetables. Seeing him walk and drenched in blood, the wooden basin in Yunyang's hand clattered to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Husband. She rushed over, her hands reaching out, but not daring to touch him, eyes wide and lips trembling. You, what happened to you? Where are you hurt? Ruozhu rushed over too, looking him over from head to toe. She saw the chewed-up sleeve on his right shoulder, and the dried blood, and tears began to fall in drops. It's nothing, just a flesh wound. The tiger bit me. Xiao Mu put down the game in his hands and steered both of them into the house with his left arm. Don't cry, don't cry. I'm really all right. Go heat up some water, wash my wounds, apply some medicine, and that'll be the end of it. Yunyang came to her senses, turned, and hurried into the kitchen. Ruozhu wiped her tears and followed to help. Xiao Mu sat by himself on the stone block in the yard. He looked down at his blood-soaked clothes, then at the 9 bullets left in the system storage, and the 320 points, and let out a long, slow breath. He tilted his head toward the sunset glow at the edge of the sky, and a smile slowly crept across his lips. This ordeal at least had been passed. From the distance came the village chief's messenger, shouting for him to come discuss how to handle the tiger's skin. Xiao Mu called back an answer, got up, and walked toward the kitchen. He needed to wash all that blood off himself first. Dusk spread down from the mountaintops like a thin gauze, dyeing the whole sky a deep orange. The mountain path wound into the distance, and a few figures were making their way down the slope, their footsteps crunching against loose stones with a rattling sound. Xiao Mu walked at the front. The tiger's carcass, bound with thick ropes to a wooden pole, was carried by several men, one in front and one behind, swaying heavily with every step. He carried the hares and pheasants himself. The wound on his right shoulder still ached dully, but his stride was steady enough. Before he reached the foot of the mountain, he saw a crowd hurrying toward him. The village head was at the very front. On ordinary days, the old man hobbled along with his cane, gasping at every third step, but today, he seemed to have an inexhaustible burst of energy, striding so briskly that the cane thumped loudly against the dirt. His gray beard was blown askew by the mountain wind, and his cloudy eyes gleamed bright. From far off, he bellowed, Brother Mo, Brother Mo. As he drew close, he grabbed Xiao Mu's arm and looked him up and down, then glanced at the dead tiger on the wooden pole. His eyes reddened, and he gave Xiao Mu's shoulder a firm pat. Good lad. After all these years, our Shurtsuan village has finally produced a tiger-slaying hero. Xiao Mu's shoulder tilted under the pat. He clenched his teeth, said nothing, then cracked a grin. Grandpa, village head, go easy. My bones are still attached to my flesh. The village head froze for a moment, then burst into loud laughter that echoed through the valley. The villagers who had been following behind closed in around them. Some reached out to touch the tiger's fur, others crouched down to examine its claws, all chattering at once. Heavens, this tiger is enormous. It's half a man's height. Brother Mu, did you kill it all alone? Didn't you used to be afraid to kill even a chicken? What do you know? He was a scholar. He didn't take lives. But now things are different. He's married. Having a wife gives a man courage. Xiao Mu, surrounded in the middle, was battered by a wall of voices until his head throbbed. He raised his uninjured left hand to signal everyone to quiet down. Enough, enough, stop arguing. I killed the tiger by chance. It wasn't that I'm skilled, it was luck. Carry it back first. Tomorrow we still have to take it to the county office to collect the reward. Right, carry it back first. The village head waved his hand. Everybody give a hand, and carry the tiger to Xiao Mu's courtyard. Several sturdy laborers answered in assent, and carried the tiger onward. Xiao Mu tried to follow, but a few village aunties stopped him. Brother Mu, your wife is coming. Someone nodded toward the mountain path. Xiao Mu looked up and saw 2 familiar figures stumbling toward him along the road. Yunyang ran at the front, half her hair hanging loose, the hem of her skirt splattered with mud, and the lace on one of her cloth shoes undone, but she had no time to stop and tie it. Ruozhu followed behind, the tear tracks on her face still fresh, wiping her eyes with her sleeve as she ran. Husband. Ruozhu saw him first, her voice cracking shrilly. Before she even reached him, the tears were already streaming down her face. Yunyang ran up and seized Xiao Mu's sleeve, her hands shaking badly and looked him over. Her lips trembled for a long time before she finally forced out the words, "You. Where were you hurt?" Xiao Mu felt a surge of warmth in his heart and a twinge of pain as well. He reached out and wiped the tears from Raju's face, then patted Yunyang's shoulder. "It's nothing really. This blood is from the tiger, not mine." "Liar." Raju sobbed, pointing at his shoulder. "Your clothes are torn, and there's blood." Xiao Mu looked down. The sleeve over his right shoulder was indeed split open in a large gash, and the dried blood had glued the cloth to his skin. It looked frightening. He gave a wry smile. "Just a flesh wound. I scraped a bit of skin. Once I wash it and put on some medicine, it'll be fine." Yunyang said nothing, but her grip on his sleeve never loosened. The village head watched from the side and said with a chuckle, enough. "The important thing is that you're safe. Brother Mu, you all go back home and rest. I'll handle the tiger." Then he turned to Xiao Mu and lowered his voice. "Tomorrow when you go to the county office to hand over the tiger, who are you taking with you? By custom, those who go with you have to be fed a meal, and if you're sensible, you'll give them a small red envelope too. You decide." Xiao Mu thought for a moment. "You'll have to go, of course. Your words carry weight. Also bring Uncle Wang, he knows the city well and can help look after us on the road. Brother Tai and second brother Wang should come too. Brother Tai has plenty of strength and second brother Wang often sells animal hides. He knows the market." The village head nodded. "Fine, we'll do as you say. Gather at the village entrance early tomorrow morning." When Xiao Mu returned home, the bustle in the courtyard had not yet faded. The men who had helped carry the tiger set it down in a corner of the yard. Yunyang and Ruaju quickly brought out the leftover peanut brittle and malt candy, handing everyone a piece, while thanking them again and again. "Thank you for your hard work, big brothers. Have some candy to sweeten your mouths. Hey, this candy isn't cheap." One man took a piece, bit into it, and grinned. Well, Xiao Mu was lucky. He married a virtuous wife. The crowd scattered in high spirits, and the courtyard finally grew still. Xiao Mu plopped down onto a stone block and stared at the crossbow parts scattered on the ground. The bamboo slat was cracked, the string had snapped, and the wooden crossbow body had gone crooked. He picked it up and turned it over in his hands, then sighed. This would be a troublesome thing to repair, and it would cost him no little time. Yunyang came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of hot water and set it on the stone table beside him, saying softly, "Husband, have a drink of water first." Xiao Mu took the bowl and sipped, then suddenly asked, "What about the pheasant at home?" "It's shut up in the kitchen corner," Yunyang said. "I thought we could keep it to sell tomorrow. Selling it won't fetch much anyway." Xiao Mu shook his head. "Wild pheasant has no fat, so it won't sell for a good price. Better to stew it and eat it ourselves. You two are too thin, and so am I. We need to build up our strength." Ruaju poked her head out from the kitchen. Her eyes brightened for a moment, but then she hesitated. "But, if it can be traded for money, wouldn't it be a shame to eat it?" "A shame nothing." Xiao Mu waved his hand. "We can earn money later. If our bodies collapse, then nothing else matters. Listen to me, stew it." Yunyang and Ruaju exchanged glances, and the corners of their mouths lifted on their own. "All right, we'll do as you say." Yunyang turned and went into the kitchen to start a fire and boil water. Dinner was a little more substantial than the past few days. A handful of shredded pheasant meat had been stirred into the wild vegetable porridge. It was still watery, but at least it had a hint of meat and oil. The three of them sat around the small table, each holding a bowl. No one spoke, but the warmth between them was unmistakable. After the meal, Yunyang boiled a large pot of water, poured it into a wooden tub, and told Xiao Mu to soak away his weariness. Xiao Mu took off his outer clothes and carefully slipped into the water. As the hot water washed over his shoulder, he hissed in pain, but soon the warmth wrapped around him and settled into comfort. Yunyang stood beside him with a towel, intending to wash his back, but when she saw the deep tooth marks on his shoulder, her hand stopped, and her eyes slowly reddened. "And you said it was nothing?" Her voice was muffled, and tears slipped down her face with a soft patter into the wooden tub. Ruaju came over to look as well. When she saw the wounds oozing with blood, their edges already turning purple, she drew in a sharp breath, and her tears began to fall too. Their crying softened Xiao Mu's heart. He reached out and pinched Ruaju's cheek, then patted Yunyang's hand. Enough, don't cry. If you both keep crying, it'll be like rain. Hurry and fetch my clean clothes. If I soak in here too long, the wound will get infected." Only then did Yunyang wipe her tears away and turn to fetch the clothes. Ruaju crouched beside the wooden tub and handed him the towel, her eyes still red. After his bath, Xiao Mu changed into a set of clean coarse cloth clothes and sat in the courtyard to let his hair dry. The night breeze drifted in, carrying the damp smell of the courtyard soil and the scent of crops from the distant fields. Overhead, the stars lit up one by one, so thick and dense it looked as though someone had scattered a handful of broken rice across the sky. Yunyang brought over a small stool and sat beside him, sewing his shoe sole. Ruaju leaned against the doorframe, humming a nameless tune in a soft, low voice. In the corner of the courtyard, the dead tiger lay beneath the moonlight like an enormous shadow. Xiao Mu looked at it and suddenly smiled. Tomorrow he would take it to the county office, receive the reward, and be able to trade it for a good amount of grain and seeds. The blacksmith shop could finally be opened as well. At last, life seemed to be showing a little light. Yunyang raised her head and saw the smile at the corner of his mouth. "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Xiao Mu turned back and looked at the two quiet faces in the lamplight. An indescribable calm rose up from deep inside him. I was thinking about tomorrow's trip to the county town, he said. What do you two want? I'll bring it back for you. We don't want anything. Yunyang lowered her head and continued sewing the shoe sole. As long as you come home safe, that's enough. Ruaju thought for a moment, then said, then I want a piece of candy. The kind wrapped in paper. I saw it in town last time, but I couldn't bear to buy it. All right, I'll buy you 2 pieces. Thank you, husband. Ruaju smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. The night deepened. The chirping of insects rose in waves as if accompanying the quiet little courtyard. As Xiao Mu lay in bed, his right shoulder still ached dully, but he turned over and soon sank into a deep, dreamless sleep. Tomorrow there was still much to be done. The next morning sunlight streamed through the paper window, casting bright patches of light on the floor. Xiao Mu was still asleep, dreaming of steaming hot meat buns, when a robust shout from outside the door yanked him out of his dream. Xiao Mu, get up. Everyone's waiting. It was the village chief's voice, so forceful that it made ears ring even through the courtyard wall. Xiao Mu snapped, his eyes open, froze for a moment, and then remembered they were going to town today. He sat up in bed and stretched his joints, crackling in a series of pops. Turning his head, he saw that Yunyang and Ruaju had also been woken. The two were rubbing their eyes with disheveled hair like little rabbits just hauled out of their burrow. It's nothing, just the village chief and the others, Xiao Mu said in a low voice, smiling. I'm heading to the county town now. I probably won't be back tonight. Eat well, all of you. It's still early, so go back to sleep. He dressed quickly, went to the yard, scooped up half a gourd of water, and splashed his face carelessly. The cold water sent a jolt through him, and every trace of drowsiness vanished. Outside the courtyard gate, the village chief, Uncle Wang, Brother Tai, and Wang Er had already been waiting for quite a while. The tiger's carcass had been loaded onto the ox cart and bound tightly with hemp ropes. Its pelt gleamed dark yellow in the morning light. Even in death it still looked majestic. Uncle Wang stood at the front of the cart, stroking the old ox's neck. The ox slowly flicked its tail, chewing something in its mouth. Finally out. We've been waiting for you. The village chief called out, beckoning with a chuckle. Xiao Mu scratched his head sheepishly and climbed onto the cart. With a shout from Uncle Wang, the old ox set off, the cart wheels creaking as they rolled slowly toward the county town. Along the way the group chatted idly. Brother Mu, did you sleep well last night? Wang Er asked with a knowing look, his tone teasing. Not bad, except someone snoring woke me up twice. Xiao Mu shot him a glance. Wang Er gave an awkward chuckle and quieted down. Brother Tai added the finishing jab. He means you, Wang Er. Your snoring last night could be heard through 2 walls. Everyone burst out laughing. The village chief sat at the front of the cart, eyes narrowed as he smoked his pipe, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Amid the laughter and talk, the ox cart passed several villages. Xiao Mu noticed more abandoned, crumbling houses along the road. Some with collapsed roofs, some with fallen walls, their courtyards overgrown with withered weeds. Occasionally a few stray dogs could be seen digging at the dirt mounds, so skinny that their ribs stuck out one by one. Hearing the cart, they scurried far away. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow, but said nothing. These are hard times. Uncle Wang sighed and followed Xiao Mu's gaze. Over the past 2 years, many households have moved away. Some went to other places to make a living, and some. He didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood. The ox cart continued onward, its wheels grinding over the yellow earth road and churning up dust. By the time they reached the Barbican, it was almost noon. The city wall bore several new scars since the last time they had seen it. Black scorch marks from fire stained its base, and the wooden beams above the city gate had been replaced with new ones, their color a shade lighter than the old wood. The soldiers guarding the city were twice as numerous as before, all grim-faced, and scanning the people coming and going with wary eyes. Xiao Mu's ox cart carrying a tiger was far too conspicuous. They were noticed even before entering the city. Once inside the city, they drew a crowd. Look, what a huge tiger. These hunters are truly something. This tiger must weigh at least 300 caddies, right? Come on, it's not 300 caddies. It's a little over 200. The crowd behind the ox cart kept growing, blocking half the street. Wang Er sat on the cart with his back straight as a board, unable to hide the pride on his face. He looked as if he wanted to announce to the entire city that they were the ones who had taken down the tiger. The village chief paid no attention to the onlookers and directed Uncle Wang to drive the cart to the entrance of the government office. Seeing such a spectacle, the guards at the gate were taken aback for a moment before going inside to report. Before long, a middle-aged man in a gray scholar's robe with a goatee came out, the county registrar. He walked 2 circles around the cart, carefully examining the tiger's fur, build, and wounds. Nodding, he took a dagger from his chest, crouched down, and cut off the tiger's tongue. This was the official procedure for inspection. You brave hunters have worked hard. The registrar stood up, brushed the dust from his hands, and had someone bring out a wooden box which he handed to Xiao Mu. According to the bounty, 200 strings of cash. Please keep it safe. Xiao Mu took it with both hands. It was heavy, and the copper coins at the bottom of the box clinked and clattered. Thank you, registrar. A few steps out of the government office, a group of fur merchants blocked their way. Gentlemen, is this tiger for sale? A portly man in a silk robe squeezed to the front and asked with a beaming smile. Wang Er stepped forward. As the one among them who knew the market best, he took the lead. Without hesitation, it's for sale. What's your offer? The fat man stroked the tiger's pelt and pondered for a moment. 300 strings. 300 strings. Wang Er laughed, stressing the word 3 heavily. That price shows no sincerity at all. Take a look at this tiger. Just one wound on the belly, such a beautiful coat, and such a size. The ones you usually buy, which of them isn't riddled with holes? Then what's your price? The fat man's smile dimmed. 800 strings. The surrounding crowd buzzed. 800 strings. That's too outrageous. Exactly. No matter how precious a tiger is, it can't be worth that much. Wang Er said unhurriedly, this tiger is not the same as the ones you usually buy. Take a look for yourselves. Isn't this the finest quality? 800 strings, not 1 coin less. The fur merchants huddled together and muttered among themselves. A few stepped forward to feel the pelt and examine the wound, bargaining back and forth with Wang Er. After nearly half an hour of haggling, the fat man finally gritted his teeth. 777 strings, not 1 more. Wang Er glanced back at Xiao Mu, who gave a slight nod. All right, deal. With too many copper coins to carry easily, they went to the money exchange and converted the coins into silver. The 970 strings were exchanged for more than 900 taels of silver. The gleaming white silver felt heavy in the hand. Wang Er weighed it in his palm, his eyes lighting up. Brother Mu, we're rich. Rich. This is barely the beginning. Xiao Mu smiled and tied the money pouch shut. By the time they left the money exchange, it was almost dark. The setting sun hung above the city wall, dyeing the whole street orange red. We can't make it back tonight. Let's find a place to stay and leave tomorrow morning, Xiao Mu said. No one objected. They found a decent-looking inn with 2 red lanterns hanging at the entrance and a rather imposing facade. As Xiao Mu was about to go in, the waiter at the door gave them a once-over, and the smile on his face faded. Gentlemen, our humble inn is fully booked today. Perhaps you could try another place. Xiao Mu glanced at him, then at the empty tables inside the hall, and said nothing. Wang Er, quick-tempered, exploded on the spot. Fully booked. Are you lying through your teeth? Aren't there empty tables in there? The waiter curled his lip and said in a quietly snide tone, those are reserved for honored guests. You. Wang Er rolled up his sleeves and made to barge in. What's going on? What's going on? A middle-aged man in a silk brocade robe came out from behind the counter. The innkeeper. He looked at the waiter, then at Xiao Mu and the others. His brow knitted briefly before smoothing into a smile. Ergo, what's the matter with you? A guest is a guest. What's the logic in turning people away? Innkeeper, that's enough, that's enough. Get back. The innkeeper waved his hand, turned to Xiao Mu, and gave a slight bow. Gentlemen, my apologies. The local help doesn't know manners. Please come in, please come in. Xiao Mu nodded and led the others into the inn. Innkeeper, bring a few of your signature dishes and open several rooms, Xiao Mu said. Coming right up. The innkeeper replied, turning to instruct the kitchen. The waiter grudgingly poured tea for them and then stepped aside. The village chief whispered, Brother Mu, there's no need for so many rooms. The 4 of us can squeeze together and save money. It's fine, Grandpa Chief. We're happy today, so don't scrimp. Xiao Mu waved his hand. You and Uncle Wang take 1 room, Brother Tai, and Wang Er another, and I'll take 1 myself. The village chief opened his mouth, but seeing that Xiao Mu's mind was made up, he didn't insist. Dinner was served. In this era, there were no stir-fried dishes. The meal was simply meat soup stewed in a big pot, served with a basket of coarse flour-steamed buns. Scallion slices and thin swirls of oil floated in the soup. The buns were plump, and every bite was solid and satisfying. The group, hungry after a long day, wolfed down their food. So delicious. Wang Er mumbled with his mouth full of bun. Xiao Mu took a sip of soup and smiled. More than 100 coins had been spent, and Wang Er grumbled about the expense, though he hadn't held back at all when it came to eating the meat. Early the next morning, Xiao Mu got up at dawn. From his money pouch, he counted out several strings of copper coins, cut some red paper into small packets, and filled them one by one. At breakfast, he handed the red packets to the others. Brother Mu, what's this? Wang Er took the red packet and turned it over and over. Open it and see. Wang Er tore it open, and his eyes went wide. This. 1 full string. Brother Tai opened his as well, froze, and opened his mouth without finding words. The village chief pushed the red packet back, his face serious. Brother Mu, I can't take this money. Yesterday's food and lodging already cost you a lot, and now you're giving red packets today. This makes us feel truly uneasy. Grandpa Chief, don't refuse. Xiao Mu pressed the red packet into his hand, again his tone sincere. If you hadn't helped me this time, how could I have managed so much on my own? Wang Er helped bargain Brother Tai, and Uncle Wang helped carry the tiger, and you elder chief ran back and forth helping all the way. I remember it all in my heart. He paused, then added, though I Xiao Mu am a scholar, I understand the principle of repaying kindness. If you don't accept this small token, it means you're looking down on me. The others exchanged glances, then all looked at the village chief. The old chief sighed, tucked the red packet into his robe, and patted Xiao Mu on the shoulder. Fine, then we won't refuse. If you have any work at home in the future, just say the word. Everyone will come and help. Of course, Xiao Mu said with a smile. After breakfast, they packed up and rode the ox cart back. The old ox ambled along, the wheels creaked, and the sun shone warm and bright. Wang Er leaned against the cart rail, humming an unknown tune, clutching the red packet in his hand. The smile on his face never faded. Xiao Mu leaned against the back of the cart, narrowed his eyes, and gazed toward the distant Daqing mountains. Once they returned, the blacksmith shop could be repaired. He could buy more seeds, renovate the courtyard, and fetch the looms for Yunyang and Ruozhou. Life at last had gotten off to a good start. After bidding farewell to the village chief and the others in the county town, Xiao Mu parted ways with them, each heading off toward a different part of the market. Behind him the crowd was still a surging sea of noise, the cries of vendors, the haggling of customers, and the wailing of children all mingled together like a pot of boiling mixed grain porridge. Xiao Mu took a deep breath and stepped into the crowd. Just a few steps and a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, the host has been detected inside the city. New mission issued: brew liquor and sell it. Reward upon completion 200 points. Xiao Mu paused mid-stride, the corner of his mouth curling up involuntarily. This system certainly had a knack for timing. Silent all day yesterday, yet it popped up the moment he entered the city. He mentally calculated that he needed to get moving on the brewing, and once he met the village chief, he would first ask about the permit. For now, the most important thing was to buy all the necessities. Xiao Mu rolled up his sleeves and plunged into the market. At the grain shop, he crouched beside the large vat of rice, grabbed a handful of grain, rubbed it in his palm, then bit open a few kernels of wheat to inspect the quality. The shopkeeper stood nearby, watching him choose carefully. He did not urge him, only waited with a smiling face. Xiao Mu spent over an hour selecting and finally bought over 100 jin of grain, some rice, some wheat, and some sorghum, all plump full grains without the slightest trace of mold. Leaving the grain shop, he turned into the liquor shop at the end of the street. The shop was not large, with several rows of coarse earthen jars neatly arranged on wooden shelves sealed with red cloth. A faint aroma of liquor hung in the air, not overpowering with the sweet fragrance of fermented grain. Xiao Mu asked the shopkeeper to open a jar. He leaned in to smell it, then dipped his finger in for a taste. Low in alcohol, slightly sweet on the palate, much like the rice wine of a later era. The liquor of this era was brewed purely from grain with nothing blended in, so it did not go to the head, yet neither was it particularly strong. Xiao Mu ordered 30 jars. The shopkeeper was beaming so widely he could hardly close his mouth, helped load the jars onto the flatbed cart, then threw in 2 extra jars as a bonus. Next came the sundry shop. Xiao Mu walked around the shop twice and selected some lime-fine gauze earthen jars and a few bamboo tubes. Seeing such an odd assortment, the shopkeeper could not help asking, "Sir, what kind of trade are you planning?" Xiao Mu smiled. "Just tinkering around." The purchases kept piling up until a small mountain stood at his feet. Looking at the goods, Xiao Mu frowned. Uncle Wang's ox cart alone would never be able to haul it all back. He thought for a moment, made some inquiries, and found an escort agency in the city. The courtyard was not small. Several bare-chested escort guards were practicing boxing there. When they saw someone enter, one stopped, wiped the sweat from his face, and walked over. Xiao Mu explained his purpose to the head escort, and after they settled on a price, the head escort thumped his chest in assurance. "Don't worry. I guarantee every item will be delivered to your door." With the cargo matter resolved, Xiao Mu let out a relieved breath, and his steps grew lighter. He turned into a narrow alley lined with stalls selling all kinds of sundries and snacks. When he passed a cosmetics stall, he stopped and looked for a long while. The owner, a woman in her 40s, saw that he was interested and enthusiastically called out, "Brother, buying this for your wife. Our rouge is the best in town. Here, smell it." Xiao Mu picked out several boxes of pale, elegant colors and bought 2 boxes of powder as well. The woman kept chattering on recommending this and that, but he pretended not to hear, paid, and left. When he passed a fabric shop, he turned inside again. He bought a few chi of cotton cloth, a length of slate gray, and a length of pale blue, enough for 2 sets of clothes. He then noticed several bolts of silk satin on the counter, their patterns exquisite and their textures silky smooth. Xiao Mu hesitated but still bought a small piece. It was not much fabric, but it should be enough for 2 close-fitting undergarments. After wandering for most of the day, he had only a few hundred copper coins left in his money pouch. Xiao Mu weighed it in his hand and felt a strange sense of relief. Money spent was money after all. In one's hand, it was just a pile of metal. Around noon, the group met at the city gate. Wang Er carried a bulging cloth bundle of unknown contents, a smile on his face. Brother Tai carried a sack of coarse grain on his shoulder. Uncle Wang led the ox cart, and the village chief leaned on his cane. All of them looked travel-worn. Xiao Mu waved them into a small roadside restaurant and ordered a few hot dishes and 2 baskets of steamed buns. The dishes came quickly, piping hot, and the group wolfed them down greedily. After the meal, the escort agency's people also arrived with several flatbed carts loaded with goods following behind the ox cart. Xiao Mu climbed onto the cart, leaned against the grain sacks, and narrowed his eyes to soak up the sun. The cart swayed gently, and he nearly fell asleep. As they left the city, a figure was squatting at the foot of the city wall, cracking melon seeds. When he saw Xiao Mu's convoy, his hands paused, and his eyes narrowed into slits. Melon seed shells fell from the corner of his mouth and clung to his lapel, but he paid no attention. He simply stared straight at the departing convoy, a slow grin spreading across his face to reveal a row of yellow teeth. It was none other than Zhang Hong. He tossed the melon seeds in his hand to the ground, patted his backside, stood up, turned, and walked along a fork in the road outside the city. His steps were quick and light, as if he was afraid of losing track of something, and before long, he vanished into the trees beside the road. Without the tiger pressing it down, the ox cart moved far more briskly. Wheels rolled over the dirt road, sending up a trail of dust. The old ox flicked its tail, ambling neither fast nor slow. Xiao Mu sat beside the village chief, leaning against the grain sacks. He seized a moment and lowered his voice. Grandpa Village Chief, has that liquor selling permit I mentioned before been approved? The village chief was puffing on a long-stemmed pipe. Hearing this, he tapped out the pipe bowl, took a piece of paper folded several times from his clothes, and handed it over. It was done long ago. I was waiting for you to ask. Xiao Mu took it with both hands and unfolded it. The paper bore a bright red official seal and neat handwriting to the effect that Xiao Mu of Shur Village was permitted to brew and sell liquor himself and pay taxes according to law, and so on. He read it over, folded it carefully, and tucked it close to his body. Thank you, Grandpa Village Chief. What's there to thank? The village chief waved his hand, beaming. It's a good thing that you're thinking of an honest livelihood. Work hard and don't bring shame to our Shur Village. Xiao Mu nodded and said nothing more. The cart swayed on down the road. The fields on both sides were a withered yellow with an occasional low earthen house sending up a thin wisp of cooking smoke from its chimney. By the time dusk fell, the convoy finally reached the entrance of the village. From afar, Xiao Mu saw two familiar figures standing under the old locust tree, craning their necks toward the road. Yun Yang and Ruozhu each wore an old garment washed pale. The evening breeze had slightly tousled their hair, yet the anticipation on their faces could not be hidden. Husband is back. Ruozhu, sharp-eyed, was the first to spot him. She took Yun Yang's hand and rushed forward to greet him. Xiao Mu jumped off the ox cart, brushed the dust from his clothes, and took a cloth bundle from inside his robe, holding it out to the two women with a smile. Open it and see. The two women exchanged a glance and untied the bundle with curiosity. Inside were several boxes of rouge and powder wrapped in oiled paper, along with a few silk flowers in soft, delicate pink. Wow! Ruozhu's eyes lit up instantly. She picked up a box of rouge, opened the lid, and sniffed it. How fragrant! Yun Yang also took a silk flower and turned it over and over, unable to hide the smile at the corners of her lips. Happy already? Xiao Mu pointed at the flat carts behind them. Look what else is on those carts. The two women followed his finger and only then noticed several more carts loaded to the brim. Grain, liquor jars, cloth, and pots and jars of every sort were piled up like a small mountain. Husband, why did you buy so much? Yun Yang asked in astonishment. It's not often we get to town, so I stocked up. Xiao Mu said casually, then took out a brocade box from his robe and opened the lid. I saw this while shopping, thought it was pretty, and bought it on a whim. In the box lay two wooden hairpins made of peachwood, rosy and soft in color. The hairpin heads were carved into little rabbits, their ears leaning slightly forward, as if listening for something. Two smooth, round wooden beads were set in as eyes, the delicate, wood grain clearly visible. The workmanship was not particularly refined, but the hairpins had a clumsy, endearing charm. The two women's eyes were instantly hooked by the hairpins, unable to look away for a long while. Xiao Mu picked one up, went behind Yun Yang, and clumsily tried to pin it into her hairband, but he had no idea how. After a flustered fumble that nearly sent the hairpin dropping to the ground, the onlookers burst into good-natured laughter. Xiao Mu, don't pull the girl's hair apart, Wang Xiao's mother said with a laugh as she walked over and took the hairpin from Xiao Mu. She fixed it into Yun Yang's hair in a few deft motions, then helped Ruozhu put on one as well. The two women stood together, each wearing a rabbit hairpin, their cheeks tinted a lovely pink by the rouge. Aunt Zhang leaned in and asked curiously, Xiao Mu, what are you buying so much grain for? You couldn't eat all that even for New Year. Xiao Mu did not hide his intentions and said frankly, I'm planning to brew some liquor and try my hand at it. Brewing liquor? When did you learn that skill? Aunt Zhang asked, astonished. I read about it in a book and thought I'd give it a try. Xiao Mu replied with a smile and offered no further explanation. The head escort walked over and asked courteously, Boss Xiao, where shall we unload these goods? Please deliver them to my home. Just follow me. Xiao Mu took Yun Yang's hand in one hand and Ruozhu's in the other and led the convoy homeward. Behind them, the villagers were still discussing in animated voices, some envying Xiao Mu's fortune, some curious about the brewing, and some remarking that the young man had changed so much he seemed a different person. Back at home, everyone pitched in to unload the goods. The grain was stacked under the ox shed, the liquor jars lined up against the wall, and the cloth and sundries carried into the house. Xiao Mu poured water for the escort guards and pressed a few copper coins into each one's hand as a token of thanks. They expressed their gratitude and drove off. The courtyard finally fell quiet. Xiao Mu crouched in front of the ox shed, staring blankly at the pile of grain. Rice, wheat, and sorghum were stacked in orderly rows, gleaming faintly under the moonlight. He was mentally weighing the brewing method. In his previous life, he had watched some tutorials on rustic homemade brewing, and he still remembered the general steps. But when it came to actually doing it, he would probably need a few tries. Just as he was thinking, Ruozhu poked her head out of the house. Husband, it's already late. Time to rest. Xiao Mu answered, stood up, and brushed the dirt off his knees. Go heat some water first. I'll wash up and come in. I've been running around all day, and I'm covered in dust. Ruozhu acknowledged and drew back inside. Before long, the crackling of burning firewood began to sound from the kitchen. Xiao Mu stood in the courtyard a while longer, staring blankly at the stars overhead before turning and going inside. The hot water was ready and poured into the wooden tub. Steam rose thickly, veiling the whole main room in a thin white mist. Xiao Mu took off his outer robe and eased himself into the tub. The warm water wrapped around his body, washing away the day's weariness, and even the spaces between his bones felt thoroughly comfortable. He closed his eyes, leaned against the rim of the tub, and let out a long breath. Yun-yang stood beside the tub, towel in hand, gently wiping his back. Ruozhu crouched by the tub, ladling in hot water a scoop at a time. Neither woman spoke, their movements soft as if afraid of disturbing his rest. Enjoying the comfort of their care, Xiao Mu could not help sighing. Having you two by my side is a blessing I cultivated over several lifetimes. Yun-yang's hand paused and the tips of her ears flushed lightly, but she said nothing. Ruozhu lowered her head, the corners of her mouth curving upward, and poured the hot water even more slowly. Just at that tender moment, a dull thud suddenly came from the courtyard, as though something heavy had fallen from a height. Xiao Mu's eyes snapped open, all trace of laziness gone in an instant. He pricked up his ears and once again heard faint murmuring, not loud but unusually clear in the silent night. It was a man's voice. He made a shushing gesture to the two women, then slipped quietly out of the wooden tub, dried himself quickly, and pulled on his outer robe. Yun-yang and Ruozhu also sensed something wrong. Their faces turned pale, and they huddled close together. Xiao Mu walked to the window and peered out by the moonlight. By the cowshed in the yard, two figures were crouching on the ground, rummaging through something. One was thin and small, the other bald-headed. By the moonlight he could make out their faces. It was Zhang Heng and an unfamiliar man. Damn, Zhang Heng, you weren't wrong. This Xiao Mu really is loaded. The bald man lowered his voice, unable to hide his excitement. So much grain. This can fetch a good price. That's nothing yet. Zhang Heng's voice carried smugness. He killed a tiger and sold it for nearly 1,000 strings of cash, plus a reward besides. What's a little grain compared to that? 1,000 strings. The bald man stopped what he was doing and looked up, his eyes glinting with greed in the moonlight. Don't you dare try to fool me. Why would I lie to you? The whole town is talking about it. And there's more. Zhang Heng lowered his voice further with a lecherous tone. He's also got 2 wives and they're real lookers. Curvy in all the right places. Haha. The bald man laughed, the sound like rusted iron scraping, making one's skin crawl. Xiao Mu's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked and the veins at his temples throbbed. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time to charge out. The crossbow was still broken and going at 2 men barehanded, one of them a hardened bandit, wasn't good odds. He glanced back at Yun-yang and Ruozhu. Both women were deathly pale. Yun-yang bit her lip, Ruozhu's eyes were already red. Yet neither made a sound, both clamping their hands tightly over their mouths. Xiao Mu spoke in a low, hurried whisper. When I tell you to run, run outside and call for help. Don't look back. Understood. The 2 women nodded desperately. Xiao Mu scanned the room, his gaze landing on a wooden block behind the door, the one he usually used for splitting firewood. Solid, elm heavy in the hand. He grabbed the wooden block and crept to the door, pressing himself sideways against the wall, straining his ears for sounds outside. Footsteps drew closer. Second Chief, shall we go in and take a look? It was Zhang Heng's voice, just a few steps outside the door. You go first. The bald man's tone was commanding. The door bolt was nudged softly, making a faint click. The door creaked open a crack, and Zhang Heng's head poked in. Xiao Mu held his breath and swung the wooden block down hard. Thud. The blow thrown with full force struck the back of the skull to sound dull, like hitting wet mud. Zhang Heng didn't even let out a grunt. He pitched forward onto the ground, twitched twice, and lay still. The bald man reacted quickly. Sensing danger, he leaped back and drew a short blade from his waist, its cold gleam flashing under the moonlight. Not bad, kid. You've got some skill. The bald man narrowed his eyes, looking Xiao Mu up and down with a sneer. But you think that's the end of it? Xiao Mu said nothing. He gripped the wooden block and stood blocking the door. He knew perfectly well that with only this piece of wood against a knife-wielding bandit, his chances were slim. But he couldn't retreat. Behind him were Yun-yang and Ruozhu. The bald man suddenly charged, moving fast, the short knife thrusting straight at Xiao Mu's chest. Xiao Mu dodged sideways. The wooden block slammed into the bald man's arm, deflecting the blade. The knife tore through Xiao Mu's sleeve, leaving a shallow, bloody gash on his arm. Yinner, Ruozhu, run! Xiao Mu shouted. Yun-yang grabbed Ruozhu, and they stumbled out the door, running toward the village. Ruozhu ran screaming at the top of her lungs, help! Someone! Thieves! The bald man panicked and tried to chase after them, but Xiao Mu grabbed hold of him. The bald man slashed backhanded. Xiao Mu leaned back. The blade whistled past the tip of his nose, biting cold. The 2 men grappled and tumbled in the yard. The bald man was stronger and armed with a knife. Xiao Mu gradually lost ground until a kick to his knee sent him dropping to one knee. The bald man didn't press his advantage. He turned and rushed into the house. Yun-yang and Ruozhu had run out, but there were still valuables inside. Ah! A scream came from inside the house, Ruozhu's. Xiao Mu's heart sank. Ruozhu hadn't gotten out. He staggered to his feet and rushed inside to see the bald man yanking Ruozhu by the hair, dragging her out from under the table. Ruozhu was crying in pain, desperately prying at the bald man's fingers, but unable to break free. Yun-yang clutched a pair of scissors in one hand, standing in the corner, trembling all over, wanting to help, but too afraid to move. Let her go. Xiao Mu's voice was low, forced out from deep in his chest. The bald man looked up, pressing the knife against Ruaju's neck, and sneered, "Give me your money. I only want money. Get it, and I'm gone. Try any tricks, and you'll be sorry." "Fine." Xiao Mu unfastened the money pouch from his waist and tossed it at the bald man's feet. "Here's the money. Let her go." The bald man glanced down at the pouch, but didn't release his grip. "You? Back against that wall. Squat down with your hands on your head." Xiao Mu backed away slowly, his eyes fixed on the bald man's blade. Yun Yang stood in the corner, raising the scissors, her hands trembling like leaves in the wind. "Hurry up and squat." The bald man applied more pressure. The blade bit into Ruaju's skin, and a thin line of blood trickled down her neck. Ruaju let out a muffled whimper of pain, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiao Mu crouched down, but he didn't put his hands on his head. His hands hung at his sides, hidden in the bald man's blind spot. With a single thought, the hunting rifle materialized in his grasp from the system's storage, silent and unseen. At that moment, Yun Yang, standing behind the bald man, suddenly raised the scissors and plunged them deep into his shoulder. "Oh!" The bald man shrieked. The knife clattered to the ground as his other hand clutched the wound. "Get down. Close your eyes." Xiao Mu bellowed. Yun Yang and Ruaju instinctively threw themselves to the floor and squeezed their eyes shut. Bang! The gunshot exploded in the cramped room, making the paper window panes rattle. The bald man toppled straight backward, the back of his head striking the ground with a dull thud. Blood gushed from his chest, spreading slowly across the floor like a dark red flower blooming at a languid pace. The room filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder. Xiao Mu stood there, gripping the rifle, gasping for breath. His hands were shaking, trembling from his fingers all the way to his shoulders, as if something were hammering him from the inside out. The hunting rifle was heavy, he could barely hold it. "Husband!" Yun Yang scrambled up, staggered over, and grabbed his arm. "Are you all right? You're hurt." Xiao Mu looked down at his hands. There was a split in the webbing between his thumb and index finger, torn by the rifle's recoil, smeared with blood, but not serious. He shook his head, his voice a little hollow. "I'm fine." Ruaju also climbed to her feet, too weak in the legs to stand steady, leaning against the wall. She glanced at the bald man's corpse on the floor, then quickly looked away, her face as white as paper. Is he dead?" Ruaju's voice trembled. Xiao Mu didn't answer. He put the rifle back into the system's storage, then crouched to examine the bald man's wound. A large hole in the chest, the blood no longer flowing much. The man was certainly dead, dead as dead could be. He rose and went to the yard, dragging Zhang Heng inside as well. The wound on the back of Zhang Heng's head was still oozing blood, but he had no breath left. The wooden block nearby was smeared with blood. Xiao Mu laid the bald man and Zhang Heng side by side, then went back inside. From the bald man's wound, he picked out the bullet, then used a knife to tear the wound up a bit more, making it look like it had been stabbed repeatedly by a sharp weapon. Only after that did he plop down on the threshold, his legs so weak he couldn't stand. Yun Yang brought him a bowl of water. Xiao Mu took it. His hands were still shaking, spilling half the water, but he managed a couple of sips. Dogs in the village began to bark. At first, just a few scattered barks in the distance, then more and more, rising one after another, like a net closing in from all directions. The glow of torches appeared from the village entrance, growing in number and drawing nearer. The village chief was the first to arrive, leaning on his cane and gasping for breath. Seeing the two men lying in the yard, his expression flickered, but he quickly composed himself. Turning to the people behind him, he said, "Some of you go fetch the village healer." "No need, Grandpa." Village chief. Xiao Mu sat on the threshold and pointed at Zhang Heng. "He's already gone." The village chief walked over to Zhang Heng, crouched down to look, then looked at the bald man, his brow furrowed so deeply it could crush a fly. He stood up, patted Xiao Mu's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid. This isn't your fault. They came to steal. You were defending yourself. No matter how you look at it, you're in the right." "I know." Xiao Mu's voice was hoarse. "But this bald man," Zhang Heng called him second chief, said he was a bandit from Taohua Mountain. The village chief's face darkened. He turned and gave the bald man another look. Under the moonlight, the bald man's face was turned to one side, and a small patch of bluish tattoo was faintly visible on his neck. "Taohua Mountain," the village chief murmured. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'll handle this matter. You don't know anything. The men were killed by accident while you resisted their theft. That's the story. You don't know anything else, understand?" Xiao Mu nodded. Wang Er and Taido arrived as well. At the sight of the corpses, Wang Er drew in a sharp breath. He was about to speak when Taido tugged at his sleeve, and he swallowed the words. The crowd grew larger and larger, torchlight illuminating the entire yard brightly. Some people were indignant, cursing Zhang Heng for being a beast who would steal from his own villagers. Others sighed, saying that Zhang Heng's father had given his life for the village back then. How could he have raised such a wicked son? Murong also came. She lived at the west end of the village, the farthest away, or by the time she arrived, she was panting breathlessly, still clutching a hoe in her hand. She pushed through the crowd, glanced first at the corpses on the ground, then hurried to Yun'er and Riju, pulling them into her arms and soothing them in a soft voice. "Xiao Mu, are you all right?" Murong looked up and asked. Xiao Mu shook his head, forcing a faint smile. "I'm fine, thanks to Yun'er and Ruaju being quick-witted." The village chief had the two corpses carried away and placed beside the millstone at the village entrance. He also arranged for several young men to keep watch there overnight in case the bandits' accomplices came seeking revenge. The crowd gradually dispersed, the torchlight fading away bit by bit, and the yard returned to silence. Yin Yang brought out a clean outer garment from the house and draped it over Xiao Mu's shoulders. Ruaju brought a basin of hot water and knelt before him, carefully wiping the dried blood from his hands. Both women moved gently, as if afraid he might shatter at their touch. Xiao Mu looked down at the top of Ruaju's head, then reached out and stroked her hair. "Does the wound on your neck hurt?" Ruaju shook her head without looking up, but her shoulders trembled slightly. Xiao Mu sighed, pulled her up, and held her in his arms. Yin Yang leaned in too. The three of them stood quietly, none of them speaking. The night breeze drifted in over the courtyard wall, carrying the coolness of early autumn and the smell of burning grass from distant ridges. There was no moon in the sky, only stars, dense and bright, like countless silver nails hammered into the canopy of heaven. Xiao Mu raised his head, looked at the stars, and let out a long breath. After tonight, there was still much to do. But at least for now, they were all still standing here together, safe and sound. That was enough. In the dead of night, Shur village sank deep into thick darkness. A dog barked once or twice, soon swallowed by silence. Xiao Mu lay on his bed, eyes fixed on the beams above, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. His mind felt like a dozen voices speaking at once. Tonight's events, the bald man's blood, Zhang Heng's corpse, the wound on Ruaju's neck. Surging up one after another, impossible to suppress. Just when he thought he would lie awake until dawn, a crisp chime suddenly rang through his mind. Ding. It has been detected that the host has resolved a major unexpected incident. A special reward is now issued, 500 points, 100 death warriors. The reward has been stored in the system space. This space is the area where the host lived in a previous life. Unlocked progress 0. 3. Xiao Mu was stunned. A place from his previous life. Before he could think further, a force violently pulled his consciousness inward. The world spun, and when he opened his eyes once more, he stood in an utterly unfamiliar place. No, not entirely unfamiliar. Mottled walls, a dusty cubicle workstation, half a cup of long-dried coffee still on the desk, and a faded motivational slogan on the wall. If you don't work hard today, you'll be looking hard for a job tomorrow. The sunlight outside the window was forever a dim gray, impossible to tell day from night. Xiao Mu stood in the corridor, looked down at his hands, then up at the familiar workstation number. The corner of his mouth twitched. Why is it the company again? He walked to the window and looked out. All around were white mists as thick as ink, obscuring everything. Only the 3-story building under his feet was clear. Ding. The area unlocked by the host is the starting point of the transmigration. Further tasks completed in the future will unlock more areas. The system's voice sounded in his ear, calm and unhurried. System, what is this place good for? Xiao Mu asked. He had a vague guess, but he still wanted to hear it from the system's own mouth. This space is the host's private domain. Time stands still. It can store items, provisions, and living beings, and it follows the same rules as the outside world. Xiao Mu stroked his chin and murmured, in other words, it's a little world I manage myself. You could say that. He walked deeper along the corridor, footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. When he pushed open the main hall's door, the sight before him brought him to a halt. 100 people stood in neat ranks in the center of the hall, utterly silent. They wore identical plain-colored robes, blades at their waists, their postures straight as pines, gazes fixed straight ahead. No murmuring among themselves, no glancing around. Light streamed from the high windows, casting long, straight shadows across the floor. Xiao Mu's breath paused for an instant. He knew these were the death warriors the system had given him, but with them standing before him, the pressure still made his back run cold. These were no ordinary guards. They stood there like 100 unsheathed blades. Xiao Mu steadied himself and walked up to the one in front. From today onward, each of you will have a name. He tried to make his voice sound calm and steady, then lightly pointed at the leader. You will be Jia. His fingers swept along the line. Number off in order. 10 men form a group, and the groups proceed by the names Jia, Bing Ding. Jia holds supreme command, and each group leader reports directly to Jia. Jia knelt on one knee, his right fist pressed against his chest, and answered in a low, unified voice as commanded. Behind him, the 99 knelt at the same moment, their movements as synchronized as a single body. The sound of knees striking the floor echoed through the empty hall like a low, resonant drumbeat. Xiao Mu took a deep breath, suppressing the churning emotion inside him, and waved his hand. Rise. Clean the entire building and sort everything properly. Afterward, find somewhere to rest. Yes. The death warriors dispersed soundlessly, their movements quick and neat, vanishing into every corner in the blink of an eye. Xiao Mu stood in the center of the hall, glanced around the familiar yet strange place, and then turned and left the system space. His consciousness returned to reality, and the sound of insects chirping outside the window filled his ears. Xiao Mu lay in the darkness, staring at the rafters for a while. Then he rolled over, buried his face in the pillow, and fell into a deep, heavy sleep. The next morning, as soon as sunlight brightened the courtyard, Xiao Mu was up. He crouched under the thatched shed, staring blankly at the piles of grain and jars of wine. The grain was stacked like a small mountain, and dozens of wine jars stood in neat rows before him. The money from selling the tiger looked like a lot, but it had a way of slipping away fast. The grain and wine alone had eaten up nearly half of it. Add the freight paid to the escort agency, the costs of food and lodging in the county town, and the red envelopes given to the village chief, and the others, and his coin pouch, had already shrunk considerably. Brewing wine had to begin as soon as possible. He couldn't keep spending without income. Brother Mu, what are you doing? Wang Er had somehow slipped into the courtyard and crouched beside him, also staring at the pile of grain. Xiao Mu turned to glare at him. You walk without making a sound. I walk pretty loudly. You were just too lost in thought. Wang Er grinned, showing a row of white teeth. So early in the morning, what are you pondering? Brewing wine. Xiao Mu stood up and brushed the dirt off his knees. We start today? Wang Er's eyes lit up. Brewing wine. That's wonderful. What should I do? Xiao Mu thought for a moment. Go ask Tai Da if he's willing to work with us. Sure. Without another word, Wang Er spun around and ran. After 2 steps, he looked back. How are the wages calculated? We'll discuss that when you come back. Wang Er called out an acknowledgement and vanished in an instant. Xiao Mu didn't idle. While he had the time, he sorted through the tools he needed. Large cauldrons, wooden barrels, bamboo tubes, gauze lime. One by one, he laid them out in the open space at the center of the courtyard. The stove in the kitchen was too small for the job. He sketched a diagram on the ground with a twig, marked the dimensions, and hauled over several stones, preparing to build a new one. Wang Er soon returned with Tai Da. Tai Da was holding a stack of papers and handed it over as soon as he arrived. Brother Mu, my father told me to give you this. Xiao Mu took it. A liquor selling permit stamped with the official seal and duplicate. He put it away carefully, then took a few bits of silver from his clothes and held them out. Tai Da quickly waved him off. No. My father said the document was his promise. He can't take money. The document is the document, and wages are wages. Xiao Mu pressed the silver into his hand. If you're helping me work, you can't do it for nothing. It's settled. 300 copper coins a month, meals provided, paid at month's end. Tai Da tried to refuse again, but Xiao Mu put on a stern face. If you won't take it, I'll hire someone else. Wang Er chimed in helpfully. Brother Tai, just accept it. Brother Mu is a stubborn one, you won't talk him out of it. Tai Da looked at Xiao Mu's expression, saw that he was serious, and had no choice but to tuck the silver into his pocket. He scratched his head and gave an embarrassed grin. Tai Da, do you know how to build a stove? Xiao Mu pointed to the diagram on the ground. A little larger than the one at home and big enough to hold this cauldron. Tai Da squatted down to study the drawing, then compared it with the size of the pot and nodded. I can. I'll have it done in one morning. Don't worry, Brother Mu. Xiao Mu had Wang Er help Tai Da move stones and mix mud while he set about tinkering with the distilling apparatus. The cauldron was already at hand. The lid had been made overnight, lashed together from several planks with a hole cut through the middle. The condenser tube. That was the troublesome part. He tried bamboo, but it was too narrow with poor condensing power, and the liquor that came out was still warm. After thinking it over, he opened the system marketplace and searched. When he typed in condenser tube, a long list popped up on the interface: glass, copper, iron, aluminum. The prices made his eyelids twitch. The cheapest, an aluminum spiral tube, cost 500 points. Glass one started at 15,000. Highway robbery. Xiao Mu gritted his back teeth and stared at the price for several seconds before clicking buy with a heavy heart. 500 points for a single tube. Worth it or not, he didn't know, but he had no better option. Ding, the item has been stored in the blacksmith shop. While Wang Er and the others weren't paying attention, Xiao Mu slipped into the blacksmith shop and retrieved the condenser tube. It was aluminum spiral shaped with a satisfying heft, and the craftsmanship was quite good. He drilled 2 holes in the bottom of a wooden barrel, one for the condenser tube and one for changing the water. One end of the tube was connected to the outlet on the lid, and the other extended into a wine jar. The barrel was filled with cold water, so steam passing through the condenser tube was cooled and turned back into liquid. The principle wasn't complicated, just laborious. By almost noon, the stove was built, and the shed was up. Tai Da worked quickly, laying the stove square, and even with a smooth, level mud surface, sturdy to the eye. Wang Er hauled over a few large rocks to anchor the shed's legs and added another layer of thatch to the roof against rain. Meng Meng and Yuner carried out the food, and everyone gathered in a circle in the courtyard eating porridge with pickled vegetables and coarse-grained flatbreads. After a short rest, Xiao Mu stood and clapped his hands. That should be enough. Let's try it. Wang Er carried over a wine jar and lifted the red cloth seal. A breath of aroma leaked out, not strong, carrying a hint of sweetness. Xiao Mu directed him to pour the low-proof wine into the cauldron, put the lid on, and connect the condenser tube. Yuner and Raju fed the fire beneath the stove. The flames licked at the bottom of the pot, crackling. Everyone stared at the condenser tube, no one speaking. As the wine in the pot warmed, steam drifted through the outlet on the lid into the tube, met the cold water in the barrel, and condensed into fine droplets that ran down the inner wall. The first drop of clear liquid fell into the jar with a crisp plip. Then came a second, a third, joining into a thin, steady stream. A rich aroma spread, more than twice as intense as the original. So fragrant. Raju couldn't resist taking a deep breath, her cheeks flushed red from the fire. Wang Er leaned close to the jar and sniffed, his eyes going wide. Heavens, this smell. Brother Mu, are you performing magic? Xiao Mu ignored him. He caught a small bowl of the first-run liquor and handed it to the village chief, who had been watching from the side for a long while. The old man had appeared at some point, leaning on his cane by the shed, waiting eagerly. The village chief accepted the bowl, blew away the steam, and took a small sip. The moment the liquid touched his lips, his brows shot upward. He pursed his mouth, took another sip, then let out a long breath, his eyes glistening. "Good wine," he said, his voice slightly trembling. "I've lived most of my life and never tasted wine with this much fire." Wang Er, fidgeting impatiently beside him, said, "Village chief, let me have a taste too. Go on, get away with you." The village chief guarded the bowl and took another drink. Xiao Mu poured a bowl and passed it over. Wang Er took it, sipped cautiously, and the next moment his face crumpled as if he'd been punched. His mouth hung open, eyes wide as copper bells. Only after a long while did he force out a sentence. It's so spicy." Taida also took a taste, less dramatic than Wang Er, but just as surprised. He smacked his lips, looked down at the clear liquor in his bowl, and said, "Brother Mu, if this wine goes to market, the price can be at least doubled." Xiao Mu smiled and didn't reply. "Doubled? It would be more than that." More and more villagers, drawn by the aroma, gathered outside the courtyard wall, craning their necks over the top and chattering among themselves. "That Xiao Mu kid really has something. This wine smells amazing. You can catch it half a street away. Are you selling it? Are you selling it? I'll buy a jug." Xiao Mu jerked his chin toward the village chief. The chief understood and turned to wave the villagers off. "Quiet, all of you. The wine hasn't finished brewing yet. When it's ready, you won't be left out." The villagers dispersed with laughter, but the wine's fragrance still floated in the air, lingering. The fire in the stove burned on, and the wine dripped steadily down, drop by drop, like the rhythm of time. Xiao Mu pulled up a small stool and sat down beside it, watching the transparent condenser tube in a daze. The tube bought with 500 points. It had been worth it. Good wine, truly good wine. The elderly man cupped a chipped porcelain bowl in both hands, raised it to his lips, and deeply inhaled the aroma. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out as he asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Brother Mu, are you still taking on helpers?" "I don't want wages. Just let me have a sip of this wine every month." Many around them nodded and chimed in, all talking at once. Xiao Mu stood to one side with a smile, not taking up the offer. He truly did need more hands, but if he rashly agreed and the wine did not sell well, he might ruin their livelihood. That would be unfortunate. He ladled out a bowl of wine, raised it to his lips, and took a sip. As the liquid went down, a gentle warmth flowed from his throat to his stomach, carrying the mellow richness unique to fermented grain. Compared with the modern spirits of later ages, it still lacked a little refinement, but in this era, it was already a rare and excellent wine. Tomorrow he would go into the city to test the waters. The next morning, as the sky had just begun to pale at the horizon, Xiao Mu rose. Wang Er and Taida were already waiting in the courtyard. The three of them divided the wine distilled the day before into small jars. One large jar split into more than a dozen smaller ones, and stacked them neatly in the middle of the courtyard. Xiao Mu went to borrow an ox cart from Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang was feeding the ox in the yard. After listening to Xiao Mu, he waved his hand. "What rent? It's not doing anything anyway. Not only will I lend you the cart, I'll drive it for you as well. I won't feel at ease with you going into the city alone." Xiao Mu tried to pay him, but Uncle Wang feigned anger. "Brother Mu, if you mention money again, you're treating me like a stranger. The other day when I went to deliver the tiger, if it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have known what to do about this year's taxes." Xiao Mu could not talk him out of it, so he finally agreed. The ox cart stopped at the gate, and the men loaded the jars onto it. Uncle Wang, being careful, found straw and packed it between the jars, muttering as he worked, "These are precious goods. They mustn't be knocked or bumped." When the sun had climbed high in the sky, the ox cart slowly entered Wangqing. The city was bustling with people coming and going. The wine jars of Xiao Mu and his companions caught the attention of passers-by. In these times, grain was precious. Few households brewed wine even for themselves, and it was even rarer to see someone hauling a cartload of wine to sell. Wang Er stood on the ox cart, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Step right up, take a look. New wine on sale. 1 tael of silver per jar, limited time offer." Quite a crowd gathered. Oh, I was wondering who it was. A young man in white robes waving a folding fan strolled out of the crowd with a faint, ambiguous smile. "Brother Xiao, it's been a while. What have you been busy with lately? You never come around to see us brothers anymore." Xiao Mu glanced at him, feeling a wave of disgust. This man, surnamed Zhao, was an acquaintance the original Xiao Mu had met while studying in the city. He called himself a friend, but he was really just a freeloader. After the original Xiao Mu's father died, and the family fortunes declined, this group not only offered no help, but grew even more oppressive. In the end, the original Xiao Mu died destitute, starving to death. This bunch bore no small share of the blame. "So it's Brother Zhao." Xiao Mu answered flatly, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. "Brother Xiao is this. Selling wine." Young Master Zhao glanced at the jars on the ox cart, the mockery at the corner of his mouth undisguised. 1 tael of silver per jar? You're certainly talking big, Brother Xiao. Even my family restaurant's Moon Spring wine, a century-old brand, costs only 801 per jar. He casually picked up a jar, hefted it in his hand, and said, "Are you robbing people?" Wang Er's expression changed, and he was about to flare up, but Xiao Mu quietly tugged at the hem of his clothes. Young Master Zhao's hand slipped, the jar smashed onto the ground with a crack, and wine splattered everywhere. He hopped back a step saying, "Oops, look what I did. I'll pay for it, I'll pay for it," yet his feet did not move at all. The aroma of the wine instantly filled the air. This wine. It smells different from the usual stuff. A man in front drew a deep breath, his eyes lighting up. It really is, more fragrant and mellow. The people around him echoed the sentiment. The crowd began to stir. Young Master Zhao's expression flickered. He had clearly not expected this reaction. Wang Er was so furious that his face flushed crimson, but Xiao Mu held him back. Xiao Mu clasped his hands toward the crowd and said in a voice not loud, but clear, "Everyone, this wine is 1 tael of silver per jar. We truly aren't making much. You've all smelled the aroma. I have 1 more jar here. Let everyone taste it for free. Compare it with the Zhao family's Moon Spring wine and see which is better." "Good," someone shouted, leading the crowd. Xiao Mu opened a jar, and Wang Er and Tai to help pour it out. Each onlooker received a small bowl, and those who drank smacked their lips and praised it. "Give me another bowl." "And me?" In the blink of an eye, that jar was empty. Young Master Zhao stood outside the crowd, his face changing from pale to flushed by turns, and slipped away while no one was watching. Xiao Mu caught the escape from the corner of his eye, but paid it no heed. Now was not the time to settle scores. Those who had not tasted the wine grew anxious. "Open another jar." "I'm truly sorry." Xiao Mu clasped his hands. "This is a small business. That jar earlier was my treat. I'll take 1 jar. Give me 2. Don't push, don't push. I was here first." More than a dozen jars were sold out in the blink of an eye, leaving only the last one. Wang Er and Tai De held the more than 10 taels of silver from the sales, and counted them again and again, unable to wipe the grins from their faces. A latecomer refused to let it go. "Hey scholar, sell me that last jar." "I'm very sorry," Xiao Mu said politely. "This jar is already reserved." "Reserved nothing. I'll pay 3 taels. I'll pay 5. Seeing that another quarrel was about to start, Xiao Mu made a pressing down gesture with his hand. Everyone, I'm truly sorry. If you truly need it, come back here tomorrow, and we will keep selling. But by then the price may be a bit higher." Only then did the crowd disperse, grumbling and cursing those some paid deposits in advance. After the crowd had fully dispersed, Xiao Mu still stood where he was. Wang Er jumped down from the ox cart, walked up to him, and asked Brother Mu anything else. "Waiting for someone." Xiao Mu gazed at the Wansen restaurant across the street and said calmly. Before long, a figure leaned out from a second-floor window of the restaurant and waved toward the street below. A waiter ran out and said haughtily, "My master says to bring the wine upstairs." Unbothered by his manner, Xiao Mu told Wang Er and the others to go eat first, then carried the last jar of wine upstairs himself. In a private room on the second floor, a middle-aged man in brocade robes sat in an old-fashioned armchair. He raised his eyelids as Xiao Mu entered. "Did you brew this wine?" "Yes." Xiao Mu set the wine jar on the table. Manager 1 opened the jar, smelled it, then poured a small cup and took a sip. His face remained expressionless. After a long while he said, "Compared with the century-old Moon Spring wine, it is slightly bitter. In the end it still falls short. Manager 1 is a connoisseur." Xiao Mu smiled, stood up, and picked up the jar. "Then I won't disturb you any longer. I'll ask elsewhere." He turned and walked away. "Hey, wait. Manager 1 hurried to his feet, his cold expression replaced with a smile. "Young Master Xiao, I misspoke just now. Please forgive me. How about this 500 won per jar, and I'll take as many as you have." "What do you say?" 500 won. Xiao Mu stopped and shook his head. 5 taels of silver per jar, not 1 won less. This. Manager 1 looked troubled. "That's too expensive. There aren't many people in all of Wunxing who can afford it. Of course poor families can't afford it." Xiao Mu said evenly, "But merchants and nobles especially love to seek out rare things. If you don't want it, Manager 1, I'll ask elsewhere." He made to leave. Wait a moment." Manager 1 gritted his teeth. "I'll take 100 jars first, how about that?" "Fine. Come and pick them up in a month." "A month?" Manager 1 frowned. "Moon Spring Wine Shop can deliver in half a month. Good wine requires good craftsmanship." Xiao Mu said, neither servile nor arrogant, "Otherwise it wouldn't be sold at this price, don't you think?" Manager 1 was left speechless for a moment, then sighed. "All right. Then how much deposit should I pay?" 50 taels. 50 taels. Manager 1's brows twisted into a knot. "That's no small sum. If you run off with the money, who do I go after?" Xiao Mu picked up the jar and smiled. "If you don't trust me, Manager 1, I'll leave right now." Manager 1 stared at him for a long moment, then finally drew out 50 taels of silver from his robe and slapped them on the table. "Take it. If you scholar dare to deceive me, I have plenty of ways to find you." Xiao Mu took the silver, tucked it into his robe, clasped his hands in thanks, and turned to go downstairs. After stepping out of the restaurant, he let out a long breath. With the 50 tael deposit, plus the income from selling wine earlier after deducting the costs, he had made a good profit. There was still wine left at home, and if he bought more ingredients on the way back, it would be enough to brew the next batch. Just as he was making these calculations, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the winemaking and selling task. Reward 200 points. Detected that the host's current points have met the upgrade requirement. Do you wish to upgrade? Xiao Mu thought for a moment and chose no. Upgrading could wait. For now, he needed to keep points to buy condenser tubes and expand production. He set off toward the city's wine shops, first to buy the ingredients for the next batch of brewing, and then to go have a talk with that young Master Zhao. There were some accounts that ought to be settled. The sun hung high overhead, and its blazing light poured unimpeded onto the bluestone road, scorching the ground hot enough to burn through the soles of one's feet. Xiao Mu walked along the lane, the original owner's memories turning over in his mind like figures on a revolving lantern. The forge fire in the blacksmith shop, his father's smoke-darkened face, the sneers of his schoolmates in the study hall. One after another, each as vivid as if it had happened only yesterday. The original owner's father was a blacksmith, spending his whole life around the furnace with calluses on his hands as thick as tree bark. He denied himself food and clothing to send his son to school, hoping the boy would rise above his station. But the original owner had suffered endless torment at school. The sons of wealthy families looked down on him for his ragged clothes and humble origins, treating him as a plaything for their amusement. Xiao Li was the ringleader of that bunch. Xiao Mu shook his head, threw off those muddled thoughts, and strode toward the Zhao family wine shop. The wine shop had an imposing front, a vermilion-painted gate, carved door lintel, and 2 stone lions with open mouths at the entrance, looking as if they were not to be trifled with. Before he even entered, the smell of wines surged out to meet him, thick and cloying. The shop assistant was dozing over the counter. At the sound of footsteps, he raised his head, looked Xiao Mu up and down, and immediately put on an impatient look. "Shoo shoo, this is no place for you." The shop assistant waved his hand as if driving off a fly. "I'm here to see your eldest young master, Xiao Li." Xiao Mu did not move. Since when can just anyone demand to see the eldest young master? The assistant snorted and rolled his eyes. "Tell him an old classmate is here. He'll know who I am." Xiao Mu's voice was calm, neither impatient nor angry. The shop assistant cast him a couple of skeptical glances, then turned and went toward the back courtyard. After a short while, a small old man in silk paced out from the inner room. His eyes were small, but his gaze was sharp, and he sized up Xiao Mu from head to toe. "You're a classmate of Lear?" "Yes. I happened to run into Brother Zhao on the street just now, but he left before I had a chance to speak. There are a few things I'd like to discuss with him face to face." Xiao Mu cupped his hands in a respectful salute. The old man gave an asked no further questions, and settled into a wooden armchair nearby, neither inviting Xiao Mu to sit nor saying a word, just leaving him standing there. A moment later, Zhao Li's loud, carefree voice rang out from the back courtyard. "Who wants to see me?" "Lear, come over here," the old man called. Zhao Li walked in through the moon gate. Seeing Xiao Mu, he paused for a moment, then smiled, though the smile did not reach his eyes. Well, if it isn't Brother Xiao. I wondered who it could be. What sold all your wine, and now you've got time to come looking for me?" Xiao Mu ignored the taunt and got straight to the point. "I've just taken a big order. I came to have a chat with you, Brother Zhao, and see whether we might have a chance to work together." Zhao Li laughed as if he had just heard a joke. "Work together? You and me? Brother Xiao, have you been drinking too much? You sell wine, and I sell wine. My family shop has been here for decades. What exactly are you thinking you could bring? Why don't you try a taste of my wine first, Brother Zhao, and then decide?" Xiao Mu was neither humble nor overbearing. "No need." Zhao Li waved a hand, the smile fading. "That wine of yours is only a novelty. Before long, the customers will be back to drinking at my place anyway." Xiao Mu glanced at him, said nothing more, and cupped his hands. "Then I'll take my leave." He took 2 steps, stopped, and without looking back said, "Oh, and that jar of wine that was smashed today. Consider it a gift for Brother Zhao to sample." With that, he strode briskly out of the wine shop. Behind him, the old man frowned. "Lear, what's all this about that wine he mentioned? Father, don't bother with him. He's just a poor scholar, he can't cause any trouble." Zhao Li waved his hand carelessly. The old man said nothing else, but his brow did not relax. Xiao Mu left the wine shop and drifted aimlessly along the street for a while. When he passed a cloth shop, his steps slowed. At the entrance were displayed several bolts of coarse cloth and linen, dull gray, and without any pattern. He glanced inside. Several women workers were seated before looms, busily operating the cumbersome machines. Without pause, their clatter loud and slow. The sound was bang-clang, bang-clang. Xiao Mu stood at the door for a while, thinking things over. This kind of loom was too primitive, slow and exhausting, and weaving even one bolt of cloth took considerable effort. The improved looms of later times could multiply efficiency several times over. If he could transplant that knowledge here. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Making wine was his livelihood for now, but weaving could be another path. Yun'er and Roaju had nothing much to occupy them at home. They could just as well give it a try. Having made up his mind, Xiao Mu turned toward the meeting place. Passing a candied hawthorn stall, he stopped and bought several skewers. The old man selling candied haws wrapped them carefully in oiled paper and handed them over with a grin. "Buying them for your kids?" Xiao Mu smiled and didn't explain. At the meeting point, Wang Er and Taida were already waiting, with Uncle Wang leaning against the ox cart, smoking a pipe. They all greeted one another and headed back together. On the way, Xiao Mu briefly told them about Wanson Tavern ordering 100 jars of wine and mentioned the 50-tael deposit. Wang Er was so astonished he nearly jumped off the cart. 100 jars? And a 50-tael deposit? Brother Mu, are you joking? When did I ever joke? Xiao Mu leaned against the grain sack, squinting at the clouds overhead. Taida was also stunned, his mouth opening and closing without words for a long time. Uncle Wang, however, stayed calm. He took a puff from his pipe and chuckled. "Brother Mu is capable. This is a good thing. Our whole village gets to share in the good fortune too." By the time it was dark, the ox cart rolled into the village. Quite a few people were gathered beneath the old locust tree at the entrance, and when they saw the group returning they all crowded around in a rush. Brother Mu, I heard you made a fortune selling wine. Really? How much did you get? Don't shove, let me hear too. Xiao Mu jumped down from the cart and dusted himself off. His voice was not loud, but the crowd hushed. The wine sold well. Wanson Tavern ordered 100 jars and paid 50 taels as a deposit. I plan to expand the wine shop. If anyone in the village is willing to help, come to me and sign up. Wages will be paid every month. The crowd erupted. 100 jars. My heavens. Brother Mu is going to get rich. Me. I'm in. Brother Mu, count me in. Xiao Mu raised a hand to signal for quiet, then added one more thing. Whoever calls Yuner and Raju Iloman from now on will have to deal with me. You've all seen how my household has fared since they married into it. From now on they are the proprietresses of the wine shop. Give them the respect they deserve. The crowd, which had been buzzing with chatter, quieted by several degrees. A few of the women who had muttered before lowered their heads in embarrassment. Brother Mu is right. We spoke out of turn. One Annie spoke first, and the others chimed in with agreement. Xiao Mu said no more and turned to walk home. The courtyard gate was unlatched. Pushing it open, Xiao Mu was met by a wave of wine fragrance even richer than before he had left. Yunyang and Ruaju came out to greet him, one taking the bundle from his hand, the other handing him a hot towel wrung dry. Husband, did everything go smoothly today? Yunyang asked. Not bad. Xiao Mu wiped his face, then took the candied hawthorn skewers from inside his shirt and waved them in front of the two women. Ruaju's eyes lit up and she reached out to grab them, but Yunyang lightly tapped the back of her hand. Let husband eat dinner first. Eating the candied haws first is fine too, Xiao Mu said. With a smile he handed the skewers to them, then went into the kitchen by himself, filled a bowl of porridge, and slurped down 2 bowls with pickled vegetables. After the meal he told the 2 women about the Wanson Tavern order and brought up the idea of giving weaving a try. Weaving? Yunyang put down her needlework. Husband, do you know how to weave? No, but I can figure it out, Xiao Mu said. The looms in town are too slow and inefficient. I've got a rough idea in my head, and I want to see whether it can be improved. Once it's improved, the 2 of you can have something to keep you busy at home. Yunyang and Ruaju exchanged a glance, both with smiles on their faces. Whatever husband says is what we'll do. We listen to you. Yunyang said softly. The night had grown deep and Xiao Mu went out to the village chief's house. The village chief was cooling off in the courtyard, a palm leaf fan swishing in his hand. When he saw Xiao Mu arrive, he invited him to sit and had his daughter-in-law pour a bowl of cold tea. Grandpa Chief, I've come to discuss 2 matters with you, Xiao Mu said. Xiao Mu took the bowl of tea, but did not drink, going straight to the point. First, the wine shop needs to expand, and I need people. I want to hire some villagers and pay wages. Second, there's the matter of weaving. I want to try improving the loom. If it works, it can provide a livelihood for the village women too. The village chief heard him out, his fan pausing for a moment as he pondered, then nodded. The wine shop should indeed be expanded. These days it's not easy to find a way to make money. It's a good thing you're thinking of the village. As for weaving, try it first. Don't rush to roll it out, be prudent. That's what I was thinking too, Xiao Mu said. The village chief added a few more words, nothing more than be careful and don't make a show of it. Xiao Mu agreed to each one, then stood and took his leave. Outside, the night wind met him head-on, carrying the smell of soil from the fields. Xiao Mu looked up at the sky. The moon was caught in the treetops, and the stars, though sparse, were all bright. He pushed open his own courtyard gate. The lamp was still on inside, a warm yellow glow seeping through the window paper and casting a hazy patch of light over one corner of the yard. Yunyang and Ruaju were still awake. One was stitching sawls, the other sorting cloth for the next day. When he came in, they looked up at the same time, both pairs of eyes shining in the lamplight. Husband, the hot water is ready. Wash up and go to bed. Yunyang set down her work and got up to pour hot water. Xiao Mu made a sound of assent, slipped off his outer robe, and draped it over the back of a chair. Ruaju took the robe, brushed off the dust, and hung it on the rack. She glanced back at him with a soft, pressed-lip smile. The candle flame wavered gently, throwing 3 shadows against the wall, quietly huddled together. Outside the window, the moon slowly moved above the roof, pulling the shadow of the old locust tree long across the courtyard. Insects chirped in bursts from the grass, not loud enough to disturb, but instead making the night feel even deeper. Xiao Mu lay on the bed, staring at the beam overhead for a while, then turned over and closed his eyes. There was still a pile of things waiting for him tomorrow. Hiring people, buying grain, repairing the stove, testing the loom. One step at a time. There were still plenty of days ahead. The next morning, as dawn was just beginning to break, pale bluish light seeped through the window paper into the room. When Xiao Mu woke, Yunyang and Ruaju were still asleep. He quietly slipped out of bed, dressed himself, and pushed the door open. In the courtyard, Wang Er Taida and Uncle Wang had already arrived, standing beside the ox-drawn cart in conversation. At the sound of the door, all 3 turned around at once. Good morning, gentlemen, Xiao Mu greeted with a smile. Good morning, Brother Mu. Wang Er grinned broadly, his eyes darting about as he sauntered closer. Did you sleep well last night? Taida chimed in, joining the teasing. Of course he slept well. He had beauties in his arms, how could he not? Xiao Mu shot them a disapproving glance and retorted, can't you behave yourselves this early in the morning? Let's get to work. Wang Er and Taida exchanged a glance and chuckled, deciding not to press further. Uncle Wang stepped forward, stroking the old ox's neck before turning to Xiao Mu. Brother Mu, are we heading to the county town to sell wine again today, same as yesterday? Xiao Mu thought for a moment and replied, there's a slight change today. Wang Er, you and Uncle Wang will go to town, as usual, to sell the wine. Taida and I will stay behind to arrange the expansion of our distillery. Expand production. Wang Er blinked in surprise. Yesterday I reached an agreement with manager Wan of Wansan Restaurant. We need to deliver 100 jars of wine to them within a month. Xiao Mu continued. That's no small amount, so we must prepare without delay. I'm leaving the selling to you and Uncle Wang. I have full confidence in you. Wang Er patted his chest. Don't worry, Brother Mu. Leave this to me. By the way, the wine price goes up to 6 taels per jar starting today, Xiao Mu added. 6 taels, eh? Wang Er's eyes widened. Brother Mu, don't you think that's too high? What if nobody buys it? Xiao Mu smiled, his tone assured. Rest assured, our wine isn't meant for common folk. It's for the nobles, aristocrats, and wealthy merchants in the city. They've tasted it already and know its worth. They'll be eager for more. Wang Er scratched his head, reasoned it over, and no longer objected. The group set to work together, loading the remaining wine jars onto the ox cart. As always, Uncle Wang carefully stuffed straw between each jar to prevent chipping during transit. The old yellow ox snorted and lumbered forward at a leisurely pace, its neck bell clinking merrily as it carried Uncle Wang and Wang Er toward the village entrance. Brother Tai, please go back and let Grandpa Village Chief know first. I'll be there shortly, Xiao Mu told Taida. All right, my father should be in the fields right now. I'll go fetch him. Taida nodded and strode off. Xiao Mu turned and entered the kitchen. The stove was cold. He built a fire, heated water, and rinsed the rice, his movements nothing if not practiced, if not particularly graceful. He could at least cook a proper meal. From his past life, the dishes he could prepare could be counted on one hand, congee being among them. White porridge bubbled in the pot, steam rising and warming the entire kitchen. Once the porridge was ready, he heated 2 leftover coarse-grained pancakes from the day before and set them on the table. Yun Yang and Ruozhu were also awake by now. Ruozhu emerged from the room, yawning, her hair uncombed, eyes heavy with sleep. Morning light came in from the side, bathing her in a soft golden glow. Morning, husband, she said, rubbing her eyes, her voice soft and drowsy. Morning. Come, let's eat. Xiao Mu arranged the bowls and chopsticks. The 3 of them sat around the table and lapped up their porridge. After a couple of spoonfuls, Xiao Mu suddenly remembered something and set his bowl down. Yun Yang, Ruozhu, weren't you talking about visiting your family? When did you plan to go? Ruozhu, who had been sipping her porridge, looked up at the question, her eyes brightening. Sister and I were planning to return in a few days. We were wondering when you'd be free so we could all go together. Oh, go together. Xiao Mu smiled. Aren't you afraid my reputation will embarrass you? Not at all. Yun Yang spoke up immediately. Everyone knows our husband is a tiger-slaying hero now. Who would dare speak ill? Haha, very well. Then let's go today. I have some time this morning, and after we return from the village chief's house, we can set off. Wonderful. Ruozhu was so delighted she nearly bounced off her stool. I knew you'd be the best husband. Yun Yang also smiled, her eyes brimming with undisguised joy. They finished their meal hastily, and the 2 women went into the room to pack. Xiao Mu waited a short while in the courtyard. When they emerged carrying only a small bundle, he glanced down and nearly burst out laughing. Just a few handfuls of wild vegetables, a small bag of coarse grain, and half a salted rabbit. It hardly looked presentable. Only bringing this little. Xiao Mu frowned. It's my first time visiting your home. It wouldn't look right to arrive empty-handed. Husband, this is enough. Mother doesn't eat much anyway, Yin Yang said softly. No. Xiao Mu's tone was firm. Regardless of whether she can finish it, proper courtesy must not be neglected. Follow my lead on this. He turned back into the room, retrieved a large cloth sack, and filled it with several jean of grain, 2 dressed wild rabbits, a pheasant, and a bolt of cotton cloth. From his money pouch, he took some silver coins, wrapped them in cloth, and tucked them into the sack as well. The 2 women watched the bulging sack, exchanged a glance, and said nothing, but their eyes grew misty. The 3 of them set out carrying their belongings, and walked along the path behind the village. Liu family village wasn't far from Stone Village. One simply needed to cross a small hill. However, a river lay in between, and to take the shortcut they had to use the ferry, otherwise they would need to take a long detour. Hardly had they entered Liu family village when murmurs from the roadside drifted over. Oh, aren't those the 2 girls of the Liu family? Back again. Probably returned in disgrace, I say. Nobody would have them otherwise. Look at that man lugging all those bags. Could he be here to return them? Return them with gifts? Have you lost your mind? Perhaps the goods are cursed. Who knows what's inside those sacks? Yun Yang and Ruozhu's faces gradually paled, and their steps slowed. Subconsciously they drew closer to Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu reached out and held their hands, squeezing gently. His voice was quiet but steady. It's fine. Do you remember what I told you before? The 2 answered in unison. We don't eat their rice, so let their words blow past us like wind. Exactly. Xiao Mu smiled. Walk our own path, and let them talk. Their hands stopped trembling, and their steps grew steady. The 3 of them passed through the web of pointed fingers and judgmental stares, arriving at a dilapidated courtyard. The gate was pieced together from old wooden planks, the hinge crooked, so it never quite closed. Xiao Mu raised his hand to knock, but before he could the door swung open from within. An elderly woman with silver hair shuffled out, deep wrinkles carving her face, clouded eyes taking in the scene before her. She wore homespun clothes patched countless times. When she saw Yun Yang and Ruo Zhu, she froze for a moment, then her expression contorted in alarm. With a thud she fell to her knees. "Son-in-law, I beg you please don't send them back." Her voice trembled, tears gushing forth. "Have mercy and take them back. If they're returned they'll be laughed at to death. They won't survive it." "Mother!" Yun Yang and Ruo Zhu cried out, in unison, their eyes welling up. Xiao Mu was startled and quickly stepped forward to help the woman up, a mixture of amusement and sympathy on his face. "Auntie, you've misunderstood. We're not here to return anyone. We've come to visit you." The woman, Lu Zhangshi, lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes filled with disbelief. Really? Of course it's true." Xiao Mu slung the large sack from his shoulders, squatted down, and began pulling items out one by one. "This is a wild rabbit already cleaned. You can keep it and cook it slowly. This is a pheasant, good for stewing to nourish your body. This cotton cloth, make yourself a new set of clothes. And here are over 10 jin of grain, enough to last you a while." Lu Zhangshi looked at the things scattered on the ground and stood frozen, her lips quivering, unable to speak for a long moment. She had lived more than half a century and had never received such abundant quality gifts in her life. "Auntie, the gifts are modest. Please don't despise them," Xiao Mu said, rising and brushing the dust from his hands, slightly embarrassed. "And no despising at all." Lu Zhangshi waved her hands frantically, tears streaming down her face again. "These are all precious things. They're far too valuable." Yun Yang stepped forward and supported her mother, speaking softly. "Mother, don't cry. Husband has been so good to us." "That's right." Ruo Zhu came over and linked arms with Lu Zhangshi on the other side, lifting her chin proudly. "My husband is a tiger-slaying hero, and he even opened a distillery. He's incredibly impressive." Lu Zhangshi looked from Yun Yang to Ruo Zhu and saw that both appeared rosy-cheeked and healthy, showing no signs of having suffered any grievance. Only then did she completely set her mind at ease. She wiped her tears, took Xiao Mu's hands, and studied him from top to bottom, her expression growing ever more satisfied. Good. She repeated the word 3 times, her voice still trembling slightly. "Son-in-law is a good man. I can leave Yun Er and Meng Meng in your care with peace of mind." Xiao Mu, flustered by the praise, scratched the back of his head and grinned awkwardly. Sensing the atmosphere had warmed considerably, Yun Yang suggested, "Mother, you must be hungry. Let me go cook. We can chat while we eat." Very well. Lu Zhangshi nodded with a smile, still gripping Xiao Mu's hand and reluctant to let go. "Son-in-law, do come inside and sit. Don't stand at the doorway." The group chatted and laughed as they entered the courtyard. The sunlight was perfect, casting a warm glow over the shabby little courtyard, gilding everything in golden light. Lu Zhangshi tended the fire by the stove, Yun Yang and Ruo Zhu chopped vegetables on the cutting board, and Xiao Mu squatted in the courtyard amusing a lame old hen. Cookfire smoke rose into the air, and the fragrance of food slowly drifted outward. The neighbors who had once mocked Yun Yang and Ruo Zhu watched from afar, the rare laughter echoing from the ruined courtyard. Some lowered their heads in shame, others muttered sour remarks under their breath, but none approached to say a word. Xiao Mu paid them no mind, nor did Yun Yang and Ruo Zhu. The 3 of them, a family, gathered around a small wooden table, missing a leg, and shared a simple, yet heartfelt reunion meal. Laughter drifted over the courtyard wall, lingering long in the skies above the village. After lunch, the sun blazed mercilessly, scorching the dirt paths of Lu village to baking heat. In the modest courtyard of the Lu Lao Air residence, the shadow of the Chinese elm had shriveled into a tight cluster pressed against the corner of the wall. Yun Yang sat beneath the eaves, meticulously wiping a wine jar with a coarse cloth. Sunlight fell across her profile, illuminating wisps of stray hair into golden threads. Ruo Zhu crouched nearby, sealing the jar's mouth with wax, humming a tune she couldn't quite articulate. Its melody light and sprightly, yet the lyrics indistinct, lost to the air. She had once asked Xiao Mu what that song meant. He had merely smiled without answering, turning his gaze toward the distance, as though peering at something impossibly far away. Ruo Zhu had never asked again, yet the melody still surfaced, occasionally slipping from her lips unbidden. Lu Zhangshi sat in a faded bamboo chair, head bowed, stitching an article of clothing. It was an old garment of Yun Yang's, its collar frayed and a tear mending on the sleeve. She stitched with painstaking slowness, each thread placed with care, occasionally lifting her gaze to her 2 daughters, a soft smile playing at her lips. With a harsh creak, the courtyard gate was shoved violently open. The branches of the locust tree rattled wildly, and several leaves drifted slowly downward. A burly man with a pockmarked face strode into the courtyard, his robe flung open to reveal a hairy chest, a rusted machete hanging from his waist, clanking noisomely with each clumsy step. Well, look who it is." His triangular eyes gleamed, and he slouched forward toward Yun Yang and Ruo Zhu with an oily grin, the mingled stench of alcohol and sweat wafting across several paces, souring the very air. "If it isn't our village's 2 most beautiful maidens. What, someone sent you back?" Yun Yang's hands froze mid-motion, her face draining of color. Ruaju set down the wax block and rose to stand before her glaring. Lu Mazi, keep your filthy mouth clean. Lu Mazi chuckled obscenely, reaching out his grime-caked hand toward Yun Yang's shoulder. Slap. Ruaju smacked it away with considerable force, the crack sharp and clear. At that moment, Xiao Mu, who had been tidying things inside the house, heard the commotion and stepped outside. He said nothing, merely stood at the doorway, his gaze calm and unwavering as it settled upon Lu Mazi. Lu Zhongshi sprang up in a panic, her face paling, and seized Ruaju's wrist. Meng Meng, how dare you speak to your elder cousin like that? Elder cousin? Ruaju's face flushed crimson with rage. He doesn't deserve the title. When sister and I refused his disgusting advances, he poisoned the well, bringing misery upon the entire village. Enough. Lu Zhongshi's voice trembled as she gripped her daughter's wrist tightly, her eyes brimming with both fear and helplessness. Yun Yang stepped forward, positioning herself to shield her sister and mother, and stared fixedly at Lu Mazi, speaking word by measured word. What are you doing here? You are unwelcome. Leave. Rather than growing angry, Lu Mazi laughed, a grating, unpleasant sound that sent the bees within the hive in the courtyard corners swarming outward in agitation. I've come to pay a visit to our great hero of Wengcheng. Grinning, he drew closer to Xiao Mu, his breath reeking of alcohol. Xiao Mu, master brewer, your liquor drew praise even from the bandit lord of Peach Blossom Mountain. He suddenly lowered his voice, hissing like a serpent. The lord says that any woman he sets his sights upon, you dare oppose him. Hand over the woman and the brewing recipe within half a month, or else. Or else what? Xiao Mu didn't let him finish. With a swift kick, he sent Lu Mazi flying backward. In a cry of agony, the man crashing into a fermentation jar at the courtyard corner, brown brine splashing across his body. He rolled twice on the ground, struggling to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with venomous hatred. Fine. You've got guts. Just wait. The men of Peach Blossom Mountain won't let this go. Get out. Yun Yang snatched up a broken half-brick from the ground and hurled it. The brick whistled past Lu Mazi's ear and smashed into the earthen wall, leaving a deep crater. Lu Mazi scrambled to his feet and fled the courtyard, still shouting all the way down the road. You'll regret this. I swear I'll have my revenge. Outside the courtyard wall, the murmur of villagers rose. A cacophony of opinions, some worried, some schadenfreude, others shaking their heads in sorrow. The Lu family has stirred a hornet's nest. Lu Mazi's been running roughshod over this village for years. Someone should have put him in his place long ago. Those bandits at Peach Blossom Mountain are no joke. Lu Zhongshi's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground, tears tracing paths through the deep wrinkles on her face. What sin have we committed? His father was beaten to death by them back then. We cannot afford to anger them. Perhaps we should just hand over the recipe. Yun Yang and Ruaju knelt and embraced their mother, their own eyes glistening. Xiao Mu crouched beside her and gently wiped the tears from his mother-in-law's face, his voice low but steady. Auntie, rest assured. Since I have married Yun Yang and Ruaju, I will protect this family with my life. If the people of Peach Blossom Mountain come, then let them come. He rose to his feet, his mind already made up. Summoning Jia Yi, he instructed him in a low voice to pursue Lu Mazi and eliminate him halfway, leaving no trace. As for the bandits at Peach Blossom Mountain, he would hold back for now and watch the situation unfold. Jia Yi nodded and silently vanished beyond the courtyard wall. Just then a loud and rhythmic crunch of footsteps approached from outside. Xiao Mu's expression hardened instinctively. He pulled Yun Yang and the others behind him, his hands slipping behind his back, ready to draw his hunting rifle at any moment. An elderly man with silver hair but an upright, vigorous bearing stood at the courtyard gate with a group of followers. Yun Yang and Ruaju's eyes lit up simultaneously, and they cried out together, "Grandfather!" They ran toward him, and Lu Zhongshi quickly rose to follow. Xiao Mu paused for a moment before realization dawned. He was the grandfather of Yun Yang and Ruaju and the village head of Lu Village. Seeing his two granddaughters, the wrinkles on the old man's face unfurled like blooming flowers. He took their hands and examined them up and down. "Yun Meng Meng, you've returned. Have you been well over there? Has anyone troubled you? Tell grandfather, and I shall set things right." "No one has, grandfather." Ruaju linked arms with Xiao Mu, her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. "Xianggong treats us wonderfully." Yun Yang also smiled. "Indeed, Xianggong thinks of nothing but our welfare. He brought so many things today when we returned. I shall send some over to you shortly." Following Ruaju's gaze, the old man turned his attention to Xiao Mu, scrutinizing him from head to toe before giving a nod. "You must be Xiao Mu. I've heard quite a bit about you lately. Ambitious for a young man, that's good. Greetings, village head grandfather. You are too kind." Xiao Mu bowed slightly. "Don't be so formal. Just call me grandfather, the same as Yun and the others." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "Grandfather." Xiao Mu addressed him. "Ah." The old man replied warmly. "Then I shall call you Xiao Mu." Xiao Mu nodded. "Yes, grandfather." The old man's expression then grew serious and he lowered his voice. "Xiao Mu, I have heard what just transpired. Do not worry about that wretch Lu Mazi. I will handle him. He has bullied this village for far too long. Previously I spared him out of consideration for appearances, but colluding with mountain bandits is a line he has crossed. He cannot be tolerated any longer. Xiao Mu nodded. I leave it to you, grandfather. Fear not, you shall have your justice. The old man patted Xiao Mu's shoulder, then turned and pulled a broad-shouldered man from behind him. This is my eldest son Lu Shi, known as Shi. He served in the army in his youth before returning home after sustaining injuries. Though wounded, his combat skills remained sharp. The man wore a patched and mended old garment, yet his frame was imposing. Approaching with a hint of awkwardness, he extended his hand. Hello, Xiao Mu. Just call me Shi. Xiao Mu shook his hand firmly. Senior brother Shi, just call me Xiao Mu. The old man continued. Xiao Mu, I hear you've taken up brewing recently. Would you have need of help? Have Shi join you. He requires only food and payment. Grandfather, you are being too modest on my behalf. Xiao Mu smiled. Senior brother Shi's assistance would be most welcome, and I shall pay him accordingly. At 300 coins per month with 3 meals provided, settled at month's end. 300 coins. Someone among the entourage gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, that's a generous wage. Xiao Mu has truly struck gold. Shi himself hesitated, waving his hands hurriedly. This is far too much. It is not. Xiao Mu patted his arm. Senior brother Shi carries valuable skills. He is worth every coin. The old man studied Xiao Mu in newfound respect, deepening his gaze. Without further protest, he simply nodded. Very well then. It is settled. Glancing at the sky, he led his party in taking their leave. Just before departing, he glanced back at Xiao Mu. Leave Lu Mazi's affair to me. As for Peach Blossom Mountain, keep your wits about you, but do not act rashly. Xiao Mu acknowledged him and saw them out through the courtyard gate. Silence settled back over the small courtyard, and the four of them sat down once more. Ruozhu spoke first, tugging at Lu Zhongshi's sleeve. Mother, come live with us. We cannot bear to leave you alone here. Lu Zhongshi shook her head, her gaze slowly sweeping across the weather-beaten courtyard as though memorizing something precious. No, I am too old to move now. This home was built brick by your father. I wish to stay and guard it, but Lu Mazi is still out there. He will surely cause more trouble. Yun Yang protested anxiously. What harm can a decrepit old woman like me pose to him? Lu Zhongshi smiled, reached up to stroke Yun Yang's hair, and then deliberately assumed a stern expression. It's you two who should hurry along. I am waiting to hold my grandchildren. Mother. Both girls blushed, deeply lowering their heads in embarrassment. Xiao Mu, who had been sipping water, choked on a cough, his ears burning crimson. Lu Zhongshi watched her two daughters' shy reactions, the wrinkles around her eyes crinkling into deep smiles. Golden sunlight filtered through the leaves of the Chinese elm, scattering fragments of shimmering gold across the ground. The small courtyard lay peaceful and still, broken only by the occasional chirp of birdsong and Ruozhu's pouty murmuring of, "Mother, stop talking like that." Night wind gusted against Lu Mazi's sweat-damp forehead, sending a chill through him. He staggered through the village lanes, his cloth shoes scraping noisily along the flagstone path. The broken wood-chopping knife at his waist swayed with every step, its scabbard slapping against his hip bone like a dead snake. Passing the earth god shrine, he spat at the mottled statue. The copper bell under the eaves jangled in the breeze, startling a few sparrows into flight. The humiliation he had suffered at the Xiao family's doorstep was still a thorn stuck in his throat. He could neither swallow it nor spit it out. Pushing open his own ramshackle door, the sour stench of fermented distillers' grains hit him in the face. The rice wine he had secretly brewed 3 days ago had turned sour again. The clay jar lay toppled in the corner, spilling a puddle of brown liquid mixed with wheat bran on the ground, in which his distorted reflection wavered. Lu Mazi kicked over half a broken bamboo basket. The grain he had robbed last year tumbled out of the rough cloth sack on the wall, scattering all over the floor, but he had no mind to pick it up. He only clutched the half-faded red silk at the head of the bed, the one he had lifted from the dowry of Yun Yang and Ruozhu. Lu Yuner, Lu Mingming, you two sluts, he suddenly roared, flinging the red silk at the candle. The flame puffed up, then died, casting a red glow on his bloodshot eyes. What is Xiao Mu anyway? Just a shabby outsider. His nails dug into the old scar on his palm. The wound slashed by a bandit last year oozed blood again, mixing with dust and ash into dark red scabs in the lines of his hand. He stared at the moonlight leaking through the rafters, recalling how Xiao Mu had stood at the village entrance that day, surrounded by villagers discussing hiring. Those neighbors who once scraped and bowed to him now looked at him with nothing but contempt. Taohua Mountain loomed beside the official road that led from Liujiao Village and Shi Village to Wengqing. The bandits had occupied the mountain for years. The county office had not failed to launch campaigns against them, but every time the government troops arrived, it was as if the bandits had been tipped off in advance. When the soldiers came, they dispersed. When the soldiers left, they regrouped. Moreover, every campaign gave the yamen a pretext to exact money: bandit suppression levy, peace preservation fee, with endless variations. The common folk were already drowning in exorbitant taxes and could no longer pay. In time, the bandits of Taohua Mountain grew bolder and more numerous, and no one mentioned suppression anymore. The officials, seeing little profit to be squeezed out, merely nailed up a token notice to close the matter. That notice had been pasted on the city wall for only a few days before wind and rain ruined it. the ink smeared so badly that the characters were illegible. Old Wang, the tofu seller, sighed as he stacked bamboo baskets on his cart. Suppress bandits. The suppression levy we paid last time didn't make so much as a sound. I even threw in the tax money from my 3 mu of poor fields. A passing peddler chimed in. I hear the county magistrate's new concubine wears gold bangles thicker than my carrying pole. The two exchanged a look, reading the helplessness in each other's eyes, then silently went their separate ways. The outline of Taohua Mountain in the dusk was like a crouching giant beast. On the official road at the foot of the mountain, a handful of traveling merchants hurried past with ox carts. The copper bells on the shafts jingled, but did nothing to dispel the miasma hanging in the air. Lu Matzi spat toward the distant peaks, then turned and slipped into a hidden forest path. He calculated the official road was too long a detour. This shortcut, though dangerous, would take him to the Taohua Mountain people sooner. He did not notice that 20 paces away among the tree shadows, Jia Yi was half hidden behind the dead branches. His robe was washed pale but spotlessly clean, and the red rope tassel on his waist saber hilt lifted in the wind. Make way. A good dog doesn't block the road. Lu Matzi snapped. But when he clearly saw the man's outfit, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The broad blade in the man's hand gleamed coldly. Lu Matzi's right hand instinctively went to the wood knife at his waist, his fingertips touching the coarse hemp rope soaked in tung oil. To show off his fierceness, he had tied the scabbard extra tight. Now it became a fatal encumbrance, and he couldn't draw it out no matter what. Lu Matzi. Jia Yi's voice was not loud, but it was like ice. My master says that some people live only to make good people suffer. It's time to send you on your way. Lu Matzi's Adam's apple bobbed. His mind flashed to the scene last month when he robbed Widow Li's grain cart. Widow Li knelt in the snow, clutching her crying child, begging him to leave half a sack of wheat seed. How had he kicked the child away back then? How had he driven the grain cart into his own yard? Those images suddenly became clear, startling him more than the blade in front of him. Damn it! Lu Matzi's face changed drastically. He struggled violently to draw the wood knife, but the knife seemed to have taken root, impossible to pull out. His trousers were pulled so hard they slid down, but he didn't care. He dropped to his knees with a thud, snot and tears streaming down. Big brother, grandfather, ancestor, please spare this wretch's life. This humble one has an 80-year-old mother at home and a suckling babe below. Your mother starved to death in a broken kiln east of the village 3 years ago. Jia Yi cut him off, pressing the blade half an inch forward, scraping his neck painfully. Widow Li's grain cart, you robbed it 3 times. Old Wang's ox, you led it away to pay the bandit suppression levy. Did you think everyone in the village was blind? Lu Matzi jerked his head up, colliding with Jia Yi's icy stare. At the moment the blade was against his throat, he suddenly noticed a small Xiao character embroidered on the money pouch at Jia Yi's waist, a pattern he had seen on the blue gown Xiao Mu often wore. At last he understood why Xiao Mu always knew precisely after every misdeed he committed. Xiao, young Master Xiao. He tilted his head, his face a mess of tears and mucus. This wretch dares not do it again. The Taohua Mountain people promised me a 30% cut. I'll go and turn them down right now. Jia Yi didn't wait for him to finish. The blade swept across. Blood droplets spattered on the front of the robe. Lu Matzi's body went limp, crumpling into the muddy ground, and lay still. Behind a pine tree not far away, a figure in a bamboo hat pressed against the trunk, holding his breath. In his hand he held half a torn scrap of paper with the name Xiao Mu scrawled on it, which had fallen from Lu Matzi's bosom. When Jia Yi buried the body, he found a dried peach blossom petal under Lu Matzi's soul. He rubbed the petal between his fingertips when he suddenly heard an owl's cry in the distance. 3 long hoots followed by 2 short ones, the secret signal of the Taohua Mountain bandits. He put the petal into his money pouch, tapped the sheath lightly 3 times on the dead leaves, leaving 3 shallow marks, then turned and vanished into the night. The bandit scout hiding behind the tree, nicknamed Mouse, was the undercover agent One-Eyed Dragon had planted in Shur village. Mouse waited until Jia Yi's footsteps had completely disappeared, then crept over stealthily. In the moonlight he saw that the wound on Lu Matzi's neck was as neat as if cut by a blade. His pupils contracted sharply. Even the sharpest swordsman in the yamen couldn't have managed such skill. And thinking back to the dialogue between the 2 men and the footprints on the ground, he could conclude that this was done by Xiao Mu's people. Xiao Mu. Mouse murmured the name, recalling the young man he had seen at the entrance of Shur village a few days earlier. The tiger-slaying hero seemed to be him as well. Now at last he understood why Zhang Heng and the second-in-command had failed to return for so long. He crouched down and searched through Lu Matzi's tattered front, finding half a moldy flat cake. When he broke it open, a rusted copper coin rolled out, engraved on its edge with the characters Taiping, the token used by the Taohua Mountain bandits. He took out the charcoal stick he carried and hastily wrote a few lines on a piece of coarse linen. Xiao Mu's second-in-command, Zhang Heng, brick kiln brewing trade in 1 month. After confirming the words had dried, he stuffed the cloth strip into a bamboo tube, tied it to a mountain sparrow's leg, and raised his hand to release it. The sparrow flapped its wings and flew off toward Taohua Mountain. In the rammed earth house west of Liujia village, a wild hare that Lu Zhangshur had just stewed sat on the pine table, the steam mixed with the pungent aroma of wild mountain peppers. Xiao Mu had just picked up a piece of meat and was about to put it into his mouth when a crisp system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. His chopsticks clattered into the bowl, and soup splashed an irregular ring along the rim. Ding! Host has triggered a main quest. Suppress the bandits of Taohua Mountain. Rewards upon completion points 20 space unlock range increased to 1% random seed 1. A light screen unfolded before his eyes. Xiao Mu stared at the phrase, random seed, stunned for a moment. He remembered the seeds the system had rewarded before still and used. He had no idea what they would grow into if planted. At that thought, he couldn't help grinning stupidly with soup still at the corner of his mouth. Is the young master scalded? Lu Zhanshi turned from the stove flour, dusting her apron. Look, Yin'er and Meng Meng are both staring at you. Xiao Mu snapped back to reality and wiped his mouth. Mother-in-law, I'm happy. That saline alkali land behind Shur village backed by Daqing Mountain and beside the Wang River is full of excellent clay for firing bricks. I want to build a brick kiln there not only to erect a winery and a textile workshop, but also to sell bricks cheaply to the villagers. Last year's rainstorm collapsed many of the earth walls. If they switch to blue brick houses, they won't be afraid. I plan to hire the villagers from Shur village and Liujia village, Xiao Mu said, tapping the rim of the bowl with his chopsticks. Besides cash wages, they can be paid in bricks. When they build new houses later, it will be just right. He suddenly remembered something and turned to Lu Zhanshi. Mother-in-law, you said before there's an excellent weaver in the village. Yes, she lives in the village, surname Su, Lu Zhanshi said. You mean that Miss Su? Lu Zhanshi added a piece of firewood to the stove. The firelight cast a red glow on the wrinkles by her eyes. Her surname is Su with the single given name Jean. She was originally the daughter of Su's cloth shop in the city. Her father was swindled by the Zhao family winery until he lost everything. Now the father and daughter live in a thatched cottage at the west end of Shur village. In the daytime, the girl washes and irons clothes for others, and at night, she still studies her loom until her hands split and bleed. I've seen Su cloth shops brocade in Wangqing, Xiao Mu said. A light flashed in Xiao Mu's eyes. Back then, even the prefect's wife praised their twin lotus pattern cotton cloth. If we can get her to manage the weaving workshop, our cloth will sell well. Su Jin. Xiao Mu savored the name, suddenly recalling a scene he had seen in Wangqing 2 years ago. The Zhao family winery shop hands were beating an old cloth merchant and his daughter in the middle of the street, while the onlookers were angry, but dared not to speak out. The woman clutched tightly in her arms the last bolt of twin lotus patterned cotton, and no matter how those men struck at her, she never let go. If someone with such a spirit were put in charge of the weaving workshop, success was certain. I'll go invite her myself tomorrow. Xiao Mu set down his chopsticks, determined. Outside the window, Jia Yi's figure flitted past the bamboo fence. The peach blossom petal in his money pouch trembled gently with each step. He was hurrying toward Xiao Mu to report back. Meanwhile, deep in Taohua Mountain in the Hall of Assembly, the pine torches made one-eyed dragon's face flicker between light and shadow. He was wiping the ghost head saber at his waist when he suddenly heard a bird chirp from the cave entrance. A mountain sparrow landed unsteadily on the stone table, the cloth strip tied to its legs still stained with blood. Chief, a letter from Mouse. A minor bandit hastily untied the cloth strip and handed it up. One-eyed dragon stared at the words on the paper. Xiao Mu's second-in-command, Zhang, hung brick kiln brewing transaction in 1 month. His single eye narrowed. He flung the coarse linen into the brazier. Brothers wait in the reed marshes of the Wang River in 1 month. Whoever dares to touch my men must repay with blood. The night deepened. Before blowing out the oil lamp, Xiao Mu took another look at the system interface. On the quest progress bar, the words "Suppress the bandits of Taohua Mountain" glimmered faintly, while in the item slot in the corner that random seed was radiating a faint, unearthly sheen. He did not know what that seed would grow into in the future, nor did he know that the Taohua Mountain bandits were already planning to act. Outside the window, the moon hid behind clouds, and the small courtyard darkened. From the distance came a few dog barks, gradually fading away. Xiao Mu turned over and closed his eyes. Tomorrow a pile of matters awaited him. To invite Su Jin to process the land deed for the brick kiln, and to go to the county town to purchase supplies. What he had not expected was that the crisis would come sooner than he had anticipated. He did not know what that seed would grow into in the future, nor did he know that the Taohua Mountain bandits were already planning to act. Outside the window, the moon hid behind clouds, and the small courtyard darkened. From the distance came a few dog barks, gradually fading away. Xiao Mu turned over and closed his eyes. Tomorrow a pile of matters awaited him. To invite Su Jin to process the land deed for the brick kiln, and to go to the county town to purchase supplies. What he had not expected was that the crisis would come sooner than he had anticipated. He did not know what that seed would grow into in the future, nor did he know that the Taohua Mountain bandits were already planning to act. Outside the window, the moon hid behind clouds, and the small courtyard darkened. The next morning, before daylight had fully broken, Xiao Mu rose from his bed with quiet steps. He built a fire and set a pot to cook porridge, pouring in coarse rice and water, then went to the backyard to pick some green vegetables, washed and chopped them, and stirred them into the pot before finishing with a few drops of sesame oil. Soon the kitchen was filled with the fragrant aroma of porridge. In the corner stood an old loom, its wooden frame cracked like the wrinkles on an elder's face, with half a broken thread still lodged in the shuttle groove. Xiao Mu pulled over a small stool and sat beside it, gazing at the loom for a long while. He reached out and touched its parts, wondering in his mind whether he could repair it or simply build one from scratch. "Good morning, my dear." Yun Yang emerged from the inner room, her hair unbound and falling over her shoulders. Seeing Xiao Mu squatting by the loom, she looked puzzled. "What are you doing with that?" A moment later, the kitchen was filled with the rich aroma of porridge. In the corner of the room stood an old loom, its wooden frame cracked like an elder's weathered face, with half a broken thread still wedged in the shuttle groove. "I was thinking, could I make one myself?" Xiao Mu brushed the dust from his hands. "This one is too old. It would fall apart on the bumpy road. Better to just leave it here. You know how to build a loom." Yun Yang's eyes lit up and she leaned closer. "I'll give it a try. It may not work." Xiao Mu smiled and rose to his feet. "Let's eat first, then go visit that Miss Su you mentioned. Would you like to come along?" Yes. I haven't seen her in ages, and Meng Meng can come too." Yun Yang replied happily, turning to rouse Meng Meng from bed. Lu Zhongshi was already up as well, and the four of them gathered around the table to drink porridge together. At the table, Lu Zhongshi picked up a piece of pickled radish and placed it in Xiao Mu's bowl. Son-in-law Miss Su's family has fallen on hard times. Her father was ill recently, and the medical bills ate through what little they had. Life is very difficult for them now. Xiao Mu nodded, making a mental note. After the meal, the group stepped outside and followed the village path westward. The morning breeze was cool. Dew still clung to the wildflowers by the roadside. Occasionally, early rising villagers passed by with hose over their shoulders, smiling and greeting them as they went. Beyond a stretch of woods, a low thatched cottage came into view. In the wasteland before it, a girl of about 18 or 19 was swinging a hoe to till the soil. Her coarse cotton skirt was splattered with mud, and the stray hairs on her forehead were damp and stuck to her skin from sweat. She was tall and willowy with delicate features. Though her clothes were shabby, her bearing set her apart from the ordinary village girls. Yun Air leaned close to Xiao Mu's ear and whispered, "Dear Miss Su Jin is quite beautiful, isn't she?" "Yes, quite pretty," Xiao Mu replied absently, his gaze still fixed on the girl. Yun Air pouted. "Then why not bring her home as our little sister? That would give Meng Meng and me a companion." Xiao Mu was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said seriously, "There are plenty of beautiful girls in this world. Do you expect me to marry everyone I see? Our home is small. There's no room for more than what we have. With you and Meng Meng by my side, I am already content." Hearing this, Yun Air's lips curved into a gentle smile, and she let the matter drop. Over by the cottage, Su Jin had spotted them as well. She dropped her hoe and walked over with a bright smile. "Yun Air, Meng Meng." The three girls gathered together and fell into animated chatter. Feeling out of place, joining their conversation, Xiao Mu wandered over and crouched beside an old spinning wheel, studying its structure. Lu Zhongshi stood where she was for a moment, hesitated, then silently made her way to the edge of the field and picked up a hoe to continue working the soil. "Sister Jean, what happened to your hands?" Yun Air took Su Jin's hand in hers and saw the fresh scabs forming on her palm. Her heart ached at the sight. "It's nothing. My skin is thick." Su Jin smiled and pulled her hand back. "Why are you working in the fields? Aren't you skilled at weaving?" Meng Meng asked. Su Jin sighed. "All the money I earned from weaving went toward my father's medical expenses. I can't even scrape together enough for next quarter's tax. I figured if I cleared some land and grew vegetables, at least I could sell them for a few copper coins. Then you should just marry into our village." The words slipped out of Meng Meng's mouth before she could stop them, and Yun Air pinched her sharply. Su Jin didn't seem offended. She merely smiled. "What's so great about marriage? It's better to earn my own keep." Yun Air and Meng Meng exchanged a glance, then began explaining breathlessly about Xiao Mu's plan to open a weaving workshop, praising him endlessly for how kind and generous he had been to them. As Su Jin listened, her eyes drifted unconsciously toward the figure crouching by the spinning wheel nearby, his fingers tracing the arc of the spinning spindle. As he contemplated something, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression deeply focused. "You two are silly." Su Jin tore her gaze away and chuckled, tapping Meng Meng's forehead. "Who in their right mind offers to find a concubine for their own husband? If it were anyone else, I wouldn't have a word of it. But you're not a stranger to us, Sister Su Jin." Meng Meng protested hastily. All right, enough of that." Su Jin waved her hand dismissively. "I'll keep trying on my own. If things become truly unbearable, I'll come join you." "Wonderful." The two girls cheered in unison, overjoyed. As the sun began to slant toward the west, Xiao Mu's party prepared to depart. Before leaving, he reminded Lu Shi to come find him at Stone Village in a few days, then set off with Yun Air and Meng Meng at his side. When they had arrived earlier, the villagers had kept their distance from the two girls. But now as they left, many came forward to greet them warmly. Their backs straight, smiles on their faces, the girls had never felt so lighthearted in all their lives. As they approached the entrance to Stone Village, Xiao Mu caught sight of a crowd gathered in the distance, murmuring and gesturing animatedly. He was about to wonder what was going on when Rong Mu pushed through the crowd, grass clippings and dark stains on her clothes, gasping for breath. "Brother Mu, you're finally back." Rong Mu's face had gone pale. "Wang Er and the others are in trouble. Bandits from Peach Blossom Mountain ambushed the wine transport convoy halfway. Wang Er and Uncle Wang fought them off to protect the cargo. Xiao Mu's heart sank. He followed Rongmu running out of the village. In the woods beside the official road, shattered wine jars lay scattered across the ground, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of spilled liquor. Wang Er and Uncle Wang sat leaning against tree roots, cloth wraps bound around their arms, blood still seeping through. The old ox lay nearby, injured on its leg, lowing mournfully. Brother Mu. Wang Er struggled to rise when he spotted Xiao Mu. I'm sorry, the wine, it's all been taken. Don't move. Xiao Mu crouched down and lifted the cloth to inspect the wounds. They weren't particularly deep, but the bleeding was significant. He turned to Taida, who had followed behind. Go find some clean cloth and medicine. Taida nodded and sprinted off. How many were there? Xiao Mu asked. 7 or 8, armed with swords. Wang Er gritted his teeth. We couldn't hold them off. Uncle Wang's ox was slashed as well. Xiao Mu rose to his feet and scanned the area. Disturbed footprints crisscrossed the ground leading into the woods before disappearing. He was silent for a moment, then patted Wang Er on the shoulder. As long as everyone is alive, that's what matters. We can brew more wine. For now, let's get back and tend to these wounds. Rongmu hesitated, then asked, Brother Mu, should we inform the village head? Yes. Xiao Mu nodded. Sister Rongmu, please go tell Grandpa village head. Ask him to gather the able-bodied men of the village. I want to organize a guard patrol. This can't be let go like this. Rongmu acknowledged and took off running. The twilight deepened, and the sunset clouds across the horizon burned like spilled blood. Xiao Mu supported Wang Er as they limped back toward the village, with Uncle Wang leading the wounded ox. Yun Er and Meng Meng trailed behind, their faces etched with worry. Xiao Mu said nothing, his steps steady, but his mind churned with one relentless thought. The matter of the guard patrol could no longer be delayed. Twilight pooled like melted honey, slowly flowing across the sky and bathing the entire stone village in a warm amber glow. Xiao Mu had one arm around Wang Er's shoulders, his left hand pressing hard against the bleeding right shoulder. The coarse cloth bandage was already soaked through, and a faint metallic tang of blood hung in the air. Several villagers trailed behind them, equally tattered in clothing and etched with exhaustion. Mud caked their trouser legs, and their farming tools bore notched edges from relentless use. Beneath the ancient locust tree at the village entrance, people had been waiting since noon. The moment they spotted the figures approaching, the crowd surged forward. Xiao Mu, what happened to Wang Er? Aunt Li rose on her tiptoes to press forward, her clouded eyes brimming with anxiety. Could it be the bandits from Taohua Mountain? Someone muttered, and the crowd erupted into frantic speculation. Several women drew their children close, while the elderly gripped their walking sticks with furrowed brows. Whispers rippled through the crowd like wind through wheat. Xiao Mu raised his hands, signaling for calm, though he said nothing immediately. His gaze swept across the crowd until it landed on Wang Xiu. The girl, usually so lively and bright, stood motionless among the throng, her eyes fixed on him. Only when she saw he was unharmed did her shoulders ease. Her fingers tightened around the hem of her dress, knuckles whitening, and she stole glances toward the wounded Wang Er whenever she thought no one was looking. Morong pushed through the crowd with the village chief behind her, flanked by several burly men. Dust coated the hem of her skirt, and a half-wilted camellia still clung to her hair, evidence she'd run all the way. Wang Xunyang had been laughing with others when she caught sight of Wang Er's pallid face. Her smile vanished, and she bounded forward, her voice trembling. My child, what torment have you endured? Her quivering hand traced the bandaged arm, and her eyes glistened red, tears hovering at the brink. While mother and son shared their moment, Xiao Mu was already greeting the village chief. Chief, thank you for making this journey. He clasped his fists in respect, his voice weighed down by fatigue. The chief said little, turning instead to climb onto the stone mill. Its surface had grown smooth and polished, with age faint patterns etched along the rim. His weathered voice carried through the fading light. As you've likely heard, the bandits covet Xiao Mu's brewing method and came to seize it. Wang Er forced himself forward, as well as tone frail but unwavering. If they won't let us live in peace, we'll show them what we're made of. Xiao Mu plans to build a winery, a weaving workshop, and a brick kiln here. Opportunities for all of us. Would you surrender these to them? Never. The crowd surged with fury, their shouts rising wave after wave. Young men rolled up their sleeves, ready for a fight. Old man Zhang slammed his cane against the ground, his voice booming louder than anyone else's. This stone village doesn't take kindly to bullying. Xiao Mu hopped onto a large stone and addressed the angry faces before him. The bandits threatened me yesterday, giving me half a month to comply. I refused, and today they struck. We cannot simply wait for destruction. I propose we form a village guard and use the terrain to defend our homes. He outlined the wages and compensation terms, and after a stunned pause, villagers clamored to volunteer. My son is young and strong. Count him in. Though I'm a widow with no husband, Wang the widow ventured timidly. I can cook and wash clothes. Let me help too. Watching the eager crowd, Xiao Mu felt a surge of gratitude. He turned to Morong. Sister Morong, could you help register everyone? A faint blush colored her cheeks, and she nervously fidgeted with her sleeve. She learned to read and write from a tutor in her childhood, never imagining it would serve her now. She unrolled the paper, ground the ink, and began writing with focused diligence. Just hand it to me when you're done, Xiao Mu murmured reassuringly. She nodded softly, the tips of her ears turning red. As the crowd dispersed and darkness fell, Xiao Mu pulled the chief aside. Chief, there's one more thing. I need your help with an official permit to manufacture certain weapons privately. The chief's expression darkened. Xiao Mu, what do you need that for? The court maintains strict control over ironware. This won't be easy. Not iron wooden bows. For village defense, Xiao Mu clarified. About 100 crafted from timber sourced from Daqing Mountain. Relief washed over the chief. Wooden bows should be manageable if we pay the proper fees. I'll go to the county town tomorrow and try to secure approval. But I must warn you, should anything go wrong. I understand. Thank you, Chief, Xiao Mu replied, though his mind was already working on something else. What he truly intended to build were composite bows. With the official permit as cover, he could work in secret at night. Something was better than nothing. Deep into the night, the village lay shrouded in darkness, pierced only by scattered lantern light. Xiao Mu had just finished bathing and was discussing tomorrow's plans with Yun Yang and Ruozhu when a faint sound reached his ears from beyond the courtyard, soft like cat claws scratching tiles. He grabbed the crossbow from the corner and crept toward the door, listening intently. Moonlight filtered through the window lattice and a shadow darted past, furtive and suspicious. Xiao Mu opened the door and followed, crossbow in hand. Beyond the courtyard gate, the figure flashed again with startling speed. At this hour, every villager would be behind closed doors, who would be wandering about. His heart sank. Could this be a scout from Taohua Mountain? Without hesitation, he drew the crossbow and loosed an arrow. It missed, embedding itself in a nearby tree trunk with a buzzing tremor that sent birds scattering from the branches. The shadow fled toward Daqing Mountain in panic. Xiao Mu remained frozen, watching it disappear, his palms slick with cold sweat. If this was indeed a scout, the bandits would strike soon. They wouldn't grant them much time to prepare. Xiao Mu, what's wrong? Wang Er rushed over with a torch, worry etched across his gaunt face. The flames illuminated his pallor. Xiao Mu gestured toward the arrow in the tree. A shadow passed by moments ago, fast. Likely a bandit scout. What should we do? Wang Er's voice quivered. The village guard is barely assembled, and we have no weapons. We can't wait any longer, Xiao Mu cut in firmly. Tomorrow I'll lead a few capable men into the mountains to harvest timber and craft makeshift weapons. Once the chief secures the official permit, we'll focus on proper arms. Before dawn broke the next day, Xiao Mu set out with Wang Er and several young men. The mountain trail was treacherous, scattered rocks and thorny brush. They carried axes and coils of rope, their clothes soon drenched with sweat and dew. Yet they worked with fierce determination, felling trees, trimming branches, and shaping wood, each driven by purpose and none complaining of fatigue. Meanwhile, Lu Shi arrived from Lu village. Having served in the military, he knew how to train men. While Muron registered guards inside the ancestral hall, Lu Shi pushed the volunteers through physical drills in the open yard. Stay sharp. Keep up. Lu Shi bellowed. The recruits gasped for breath, teeth clenched, pushing through the sweat-soaked run. Wang Xiao, Yun Yang, and Ruozhu contributed in their own ways. Wang Xiao sorted the finished wooden poles, Yun Yang helped in the kitchen preparing midday meals, and Ruozhu meticulously recorded supplies at her desk. The entire village buzzed with activity, everyone acutely aware that time was running short. By evening, the chief finally returned from the county town, breathless and soaked in sweat, his deep blue tunic drenched. He clutched a scroll wrapped in oilcloth so tightly his knuckles had turned white. Xiao Mu, he called from a distance, his voice trembling with relief. It's done. Xiao Mu rushed to support him, taking the document, its edges stamped with fresh vermilion seal. The chief collapsed onto the stone roller, gulping down water before catching his breath. The magistrate's office approved only wooden bows. Nothing else, he warned grimly. Should anyone discover otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Xiao Mu traced the embossed seal on the document, his throat tight. Suddenly he knelt and bowed deeply. Thank you, Chief. Don't do this. The old man hastily pulled him up, his clouded eyes crinkling with warmth. You're giving these people a chance to survive? What are a few trips compared to that? Leaning closer, he lowered his voice further. But Xiao Mu, that bow you truly intend to make, can it really be crafted without detection? Xiao Mu gazed toward the distant Daqing Mountain, the evening breeze lifting the hair from his forehead. By day we'll openly craft wooden bows at the workshop. By night, there will always be a way. In the twilight, their eyes met, each reading the unspoken fear in the other's gaze. This race against time demanded perfection. One misstep could spell ruin. Yet the path was chosen, and there was no turning back. The eerie cry dragged out a long, lingering tale of sounds, startling Wang Xiao's father, who was changing guard atop the stockade wall, so badly that his hand twitched, and he nearly slipped from the wooden ladder. Steady now. Don't fall for their wiles. Wang Er gripped the bronze bell at his waist, his voice cutting through the thin mist and echoing above the stockade wall. But by now the villagers' nerves were already strung as taut as a drawn bowstring. The breakfast Aunt Wang had just brought out hit the ground with a slap. Several children, terrified, burrowed into their mother's arms, their eyes round and wide, too frightened to even breathe. Such wolf howls came once every hour, sometimes from the east, sometimes from the west. There was movement on every side, and no one could tell where it was truly coming from. The afternoon sun beat down fiercely. The drone of cicadas mixed with the steam from wild greens cooking below the wooden stockade, condensing into a sticky, suffocating wave of heat. Xiao Mu wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve, his eyes never daring to leave the distant woods. The underbrush at the southwest corner suddenly shook violently several times. Wang Er, standing guard there, instantly raised his bow and shouted, "There's movement." Bronze gongs clanged, and the entire village went on alert. The sound of arrows being knocked rose in wave after wave. The leaves and branches gradually fell still. A dusty gray hare sprang out of the grass, crouched in the clearing, nibbled at a couple of mouthfuls of grass, then hopped away. Wang Er let out a long breath, but then he heard faint sobbing behind him. A few of the youngest village guards, their eyes reddened and their shoulders trembling. The taut nerves strained by the false alarm finally gave way. "Don't panic." Xiao Mu ran down from the watchtower, boots thudding on the planks. "This is exactly what the bandits want to see. They're using this method to wear us down, break us apart, and frighten us." He grabbed the clay jar by his side and took 2 long gulps of cold tea. Only after the cool liquid went down did he manage to quell the restlessness clawing at his chest. But the harassment went on. From the northeast came another eerie cry. This time a wolf's howl mixed with a baby's wail, a sound that made one's skin crawl. Then there was a burst of hoofbeats drawing near, then vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed at all. Aunt Lee, holding her grandson as he cried in terror, ducked into the cellar, her voice shaking. How could any human being make a sound like that? Could it be mountain spirits and wild demons? Uncle Wang tightened his grip on the cleaver, the blade reflecting his bloodshot eyes. "Brother Mu, we can't go on like this. We have to find out what they're really up to." Before the words had faded, a flurry of bronze gongs came from the south, the agreed-upon warning signal of the village defense force. Xiao Mu rushed up the sentry tower and saw far off at the edge of the woods a dozen or so dark figures flickering in and out of sight. He knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring, his fingers taut on the string, yet he paused. Those men were clearly provoking them, deliberately baiting them into shooting first. The dark figures suddenly shouted in unison, "Hand over the brewing formula. Hand over, Xiao Mu. Do that, and we'll spare your lives." The shouts shook leaves from the trees, startling a flock of crows that rose cawing and wheeled above the stockade. Xiao Mu slowly lowered his bow and turned to Taida beside him. "Pass the word, no one is to loose an arrow without my order. They don't dare come inside. They're waiting for us to exhaust our arrows first." Taida acknowledged the order and ran along the stockade wall, shouting as he went. Those eerie cries continued for most of the night, now distant, now near, as if someone were mimicking wolves from every direction. By the small hours the sounds had gradually thinned, yet no one above or below the stockade wall dared to close their eyes. Xiao Mu leaned against a pillar of the arrow tower, the bowstring clenched in his hand, staring into the pitch-black woods in the distance. He knew this was only a prelude. The true battle was still ahead. He closed his eyes and rested briefly, and by the time the first hint of white appeared on the horizon, he was already on his feet again. A new day had begun, and the bandits still had not shown themselves, but everyone knew they would not wait much longer. Dusk pressed down on Shitsuan village like a soiled gray rag, heavy and stifling. Beneath the bruised dark clouds, the mottled rammed earth of the wall cast twisted shadows, while moss at its base, still sheathed in undried rain, shimmered with a faint, eerie light. Lucifer's fingertips traced the carved lines on his bowstave, and the old wound at his collarbone suddenly throbbed. That year, suppressing roving bandits, an arrow had pierced his shoulder blade. He crawled half a li through a heap of corpses before scraping his way back to life. Now the rustling footsteps at the foot of the mountain sounded exactly like the arrows splitting air in his memory. "Brother Mu." Wang Er stumbled up the stockade wall, his robe so soaked with night dew that it could be wrung out, copper bells at his waist clattering ceaselessly. "The barricade at the southwest corner has been broken again." He spread his palm. The half-length hemp rope marked with teeth was still dripping blood. "These tooth marks are not right. They don't look like a beast's bite." Xiao Mu crouched down and studied the muddy footprints closely in the moonlight. The footprints were evenly spaced, yet intermingled with a child's shoe prints and drag marks faked with tree branches. Stranger still, at the edges of the prints were deep grooves left by something heavy being dragged, spaced as regularly as some kind of code. The old village chief's cane slammed heavily on the bluestone slab, shaking a few flakes of wall plaster loose. He coughed violently, his murky eyes staring into the distance. "One-eyed dragon of Taohua Mountain is probing our defenses." Before the words died out, a wolf's howl tore through the night sky, startling dozens of crows on the wall into a dense black flock that swallowed the last patch of moonlight. The old village chief abruptly seized Xiao Mu's wrist, his withered fingers tightening like an eagle's talons. In the old days, the bandit chief favored poison smoke. Anyone struck by it rotted all over. "Be extremely careful." Xiao Mu raised his brass telescope, the chill tube pressed against his cheekbone. At the southeast corner, torchlight flickered on and off in the brush as 3 or 5 dark figures moved stealthily, the weapons at their waists knocking together in muffled thuds. "A feint to the east, an attack to the west," Xiao Mu said suddenly, making Wang Er jump. They stop every 10 paces. Their boot soles are stained with the red mud of the northwest mountain stream. The real killing blow will come from the northwest. Filthy abuse mixed with whistling drifted over on the wind, grating beyond endurance. But Xiao Mu heard a hidden logic. The curses came in a fixed rhythm, breaking every few phrases like a signal. The crowd began to stir. The baby in Xiao's arms suddenly cried out, and she hurriedly pressed a ragged swaddling cloth over the child's mouth, her nails digging into her palm and leaving several bloody marks. A flash of blue cloth flickered through the brush on the left. Xiao Mu's pupils narrowed. That was Lu Shi's mother's clothing. The bandit leading the group, mounted on horseback, lashed at the captured villagers with a leather whip that kicked up gravel. The old woman's white hair was caked with mud and blood. The instant she saw Lu Shi, she strained to scream, "My son, don't mind me." Scarface toyed with a silver bracelet at his waist and deliberately held it up to glint in the moonlight. The bracelet bore the engraved words fortune and longevity, the birthday gift Lu Shi had made for his mother last year by scrimping and saving. The bandits burst into loud laughter and slowly retreated. "Everyone beware. This is a formation to shatter our morale." Morong spoke, his voice hoarse. Before Wangjia village was massacred, they did the same thing. Wolf howls mixed with crying, grinding people down until their minds broke. Before he could finish, wolf howls rose and fell outside the stockade wall, blending with the real ones until false and true could no longer be told apart. Mixed in were the cries of a baby, now near, now far, chilling everyone to the bone. At the third quarter of the Mao hour, a broken gong's clang stabbed into the ears like needles. Xiao Mu clutched his chest, cold sweat soaked through his back in an instant. The rhythm of that gong was exactly the same as a heartbeat. A bandit leader kicked a clay jar to pieces on the ground. Several underlings drew gleaming steel blades, the cold light of their edges linking into a sheet of frost under the moon. 2 taels of silver per person every month. If you dare delay next time, it won't be this simple. You bastards. Hey, never. Shirtsuan village has no cowards. Lu Shi tore open his collar and roared, revealing the hideous old scar, dark red in the firelight. At the very moment the bandit swung his blade, Lu Shi took a deep breath, and 3 arrows left the string almost simultaneously. The muffled thud of arrows tearing through leaves mixed with screams as 3 bandits rolled out of the brush, clutching their wounds. One was hit in the shoulder, blood gushing like a spring. Another was hit in the leg and writhed on the ground, clutching it. The third was finished by a second arrow pinned to a tree trunk, the fletching still trembling. The rest instantly lost all order. Some swung their blades in panic, some turned to flee only to crash into one another, weapons and curses becoming one tangled din. After them. Don't let them escape. Xiao Mu charged down from the stockade wall, his straw sandals crunching over the scattered rubble. Wang Er followed with a dozen or more able-bodied young men, their footsteps echoing across the open ground. In the chaos, a bandit tripped over a vine. Before he could get up, Xiao Mu was already there, slamming the bow stave against the back of his head and knocking him out. Xiao Mu noticed a one-eyed wolf tattooed on the man's wrist, the same mark as on the bandits who had been killed earlier. From his waist, they also found a rolled-up drawing of Shirtsuan village's defenses. Take him inside. In the meeting hall, the old village chief lit the oil lamp with trembling hands. The dim yellow light fell on the wolf head tattoo on the bandit's collarbone, savage and ghastly. Xiao Mu bound the man to a pillar. The moment he came to a blade pressed against his throat. Speak. What else does one-eyed dragon have planned? How many men do you have? The bandit split his mouth in a grin, metal glinting between his teeth. Huh. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. You're all dead men. When second chief brings his men, not a single one of you will get away. Xiao Mu's eyes turned cold, and he pressed the blade a little closer. Before the words died, the bandit suddenly threw his head back, and a sleeve arrow shot out of his mouth, grazing Xiao Mu's ear and thudding into the earthen wall, its fletching still quivering. Lu Shi reacted quickly. With a backhand slash, he cut the bandit across the wrist. In the crack of breaking bone, the concealed, throwing weapons clattered to the floor. Xiao Mu looked down. Dense, tiny characters were engraved on the weapons, resembling a map, along with a line of cinnabar that read "Midnight Fire Attack." Xiao Mu stamped the hidden weapons to pieces, the metal parts grinding underfoot. Wang Er, throw him out. Let one-eyed dragon know that Shirtsuan village is not to be trifled with. The bandit was flung out of the stockade gate, his curses growing fainter in the distance. Just wait. Shirtsuan will end up just like Wangjia village. Xiao Mu picked up the fragments and examined them by the lamp. The fragments not only marked the weak points in Shirtsuan's defenses, but also showed a hidden path leading to the rear mountain. Besides several symbols were written poison, smoke, and gunpowder. Xiao Mu leaned against the cold door plank and said quietly to Lu Shi, strengthen the watch tonight. Add more barricade stakes to the west wall, and send men to set traps in the rear mountain. The oil lamp suddenly popped a spark, casting swaying shadows across every face. Xiao Mu turned to Yun'er and Ruaju. They were bandaging the wounded villagers, strips of cloth in their hands soaked through with blood. He walked over and lowered his voice. When you hear movement, hide in the cellar. Don't come out until I call for you. He pointed into the yard. Under the shed below the third bluestone slab. Remember. The 2 women clutched their clothes and nodded firmly. Meanwhile, the bandit stronghold deep in Taohua Mountain crouched like a giant beast. The stronghold's walls were made of rough logs, animal hides hanging from the ramparts and flapping in the night wind. Beneath them were stacked bleached skulls. In the meeting hall, tallow torches crackled and spat sparks, filling the room with the reek of wine. Scarface lounged in a tiger skin chair, 1 foot on the table, the 9-ring broadsword resting across his knees. Useless. Can't even handle a few mud-footed peasants. He kicked over a wine jar, and liquor mixed with blood ran across the floor. At the Mao hour tomorrow, we march out in full force. I'll make Shirtsuan village know the price of provoking Taohua Mountain. In the corner, another one-eyed man toyed with a pair of bone dice. Second brother Shirtsuan's stockade is sturdy. Why not send more men to scout it out? Scarface chopped down on the table, sending with splinters flying. I want to watch them kneel and beg for mercy myself. Bring all the death-sworn men who can handle poison smoke. This time Shirtsuan will be wiped off the face of the earth. In Xiao Mu's blacksmith shop, a bare-chested man swung a heavy hammer, sparks splashing against his arms and raising one bloody blister after another. More charcoal. He bellowed, sweat and iron dust pouring down his face. Wang Er wiped his face with a rough hand, not knowing whether he was wiping sweat or soot. Brother Mu were still 3 barricade stakes short. Xiao Mu squatted at the village entrance, binding sharp wooden spikes to deadwood with hemp rope, his knuckles white with effort. In the distance, a wolf howl suddenly rose, and every hand paused for a moment. Xiao hurried over, carrying a bamboo basket filled with hemp cloth soaked in fire oil. She hesitated, looked at Lu Shi, and said, "Aunt Lu, I just heard the bandits say they strapped fire oil to her body and smeared it with poison." Before she could finish, the copper gong on the watchtower atop the wall rang 3 sharp, frantic blows. "They're here." Xiao Mu grabbed his crossbow and rushed toward the watchtower, followed by a dozen villagers carrying farm tools. In the moonlight, a torrent of torches poured out from the direction of Taohua Mountain, winding toward them like a red viper. Scarface rode a tall horse, his 9-ring broadsword gleaming in the torchlight, and the copper rings on the hilt jingling. Behind him came over 100 bandits. Iron hooves shattered the dawn mist, and their howls shook the mountain forest. "You scum of Shirtsuan, are you ready to die?" Xiao Mu raised his crossbow and took aim. When the bandits stepped within 100 paces, Xiao Mu drew a deep breath and trained the bolt on Scarface. But Scarface suddenly raised a hand, and the column stopped short. Behind him, a group of bound villagers were shoved forward. Each of them had a jar of fire oil strapped to their bodies, and some jars had already been set alight. Lu Shi's mother was among them, hair disheveled and face covered in blood, but her gaze was hard. "I hear Boss Xiao is good with a bow." Scarface's voice scraped like sandpaper on iron. "How about a trade? Kill yourself to atone, and I'll leave half of Shirtsuan alive. Otherwise," before he finished, a burning fireball arced out of the bandit ranks and slammed into the stockade wall. The fire oil burst into flames, the blaze leaping up with the wind. Mixed into the thick smoke was a sharp, nauseating odor. The poison smoke the old village chief had spoken of. The villagers hurriedly covered their mouths and noses with wet cloths, but some had already breathed it in. They writhed on the ground in agony as their skin began to rot. "Water! Put out the fire! Drop the rolling logs!" Xiao Mu shouted. Those waiting in readiness doused the flames, then hurled the tung oil-soaked logs down. The burning logs, wrapped in crushed stone, exploded in a sea of fire among the bandits. Scarface only laughed louder. "Cheap tricks! Fire oil! Burn them out!" Dozens of jars of fire oil smashed over, and in an instant the fire swallowed half the village. "Kill the hostages. Show them what resistance costs." Scarface turned and barked at his lieutenant. The lieutenant accepted the order and left. Before long, agonized screams and the wet impact of blades into flesh came from behind. Taking advantage of the chaos, the bandits pressed toward the wall. In the melee, one bandit scaled the wall, his steel blade cutting straight for Xiao Mu's face. Xiao Mu dodged aside and sent an arrow through the man's throat. But more bandits surged up like a tide, blades clashing against farm tools, sparks flying in all directions. Lu Shi's spear broke, and he grabbed a rock and struck with it. Wang Er was slashed across the arm, blood soaking his sleeve, yet he still swung his axe. The old village chief suddenly raised his cane high and led several old men to smash clay jars full of fire oil into the bandit ranks. The shattering of jars and the screaming of bandits mingled into a single uproar. Scarface finally lost all restraint and spurred his horse straight at the village gate. His 9-ring broadsword cut down 2 villagers, the jingle of rings mixed with screams. Lu Shi knocked an arrow and was about to shoot when Xiao burst out of the sea of fire. Her clothes were already ablaze, her hair singed into curls, and in her arms she still shielded the baby desperately. "Lu Shi, take the child." With all her remaining strength, she hurled the infant toward him. Scarface's lieutenant whipped out a chain flail and struck Xiao hard across the back. She was thrown through the air, slammed into the wall, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The light slowly faded from her eyes. Lu Shi caught the child and thrust it into Wang Er's arms. Then, his eyes blazing with fury, he smashed a clay jar at Scarface and followed it with an arrow. The explosion shook the sky. Through the firelight, Scarface was ablaze, his horse reared and toppled backward, and there was Xiao Mu's arrow lodged in his chest. His 9-ring broadsword had fallen from his grip, but Xiao lay in a pool of blood, never to rise again. Lu Shi shrieked and tried to charge to her, only to be pinned back by a wall of bodies. Seeing Scarface gravely wounded on the ground, the bandits erupted into chaos. Xiao Mu slowly tightened his grip on the bow in his hand, his eyes as cold as a poison-quenched blade. Kill them. Leave no one alive. He led the surviving villagers charging at the fleeing bandits. In the moonlight, Shurtsuan's soil was soaked with blood, its red glow merging with the firelight of burning houses like a hell on earth. When the next day's morning light touched Shurtsuan, only a few scattered flames still danced amid the ruins. Lu Shi held Xiao in his arms motionless. In his hand he clutched a silver hairpin, the betrothal gift he had given her when he planned to marry her. Xiao Mu bent down and picked up Scarface's 9-ring broadsword. The copper rings on the hilt chimed with a thin, clear sound like the last gong struck for the battle. He raised his head and looked at the ruins scattered everywhere, at the stockade walls still trailing smoke, at the women crouching on the ground weeping, and at the men holding wounded companions and shouting for a doctor. The battle was over. But the life of Shurtsuan village had to go on. Deep night enveloped Shur village in a deathly stillness. Only a few scattered flames still flickered among the ruins, casting their eerie glow upon the littered ground and the dried bloodstains. The air was thick with the stench of blood and char mingled with the dampness of rain-soaked earth, so heavy it was hard to breathe. Lu Shi sat at the foot of a scorched broken wall holding Xiao in his arms. Xiao's body had gone cold through and through, dried traces of blood still caking her face. Her once lively eyes were shut tight, never to open again. Lu Shi sat motionless, his eyes vacant, his fingers absently stroking the hem of her clothes. The silver hairpin was clenched tightly in his hand, its sharp edges digging into his palm. Blood beads dripped through his fingers, but he was utterly unaware. Xiao. His voice was so low it seemed to be squeezed from the depths of his throat. I swear I will make those bandits repay their blood debt with blood. Tears slid silently down his face, dropping onto Xiao's cold cheeks. Murong stood not far away, watching him from a distance, her hands clenching the hem of her clothes, her nails almost digging into her flesh. She wanted to go to him, but she didn't know what to say, so she could only stand there in silence, casting anxious glances from time to time. Xiao Mu led the villagers as they began to repair the surrounding wall. Under the moonlight, figures moved among the bricks and rubble. Heavy stones were lifted, broken stakes were reconnected. Sweat and grime covered every face, and their clothes were torn in several places, yet no one stopped. Outside the wall, the corpses of bandits lay scattered in grotesque disarray. Some had been hastily strung up on the wall, swaying in the night breeze, creaking with an eerie sound. A truly gruesome sight. In the cellar, Yun Yang and Ruo Zhu huddled together, listening as the sounds of shouting and killing outside gradually died down, yet their bodies still trembled. They clung tightly to each other, neither speaking. Only the sound of rapid breathing echoed through the darkness. Outside fell completely silent. Carefully they pushed open the cellar door and stepped out slowly. Moonlight fell on their pale faces, revealing the lingering fear in their eyes. Who is it? Xiao Mu spun around, his bow already drawn taut. When he recognized them, his tense body relaxed. But his face immediately turned stern, and he said in a low voice, "Weren't you told to hide in the cellar and not come out? Why didn't you listen?" Yun Yang and Ruo Zhu lowered their heads, their eyes rimmed red. Yun Yang said softly, "Husband, we were worried about you. When we heard no more noise outside, we wanted to see if you were." Ruo Zhu nodded as well, tears welling up in her eyes. Xiao Mu looked at their pitiful expressions, sighed, and softened his tone. "Don't do that again. Since you've come out, go help take care of the wounded." The two nodded hastily and turned to run toward the temporary shelter. Inside the shed, groans from the wounded rose, and fell the smells of herbs and blood mingling into a pungent stench that stung the nose. Yun Yang and Ruo Zhu froze for a moment, then moved quickly. They crouched down to wash the wounded's injuries, apply medicinal powder, and wrap bandages. Their movements were a bit shaky at first, but gradually steadied. Xiao Mu walked a full circle along the wall, his gaze sweeping over the bandits' corpses on the ground as he calculated. He called Lu Shi and Wang Er over, and said in a low voice, "Hang these corpses on the stockade gate and the wall. Put Scarface in the most conspicuous position. When bandits see this, they'll be scared before they even fight." Lu Shi's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint, and he nodded heavily. Wang Er frowned, hesitated, then also nodded. The group got to work. Lu Shi personally dragged Scarface's corpse to the gate, passed a coarse hemp rope under its armpits, and gave a sharp tug. The body rose unsteadily and hung from the door beam. Under the moonlight, Scarface's mangled face looked particularly ghastly. His hollow eyes were half open, and a strange smile was frozen at the corner of his mouth. The other bandits' corpses were hung up one by one as well, some with heads drooping, some with limbs twisted. As the night wind blew, they swayed in unison like ragged clothes hanging on a line. Xiao Mu stood on the wall watching the scene with an expressionless face. Suddenly a system prompt rang in his mind. Ding, the host is detected to have encountered a major event. A task is now issued. First, repel the invading bandits and wipe out their stronghold. Reward 1 basic gunpowder formula, 1 sugar making method, 300 points, and a 0.5 increase to spatial unlocking. Second, surrender and give way. Reward 1 title of Ninja Turtle. A faint smile curved at the corner of Xiao Mu's mouth. Without a second thought, he chose the first option in his mind. The host has chosen the first task. Please complete it as soon as possible. After saying this, the system fell silent. At the Taohua stronghold, one-eyed dragon was gathering his troops. The torchlight cast flickering shadows on every face. Some bandits sharpened their blades, some wiped their guns. Some bragged loudly about how many people they had killed, while others kept their heads down and avoided eye contact. "Second Chief, I heard the people of Shur Village are no pushovers. Can we handle them?" A small underling approached and asked cautiously. One-eyed dragon glared at him. "Say one more word, and I'll cut you down first." A bunch of mudfoots. Just because they won once by luck, they think they can turn the world upside down. This time we'll go all out and crush Shur Village. No one dared to make another sound, but an uneasiness filled the air. The next day, just as dawn broke, a sentinel struck the copper gong on the watchtower. The urgent gong pierced the morning calm. Villagers scrambled out of their huts, grabbed weapons, and rushed to the wall. One-eyed dragon sat astride a tall horse at the very front of the formation, the mace in his hand glinting coldly in the morning light. His single eye swept across the walls of Shur Village and saw the bodies hanging from the wall and the gate, especially Scarface suspended right in the middle, swinging back and forth like a ragged doll. One-eyed dragon's face turned livid, veins throbbing at his temples. "Xiao Mu, how dare you humiliate my brother like this?" He let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the valley. "Today I will crush your Shur Village and leave none alive." Xiao Mu stood on the wall, tilted his head, stuck a finger in his ear as if he hadn't heard clearly, and shouted back loudly, "What did you say?" "The wind is too strong, I can't hear you." One-eyed dragon's face turned purple with rage. He swung his mace. "Charge! Kill them all!" The bandits howled and surged forward like a pack of ravenous wild dogs. Xiao Mu, his face grim, commanded loudly, "Release arrows." Arrows shot out like rain, and the bandits in front fell one after another, struck down. Cries of agony mingled with curses in a chaotic din. But the bandits outnumbered them and charged recklessly, heedless of death. Soon many reached the base of the wall and began climbing up. Lu Shur stood on the wall looking at the hideous faces below. The image of Qiao lying on the ground flashed through his mind again and again. He whirled around and charged toward the stockade gate, shouting as he ran, "Open the gate. I'm going out to kill them all." The villagers guarding the gate were startled, hesitated for a moment, then opened it. "Lu Shur, don't be reckless," Xiao Mu shouted. But Lu Shur had already charged out like a mad beast, his blade hacking wildly at the nearest bandits. Blood splattered across his face, but he didn't even blink. One strike per man, each blow biting to the bone. Wang Er, frantic, shouted, "Brothers, follow me." Leading a dozen able-bodied men, he charged out and shielded Lu Shur in their midst. Xiao Mu cursed under his breath and quickly led a squad out through the side gate, preparing to attack from the flank. Lu Shur's eyes held only hatred. He ignored all defense, cutting down everything in his path. He thrust his blade into one bandit's belly, kicked the man flying, then swung back and sliced off half of another man's ear. He was drenched in blood, unable to tell whose it was, his own or others. One-eyed dragon galloped over, raising his mace high, and smashed it down at Lu Shur. "Boy, you're dead." Lu Shur sidestepped, and the mace slammed a crater into the ground, sending rubble flying. Instead of retreating, Lu Shur surged forward and slashed at the horse's leg. The horse screamed and collapsed, throwing One-eyed Dragon from its back. One-eyed Dragon had barely scrambled to his feet when Lu Shur pounced on him, and the two wrestled in a tangle. Lu Shur straddled One-eyed Dragon, pressing his blade against the man's throat. "Shower's life, you'll pay with yours." The blade bit into his flesh, a trickle of blood running down his neck. At last fear appeared in One-eyed Dragon's eyes. His lips trembled as if he wanted to speak, but couldn't. Xiao Mu's men attacked from the side, surrounding the remaining bandits. With their leader captured, the bandits immediately fell into disarray, fleeing in all directions, only to be pinned down one by the villagers. The battle was over. Xiao Mu gasped for breath, swept his eyes across the battlefield, and began making arrangements. He called Murong over. "Take some people to clean up the battlefield. Collect anything usable. Drag the corpses away and bury them. Don't let a plague break out." Murong nodded and turned to summon help. Then he turned to the old village chief. "Elder, you have vast experience. I'll entrust the care of the wounded to you. Have Yunar and Ruaju assist you. If we run short of herbs, go pick some in the back mountain. No matter how severe the injuries, we must not give up." The old village chief patted his shoulder without a word and strode off toward the shed to make arrangements. Lu Shur was still astride One-eyed Dragon, his blade not withdrawn. Xiao Mu walked over and pressed down on his wrist. "Spare his life, he might still be useful." Lu Shur clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He locked gazes with Xiao Mu for a long moment, then finally let go. He rose, staggered slightly, sheathed his blade at his waist, and walked away. Xiao Mu had One-eyed Dragon bound, then summoned several able-bodied men. After a brief rest, they set off toward the Taohua stronghold. The stronghold's gate stood ajar, creaking in the wind like the open mouth of a corpse. Inside it was eerily silent. The bustle of former days was gone. Most of the buildings had shattered doors and windows, with tattered clothes, broken pottery, and leftover food scraps strewn across the ground. So filthy, it didn't seem fit for human habitation. Xiao Mu walked at the front, gripping his knife tightly, his eyes scanning in every direction. Suddenly, a faint sobbing sound drifted out from one of the rooms. Xiao Mu halted, raising his hand to signal the others to stop. He tightened his grip on his knife and slowly moved toward that room, each step deliberately light. The people behind him also held their breath, arrows nocked and blades drawn following closely. Xiao Mu stopped at the door, reached out, and slowly pushed open the half-shut wooden door. The moment the door was pushed open, a musty, sour stench rushed forth, so pungent it made one frown. The room was dimly lit with only a few slivers of light, seeping through cracks, barely revealing several figures huddled in the corner. After their eyes adjusted to the darkness, they could make out several young women, their clothes ragged and torn, pressed tightly together, trembling. Their eyes glimmered in the shadows like frightened animals fixed intently on the doorway. A scream pierced the air, the shrill sound bouncing off the walls of the cramped room. "Don't be afraid. We're not bad people," Xiao Mu said, quickly keeping his voice soft, while raising a hand to signal those behind him to lower their weapons. He himself stopped and did not move forward. "I'm from Shur village. The bandits have been driven off by us. We've come to rescue you." The room fell silent for a few breaths. A woman slowly stood up. She was slightly taller than the others, thin to the point of frailty, yet her back remained straight. Even with her face covered in dust and clothes torn like fishing nets, a trace of delicate grace could still be seen in her features. You really came to save us." Her voice trembled. Xiao Mu nodded. "Yes." The woman bit her lip, her eyes suddenly reddening. "My name is Luing. I was captured by them from Wangqing." Her fingers clutching the torn hem of her skirt turned white at the knuckles. "They said they were going to sell us to the Xiongnu." Her voice trailed off as tears streamed down her cheeks. Xiao Mu clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and tried to keep his voice steady. "The bandits have been wiped out. No one will ever hurt you again. First, come back to Shur village with us. Rest for a few days. After that you can decide whether to stay or leave." Lu Ying's tears flowed even harder. She bowed deeply, her forehead nearly touching her knees. "Benefactor, for your life-saving grace, I would serve you as a beast of burden in my next life, to repay you." She straightened up, wiped her face, and turned to the women behind her. "Sisters, this benefactor is the one who gave us a new life." The other women finally snapped back to their senses and scrambled to their feet to kowtow. The youngest girl knocked her forehead against broken bricks, drawing blood, but when she looked up she smiled. "Thank you, big brother." Xiao Mu had Lu Shi escort the women back to Shur village, first instructing Yun Yang and Ruo Zhu to settle them in properly. He also secretly ordered Jia Yi to keep an eye on things and make sure nothing went wrong. Watching them walk away, Xiao Mu turned to the remaining men and said, "Keep searching. Don't miss anything." They turned the stronghold upside down. First they found grain piled like a small mountain in a dilapidated storehouse. Everyone was overjoyed. They scrambled to carry the grain out, forming a long human chain, passing sacks one by one. Sweat soaked their clothes, yet they felt no fatigue. "This is enough to feed the whole village for quite a while," Wang Er said, carrying a sack of grain, grinning from ear to ear. After moving the grain, they discovered a hidden cave at the rear mountain. The entrance was blocked by a large boulder overgrown with weeds and brambles, impossible to spot unless one searched carefully. "Brother Mu, there's a cave here." Wang Er crouched at the cave entrance and shouted. Xiao Mu walked over and examined it. The boulder was huge, weighing at least several hundred jin. Several men strained together, grunting as they shifted the rock just enough to create a gap. A wave of cold, damp air seeped out from within. "Be careful. There may be traps," Xiao Mu said before squeezing sideways through the gap. The hidden cave was not large, only about half a room wide. But what lay inside left everyone frozen in shock. Gold, silver, and jade artifacts piled all over the ground. The dazzling gleam of treasure under the torchlight was almost blinding. Wang Er was the first to charge in. Grabbing a handful of silver ingots, his eyes widened like brass bells. Good heavens! So much treasure! Xiao Mu did not rush to move. He scanned the cave, and his gaze landed on a wooden box in the corner. The box was plain and utterly out of place among the gold and silver jewelry. He walked over, crouched down, and opened the lid. Inside lay a stack of letters. The paper had yellowed a bit, but the handwriting was still legible. Xiao Mu read through them one by one by the firelight, his expression growing darker. Wang Er leaned in and asked, "What do they say?" Xiao Mu said nothing and handed the letters to him. Wang Er took them and flipped through a couple of pages, scratching his head awkwardly. Brother Mu, I can't read. They involve people in the imperial court." Xiao Mu tucked the letters away safely against his chest. "We'll talk about this after we get back." He stood up and glanced at the treasure filling the cave when a thought suddenly crossed his mind. He silently called out, "System," in his mind, and a spatial interface appeared before his eyes. "Can these things be stored inside?" he asked. "Yes, host." The system's reply was crisp and concise. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Mu's mouth. He glanced at Wang Er, hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. "Wang Er, there's something I need to tell you." Wang Er was squatting on the ground, picking up silver ingots, not even lifting his head. "What is it?" "I know a kind of immortal art. I can make things disappear." Wang Er's hand froze. He slowly looked up with a "you must be joking" expression. "Brother Mu, are you running a fever?" Without further explanation, Xiao Mu picked up a silver ingot, and with a flick of his will made it vanish into thin air before Wang Er's eyes. Wang Er's mouth formed an O shape. The ingot in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, striking his own foot without him even feeling it. He rubbed his eyes, then pinched his thigh hard. The pain made him wince. Ouch. This isn't a dream. Brother Mu, are you really an immortal? Keep quiet about this, Xiao Mu said as he made the silver ingot reappear and tossed it to him. Help me pack everything up. Don't mention this to anyone. Wang Er caught the ingot and nodded vigorously, thumping his chest loudly. Brother Mu, rest assured. If I, Wang Er, ever breathe a word, may I be struck by lightning. The two of them worked together, one receiving, one handing over, and soon emptied the hidden cave. The grain outside was also stored into the spatial dimension bag by bag, leaving the other villagers dumbfounded. But Xiao Mu merely said it was a secret ancestral storage technique and told them not to spread it around. Though the villagers harbored doubts, no one asked further questions. When everything was packed up, Xiao Mu stood at the entrance of the stronghold, looked at the row of ramshackle buildings, and set them ablaze. Fanned by the wind, the flames quickly spread into a blaze. Amid the crackling and popping, thick smoke billowed into the night sky, and the firelight dyed half the heavens red. Let's go. Time to go home. Xiao Mu turned without looking back. By the time they reached the village entrance, it was nearly midnight. From a distance, they could see Yun Yang and Ruozhu standing under the old locust tree, holding a lantern and gazing in their direction. You're back. Ruozhu, sharp-eyed, was the first to run over. She stopped short in front of him, looking him over from head to toe. Only when she saw he was unharmed did she let out a sigh of relief. Yun Yang followed behind, holding a bowl of ginger soup. Husband, have something warm first. Xiao Mu took the bowl and drained it in one gulp. The warmth flowed from his throat down to his stomach, and only then did he feel some heat in his body. Have those women been settled in? They're settled in the East Wing. Yun Yang took the empty bowl. The quilts have been replaced with newly aired ones. Aunt Wang sent over some cotton-padded clothes, and Sister Li is helping them mend their garments. Morong made porridge, and they've already eaten. Xiao Mu nodded, feeling more at ease. At that moment, Lu Ying walked out of the room, wearing clean clothes with her hair neatly combed, looking far more spirited than before. She walked up to Xiao Mu and curtsied deeply. Young Master Xiao, for your great kindness, words cannot express my gratitude. In the future, should you need anything, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. The women behind her also bowed in unison. Xiao Mu hurriedly helped her up. Please get up. From now on, we're all from the same village. Don't be so formal. Lu Ying straightened up. Her eyes were still red, but they held a brightness that hadn't been there in the stronghold. Night had deepened, and the village gradually grew quiet. Xiao Mu stood alone in the courtyard, gazing at the moon in the sky, yet his heart could not find peace. The letters tucked against his chest felt heavy like lumps of burning charcoal. He pressed his hand to his chest and let out a long breath. This was not over yet. Xiao Mu sat alone at the worn wooden table in the main room, its surface strewn with odds and ends. An earthen bowl, a bamboo tube, a linen cloth dusted with powder, and a yellowed recipe, with its corners pressed down by a stone. The oil lamp's flame guttered in the draught, and the silhouette on the wall swelled and shrank with it, wavering like a phantom. He scraped sulfur bit by bit with a bamboo sliver, the fine powder falling into an earthenware jar. The sulfur was pale yellow, and every scrape sent up a wisp of fine dust that hung drifting in the lamplight. In another jar sat charcoal powder made by burning hardwood before grinding it, carrying a faint smoky fragrance. The saltpeter was added last, carefully weighed on his self-made scale. 1 part sulfur, 2 parts saltpeter, 3 parts charcoal, the recipe stated clearly. Sugar could also be added, but he would not test that today. Sweat ran down his chin and splashed onto the tabletop. Xiao Mu held his breath. His hands were steady, but his heart pounded violently. Clang! A sudden gong blast startled a night owl from the eaves, sending it flapping away with an eerie shriek. The bamboo sliver in Xiao Mu's hand snapped with a crack, and a small puff of powder rose into the air. He shot to his feet, the chair toppling backward with a crash. Yinner, Ruozhu. Hurried footsteps came from the inner room. Yun Yang came out with her hair in disarray, her hairpin askew, a loose thread still on her collar. Ruozhu clutched an unfinished cloth doll, her knuckles white. Both were pale, the light in their eyes wavering. Xiao Mu rushed over and took their hands, squeezing hard enough to make them gasp. Listen to me. Hide in the cellar and bar the hidden door. No matter what happens outside, do not come out, even if the sky falls. His tone allowed no argument. Yun Yang parted her lips, but he shook his head and stopped her. Ruozhu bit her lip, tears gathering in her eyes, but she still pulled Yun Yang and ran. They looked back at every step. When Xiao Mu heard the stone slab of the cellar entrance scrape closed, he turned and rushed out the door. The night wind hit him with the reek of blood, forcing him to squint. In the distance, the clatter of hooves drew closer and closer, like the drumming of a death summons. At the village entrance, Wang Er lifted a captured saber and led a dozen panting villagers up to the watchtower. Clouds hid the moon, and darkness pressed in, only blurred shadows shifted at the village's edge. The bandits wore torn animal hides, bone knives tucked at their waists, and torchlight revealed fierce, twisted faces. Their leader rode a black horse with a bone-white skull hanging from its bridle. A scar ran from his left eye to the corner of his mouth, like a centipede lying across his face that writhed whenever he spoke. Listen up, you scum inside. Hand over the stronghold's goods, and I'll grant you whole corpses. He paused deliberately and gave a sinister smile. Otherwise the men will all be killed, and the women sold to the Xiao Mu. The bandits behind him burst into laughter. Bullshit. Wang Er's face burned red with fury as he slammed his iron fork into the wooden beam. You beasts who devour people without spitting out bones. How dare you yap here? The villagers joined in the cursing, spittle flying. Xiao Mu took a step forward, and at that moment moonlight slipped out from a gap in the clouds and fell across his face. What a pack of stray dogs like you. His voice was not loud, but every word struck hard. Even One Eye's den was torn apart by me. Are you fools still coming to die? The bandit chieftain threw back his head and laughed, the sound as harsh as an owl's shriek. Killing a few small fry makes you a big deal. One Eye was nothing. If you know what's good for you, hand over the secret letter and the treasure. If your grandpa is in a good mood, I might let you live. Cold sweat burst out on Xiao Mu's back. So they really knew about the secret letter. At that moment, a furious shout burst from the crowd. You want the stuff? First ask this basin of hot oil if I agree. The oldest lad in the village stood tottering on the watchtower, holding a basin of boiling oil. His clouded eyes blazed with fire. He poured it down with all the strength he had, and the oil cut a bright shining arc through the air. Ah! The bandit chief screamed, white steam rising from his body, the skin of his face scorched and curling. The black horse, frightened, reared high and hurled him from its back. Attack! Xiao Mu shouted, raising his arm. The villagers hurled down the stones and fire oil jars they had prepared. Explosions, war cries, and screams churned into one another as the village entrance blazed into a sea of fire. The bandits ran wildly like beasts caught in flames. The bandit chief struggled up from the ground, half his face already ruined, but he clenched his curved blade and roared, kill them all. Whoever grabs a woman first gets to keep her. The remaining bandits howled and charged back. Arrows flew like rain, and one villager after another was struck down. The ground beneath their feet was soaked with blood. Xiao Mu swung the captured steel saber, its edge already curled, though every blow numbed his hands. Half an hour passed, and the villagers' strength was nearly exhausted. Some with wounded arms gritted their teeth and kept throwing stones, others slumped on the ground, used their legs to trip the bandits. Blood pooled in the hollows and trickled into little streams, shining dark red under the moonlight. Just as they were about to break, the orderly rumble of hoofbeats rolled in from afar, like thunder drawing near. A column of armored soldiers surged over with torches, their flames linked into a dragon that lit half the sky. The general at its head rode a white horse, a lantern hanging from his long spear, bearing the character Wang. What bandits dare make trouble here? Surrender at once, or no one will be spared. The bandits turned pale and fled. The general sneered, drew his bow, and with a whoosh shot the bandit chieftain clean through the throat. The chieftain clutched the arrow shaft with both hands, his eyes bulging like copper bells, and slowly collapsed to his knees. The soldiers charged into the enemy ranks, blade light flashed, and screams never ceased. Soon the ground was covered with bandit corpses and the soil was stained a blackish red. The battle was over. The general removed his helmet, revealing a resolute face, and clasped his hands in salute. I am Li Yushan, commander of the Wang Battalion of Wang City's garrison, sent by Lord Wang of the prefectural office to suppress the bandits. And what might your name be, brave one? Xiao Mu's heart lurched, but his face remained impassive as he politely returned the salute. I am Xiao Mu, temporary head of Shur village. Thank you for saving our lives, General. Li Yushan smiled, but his eyes were as keen as an eagle's. Suppressing bandits is my duty. However, I have heard that the stronghold hid a great deal of treasure. Village head Xiao, have you found any? Sweat soaked through Xiao Mu's clothes. He turned slightly and pointed to the haystack where grain was piled, his tone calm. In answer to the general, we did find some grain. It's all over there. As for the other valuables, they were burned up in a single fire. We villagers can barely feed ourselves, so that grain is just enough to get by. Li Yushan narrowed his eyes and studied him for a long while, scanning him from head to toe as though seeking some flaw in his face. After a moment he smiled. Village head Xiao truly cares for your people. That is admirable. In that case we will take our leave. He swung onto his horse and rode off with his troops, vanishing into the distance. The hoofbeats faded away. Xiao Mu stood motionless, his palms soaked with sweat. Wang Er, he said in a low voice, take some men to clear the battlefield. Bury the corpses in deep pits and spread lime to prevent plague. Also send a few sharp brothers to keep watch toward Wang City. Report any movement immediately. Yes, Brother Mu. Wang Er wiped the blood from his face and turned to make arrangements. Xiao Mu dragged his legs home as heavy as if they were weighted with lead. The lamp in the main room had gone out, leaving darkness everywhere. He felt his way to the cellar entrance and called softly, Yunraju, it's me. The stone slab slowly lifted, bringing a rush of damp air. Yun Yang raised the oil lamp, tears still glistening on her cheeks. Raju clutched a carrying pole, blood seeping between her fingers. At the sight of Xiao Mu, both women's eyes reddened at once. Husband. Yun Yang threw herself into his arms, her tears soaking the lapel of his robe. Raju also pressed close, choking back tears. We were so worried. Xiao Mu wrapped his arms around them and patted their backs. Look how frightened you are. Am I not perfectly fine? You nearly cracked my skull open with that carrying pole, though. Ruaju's tears turned to laughter, and she lightly punched him. It was just too scary. Xiao Mu tapped her nose and grinned slyly. Well, later you two will have to make it up to me. My poor little heart is still pounding. The two women's faces flushed bright red, and they lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Cool moonlight streamed through the window lattice, spreading across the floor like a layer of silver gauze. Xiao Mu fetched hot water, and the two women shed their dust-covered outer clothes, revealing thin black silk undergarments that gleamed softly in the moonlight. The garments had been designed by Xiao Mu in the style of a later age. At first, the two women blushed scarlet when they wore them and refused to step outside. Now they had grown used to his gaze. Sounds of playful scolding and laughter drifted out from the room. Outside the window, moonlight lay quietly over the courtyard. Crickets chirped softly by the corner wall, and a few night cats crossed the wall silently, their eyes shining green in the darkness. In the rabbit hutch, a rabbit pricked up its ears, its jewel-like eyes bright and sparkling, as if listening curiously to the noises from the house. The small courtyard was bathed in moonlight, utterly still and peaceful. In just 2 or 3 days, Shur village seemed to have been washed by spring rain, with new life springing up everywhere. The distillery's chimney sent up its first wisp of smoke. The arrow towers on the stockade wall had begun to take shape, and several watchtowers stood on the high ground of the village facing the distillery from afar. Beside the workshop stood neat rows of newly split wooden houses, still carrying the clean fragrance of pine. Lu Shur returned to Liujia village with his mother's keepsakes and brought his father down from the mountains. Xiao Mu's mother-in-law Lu Zhangshi came along as well. Su Jin, heavy with worry, also pushed a cart carrying her sick father and joined the southbound procession. Shur village's households suddenly swelled to more than 30, with 100 or so people of all ages packed into a small village that had originally harbored only a dozen or so families. Xiao Mu stood at the entrance of the village, watching the busy flow of people, feeling as if a mountain were pressing on his shoulders. Wang Er, load the cart, he said, withdrawing his gaze and turning into the distillery. We'll send the first batch of wine to Wang City. Wang Er acknowledged with a sound, and with a few young men, he nimbly loaded the wine jars onto the ox cart. The jars were wrapped and padded tightly with straw for fear they would break on the bumpy road. Just as the ox cart was about to leave the village, Su Jin was already waiting at the gate. She had changed into clean clothes and combed her hair neatly, but her eyes held an anxiety she could not hide. Manager Xiao, I want to go to Wang City too. She bit her lip, her voice soft. Xiao Mu frowned. The trip to Wang City involved delivering wine and making purchases. Bringing a young woman along would be inconvenient. Seeing his hesitation, Su Jin explained hastily. I used to have 2 personal maidservants who were sold to a village near Wang City. They grew up by my side, can read, and are quick-witted. Xiao Mu's heart stirred. Girls who could read were rare in these times. He looked at Su Jin's anxious face and remembered what she had said. Those 2 maidservants had sold themselves to cure her father's illness. He swallowed the refusal that had been on the tip of his tongue and nodded. All right, come along. If it works out, we'll bring them back. Su Jin was overjoyed and bowed deeply. Thank you, Manager Xiao. Wang Er opened the gate. Xiao Mu called ahead. Wang Er with 2 villagers pushed together against the heavy wooden double doors. The gate hinges let out a low creak like an old tree stretching its limbs. The road from Shur village to Wang City was more than 30 li, weighed down with wine. The ox cart crept forward as slowly as an old ox taking a leisurely stroll. Fortunately, ever since the bandit stronghold on Taohua Mountain had been wiped out, the road had been fairly peaceful. There was no need to worry constantly about highway robbers. Just as they turned onto the main road, Wang Er suddenly pulled on the reins. Brother Mu, the bridge is broken. Xiao Mu looked up and saw the wooden bridge ahead collapsed halfway across its jagged break, as if something had snapped it with brute force. Splintered planks floated on the river, spinning slowly with the current. He jumped down from the cart and glanced around with a frown. He remembered this place. The first time he had passed through, clusters of dried corpses hung from the trees by the roadside, swaying in the wind and making one's back go cold. Now the corpses were gone, leaving only bare trunks, but the desolation had lost none of its edge. Go see how deep the water is, Xiao Mu said to Wang Er. Wang Er rolled up his trouser legs and waded into the river, crossing to the far bank and back, his trousers wet to mid-thigh. It comes up to the top of the thigh. We can make it across. Xiao Mu waited for a moment. Cross slowly. The ox cart moved slowly into the stream. The wheels ground over the pebbles on the riverbed with a rumbling sound. The old ox lowered its head and advanced step by step, while water splashed onto the cartboards, spreading into dark wet marks. When they reached the middle of the river, a rustling suddenly came from the woods on the bank. Leave the ox cart and the silver, and we'll spare your lives. A rough voice burst out of the woods. And leave the young lady with you. As the words fell, a crowd of men swarmed out from behind the trees, armed with clubs, cleavers, and hoes, a motley array. The leader was a burly man in a filthy linen shirt, his face heavy with flesh, his eyes like a wolf that had gone 3 days without food. Su Jin's face went white, and she shrank behind Xiao Mu. Wang Er squeezed out a smile and cupped his hands. Brothers, let's talk this over. If you want silver, we'll give it to you. Cut the nonsense. I told you, leave the cart, leave the silver, and you can be on your way. The big man swept his blade through the air. This is the Zhao family of Wang City's affair. Stay out of it. Xiao Mu's heart skipped a beat, but his face betrayed nothing. The Zhao family. Did Zhao Li send you? The big man's expression flickered slightly for only an instant, but Xiao Mu saw it. Do as you're told. What's all this crap? The big man bellowed impatiently, the tip of his blade pointing at Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu, Wang Er, and Lu Shi exchanged a glance and nodded almost imperceptibly. Xiao Mu put on a placating smile and said, "Brothers, let us drive the cart up onto the bank first. It's not convenient to talk in the river. Don't try anything funny." The big man stared at them warily. "Wouldn't dare, wouldn't dare." Xiao Mu answered while signaling Uncle Wang to drive the cart. Wang Er's hand quietly moved to the short knife at his waist, and Lu Shi, pretending to tidy the ropes on the cart, gripped the bamboo crossbow hidden under the boards. As soon as the ox cart reached the bank, Xiao Mu untied his money pouch and put it on the ground. The big man was bending down to pick it up when rapid hoofbeats suddenly sounded from afar. 3 fast horses came galloping up through the dust. The riders were in black with the gold-threaded character, Wang, embroidered at their waists. The leading rider reined and swept his gaze across the scene from above his eyes like knife blades, causing trouble on the official road. The voice was not loud, but it carried a cold edge. The big man's face changed at once, and the blade in his hand drooped. Xiao Mu quickly cupped his hands with just the right hint of panic in his voice. "Officer, you misunderstand. We're from Shi village delivering wine. This brother said the bridge was broken and offered to help us repair it, asking us for a bit of compensation." He nudged the money pouch on the ground behind him. "See, the money is ready." The rider's eyes rested on him. "Shi village. The Shi village that wiped out the bandit stronghold on Taowan Mountain." Xiao Mu's heart lurched, but he answered calmly, "Yes, thanks to the aid of the Wang City garrison." The rider laughed coldly. Suddenly, he drew the long saber at his waist and pointed the tip at the big man. "Zhaoxin, you still dare to swagger around under the Zhao family's flag? Do you take us, the Wang battalion, for a bunch of lazy good-for-nothings?" The big man fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed like a pounding pestle. "Officer, spare my life. It was that dog Zhao Li who forced me to do it. Take him away." The rider waved a hand, and 2 subordinates stepped forward and tied Zhaoxin up tightly. Before leaving, the rider glanced at the wine jars on the ox cart and gave a slight smile. "Village chief, Xiao, I hear the wine in your village is not bad. Send a couple of jars to the camp one of these days so the brothers can have a taste." Xiao Mu cursed in his heart, but his face was full of smiles. "You honor me, officer. I will deliver them for sure." The hoofbeats gradually faded away, and only then did the group let out long breaths. Outside Wang City, everything had become a boiling mess. Refugees with their families packed the main road, some pushing carts, some carrying loads on shoulder poles, some clutching children, some supporting, the elderly stumbling and surging toward the city. The crying of children, the sobbing of women, and the coughing of the old mingled into a low buzzing like a pot of porridge boiling over. "Have you heard? Yong Pass has fallen." An old man by the roadside shouted to those around him. "Heavens, Yong Pass has fallen too. Then what about our Wang City?" "That's exactly it. The Tatars are coming and they leave not a single soul alive." "What do we do then?" Xiao Mu listened to these discussions, his brow furrowing tighter and tighter. He glanced at the dense dark tide of refugees and secretly resolved that Shi village had to make preparations early. Manager one of the Wanson Tavern was standing at his door, craning his neck toward the far end of the street. When he saw Xiao Mu's ox cart, his face burst into a smile, and he rushed over, taking 2 steps in one stride. "Brother Xiao, you finally come. I was worried to death." He grabbed Xiao Mu's hand and shook it hard. "I heard your village was hit by mountain bandits, and I thought this batch of wine had gone down the drain. We were delayed on the road, Manager Wan," Xiao Mu said, clasping his fists. "As long as you're safe, that's what matters, that's what matters." Manager Wan chattered while calling for his assistants to unload the wine. After business was done, Xiao Mu asked Lu Shi and Uncle Wang to find an inn and rest while he took Wang Er and Su Jin to search for the 2 maidservants. They went east out of the city for a few li and turned onto a muddy path. On both sides stretched vast wasteland fields with weeds standing half a man's height. They asked several households and spent nearly half an hour before they finally learned where the 2 maidservants had ended up. One married a butcher, the other married a scholar, Wang Er said, scratching his head. "What a huge difference." Su Jin's face turned paler. "Go to the butcher's house first." The butcher lived at the eastern edge of the village in a few crooked, crumbling adobe rooms squeezed together. Half the courtyard wall had collapsed, and the yard was so overgrown with weeds that it was almost wasteland. Wang Er stepped up and pounded on the door. After only 2 knocks, the rotten wooden door crashed down, splashing up mud and water. "Which bastard?" A bare-chested man came out, cursing, reeking of alcohol, his hair tangled like a chicken's nest. "Is Qiuju home?" Su Jin asked urgently. "Qiuju." The man took a swig of wine, belched a few times, and said indifferently, "That bitch. Dead. She died a few days ago and was buried yesterday." Su Jin swayed. "How did she die, eh?" Xiao Mu asked in a low voice. "Who knows? She was having a good time with us, and all of a sudden she started twitching. Spoiled my mood." The man spat. "I gave her a few kicks, she couldn't take it, and died." Su Jin trembled all over, and tears poured down her face. "Wang Er." Xiao Mu's voice was as cold as ice shards. Wang Er had long been unable to hold back. He charged forward and smashed his fist into the butcher's face. Su Jin picked up a stone too and rushed at him with red eyes. The butcher rolled on the ground, howling and begging for mercy. "Break all 3 of his legs," Xiao Mu said. Xiao Mu pulled Su Jin and walked out. Behind them the butcher's heart-rending screams rang out. Su Jin leaned against Xiao Mu's shoulder crying until her whole body went limp. Xiaoju is dead. Xiao Mu patted her back and said nothing. After a long while Su Jin calmed down, wiped her tears, and said hoarsely, "Go to the western end of the village." The scholar's home was at the western end of the village. Though also shabby, the yard was swept clean, and a patch of chrysanthemums grew by the corner wall, several blossoms already open. Su Jin stepped up to knock, her fingers trembling. The door opened. A young woman stood there in clothes covered with patches, her face somewhat sallow, but her spirits still good. She saw Su Jin and froze for a moment, then her eyes flew wide. Miss. Su Jin threw her arms around her, and tears fell again. Chuanju. The two women held each other and wept for a while before Chuanju came to her senses and kept beckoning them inside. Come in, please come in. My husband is reading in the back. Please keep your voices down. A young man came out of the inner room. He wore a blue gown washed pale with a thin, refined face and an air of scholarly grace. He was briefly startled to see the group, then cupped his hands in greeting. Who might you be? Chuanju hurriedly introduced them. This is my husband, Mr. Zhou. Dear, this is my former mistress, Su Jin. Scholar Zhou cupped his hands once more and politely asked everyone to sit. Xiao Mu explained the purpose of the visit. He wanted to invite Chuanju back to work since the workshop lacked hands and lacked literate overseers. Chuanju did not hesitate. I am willing to go back with Miss only. She glanced at her husband, seeming to hold back words. Scholar Zhou was silent for a moment, then said gently, Wherever my wife goes, there I will go. As long as there is a place for us to stay, I can do anything. Xiao Mu's heart stirred. Since Mr. Zhou has studied, why not come to our village and teach? There are a few children in the village just at school age, and we are in need of a teacher. 100 coins a month, food and lodging included. The room fell silent. Scholar Zhou was stunned. He usually made 30 or 40 coins a month by writing letters and copying books for people. 100 coins plus room and board was such a good deal that he thought he must have misheard. Manager Xiao, are you serious? His voice trembled. A gentleman's word. Scholar Zhou stood, adjusted his clothes, and bowed solemnly to Xiao Mu. I am shallow in learning and afraid I may not be equal to the task. But since Manager Xiao treats me so generously, I will give everything I have. Chuanju's eyes reddened as well. She held Su Jin's hand, and her lips trembled, unable to speak. During the meal, Chuanju brought out all the grain left in the house. Together with the piece of meat Wang Er had brought, she made several respectable dishes. Scholar Zhou kept putting food into Chuanju's bowl, and Chuanju, blushing, put food into his in return. Su Jin watched the scene and said softly to Xiao Mu, At least Chuanju married a good man. Xiaoju she. Xiao Mu sighed. In this world, just staying alive is already hard enough. It was already dark outside the window. Xiao Mu picked up his bowl, took a mouthful of rice, and chewed slowly. He thought of the refugees of Qiuju who had been ravaged, of the butcher kneeling and begging for mercy, and of the officer sneering on horseback. This world was rotten through and through, but at least Shur village still had a pure little patch of land. He glanced at Scholar Zhou, who was putting food into Chuanju's bowl, and calculated in his heart Shur village lacked a teacher, lacked literate people, lacked workers who could do heavy labor, lacked strong young men who could fight. It lacked everything, but life still had to be lived day by day. After this meal, he would take Chuanju and her husband back to Shur village. Over there a pile of work was waiting for him. Twilight fell like ink, gradually swallowing the last streak of rosy clouds at the horizon. Distant mountains disappeared into darkness as birds returned to their nests, their urgent calls cutting through the evening air. Xiao Mu and the others rose to take their leave, preparing to return to the inn in Wang City. Han Wenqing and Chuanju escorted them all the way to the village entrance. The ancient locust tree rustled in the evening breeze, as if seeing them off. Tomorrow morning we shall pack our belongings and head to Shur village, Han Wenqing said with a respectful bow, his words earnest. I hope you will look after us. Xiao Mu smiled and replied, You are too kind, Master Han. Everyone in Shur village will surely welcome you warmly. He patted Han Wenqing on the shoulder, then turned and climbed onto the ox cart. Moonlight flowed like water, spilling across the country path and stretching long shadows. The chirping of insects in the grass mingled with the creaking of cart wheels over gravel, forming a leisurely rural melody. Su Jin sat in the cart, gazing at the stars above. Her mood was somewhat lighter than during the day. Though the matter of Qiuju still weighed on her heart, Chuanju, finding a good match, brought a measure of relief. Wang Er drove the cart while turning back to joke. Once we're back in Shur village, I must have a proper sleep. These past few days in Wang City, I haven't managed a single night of undisturbed rest. Indeed, I haven't even been able to stretch out my legs, someone chimed in. Su Jin sighed softly. I can only hope Shur village remains this peaceful forever. Returning to the inn, Lu Shur and Uncle Wang had already gathered information about the day's purchases. Grain prices in the city were climbing, with the war changing daily, absurdly expensive. Xiao Mu sat on a wooden chair, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. Outside the window the night deepened, and the streets of Wang City fell quiet save for the rhythmic striking of the watchman's clapper, each blow echoing clearly through the darkness. Brother Mu, what shall we do? Lu Shur grew anxious. If this continues, the village's grain reserves won't last long. Xiao Mu pondered for a moment. Tomorrow we'll go directly to the manors outside the city. Perhaps we can find a reasonable price. Late into the night, the inn grew quiet. Xiao Mu lay on his bed, gazing at the moon through the window, his mind cycling through various concerns. Grain prices, the workshop, the village walls, the refugees. Each thought passing like scenes in a revolving lantern display. Moonlight illuminated his face, casting the reflection of his open eyes. By the time the walls of Shur village came into view, it was already evening. The fading sunset gilded the ramparts, and sentries atop the watchtower spotted approaching figures, immediately growing alert. Once they recognized Xiao Mu and his party, the guards' faces broke into smiles as they called out, "It's Brother Mu. Open the gate." The heavy wooden doors creaked open, iron nails riddled with rust. Wang Er came running down from the watchtower with a grin. "Brother Mu, did the trip go smoothly?" "Reasonably well," Xiao Mu replied, his voice carrying fatigue. "Arrange for several people to unload the grain carts." Wang Xiao stood among the crowd watching Xiao Mu from afar. She had specially styled a new hairdo and adorned it with her most treasured hairpin, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Before she could approach and speak, Xiao Mu addressed her first. "Xiao, please show Master Han and Chunju to their lodging. Master Han will be teaching at the village school from now on, so treat them well." "Yes, Brother Mu," Wang Xiao replied, then turned to Han Wenqing and Chunju, offering a respectful curtsy. A smile played on her lips, though a trace of disappointment lingered in her eyes. Xiao Mu then turned to Lu Shur. "The border city of Yongcheng has fallen. Though Shur village is remote, we must still be wary of displaced refugees roaming about. Keep a closer watch these days." "Understood, Brother Mu," Lu Shur nodded. With those matters settled, Xiao Mu turned and headed home. Opening the courtyard gate, he found Yun Yang and Ruo Zhu waiting inside. Yun Yang took the belongings from him, examining him up and down as though checking for injuries. Ruo Zhu fetched a chair for him to sit, then stood behind him to massage his shoulders, her small fists tapping with just the right pressure. Sitting in the chair with his eyes closed, Xiao Mu recounted everything that had happened in Wang City over the past couple of days. When he mentioned the broken bridge, the bandits, and what had become of Qiuju, Yun Yang's brows furrowed with anger, while Ruo Zhu's eyes widened in lingering dread. "Thank goodness you're unharmed," Ruo Zhu said, patting her chest. "Otherwise I'd never forgive them." Xiao Mu smiled. "It's all right. That's all in the past now." Steam rose from the bathing tub, where a few flower petals drifted on the surface, releasing a subtle fragrance. Yun Yang tested the water temperature with her hand, and softly said, "Husband, it's ready." Xiao Mu removed his outer garments and stepped into the tub. The warm water reached his chest, and the fatigue of the day seemed to wash away with it. Yun Yang held a towel to wipe his back, while Ruo Zhu kneaded his shoulders beside her, her small hands pressing firmly, yet gently, right where it ached most. "Does it feel good, eh?" Ruo Zhu asked. Xiao Mu kept his eyes closed, a smile tugging at his lips. "Very comfortable. It's wonderful to have you both." Yun Yang continued wiping his back, without a word, though her movements grew even gentler. Warm steam filled the bathroom as the three of them chatted and laughed, the scene as cozy as a painting come to life. After his bath, dressed in clean clothes, Xiao Mu lay down on the bed. Yun Yang and Ruo Zhu nestled on either side of him as the candlelight flickered softly, casting their faces in warm glow. Moonlight streamed through the window like water flooding the room. Gazing at the moon, Xiao Mu let his thoughts wander to Shur village's future. Grain stores, the workshop, refugees. And as his worries piled up, his eyelids grew heavy, drifting him into an unaccounted sleep. The next morning, barely after the roosters crowed, dawn light filtered through the mist and bathed Shur village in a soft golden hue. Xiao Mu swallowed a hasty meal and made his way straight to the workshop at the village entrance. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, a mingled scent of wood shavings and cotton fabric washed over him. Over a dozen women were busy around an unconventional loom, the new pedal-operated weaving machine Xiao Mu had designed. Seeing Xiao Mu enter, Lu Ying set down her silk thread and hurried over. "Shopkeeper Xiao, this machine is truly miraculous." The sisters tested it through the night, and it's 3 times faster than the old loom. Her face showed excitement, yet dark circles beneath her eyes revealed she'd stayed up late. However, some parts still need work, especially the shuttle track. It jams occasionally. Xiao Mu nodded and squatted down to inspect it carefully. The loom's frame was crafted from locust wood, its bronze gears catching a cold gleam where they interlocked. He reached out to turn the warp beam, and the gears clicked rhythmically as they rotated smoothly. "Shopkeeper Xiao, this mechanism is marvelously crafted." Old carpenter Wang San crouched nearby, his calloused palm tracing the mortise and tenon joints on the pedal. In the past, 2 people would labor for half a day to weave a bolt of cloth. With this device, it takes barely the time of 1 tea. Old carpenter Wang San continued, shaking his head, "But these gears demand precision beyond what our village blacksmith could produce." "Indeed," Xiao Mu replied. "I'm planning to invite some master craftsmen from neighboring villages to refine the casting process further." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Su Jin rushed in, her skirt lifted slightly, sweat glistening on her forehead and morning dew catching in her hair. She came to an abrupt stop before the loom, her almond-shaped eyes wide with astonishment as she stared fixedly at the machine. The embroidered handkerchief depicting twin lotus flowers slipped from her grasp unnoticed. Could this truly be your creation?" Her voice trembled. I've never seen such exquisite craftsmanship, not even at the largest embroidery workshop in the city. Xiao Mu turned around and met her burning gaze. Morning light filtered through the wooden window, illuminating her flushed cheeks, while her lashes cast delicate shadows like two butterflies poised to take flight. I drew from certain mechanical principles and improved both the shuttle throwing and harness lifting mechanisms. His Adam's apple bobbed as he nodded. It's far from complete, though. Notice the curve of this pedal. If you for extended periods your feet will ache. Incredible, Su Jin breathed unconsciously, stepping forward halfway before her fingertips nearly brushed the rotating gear. She snatched her hand back in alarm. Looking up at Xiao Mu, her expression mirrored that of a devout worshipper gazing at the stars. I once believed weaving could only be done slowly by hand. I never imagined it could be done this way. Lu Ying approached with a smile, giving Su Jin's shoulder a playful nudge. Miss Su, this machine is quite simple to operate. Let me teach you. Without hesitation, she sat down on the loom, her feet finding the pedals while her hands sent the shuttle flying back and forth in fluid practiced motions. The shuttle darted through the warp and weft threads like a butterfly, quickly winding with silk. Su Jin watched, utterly captivated. May I try? She asked tentatively. Xiao Mu nodded in affirmation. Su Jin sat down carefully before the loom. The moment her foot touched the pedal and the gears began turning, the shuttle became stuck in its track. Panic rose as a fine sheen of sweat formed on her brow. Why? Why has it stopped? Xiao Mu squatted beside her, patiently guiding her. Don't rush. First tighten the weft thread, then synchronize with the pedal rhythm. Come, let me show you. First second. His hand covered hers, leading her through each movement step by step. Her fingers felt slightly cool beneath his warm grip, and her heart raced like a drum. Gradually, the shuttle began gliding smoothly through the track, weaving the thread into an even expanse of cloth under her guidance. Miss Su has remarkable talent, Lu Ying praised warmly. With just half a day of practice, you'll certainly catch up to us. Su Jin's cheeks flushed deeper as she looked up at Xiao Mu. I owe this magnificent invention entirely to you, shopkeeper Xiao. She paused, her voice dropping slightly. When I worked at the embroidery shop, I could barely finish half a handkerchief each day. If only Qiuju were still here to see this loom, how delighted she would be. Su Jin's cheeks flushed deeper as she looked up at Xiao Mu. I owe this magnificent invention entirely to you, shopkeeper Xiao. She paused, her voice dropping slightly. When I worked at the embroidery shop, I could barely finish half a handkerchief each day. If only Qiuju were still here to see this loom, how delighted she would be. The atmosphere in the workshop grew heavy. Recalling Qiuju's brutal death, everyone fell silent. Xiao Mu took the shuttle from Su Jin's hands, his voice low yet resolute. Qiuju's vengeance has been satisfied. I believe she can now rest in peace. He surveyed the women in the workshop, his voice gaining strength. This loom does more than weave cloth. It empowers the women of Shur village to stand on their own. Once the textile workshop is established, the fabric we produce can sustain us and be traded for grain and iron. When we grow strong enough, no one will dare bully the people of Shur village again. He surveyed the women in the workshop, his voice gaining strength. This loom does more than weave cloth. It empowers the women of Shur village to stand on their own. Once the textile workshop is established, the fabric we produce can sustain us and be traded for grain and iron. When we grow strong enough, no one will dare bully the people of Shur village again. Gazing at his resolute profile, a sensation she had never before experienced stirred within Su Jin's chest. She bit her lower lip gently and murmured, Shopkeeper, shall you carry the welfare of all in your heart? Though I am but a woman with no great talent, I would still gladly contribute to Shur village. She paused. I studied dyeing and embroidery at the workshop, and perhaps I could add decorative patterns to the cloth, flowers and birds for instance. Such designs would surely find favor. Lu Ying clapped her hands in delight. Wonderful. We were wondering how to break the monotony of plain cloth. Your skills will be invaluable. Once we embroider floral and avian motifs along with fish and insects onto our fabrics, they'll fly off the shelves at market. Perhaps we might even reach Wing City, showing those townsfolk what Shur village can accomplish. Just then Wang Er's voice carried from outside the workshop. Brother Mu. Lu Shi reports that the newly acquired grain stores require reinforcement. Su Jin rose hastily, her skirt brushing against the silk thread baskets on the wooden shelf. Colorful threads cascaded down in a rustling torrent, spilling across the floor like flowing sunset clouds. Xiao Mu bent to help gather them, his fingertips inadvertently grazing her cool hand. Startled like a frightened deer, Su Jin stumbled backward, but caught her foot on her skirt and teetered, only for a steady hand to support her at the waist before she could fall. For a fleeting moment, as their breaths intertwined, a breeze from outside the workshop swept through, carrying peach blossom petals that settled upon Xiao Mu's shoulder and Su Jin's heated cheeks. Careful! Xiao Mu's voice, low and warm, resonated near her ear. Flustered, Su Jin tried to rise, but her hairpin caught on his garment, and they collided once more. The faint scent of tung oil mingled with fresh grass clung to him, and her heart pounded so fiercely she feared it might escape her throat. Brother Mu. Wang Er's voice drew nearer. Coming back to her senses, Su Jin quickly curtsied. I won't disturb shopkeeper Xiao any longer. She turned and fled, her skirt billowing behind her as embroidered shoes crossed the threshold, leaving a trail of hurried footsteps. I'll sketch some patterns right away and bring them for everyone to see tomorrow. Her voice drifted from outside, already growing distant. Xiao Mu remained where he stood, a strand of silk still held in his hand, her cool touch lingering on his fingertips. He gazed toward the doorway for a moment before turning back to adjust the loom. Outside the workshop, peach blossom petals continued to whirl in the wind, settling on the threshold and among the silk thread baskets beside the loom. Life in Shur Village resembled this loom, shuttle after shuttle pushing forward, neither fast nor slow, yet steadily progressing onward. The atmosphere in the workshop grew heavy. Recalling Choju's brutal death, everyone fell silent. Xiao Mu took the shuttle from Su Jin's hands, his voice low yet resolute. Choju's vengeance has been satisfied. I believe she can now rest in peace. He surveyed the women in the workshop, his voice gaining strength. This loom does more than weave cloth. It empowers the women of Shur Village to stand on their own. Once the textile workshop is established, the fabric we produce can sustain us and be traded for grain and iron. When we grow strong enough, no one will dare bully the people of Shur Village again. The workshop was thick with rising heat, the scent of locust wood and tung oil mingling in a heavy, suffocating air. Over a dozen female workers bustled around the new loom's bronze gears, clicking rhythmically as shuttles flew back and forth, their rustling sound like silkworms feeding on mulberry leaves. Xiao Mu knelt half on the ground, adjusting the pedals, his back drenched in sweat and wood shavings dusting his hair and clothes. With a loud bang, the door was smashed open. Wang Er burst in, the copper bell at his waist jingling wildly, a half-tangled vine still clinging to his lapel. He braced himself on his knees, gasping like an aging bellows, "Brother Mu. Something terrible has happened." Over by the northwest fence, someone was digging around. Lu Shur and I crept closer, and the fellow dropped whatever he had and bolted, faster than a rabbit. As he spoke, he reached into his chest and pulled out a sandalwood box, its corners stained with dried dark red marks that looked like blood. Carved into the surface was a ferocious beast motif, ominous to behold. Xiao Mu took it, his fingertips meeting a sticky layer that sent a chill through him. Opening the lid, a putrid stench hit him like a wave. In the workshop, the female workers either covered their noses or retreated a few steps. Inside lay a gruesome mass of flesh and blood, dark red fluids soaking through the hemp cloth beneath, a fine down of fur visible across the surface. A translucent fetal membrane enveloped the misshapen limbs, tinged with bluish-purple hues. Wang Er craned his neck for a glimpse, his face contorting in horror. Is this some creature born of human or demon? Could the sorcery from Yong Pass have spread to our lands? Xiao Mu poked at it with a branch, his brows drawn tight. Not a human fetus. Fur and paw pads. More like a beast cub. But in this heat, how is it preserved? Residue resembling ice crystals clung to the box's base. An impossibility. Let's go find the village head. The three walked along the scorching gravel path toward the drying ground. Wang Er glanced back repeatedly, his hand never leaving his sword hilt. On the drying ground, golden grains spread across the earth. The village head bent over, turning the harvest with a wooden rake, rice husks catching in his white beard. Grandpa village head. Xiao Mu's cry sent birds scattering from the trees. The elders straightened, squinting at them. As soon as the wooden box opened, that putrid odor rose again. The village head's hands began to tremble, his clouded eyes widening in shock. Such a thing in my 70 years I've never seen before. Have you asked Wang Er's father? He witnessed a snow leopard giving birth in the Yin Mountains. Perhaps he. My father went into the mountains before dawn. Wang Er scratched at his head in desperation. Xiao Mu picked up the wooden rake, grains slipping through his fingers. Village head, there's another matter. Yesterday when I entered the city, I witnessed thick smoke obscuring the sun from the direction of Yong Pass. Refugees spoke of rampant banditry, with numerous mountain strongholds falling to new factions. The Peach Blossom Mountain bandits were only recently vanquished. I fear new raiders may already be targeting us. We must prepare in advance. The elderly village head's face drained of color, his hand trembling against the grain pile. Reinforcing the walls would require at least 500 logs and 3,000 bushels of stored grain. But our granaries hold less than half a month's provisions. Tomorrow I'll take a few men to the farmstead beyond Wang City. Xiao Mu clenched his fist. Even if I must trade the distillery's wine reserves, we'll stockpile enough grain. Not one soul in Stone Village. The elderly, the young, or the women, shall go without. Dusk settled as Xiao Mu pushed open his door. The aroma of locust flour cakes washed over him, temporarily lifting the shadows from his mind. Ruo Zhu came barreling toward him, her face dusted with flour and locust flowers caught in her twin braids. Husband, look. Sister Yun taught me to make these cakes. They're even more fragrant than any Wang Er sells. Yun Yang turned from the stove, her blue apron tied snugly stray, hairs curling from the heat. Su Jin was there too, setting out bowls and chopsticks. At the table, Su Jin quietly transferred tender braised chicken into Xiao Mu's bowl. Ruo Zhu chattered excitedly about the loom's adventures. Yun Yang's hand trembled slightly around her chopsticks as she listened to Xiao Mu describe the turmoil beyond the village, her eyes growing red. After the meal, the four stepped through the rain toward the workshop. Yun Yang touched the cold gears, sighing. Before weaving a bolt of cloth meant my wrists would ache for half a month. Now with this machine. Ruozhu had already climbed onto the loom. She stomped the pedal, and the shuttle flew off with a sharp crack, drawing laughter, and finally easing the tension. Xiao Mu stood at the entrance of the distillery watching the flickering candles in the weaving room and listening to the women's laughter, yet his heart remained heavy. The February spring, wine in the jars gleamed with amber light, its fragrance mingling with damp air, yet unable to dispel his sorrow. Brother Mu, my father's back. Wang Er's shout tore through the rain curtain. Immediately after, the bronze gong at the village entrance rang frantically. By the time Xiao Mu rushed outside, great raindrops were already hammering down. From the watchtower, the guard's voice cracked with terror. Brother Mu. Wolves. Green eyes everywhere across the mountains. The moment he reached the city wall, Xiao Mu felt a chill crawl up his spine. Through the rain, hundreds of glowing green eyes flashed on and off in the lightning. Low growls mixed with the screeching sound of claws scraping against the wall, echoing through the night sky. A massive wolf stood atop the mound, its mane bristling and the wind drool dripping from its fangs and sizzling small pits into the mud. Wang Er's face turned ashen, his bow trembling in his grip. Children cried among the crowd while mothers clutched their infants tight, and elderly men recited exorcism incantations with shaking voices. Wang Er's father pushed through the crowd, his expression darker than the gray bricks of the wall. After studying the wolves for a moment, his gaze fell upon the wooden box in Xiao Mu's arms. Open it. Quickly. The instant the box opened, the old hunter's hands shook violently. A wolf fetus. An unripe wolf fetus. His voice quivered. Someone slaughtered the mother wolf and used the dark ice curse to preserve it. This is meant to eradicate the entire pack. The crowd erupted in curses. Xiao Mu gripped his sword hilt. Uncle Wang, what do we do now? Lower the wolf fetus on a rope. Slaughter a few speckled chickens and splash them with strong liquor. The old hunter watched the restless pack. If they accept it, there may yet be hope. If they refuse, he drew a flint from his belt. We'll set fire to every haystack at the village entrance and fight them to the death. Lu Shi found a thick hemp rope and secured the wooden box tightly. The wolf fetus descended slowly into the air when a massive wolf leaped and snapped the rope with its teeth. It retreated to the alpha wolf's side, cradling the box as its crimson tongue gently licked the fetus, its whimpers rising into a mournful howl. With grim resolve, Xiao Mu lowered the slaughtered chickens over the wall himself. The alpha wolf growled twice, its foul breath washing over them with the stench of blood. After what felt like an eternity, it finally took the offering and let out a piercing cry to the sky. The wolf pack retreated like a black tide, leaving behind scattered paw prints and fresh blood. Just as everyone exhaled in relief, distant thunder-like hoofbeats echoed from afar. The elderly village head climbed the wall with trembling legs, shielding his eyes to survey the rising dust. A horseman, judging by the banner, not government troops. Xiao Mu raised his bronze telescope and spotted roughly 100 riders on mottled horses halted 100 paces beyond the village. The gaunt leader at their forefront wore a felt hat trimmed with copper plates, and a crooked wooden sign hung from his chest bearing the inscription, Qingyan National Salvation Army. The thin man spurred his horse forward, his grating voice carrying across the distance. People of Stone Village, we are the Qingya Stronghold National Salvation Army. This general passes through your blessed land and has heard of your generosity. We come to borrow 1,000 bushels of grain and 100 strings of copper coins. When the court quells the bandit threat, we shall repay you tenfold. Wang Er spat on the ground. Bullshit. Would a National Salvation Army carry machetes? Xiao Mu rested his hand on his sword hilt, his voice grave. The grain in Stone Village sustains every man, woman, and child here. Not a single grain may be lent. The thin man's false smile twisted into a sneer as he drew his gleaming blade. So be it. Surround the village. Deliver the grain and coins within 3 days, or we'll burn your houses to the ground. The bandits immediately fanned out, completely surrounding Stone Village. Xiao Mu quickly assembled the village's able-bodied men in the ancestral hall. Candlelight flickered across their solemn faces. Our arrows and stones are limited, a frontal clash won't work, Xiao Mu frowned. But we must not let them succeed. What ideas do you have? There's a hidden path behind the eastern hill. We could send someone around to seek reinforcements. Lu Shi rubbed his chin. But it needs to be someone swift and agile. The summer heat was like a pot of boiling glue, sticking Shi village fast in the sultry air. In the workshop, 8 treadle looms clattered on and on. Sweat beaded on the women's foreheads, great patches of their backs soaked through, yet their hands never slowed. Xiao Mu half knelt beside the treadle, his short tunic drenched with shavings scattered over his head, and clothes as if he had just crawled out of a pile of plainer waste. Brother Mu. Wang Er strode over the saber at his waist, swaying with every step, half a vine still hanging from his lapel and mud caked on his trouser legs. The perimeter wall is nearly finished. Wanson Tavern's wine order is complete, and the weaving workshop has laid in plenty of cloth. Xiao Mu straightened up and rubbed his sore shoulders. Send it over first thing tomorrow morning. I'll go along with you. He paused, then added, have Tide to take some men to dig a trench outside the wall like a moat, but without water in it. Inside it, set sharp spikes and traps, and keep jars of fire oil ready. If anyone comes to attack, throw the jars in and ignite them with flaming arrows. The trench must be kept some distance from the wall so the wind won't drive the flames back onto us. Wang Er scratched his head, mulled it over, and broke into a grin. Brother Mu, that's a brilliant plan. If those bandits dare come, I promise they'll never make it back. The sun was setting, dyeing Shur village in warm gold. Ruaju stood at the kitchen door with flour on her face, her tied hair bouncing. Husband, time to eat. Inside, Su Jin was helping Yunyang set out bowls and chopsticks. Seeing Xiao Mu come in, she rose hastily, cheeks tinged pink. Brother Mu, there are no such rules at home. Xiao Mu waved his hand. Yinner has said you can take the west room from now on. Oh, we'll fix it up after dinner. Come sit down and eat. At the table, Yunyang put a piece of melt-in-the-mouth chicken into Xiao Mu's bowl and said fondly, you've been worn out lately. Eat more. Ruaju chattered happily about the day's little events at the workshop. Husband's sister Su Jin taught me to weave a small flower today. It's so pretty. Once I've mastered it, I'll weave you a robe covered in small flowers. Su Jin kept her head down, quietly eating her rice, occasionally glancing at Xiao Mu as if she wanted to speak, but held back. After dinner, the night deepened. Xiao Mu cleaned up the kitchen, drew 2 basins of cold water in the yard, and poured them over himself to wash off the sweat. Drops sparkled in the moonlight as they scattered. He pushed open the door and walked in. Yunyang and Ruaju were sitting on the edge of the bed, whispering, oh, when they saw him come in, their cheeks flushed. Xiao Mu casually closed the door and said softly, wife. Yunyang gently nudged him and whispered, husband, keep your voice down. Jiner is still in the next room. Xiao Mu's smile drew them both close, and lowering his voice began chatting about small matters. The candle flame swayed, gently throwing the shadows of the 3 onto the wall. Outside the window, moonlight flowed like water, the chirping of insects rose in waves, and the night slowly deepened. The next morning, just as the sky began to lighten, Xiao Mu got up. He dressed quietly, careful not to wake Yunyang and Ruaju, who were still fast asleep. In the yard, Su Jin was already bustling in the kitchen, wisps of smoke curling upward. She turned and saw Xiao Mu, her cheeks warming slightly. Brother Mu, breakfast will be ready in a moment. I boiled some sweetened water to moisten the throats of Sister Yun'er and little Sister Mengmeng. Xiao Mu nodded. Thank you for the hard work. Once this wine is delivered, we'll see about renting a shop in Wengxing and selling the cloth from our workshop there too. Shur Village's cloth is no less fine than any city yard goods. After breakfast, Xiao Mu hurried to the workshop. Uncle Wang's ox cart was already loaded with wine jars. The aroma drifted a long way and made passing villagers inhale deeply. Brother Mu, everything's loaded. Wang Er patted the cart shaft, brimming with energy. Xiao Mu checked the goods once more, confirmed that every jar was properly sealed, and climbed aboard. At the village entrance, Su Jin stood with her hands twisting the hem of her clothes, her eyes full of concern. Be careful on the road. Turn back at once if there's danger. All of you look out for one another. Xiao Mu nodded. I understand. I'll leave Yun'er and Ruaju in your care, and mind your own safety as well. With that, he cracked the whip, and the ox cart swayed out onto the main road. The summer sun was fierce, baking the grass on both sides until its heads drooped. The cicadas chirped in endless waves, fraying the nerves. The main road was desolate. Not even the shadow of a merchant caravan could be seen. Xiao Mu felt uneasy. It was all too quiet. Wang Er too had dropped his usual smirk, his hand resting on the short knife at his waist. Just before they reached Wengxing's outskirts, sudden urgent hoofbeats sounded from behind. Xiao Mu's heart lurched. He exchanged a glance with Wang Er, and in silent agreement, they pulled the ox cart to the roadside. 5 fast horses galloped up in a cloud of dust. The riders all wore fierce, murderous expressions with gleaming long blades at their waists. At their head was a burly man whose face was all rough flesh, a scar above his left eye lying across his skin like a centipede. Humph, what a narrow road for enemies. The scar-faced man reined in his horse, glaring down at Xiao Mu. You slipped away last time. Today we finally caught you. Xiao Mu clenched his fists and said in a low voice, we're only peaceable farmers. We have no quarrel with you. Farmers. The scar-faced man roared with laughter. Stop playing dumb. Leave the wine on the cart and hand over every coin on you. Maybe I'll be in a good mood and spare your lives. Wang Er's face reddened with anger as he drew his short blade. Bullshit. You want our goods? Ask my blade first. Xiao Mu stopped Wang Er and clasped his hands toward the scar-faced man. Boss, we run a small business, just earning enough for our meals. How about this? The money on us stays with you, and the wine counts as a token of respect to you gentlemen. Please be merciful. As he spoke, he shot Uncle Wang a look and quietly drew a few pieces of broken silver from his shirt, dropping them on the ground. The bandits' eyes lit up at the sight of silver, and they all scrambled from their horses to grab it, shoving and jostling into a mess. Now, Xiao Mu bellowed. Wang Er and Uncle Wang seized their weapons and charged. Wang Er cut one down with a single swing, while Uncle Wang swung a wooden staff and smashed another to the ground. Xiao Mu pulled a sturdy club from the cart and landed a blow on the nearest bandit square in the forehead. With a shriek, the man collapsed. The bandits had not expected these farmers to dare resist. They froze for a moment, then drew their blades and counterattacked. Xiao Mu and the other 2 pressed their backs to the ox cart and fought bitterly against the 5 bandits. Xiao Mu dodged nimbly, and spotting an opening brought his club down on a bandit's wrist. The long blade fell, He kicked the man over, snatched up the blade, and kept slashing. Wang Er went berserk, slashing left and right, and took down 2 more in quick succession. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, all 5 bandits lay on the ground, blood staining the yellow earth red. Xiao Mu and the others had also drawn blood, but the wounds were only superficial, nothing serious. Breathing heavily, they dragged the bodies into the roadside grass and buried them, then hid the horses and weapons, meaning to take them along on their way back. Xiao Mu wiped the blood from his face and looked at the others. We were lucky this time. That so-called National Salvation Army won't let the matter rest. From now on we all have to stay sharp. The others nodded, and they continued driving the ox cart toward Wengqing. Wengqing was as bustling as ever. People streamed through the streets, and hawkers' cries rose one after another, as if the breaching of Yongguan had never happened at all. It took Xiao Mu and his companions a good while to edge the ox cart through the crowds before they reached Wansen Tavern. Shopkeeper Wan had been waiting at the door since early. Seeing Xiao Mu, he hurried over with a grin plastered on his face. Brother Xiao, you finally come. Quick, unload the goods. Xiao Mu and the others carried the wine jars into the tavern. Shopkeeper Wan inspected the goods himself. He opened a jar, sniffed it, and nodded with satisfaction. The same flavor, excellent. He had the accountant settle the balance on the spot, and gleaming white silver was laid out on the table. Shopkeeper Wan, will you need more stock later? Xiao Mu asked. Our distillery has improved its methods. Both yield and quality have gone up. Shopkeeper Wan's eyes lit up. That's just what I wanted to hear. Since I started carrying, your wine business here has picked up quite a bit. Let's go long term. Our next order will be doubled. The two of them then settled the details for the next batch. Xiao Mu pocketed the silver, politely declined Shopkeeper Wan's invitation to stay for a meal, and led his companions out of the tavern. The ox cart made its slow way through the streets of Wengqing. Xiao Mu ran the numbers in his head. With this batch's balance in hand, he was a little better off. He needed to settle the shop as soon as possible and sell the cloth stockpiled back in the village. Just as he was thinking, a shop front by the street displayed an urgent transfer notice. He pulled on the reins, stopped, and gave it a second look. Xiao Mu's fingers lightly traced the silver note, the paper's distinctive texture reaching his fingertips, heavy and reassuring. The edges of the note were slightly rough, traces left by long storage. Let's go and see if we can find a suitable shop, he said, looking up at Wang Er and Uncle Wang. The ox cart creaked through the city for most of the day, finally coming to a stop in front of a 2-story tea house available for sublease in the west of the city. The location was good, facing the street with a steady flow of passers-by, and close to the residential area, there would be no shortage of customers. The white paint on the outer wall had flaked in patches, exposing the wood grain beneath, but that unexpectedly added a touch of antique charm. The 3 characters Tea Fragrance Pavilion on the signboard had faded, but the brushstrokes were still intact. Xiao Mu raised his hand and knocked. After a moment, the door opened. A portly old man in embroidered clothes poked his head out, his face creased with smiles. The emerald thumb ring at his sleeve glittered in the sunlight. Please, honored guest, come in. Inside, the shop opened into a small parlor with several wooden tables arranged neatly, their surfaces polished smooth and glistening. Passing through the parlor, there was a small courtyard at the back, bathed in ample sunlight. An old osmanthus tree grew by the corner, and beneath it sat a stone table and stools still stained with tea marks. The second floor has a similar layout with good light and ventilation, the old man said as he walked. This shop has been open for 3 years, but my family is facing urgent matters, and I have to sell it. How much silver? Xiao Mu asked. 600 taels. Everything inside is yours. If you pay in one lump sum, the price can be negotiated. Xiao Mu calculated silently. 600 taels was lower than he had expected. 600 taels isn't cheap, Wang Er said, drawing a sharp breath and widening his eyes as he played along. 500 taels, and I can pay it all at once right now. Xiao Mu looked the old man in the eye. The old man's smile faltered. Young friend, that's too harsh a cut. 560 taels, not a tael less. 520 taels. The old man glanced at Xiao Mu and sighed. Enough. 520 taels it is. I want the money now. Xiao Mu nodded and took out the silver notes. The final payment from today's wine sale happened to be just enough. The old man took the notes, walked to the window, held each one up to the sunlight, and counted them again with a wetted finger. Only then did he draw a deed from his bosom. Let's go to the government office to complete the formalities. At the government office, it was the same old clerk as last time. When he saw Xiao Mu, a smile spread across his face. How formidable is the younger generation. From bringing the tiger last time to now, just about a month, you can already buy a shop. You also wiped out the bandits of Taohua Mountain, didn't you? Splendid. Dawu needs talent like yours. Xiao Mu clasped his hands in salute. You flatter me, your honor. It was all thanks to the villagers' help. The old clerk tugged at his beard with satisfaction and had the steward hand over the deed. Xiao Mu took it and tucked it carefully into his robes. Outside the government office, sunlight fell upon him and his steps felt a little lighter. The 3 of them went to the place where the horses and weapons were hidden. Several old horses stood beneath the shade of the trees, their coats dull and manes a little unkempt, but still far faster than an ox cart. Wang Er swung onto a horse and gathered the other 2 horses' reins. Xiao Mu wanted to try too, but after much struggling, he still could not climb on, and his forehead was soon beaded with sweat. Brother Mu, I'll teach you. Wang Er jumped down and patiently explained, step into the stirrup, first push off hard, spring upward, and grab the reins. After all that fumbling, Xiao Mu finally managed to mount, swaying unsteadily. The old horse sensed that its rider was a greenhorn. It snorted uneasily and pawed the ground. Xiao Mu gripped the reins as though his life depended on it, his back ramrod straight, his heart in his throat. Relax. Wang Er, riding on the other horse, reached over and patted Xiao Mu's horse's neck. Clamp your knees against its sides and don't pull the reins too tight. Before he could finish, Xiao Mu's horse suddenly broke into a trot, startling him into a cry as his body lurched forward. Wang Er hurriedly urged his horse alongside and steadied Xiao Mu's waist. After a good deal more fussing, Xiao Mu finally got a feel for it. The two rode on ahead, while Uncle Wang followed leisurely behind with the ox cart. The clatter of hooves, the grinding of wheels, and the sound of laughter mingled together, echoing along the village path. As they neared the village entrance, they saw Lu Shi from a distance leading the villagers in digging a trench. Beside him stood a young woman, using a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. Her figure was lithe and graceful, and her plain gray cloth dress stirred softly in the wind. Isn't that Miss Morong? Wang Er pointed over. Xiao Mu said nothing, silently tightening his grip on the reins. Hey Lu Shi, since when have you and Miss Morong become so close? Wang Er spurred his horse over and teased at the top of his voice. Lu Shi's hand jerked, spilling half a bowl of water down the front of his coat. He hastily put the bowl down, his ears burning red. Wang Er, don't talk nonsense. Miss Morong only noticed how hard everyone was working and kindly brought us water. Morong's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and twisted the handkerchief in her hands. Xiao Mu dismounted, his movements a bit smoother than before. While in town this time, I secured a shop. In a few days we'll all go and clean it up. Lu Shi, how's the trench coming along? More than half finished, Brother Mu. Lu Shi perked up and led everyone to the edge of the ditch. As you said, we set sharpened wooden stakes at the bottom and wove vine nets to catch fire oil jars. We just don't have enough timber, we'll have to cut more from the back mountain. Xiao Mu looked at the interlocking traps in the trench and pondered for a moment. Daching Mountain has been restless lately. I hear scouts have been seen there. Tomorrow I'll take a few people there and cut some vines to reinforce the wall. That night wisps of cooking smoke rose from every household in Stone Village. Xiao Mu sat in his own courtyard while Yunyang and Ruaju crowded around him, chattering and asking a stream of questions. Yunyang looked at the scrape on his arm with concern. It was from the ride, and carefully wiped it with a damp cloth. Don't push yourself so hard from now on. Just learn little by little. Her voice was soft. Ruaju held up a newly woven cloth flower and pressed closer, eyes shining. Husband, look. Sister Su Jin taught me to embroider butterflies. Once I learn, I'll embroider a cloak for you. The butterfly on the cloth flower looked lifelike, its wing patterns bright and colorful. Just then Su Jin walked in carrying a bowl of medicine. The fragrance of herbs filled the air. Brother Mu, it's a medicinal broth for bruises. Drink it, and the wound will heal more quickly. She set the bowl on the table, her fingers unconsciously twisting her apron. Xiao Mu motioned for her to sit. I took over a shop in the west of town today. Tomorrow I need to deliver the fabric. A newly opened shop needs proper goods. Su Jin's eyes brightened. Brother Mu, why don't we go into partnership? I promise I'll make sure you, Sister Yuner, and Ming Ming all live well. Xiao Mu was doubtful. You have spinning wheels and a workshop. You're too poor to even pay your taxes. What do you have to go into partnership with me? I can manage a shop. Su Jin said hurriedly. Ju can help too. I know where to buy cheap hemp cloth, and I know how to sell fabric at the best price. My ancestors were all in the textile trade, if not for the Zhao family. Her voice dropped and her eyes reddened. She sniffled, then lifted her head again. Anyway, I can make sure you, Sister Yuner, and Ming Ming all live well. Tell me what you have in mind. Xiao Mu leaned forward. I originally planned to weave the cloth and look up the merchants I used to work with, but those old men are as sharp as they come. Now that our family has fallen on hard times, they're bound to drive the price down hard. This kind of spinning wheel is fast. With 12 looms after deducting costs and wages, the earnings can buy more materials to build new spinning wheels. If we keep going like this, before long we'll become the largest weaving workshop in Wenqing. Xiao Mu was tempted. The plan was simple, but it worked. He had the spinning wheel technology, Su Jin had the connections and management experience. They complemented each other perfectly. How do we split the profits? Xiao Mu asked. A flicker of delight passed through Su Jin's eyes. She straightened her back and tapped the table lightly with her fingertip. No split. No split. Xiao Mu, Yunyang, and Ruaju were all taken aback. I'm going to marry you as a concubine, so there's no need to split profits. Su Jin declared without hesitation. Xiao Mu choked and coughed. This turn of events was utterly unexpected. Weren't women of ancient times supposed to be reserved? Yunyang and Ruaju, however, looked delighted and took Su Jin's hands. Really? That's wonderful. Wait a moment. Xiao Mu hastily stopped them. Why? In his view, Yunyang and Ruaju had married him because circumstances forced them to, but Su Jin had not reached that point. Because Sister Yuner and Ming Ming said you are a scholar and have never raised a hand against a woman. You're also the tiger-slaying hero, you own a workshop, and you can protect the village. Compared with the men in the other villages, you're the most suitable choice, Su Jin said seriously, her eyes full of admiration. Xiao Mu felt a little puffed up by the praise, but he pulled himself together. Tell me the truth. This is the truth. Su-jin bit her lip. Even if we scrape together enough taxes this year, and I'm not forced into marriage, I'm still a woman. Sooner or later, I have to marry someone. Rather than throw myself away on some rough brood, I'd rather marry you. Xiao Mu stood up, brushed off his clothes, and headed for the house. At the door, Su-jin spoke again. All right, there is indeed another reason. I want to restore my family's fortunes and defeat the Xiao family. Of course, my wish to marry you is true as well. I like you. Her voice trembled, a little tears glimmering in her eyes. This is what I want. If you still don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Xiao Mu stopped and was silent for a moment. I believe you. Then you agree to marry me? Su-jin asked cautiously, her hands clasped tightly together. I'll think it over. I also have to hear Yuner and Mingming's opinions. With those words, Xiao Mu walked out of the courtyard. A night breeze blew in, carrying a trace of coolness. The bitter smell of medicinal herbs hung in the yard, mingled with the fragrance of the osmanthus tree. Insects chirped by the wall, making the night seem even quieter. Su-jin stood where she was, watching Xiao Mu's silhouette vanish behind the door. The fingers clutching her apron slowly loosened. Yunyang and Ruaju walked over and took her arms, one on each side. The three women stood in the moonlight, none of them saying a word. The embers in the kitchen stove still flickered on and off like the undying warmth in this home that would never go out. Twilight faded and silver moonlight streamed through the carved window lattice, casting mottled shadows on the bluestone floor. Crickets in the corner chirped intermittently, adding a touch of vitality to the quiet night. Yunyang, Ruaju, and Su-jin sat together in a circle. Wild chrysanthemums on the windowsill swayed gently in the moonlight, as if listening to their conversation. Ruaju spoke first. She bounced over to Su-jin's side, grasping her hand with sparkling eyes. Sister Su-jin, have you really decided to marry our master? Su-jin's face flushed crimson as she lowered her eyelids and spoke softly. Yes, I've thought it through. I genuinely care for Mu Guer, and together we can build our business into something substantial. Then we'll all live well. At the mention of Mu Guer, a smile curled unconsciously at the corners of her lips. Yunyang moved to sit beside her, taking the cool hand in hers. Sister Su-jin, Ruaju and I have always treated you as our own sister. If you marry into our family, we will surely get along well. She paused, her tone growing earnest. But marriage is no small matter. Have you truly made your decision without regret? Su-jin lifted her head, her gaze steady. Sister Yuner, I harbor no regrets. Mu Guer is a responsible man, and I feel at ease following him. Her voice softened. Moreover, I wish to leverage his strength to restore the Su family's business and prove to those who look down upon us that we are worthy. Ruaju tilted her head, studying Su-jin with curiosity. But Sister Su-jin, the days ahead will be arduous. You must look out for each other. She puffed out her chest, then playfully stuck out her tongue. Don't worry, we'll certainly get along splendidly. Pulling from her bosom a small sachet woven from colored thread, she added, I made this for you. It contains mugwort and osmanthus, and it smells wonderful. Su-jin chuckled and gently tickled her nose. You little rascal, I understand. From now on, we're one family. We must live in harmony. She took the sachet and brought it to her nose, inhaling the sweet fragrance mingled with the fresh scent of herbs. Yunyang watched them, both her lips curving upward. Since Sister Su-jin has made up her mind, we shall help make this happen together. We'll also speak to Mu Guer. He'll come to understand your heart. She reached out and smoothed Ruaju's loose strands of hair. Perhaps Mu Guer has long awaited this very day. Excellent. Excellent. Ruaju nearly bounced with delight. Then tomorrow we'll go tell our master. Perhaps we'll be living together soon. Her clear laughter echoed through the room, startling the night birds beneath the eaves. After their merriment subsided, Yunyang grew serious, once more gripping Su-jin's hand. Sister Su-jin, though Mu Guer treats us well, daily life will inevitably bring friction. Should you ever feel wrong, tell us. Do not bear it alone. From her sleeve, she drew a handkerchief embroidered with twin lotus flowers and offered it to Su-jin. Among sisters, nothing is insurmountable. Su-jin's eyes grew moist as she nodded firmly. With you by my side, I fear nothing. To marry Mu Guer and become your family. It makes me incredibly happy. She carefully folded the handkerchief away. Ruaju suddenly leaned close, whispering mysteriously. I think our master harbors feelings for Sister Su-jin too. When you said you'd marry him, his ears turned red. I saw it clearly. Really? Su-jin's cheeks flushed even deeper, and she bowed her head, twisting her fingers, her heart racing like a startled rabbit. Yunyang smiled and lightly tapped Ruaju's forehead. Regardless, we must let Mu Guer know that Sister Su-jin sincerely wishes to build a life with us. Gazing at the moon beyond the window, she added, once you're married, as one family working together, our days will surely flourish. The night deepened, the moonlight growing ever brighter, yet none of the three felt sleepy. They huddled together, chattering away. On the table lay the wild chrysanthemums Ruaju had gathered that day, their petals still glistening with dew. They spoke of their future plans, how to arrange the shop display, the fabrics attract customers, and grew ever more excited as if better days were already within reach. Su-jin produced a crumpled piece of paper bearing her sketch of the shop design. The lines were simple, yet every detail was clearly marked. Yunyang rested her chin on her hand, listening intently, while Ruaju chimed in about planting flowers all around the entrance, drawing laughter from them all. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu sat alone in the courtyard, a half-empty pot of cold tea resting on the bluestone table. Moonlight filtered through the locust trees' branches, dappling him with fractured patterns of light. Gazing at the full moon above, his thoughts churned in confusion. Sujin's proposal had come too suddenly. He couldn't deny she was capable and enthusiastic. Perhaps partnering with her could truly build their business. Yet marriage was no trifling matter. He owed responsibility to Yunyang Raju and Sujin alike. He recalled the first time he'd seen Sujin, standing before a cloth stall bargaining fiercely, her eyes blazing with unyielding determination. But the thought of supporting 3 households weighed heavily upon his shoulders. "Master," her gentle voice broke through his reverie. He turned to find Yunyang approaching with a cup of ginger tea, its celadone patterns shimmering faintly beneath the moonlight. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Xiao Mu took the cup, warmth spreading through his fingertips. Yunyang settled beside him. "Sister Sujin and I spoke at length. I can see she truly cares for you and wishes to share our life together. Her circumstances are pitiable. If we can help restore her family's fortunes, it would be a noble thing." Xiao Mu's grip on the teacup trembled slightly. "But this is no small matter. I fear I would wrong you both." Yunyang offered a tender smile, brushing fallen leaves from his shoulder. "Mugawer, we remember how kindly you've treated Sister Sujin is a good woman. We'll get along well. If she marries into our family, sisters supporting one another, our days will only grow better." Her voice was soft, yet resolute. "We've weathered far worse than this. What hardship can we not overcome?" Gazing at Yunyang, he took her hand and sighed. "It is my blessing to have such understanding women. I will think it over and speak with Sujin as well." He drained the ginger tea in one swallow, the warmth settling deep within him. They exchanged a few more words of domestic comfort before the watchman's bamboo clapper echoed from afar, prompting them to return to their rooms. Ruaju leaned close to Sujin, whispering eagerly near her ear. "Sister Sujin, our master adores the osmanthus cakes I make. When you wed into our family, shall we bake them together for him?" "Of course," Sujin replied with a smile, her heart swelling with sweetness. The 3 women gathered once more, flipping through the almanac to choose an auspicious date. Ruaju counted on her fingers while Sujin, cheeks flushing, pointed to a favorable day next month, and Yunyang leaned in to examine it. Their conversation drifted from wedding garments to the banquet, growing ever more animated, as though the wedding festivities were already unfolding before their eyes. Late that night, Xiao Mu returned to find Raju had drawn him a bath, steam rising in thick clouds. "Master, come wash quickly," Ruaju called with a grin. Xiao Mu glanced at Sujin, who stood nearby, and felt a flush of discomfort warming his ears. When Yunyang moved to help him out of his clothes, he hastily stepped back. "No, I'll manage." But as he turned, he bumped into the doorframe with a dull thud. Sujin's face burned crimson. I should return to my room first," she murmured before hurrying away. Xiao Mu stood awkwardly for a moment before beginning to undress. The moment he stepped into the hot water, the day's exhaustion washed away. "How refreshing," he sighed, closing his eyes to savor the relief. Ruaju and Yunyang used wooden ladles to gently pour water over him, chatting idly as they did. Ruaju animatedly recounted the wild rabbit she'd spotted on the hillside that day, her gestures so lively that both Xiao Mu and Yunyang laughed. After their bath, Ruaju and Yunyang retired first. Before leaving, Yunyang told Sujin, "Get some rest early as well. We'll have much to attend to tomorrow." Cloaked in a bathrobe, Xiao Mu headed toward Yunyang and Ruaju's room to fetch blankets, but the door wouldn't budge. Yunyang's voice came through. "Master, Ruaju and I are exhausted and have already slept. Please find another place to rest." For a moment, he hesitated, then remembered the thatch in the courtyard had run out, and there was nowhere to sleep in the main hall. After pausing, he approached Sujin's door and knocked softly. "Come in," came her voice from within. Opening the door, he found the oil lamp extinguished, moonlight filtering through the window paper. Sujin, dressed in simple sleepwear, sat by the bed, arranging the bedding. "I came to fetch a blanket," Xiao Mu said from the doorway, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Oh, certainly." Sujin rose and retrieved a quilt from the cabinet. "The weather's turning cooler, don't catch a chill." As she handed it to him, their fingertips brushed, and both recoiled as though burned. "Thank you." Xiao Mu took the blanket. "I'll make do in the main hall for the night." "No need," Sujin murmured. "The room is quite spacious. You can rest here. I'll sleep on the inner side, and I'll hang a curtain in between." She produced a screen and hung it across the middle of the bed. Morning light filtered through the carved window lattice, casting dappled patterns on the blue brick floor. Xiao Mu had just tucked his machete into his belt when hurried footsteps sounded outside the courtyard. For constables filed in dew damp across their black official robes, bronze bells jangling at their waists. The leading constable unrolled a written order, its characters still redolent of ink. "Hero, Xiao, something has gone awry with the tea shop deal in the west of town. The original owner, Zhao Youcai, now claims the shop's paperwork is incomplete. The deal cannot stand. Bring the property deed and come to the yamen to confront him." Xiao Mu's hand tightened around the handle of his knife, knuckles widening. Zhao Youcai's chest-thumping guarantee from that day was still vivid before his eyes, yet today the man had gone back on his word. Xiao Mu choked down his fury as his mind raced. At this critical juncture, village affairs could not be delayed, and the shop matter could not be set aside either. Yunder's wooden ladle clattered into the porridge pot, splattering rice water across the stovetop. Sir, the deed and all the paperwork were in perfect order at the time of the transaction. How could there possibly be a problem? Just as Xiao Mu's words fell, footsteps sounded from the inner chamber, and Su Jin walked out. Today she had combed her hair into a married woman's bun, a plain wooden hairpin nestled among her dark tresses. Her old skirt and blouse were washed almost white, yet she was neat and clean-cut. Sir, I heard the full details from my husband yesterday, and know the transaction best. I am willing to accompany you and testify. Su Jin gave a graceful bow, her voice soft, yet steady. The head constable looked her over from head to toe, glanced at the weaver's marks on her wrists, and nodded slightly. In that case, you will come with me to the court. Hero Xiao will remain in the village. Until the case is cleared up, the shop is not to be sold or disposed of. He slapped the order on the table, the vermilion seal glaring like a trail of blood. Xiao Mu started to speak, but Su Jin shook her head ever so slightly, signaling him not to worry. He turned to Wang Er and said, go with Su Jin and make certain she comes to no harm. Raise the alarm immediately if anything happens. Wang Er nodded gravely, tightened his grip on the saber at his waist, and took his place beside Su Jin. She acknowledged him with a small nod and followed the constables away. The sedan chair creaked into the distance. Xiao Mu stood at the courtyard gate, watching it go, his heart heavy as a stone. Suddenly, frantic footsteps burst from the village entrance. Lucia rushed into the yard, face pale. Disaster. The National Salvation Army is back. This time they've brought a good many men determined to avenge their strategist who was wounded last time. Xiao Mu's pupils contracted. He drew a deep breath and issued the order at the top of his voice, women and children into the cellar. Every able-bodied man take up arms. He grabbed the crossbow from the wall and led the villagers charging toward the entrance. Dust billowed on the earthen road as the banners of the National Salvation Army fluttered in the wind. The scar-faced man sat astride his horse, sweeping his blade at Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu, my strategist's wounds refuse to heal. Today you will pay blood for blood. With a howl, the thugs hurled themselves forward. The villagers of Stone Village, wielding hoes and spears, fought back with all their might. Wang Er swung his saber, his eyes burning with rage. You hide behind the banner of robbing the rich to feed the poor, yet you commit plain banditry. You have no shame. He thrust at one thug who dodged and slashed a cut across Wang Er's arm. Blood gushed out at once, but he gritted his teeth and battled on. Xiao Mu picked his moment and drove his iron fork straight at the scar-faced man's face. The man twisted aside his blade, shearing off Xiao Mu's sleeve and adding another bloody gash to his arm. At that moment, the constables who had departed returned with Su Jin. They had heard the sound of fighting at the village entrance. The lead constable's face darkened as he bellowed, brazen rogues. You dare to brawl in broad daylight. All of you back to the yamen. The scar-faced man spat out a mouthful of bloody spittle and glared at Xiao Mu. Xiao, this isn't over. He and his men slipped away in defeat. Xiao Mu ignored his wounds and gathered the villagers to confer. As they talked, urgent wooden clappers suddenly sounded from Daqing Mountain, the hidden sentry giving the alarm. He immediately set out with Wang Er and a few guardsmen, bows on their backs, hurrying toward the mountain. Halfway up the slope, fresh hoofprints marked the ground and bloodstains and half of a leather quiver lay among the weeds. Xiao Mu's heart tightened, and he motioned for everyone to stay alert. Before the words fully left his lips, a shrill whistle cut through the woods. Several men in hides stepped out from behind the trees, their curved knives gleaming with a faint blue light in the sunshine. The old man at their head, a red totem painted on his forehead, shouted in stiff official speech, Han, leave now. This mountain is already the Chanyu's land. Xiao Mu shouted back, don't panic. Hold your formation. He had barely spoken before a volley of arrows descended. Xiao Mu dove to the side as a shaft grazed his ear and thudded into a tree trunk. In the chaotic melee, he caught sight of a scout stuffing a sheepskin scroll into his robe and turning to flee. Drawing his bow, Xiao Mu loosed. The arrow tore through the man's shoulder. The scout crashed to the ground, the sheepskin unrolling. It was a defense map of the area from Daqing Mountain to Wengqing. Xiao Mu picked it up and his heart lurched. If this fell into Xiongnu hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the yamen, Su Jin knelt on the blue brick floor. Her knees had long since gone numb, but she held her back straight as a ramrod. Zhao Yukai cowered in the corner, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Sir, the inscribed dates and seals on these documents are unmistakably clear. On the day of the transaction, manager Zhao said with his own lips that nothing was wrong. Now he has turned around and gone back on it. That is plainly an attempt to renege. Su Jin drew the deed and the transaction records from her sleeve, her voice calm, neither servile nor overbearing. Zhao Yotsai's face turned ashen, and he stammered, Sir, this was done on someone else's orders. I was helpless in the matter. A constable hurried in and whispered something into the head constable's ear. The head constable's expression changed abruptly. He slammed the gavel down hard. Guards, take Zhao Yukai into custody at once. He has committed slander. Hero Xiao has sent in a Xiongnu scout and a defense map, a matter of grave importance. This officer must report it to his superiors immediately. The next morning, Xiao Mu brought the villagers and the captive Xiongnu to the yamen. There he saw Su Jin seated in the place of honor, while the head constable himself poured tea for her thanks to Miss Su's keen with the villainous scheme has been exposed. Zhao Yukai had taken Xiao Mu gold in exchange for reclaiming the shop and turning it into a stronghold. Xiao Mu looked at Su Jin and warmth surged through his chest. As the sun sank toward the western hills, the two walked shoulder to shoulder on the road back to the village. Wang Er followed behind. From the direction of Daqing Mountain came the faint sound of garrison horns blown by border soldiers. Su Jin came to a halt, then drew a yellowed land deed from her sleeve. Muji, I found this at Zhao Youtsai's place as well, an abandoned distillery on the outskirts of the city. Perhaps we can acquire the land and build a new one. Xiao Mu accepted the deed and studied it, then looked toward the village entrance. Yunyang and Ruaju stood there gazing into the distance with eager expectation. The evening breeze swept over the newly built stockade, bearing away in broken fragments the curses of the National Salvation Army. Back in the village, Lu Shi walked over and handed Xiao Mu a scorched piece of hemp paper, his face full of self-reproach. Muji, the distillery caught fire this morning. Fortunately, we had taken precautions beforehand, so the damage is not great. Xiao Mu gazed at the charred paper edge, silent for a moment. Then he took Su Jin's hand. Good. This time we'll do it together. The warmth of his palm passed into hers, a steady, settled reassurance. Dusk deepened, and the lights of Stone Village came on one by one. Beyond the horizon, storm clouds hung low as if something were slowly drawing near. But in the courtyard, the fire still burned in the stove. The porridge in the pot simmered with a soft bubbling sound, and chimney smoke curled upward before dissolving into the twilight. For several days in a row, Shire village maintained a rare tranquility as dawn and dusk passed in turn. Morning mist laced with the fragrance of soil and vegetation gently veiled the scattered cottages, while roosters crowed and dogs barked in relays. The dusk steeped the curling chimney, smoke blending the whole village into a warm orange glow, as if the tea stall commotion and the border crisis had never happened. In the early dawn, just as the sky began to turn fishbelly white night, dew still condensed on the bluestone slabs, exuding a touch of chill. The vermilion door panels of the Yunjin Pavilion had just been taken down, and the creaking sound like a bugle waking the city sent the customers who had been waiting at the doors surging inside. Xiao Mu, wearing an indigo cloth sash, moved through the crowd, helping carry bolts of cloth one moment, and answering customers' questions the next. Su Jin's fingers flew as she quickly cut a clean edge on a roll of coarse cloth, paying no attention to the stray strands of hair plastered to her forehead by sweat. Yuner stood on tiptoe to restock the shelves, the wooden comb in her hair clinking against clay jars. As she set things down, she greeted a regular customer. Anjan, you're really early. The newly arrived linen is quite sturdy. Ruaju sat upright behind the counter, her little brows furrowed in concentration as she worked the abacus. Whenever she came across a calculation she could not handle, she blinked and looked to Su Jin for help. Xiao Ju's hands moved without rest, bundling the stacked cloth, neatly, hemp rope flying through her fingers, and pasting a label on every bundle. Uncle Wang stood by the door smiling to reassure the waiting customers, don't rush everyone. There's enough for all. One at a time. Wang Er stood by the steps holding a long staff, his gaze sweeping the surroundings warily, a short knife tucked at his waist. A blade Xiao Mu had specially ordered from the blacksmith in case of emergency. 2 zhang of linen. Do you have any of the twin lotus cotton cloth? My young lady is waiting for it. Amid the hubbub, the clatter of looms grew quicker and quicker. Su Jin sat before the cloth, working the heirloom treadle at a rapid pace. The warp and weft threads turned into lively streams under her hands. The scissors swung in rhythm, and in no time a bolt of cotton cloth patterned with fine water ripples was ready. The watching women clicked their tongues in wonder. An ordinary weaver would need at least half a day to produce cloth of the same quality. What astonished them even more was the price. For the same coarse cloth, Yunjin Pavilion charged only half the price of other shops. Xiao Mu stood before the counter and declared loudly, if it pills within 3 days, we will compensate you tenfold. Within half a day, the shop was packed with farm women carrying bamboo baskets and maids out on errands. Even the old vegetable seller from the street corners squeezed in, clutching copper coins, afraid that if she came too late, she would miss out on cloth that was both cheap and sturdy. The news soon reached the Zhao family silk shop. On the sandalwood square table, the tea in the cup had long gone cold. Master Zhao sat in a high-backed armchair, his face dark and grim. His jade-inlaid cane struck heavily against the blue bricks, and the thudding sounds startled the canary under the eaves into fluttering wildly in its cage. Father, something terrible has happened. Zhao Li stumbled in his scholar's cap, askew at the back of his head, his brocade robe splattered with mud, panting so hard he could barely speak. Your father is not dead yet, so don't panic, Master Zhao said with irritation. No, father. Zhao Li braced his hands on his knees, gasping for air, and only recovered after a long while. A new cloth shop has opened to the west of town called Yunjin Pavilion. They sell cloth at half our price. All day today, not a single customer came to our shop. The Li and Wang households have both canceled their orders. Puffed. Master Zhao sprayed out a mouthful of tea. Zhao Li, standing too close, caught it full in the face with a few tea leaves still clinging to his cheeks. Master Zhao ignored that and said in a deep voice, go at once and find out who is stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Yes, I'm going right away. Zhao Li turned and hurried out, nearly tripping over the threshold and knocking over a vase by the door. Meanwhile, in a private room on the second floor of Yunjin Pavilion, a lively bustle was underway. Ambergris incense drifted from a gilded censer. Beyond the mottled bamboo curtain, the tinkling of jade pendants and the murmurs of admiration from noble young ladies rose one after another. Xiao Mu unfolded a bolt of lustrous silk and gave it a gentle flick in the sunlight. Fine wave patterns rippled across the cloth, refracting a dazzling light. Is this the gold-woven brocade sent as tribute from the West? Miss Li in a pomegranate-red short gown stared with wide eyes. Xiao Mu smiled and shook his head. This is moonlight brocade. It is woven with double layers of warp and weft and reflects 7 colors in sunlight. He had deliberately exchanged modern textile technology from the system, and now it appeared as divine skill in the eyes of the ancients. Before his words faded, a commotion suddenly broke out downstairs. People who could not squeeze and blocked the middle of the street, and several young ladies who had failed to buy the cloth they wanted argued with reddened eyes. I came first. This cloth should be sold to me. Why should it? I'll pay double. Ruaju ran over to report that the stock had run out. Xiao Mu strode quickly to the carriage in front of the shop, steadied himself, and called out, "Everyone, please don't be anxious. I understand how you all feel, but these fabrics require an elaborate production process, and today's stock is already sold out. Then when will you have more? We came all this way. We can't leave empty-handed, can we?" Discontented murmurs surged like a tide, and the crowd began to jostle. Xiao Mu raised a hand to signal for quiet, and raised his voice. "If you can trust me, you may place an order in advance. When the cloth is woven, we will deliver it to your door, and you can pay the balance only after you are satisfied." The entire street fell silent at once. In an age when barter was widespread, the idea of order first, deliver later was unheard of. A moment later, the crowd erupted. "Is this reliable? What if you run off after we pay the deposit? What if the goods you deliver are no good?" Unhurriedly, Xiao Mu took out a stack of Xian paper. "We will register your names and addresses and prepare the materials in the order of deposits paid. If the goods do not match what was promised, we will refund the full amount and also compensate you with an extra 3 chi of cotton cloth. Yunjin Pavilion has built its standing in Wangxing on trust. To show our sincerity, anyone who places an order today will also receive an embroidered sachet." With that, he shot Su Jin a meaningful glance. Understanding at once, she brought out the ledger and a writing brush, stepped before the crowd, and began explaining in a gentle voice. When an old woman said she could not read, Su Jin patiently read it aloud to her. When a picky customer raised doubts, she tirelessly explained the benefits of placing an order. By the time the long line stretched from the counter to the street corner, Zhao Li arrived with a few shop hands. Seeing the enormous crowd before him, and hearing the endless rustle of recorded orders, his face turned pale. When he heard that the shopkeeper was Xiao Mu, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, muttering, "How could it be him? How is that possible?" The shop hands exchanged bewildered looks, and half-dragged, half-carried him back. The inner quarters of the Zhao household had already turned into a cauldron of chaos. After hearing the report, Master Zhao felt a surge of bitterness in his throat and spat a mouthful of blood onto the Persian carpet. The maids screamed in fright. Some ran to fetch a doctor, while others frantically cleaned up the overturned tea set. Madame Zhao, her face grim, drove the concubines out of the room, then turned and slapped Zhao Li across the face. "Worthless." Her voice was shrill and piercing. "A wild boy from the countryside is enough to throw you into a panic. Investigate Yunjin Pavilion's supply sources and account books. If you can find any excuse at all, make sure he never gets back on his feet." Zhao Li jerked his head up, a flicker of ruthlessness passing through his eyes. He remembered the sight of his father collapsing, remembered the empty silk shop, and his nails dug deep into his palms. "Xiao Mu, I will make you pay for everything today." Night fell, and the streets of Wangxing gradually quieted. Only the lamps of Yunjin Pavilion still burned. Xiao Mu rubbed his aching shoulders and looked at the densely written orders in the ledger, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Su Jin handed him a cup of warm tea, but her eyes were filled with worry. Some people from the Zhao family came today. They wandered around the shop with ill intent, deliberately finding fault and claiming the cloth had flaws. Xiao Mu took her hand, the calluses on his palm brushing against her delicate skin. "We will match soldiers with generals and stem floods with earth. The more anxious they grow, the more flaws they reveal. Starting tomorrow, we will add more people to guard the shop, and we must be more careful during transport. Have Uncle Wang hire a few reliable guards, and put Wang Air in charge of training them." He looked at the bright moon hanging high outside the window, a plan already forming in his mind. This commercial war was only just beginning. The night had grown late, and since they would have to rise early to open the shop, everyone stayed at the shop instead of returning to the village. The shop had only 2 empty rooms, storerooms hastily cleared and simply tidied up. Wang Air and Uncle Wang shared one. Xiao Mu, Su Jin, Yun Yang, and Ruaju squeezed into the other. The large common bed gave off a faint musty smell, but everyone, exhausted after the day, paid it no mind. Xiao Mu lay on one side of the bed, gazing at the mottled ceiling, his thoughts churning. The events of the past few days turned in his mind like a revolving lantern. The upheaval at the tea stall, the crisis at the border, the opening of the cloth shop, and all the memories of his previous life. Life now was not easy, but it held a warmth his previous life had never known. Beside him, Yunyang and Ruaju had already fallen asleep, their breaths steady and even. Su Jin's eyes were closed too, but Xiao Mu knew she was still awake. Sure enough, after a long while, Su Jin quietly rose, took a newly sewn sweat towel from beside her pillow, and placed it by Xiao Mu's pillow. Husband, although business was good today, I am afraid the Zhao family will not let this go easily. From now on, you must be extra careful in everything you do. I made this in a spare moment during the day. Take it with you when you go out tomorrow. A warm current surged through Xiao Mu's heart as he took her hand. With you by my side, I feel at ease. As long as we stand together, we will surely get through this. Outside the window, moonlight was like water spilling over the eaves of Yunjin Pavilion and into this tiny room. The candle flame had long gone out. Only moonlight streamed through the window lattice, painting a pool of silver white on the floor. The breathing in the room gradually evened out, and all four sank into deep sleep. That night, there were no unnecessary words, no excessive intimacy. Only the warmth of lying shoulder to shoulder, and the moonlight quietly flowing outside the window. 3 days later, the streets and alleys of Wengqing were as bustling as ever. At the entrance of Cloud Brocade Pavilion, carriages and pedestrians jostled together in a tangled mass. Young ladies and madams in silk finery and women with baskets on their arms came and went, while the apprentices' calls blended with the clatter of looms inside, like a lively, clamorous tune of the streets. Over at the Zhao family silk shop, the vermilion gate stood half open, the front so cold and desolate that one could sun-dry grain there. Bolts of silk hanging under the eaves swayed back and forth in the wind, and from within came intermittent coughing. Zhao Li's father, seized by a blaze of anxiety, had been lying in bed for days. The medicine pot gurgled on the stove, the bitter herbal scent mingling with the sound of Zhao Li pacing back and forth in the room, even making the caged canary flutter about uneasily. In the study, Zhao Li stared at a confidential letter on the desk. The candlelight made his face flicker between light and shadow. He ran his fingers over the wax seal bearing an eagle emblem. The dark red lump of wax looked like dried blood. He brought the letter close to the flame and watched the characters, National Salvation Army, licked to ashes. A slit of a smile gradually spread across his lips. Xiao Mu, this time we'll see how you die. He muttered these words under his breath, then summoned the steward and whispered a few instructions into his ear. The steward's expression changed several times, but in the end he nodded and turned to leave. Zhao Li then pulled a stack of silver notes from a hidden compartment, snapped his fingers against them, and said to himself, money can make even ghosts turn to millstone. Xiao Mu, your good days are over. Inside Cloud Brocade Pavilion, the sandalwood counter was thronged with people. Su Jin held silver scissors cutting cloth with a rapid kacha-kacha, her hands moving so fast that it dazzled the eyes. Yuner stood on tiptoe to arrange the newly arrived Hunan embroidery on the shelves, the jasmine flower in her hair bobbing gently. Ruaju squatted beneath the counter, her little horn-shaped braids swaying with the click of the abacus beads. She muttered numbers under her breath. Whenever the accounts didn't add up, she looked up at Su Jin with wide eyes pleading for help. In the private chamber upstairs, Xiao Mu was showing the newly woven cloud brocade to Madame Li of the Li Mansion. Golden threads rippled across the silk, shimmering brilliantly, as if a slice of the Milky Way had been cut out and spread over the fabric. Madame Li was instantly delighted and ordered 10 bolts on the spot, promising to introduce other ladies as well. Xiao Mu smiled and agreed, but in his mind, he was already calculating how to expand the workshop's production. He noticed a stranger in the corner, plainly dressed, but constantly glancing toward the counter, so he quietly instructed a shop hand to keep watch. When the sun set, the afterglow lacquered the signboard of Cloud Brocade Pavilion in gold. Xiao Mu closed the ledger and let out a long breath. The cloth business had finally stabilized, and it was time to go back to the village. Before leaving, he instructed Wang Er, send word immediately if there's any movement from the Zhao family. Then he called over a few trusted shop hands and told them what to look out for in the coming days. He took an encrypted ledger from the secret compartment in the counter, checked repeatedly that it was safely hidden, and only then boarded the carriage. The carriage jolted over the bluestone road, churning up a trail of fine dust. When he caught sight of the old locust tree at the village entrance in the distance, Xiao Mu lifted the curtain, warmth surging in his chest. The carriage had barely stopped before Yuner jumped off and ran toward the field ridge. Su Jin, holding the carriage shaft, said with a smile, I wonder if the vegetable plot in the backyard has gone barren. Ruaju, hugging the small wooden box that held the account books, said in a childish voice, I'll write all the new accounts in my notebook. The village children, seeing the carriage return, swarmed around and chattered noisily, asking what fun there was in the city. Xiao Mu took out a few pieces of candy from his pocket and handed them out, but out of the corner of his eye he noticed a stranger in a bamboo hat, its brim pulled low, vanishing in a flash from the crowd. Back in the village, Xiao Mu did not stop to rest, but plunged straight into the workshop. He tended a large cauldron, trying to recreate the soap-making method from his previous life. The workshop was filled with billowing steam that made tears run from one's eyes, and the stove fire scorched his face red. He worked for days, ruining several batches, until at last a piece of fragrant soap finally took shape. He grabbed Su Jin's hand excited as a child. Look, this is far more convenient than soapberry. Su Jin looked at him and smiled, her eyes full of admiration. Yunner leaned over and sniffed it, so fragrant. If we sell this in the city, we're sure to earn a lot. Ruozhu also stood on tiptoe to look and said, then our account book will have to record ever so many more numbers. That evening, Xiao Mu gathered the villagers together and laid out his plan to expand the workshop and produce soap in quantity. Everyone sat around the courtyard listening to his plans for the future, their eyes shining as they all said they were willing to put in the work. Xiao Mu worked through the night, drawing the blueprint for the expanded workshop, marking the raw material area, production area, and warehouse, and sketching a hidden room in the corner. But this piece did not last long. In the middle of the night, torrential rain poured down, the raindrops beating on the roof so densely it sounded like drums. Xiao Mu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Beside him, Yunner lay curled up, strands of straw from her work that day still clinging to her hair. Ruozhu used the account book as her pillow, her mouth slightly open. Su Jin lay quietly on her side, moonlight shining through the window paper onto her face, softening her features. Listening to the rain, Xiao Mu felt unsettled, as if something was about to happen. He quietly rose, made his way to the window, and by the light of lightning saw several greenish glows flickering in the woods beyond the village. Then suddenly the sound of horse hooves tore through the rain curtain. A moment later, with a clang, the bronze gong at the village entrance was struck. The piercing sound stabbed a hole through the rainy night. Yunner, take Ruozhu and Su Jin into the cellar. Xiao Mu shouted as he pulled on his straw rain cloak. Yunner startled awake and shook Ruozhu. Quick, come with your sister. Ruozhu rubbed her eyes as Yunner scooped her up. Su Jin threw on a robe and snatched the sword from the corner. I'm going with you. Be good. Xiao Mu pressed down on her shoulder. Take care of them. Only you know the cellar's mechanism. That's our last retreat. With that, he grabbed his bow and arrows and dashed into the rain. The icy rain soaked him through in an instant, the chill burrowing deep into his bones. The raindrops stung his face, but his eyes grew ever harder. On the village wall, Lu Shi and a dozen young men lifted torches, their faces pale as they stared outside. Rainwater dripped from the brims of their bamboo hats, hissing into white steam as it struck the torches. Brother Mu, it's the National Salvation Army. Lu Shi wiped the rain from his face, his voice urgent and bitter. Last month they ravaged the neighboring village. They didn't even spare the children. Whispers ran through the crowd, trembling voices. Xiao Mu called out loudly, don't be afraid. If we're of one heart, we can hold them off. He went over and personally taught the trembling villagers who gripped their bows to adjust their stance and steady their breathing. In the rain curtain, a dozen men in straw cloaks crept forward, bent at the waist, using the night and the drumming rain as cover, silently closing in on the village wall. At their head rode a man clad in iron armor, a longbow gleaming coldly in his hand. Beneath his helmet, a scar ran from the corner of his eye down to his chin. Behind him, several mountain bandits lugged a battering ram sheathed in soaked cowhide, its wheels grinding deep ruts into the mud with a creaking groan. More dark figures moved deeper in the woods. Their numbers were far greater than anticipated. Get ready, Xiao Mu bellowed. Wait until they're close before loosing arrows. Don't waste arrows. His mind raced as he mapped out the defense. Lu Shi and his men would guard the main gate, while he and the others patrolled the weak spots along the wall. Before he finished speaking, an arrow sliced through the air and thudded into the wooden wall, its tail shaft quivering with a buzzing hum. Xiao Mu snatched the jar of oil from his belt and said in a low voice, wait for my signal before throwing. This is brewed from tongue oil. It packs a punch. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. He could feel the jar growing warm in his hand. Seeing that their arrows had not frightened the villagers, the bandits charged even more fiercely. The muddy road was hard to walk, and they stumbled with every step, but driven on by their leader, they raised swords and spears and howled as they rushed forward. When the first few entered range, Xiao Mu shouted, loose. A dozen arrows shot out in a neat volley. 3 or 4 bandits had no time to dodge and crashed screaming into the mud. The wounded crawled back, dragging trails of blood, their cries piercing and horrible in the rainy night. The stench of blood mixed with the rain, drifting over and churning the stomach. Don't chase. Save the arrows. Xiao Mu stopped the villagers who wanted to shoot after them. The bandits surged in wave after wave, arrows beating endlessly against the wall. Then with a dull crash, the battering ram slammed into the wall. Wood chips flew and a crack split the wall. The mounted bandit chief swung his long saber, letting out a beast-like howl, and ordered his men to split into 3 groups and attack from different directions, trying to scatter the villagers' defenses. Arrows flew wildly, some clearing the wall and stabbing into the village's mud. Other bandits shot fire arrows at the thatched cottages. Flames leapt up at once and thick smoke rolled out, choking everyone and making them cough. Xiao Mu directed people to put out the fires while organizing others to resist. He saw Su Jin leading several women with buckets of water to battle the flames, and his heart churned with anxiety and warmth. He locked his eyes on the mounted chief. Lu Shi, shoot him. Take him down, and the whole lot will fall apart. Lu Shi raised his crossbow, but the rainy night made it impossible to see clearly, and several bolts flew wide. Give it to me. Xiao Mu snatched the crossbow and took a deep breath. Rainwater ran down his lashes and fogged his vision. He wiped his face, aimed by instinct, and with a whiz the bolt pierced the rain curtain, striking the rider squarely in the left shoulder. The horse, startled by the pain, reared high and threw the man off. The bandit chief scrambled to his feet from the mud, his armor caked with filth, and shouted curses in Xiao Mu's direction. "You brat. I'll remember you. Next time I'll chop off your head." With the leader wounded, the bandits immediately fell into disarray. Under the villagers' rain of arrows, they abandoned several corpses and fled, crawling and stumbling. Even in flight, they took the time to set fire to a few thatched huts on the village edge and planted several men among the chaotic crowd, trying to pry open the village gate. The rain gradually lessened, and a pale fish-belly dawn spread in the east. Xiao Mu leaned against the wall, drained of all strength. Several thatched houses had been burned down to their frames, and the wounded villagers groaned in hastily erected sheds. Lucier led his men to clear the battlefield, picking up a few rusty iron spears and half a set of battered armor. Brother Muate are hurt too seriously. One took an arrow in the chest. It's not looking good. Another child had his leg grazed by a stray arrow. Lucier's voice was hoarse. Do everything you can to save them. Xiao Mu's own voice was hoarse too. Open the granary and distribute grain. First, shelter those who have lost their homes. Give every family 5 dough of rice and 2 jin of meat. The wounded get 3 extra doses of medicine. The seriously injured should be sent to the city clinic at once. He went to see the injured villagers himself, comforting them one by one, promising that they would surely rebuild their lives. Today we held the village. Everyone will be rewarded. Our sure village is no longer a soft persimmon anyone can squeeze. Cheers mingled with sobs, and in everyone's eyes shone a light never seen before. The relief of having survived, and the pride of standing tall. The rain stopped, and the sun came out shining upon the still smoldering ruins. Xiao Mu stood at the village entrance, gazing at the forested mountains in the distance. His mind, made up of village defense force, had to be established, martial arts practiced, weapons forged, and hidden sentries posted around the village. Only by making themselves strong could they safeguard this land and these people. He clenched his fists and went to find the able-bodied young men of the village. He picked 30 strong, bold, and meticulous men and set up the skeleton of the village defense force. He enlisted elders who had once served in the army to teach basic boxing and formation tactics. He also sent people into town to buy iron-forged spears and make arrows. Drawing on his memories from his previous life, he designed a simple trap, planting sharp spikes and tripwires on the essential roads outside the village. With the villagers, he dug a moat around the wall, diverted water into it, and planted thorny brambles along its edge. Meanwhile, in Wenqing, when Zhao Li heard that the bandits had failed yet again, he hurled the teacup in his hand to the ground. Useless. All of you are useless. Gritting his teeth, a more venomous gleam flashed in his eyes. Xiao Mu, this is only the beginning. I'll let you know what it means to cross the Zhao family. He turned and stepped into the secret chamber of the study, pulling a letter bearing the government's official seal from a hidden compartment, a slow smile curling across his face. 3 days later, a squad of Yamen runners burst into Cloud Brocade Pavilion and sealed the shop under the charge of secretly colluding with rebels. Wang Er tried to protest and was shoved to the ground. When the news reached Shi village, Xiao Mu was teaching the defense force spear drills. His long spear clattered to the ground, and his face turned ashen in an instant. That night, Xiao Mu sat alone in the workshop, staring blankly at the unfinished soap molds. The anger and unwillingness churned together inside him, burning in his chest until it ached. Su Jin gently pushed the door open and set a bowl of hot porridge on the table. Eat something first. Xiao Mu took her hand, his voice low but fierce with determination. Jin, this time I will never let the Zhao family get what they want. Wenqing's sky was shrouded in gloom, heavy dark clouds like cotton dyed, with ink pressing low over the city. The air was stifling, as though something were stirring beneath the surface. Zhao Li sat in the mansion's reception hall. Upon hearing his subordinates report, his face turned ashen. He slammed his palm onto the table, sending the teacup bouncing to the ground, where it shattered into pieces, tea splattering everywhere. Useless. All of you useless. His voice ricocheted through the empty hall. Gritting his teeth, a colder fury glinting in his eyes. Xiao Mu, this is only the beginning. I'll make sure you understand what happens when you cross the Zhao family. He turned and strode into his study's hidden chamber, pulling a sealed letter from a secret compartment. The official stamp on the envelope trembled slightly in his grip. A slow smile crept across his lips, as though he could already envision Xiao Mu's fate. Days later, a commotion erupted on the streets of Wenqing. A team of officials burst into Yunjin Pavilion, the leader unfurling a warrant bearing 4 bold characters, colluding with bandits. Wang Er lunged forward to protest, but was shoved violently to the ground, his lip splitting against the stones as blood trickled down his chin. A crowd gathered, pointing and whispering, yet none dared approach. By the time the news reached Stone Village, Xiao Mu was at the entrance training the village guard with spears. The weapon clattered from his grasp, and his face drained of color. He drew a steadying breath, forcing down his rising anger, then turned to Jia Yi. Find out everything. Dig to the root. Jia Yi nodded and disappeared without a sound. Before long, Jia Yi presented his findings. Zhao Li was behind it all, bribing officials with silver. Xiao Mu clenched his fists until his nails bit into his palms. After a moment's thought, he sought out the village elder. The old man was crouched in the vegetable patch weeding. He wiped the dirt from his hands onto his trousers rose and said, "Come, I'll take you to see someone." The elder led Xiao Mu through the winding streets into a grand residence. The owner, surnamed Zhou, held connections within the regional government. In exchange for a 10th share of the distillery and rights to the new weaving technique, Master Zhou agreed. By the next day, the official seals were lifted and Yunjin Pavilion reopened its doors. But Xiao Mu didn't stop there. He expanded the workshop, working day and night to flood the market with new fabric designs. Zhao Li, desperate and furious, liquidated his entire estate and borrowed heavily from the moneylenders. He bought up cloth at any price, then slashed his own to drive Xiao Mu into ruin. But Xiao Mu had anticipated this. New fabrics rolled out continuously, fresh patterns, lower prices, superior quality, and every merchant in town flocked to Yunjin Pavilion. Zhao Li's hoarded old stock gathered dust in his warehouse, unsaleable. When the repayment date arrived, the moneylenders seized everything. His shop sealed, his assets stripped clean. The elder Zhao, already frail, spat blood upon hearing the news and died within days. Zhao Li was cast out by his own mother, reduced to begging on the streets, and perished from illness not long after. The Zhao family silk shop sign was torn down and left beside a refuse heap. Su Jin was cutting cloth in her shop when she heard the news. Her scissors froze mid-cut. For a long moment, she said nothing, then looked up with red-rimmed eyes and smiled. Xiao Mu, the Zhao family has finally gotten their comeuppance. Xiao Mu didn't smile. Gazing at Su Jin, he spoke softly. Evil receives its due. May the Zhao family's downfall serve as a lesson. Business must be built on integrity, not deceit. With the Zhao clan fallen, Xiao Mu felt no relief. Surveying the villagers who had recently built new homes, he considered the prospects of sugar and salt production. Highly profitable ventures that would undoubtedly draw resentment. He decided to start by building a brick kiln to produce blue bricks, claiming it was a roofing business, while secretly planning his sugar and salt operations. He posted recruitment notices throughout the village, and word spread to neighboring communities. Men and women came in numbers, and even folks from adjacent villages rode in to inquire. Several young wives and widows signed up, as well, thanking Xiao Mu profusely upon meeting him, saying they finally had hope for a better future. Xiao Mu rose before dawn each day to oversee the kiln's progress, then spent his evenings inspecting soap and fabric output at the workshop. Sometimes exhaustion claimed him right there in the workshop, and when he awoke, Su Jin's coat was draped over him, carrying the faint scent of soap nuts. Wang Xiu had been working tirelessly alongside Xiao Mu, managing affairs with more dedication than anyone else. One afternoon, she approached him, hesitant and stumbling over her words. After listening for a while, Xiao Mu gently shook his head. Wang Xiu lowered her eyes, her own growing red, and walked away. She grew thin and quiet in the days that followed. Xiao Mu noticed her decline, but didn't know how to broach the subject. He transferred her to the brick kiln to handle accounts and wages, hoping the busier schedule would help her cope. One evening, while washing his hands at the pond, he spotted Wang Xiu sitting alone on the bank, knees drawn to her chest, staring at the moon's reflection. He chose not to disturb her and took a longer route home. The following day, Wang Xiu approached him on her own accord. She asked to manage the kiln's accounts, and when he agreed, she added that she wanted to learn the new weaving patterns from Su Jin. Both requests met with his nod, and she left with a lighter step. When the first batch of blue bricks emerged from the kiln, the entire village came to witness it. The bricks were a deep blue-green, sharp-edged and solid, ringing clear when struck. A vast improvement over mud bricks. Standing before the kiln, watching the bricks stacked one by one, Xiao Mu thought with these bricks the schoolhouse could finally be built. The schoolhouse rose beside the ancient locust tree. 3 spacious rooms with blue brick walls reaching to the roof, pine wood doors and windows freshly planed, releasing a subtle fragrance. On the first day of school, the village children, dressed in their finest, pressed against the doorway, peering inside. Han Wenqing, clad in a pale blue robe worn soft from repeated washing, stood at the lectern, holding a copy of the 3-character classic. Clearing his throat, he began, "The heavens are dark and yellow, the universe vast and primal." The children chanted along, their bright voices drifting from the schoolhouse across the fields to the distant hillsides. Xiao Mu stood on the hillside watching it all unfold. Su Jin joined him, and Ruaju followed, clutching a stack of account books, craning her neck to see below. Yunyang, apron tied around her waist, stood at the village entrance, directing several women as they carried tea to the school. An autumn breeze swept in from the mountains, carrying the combined fragrance of rice and osmanthus. Xiao Mu drew a deep breath, letting the scent fill his lungs. The road ahead was still long, but he felt no rush. One steady step at a time was all that mattered. The late spring night still carried a chill. A gentle breeze drifted over from the pond, rustling through the reeds. The moon hung in the sky, its silvery light shimmering softly on the water's surface. Xiao Mu stood by the pond and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had spent the entire day working in the workshop, covered in dust and sweat, and all he wanted now was to wash up. He undressed and carefully stepped into the water. It was only waist-deep, delightfully cool, sending a shiver through his body. Quite refreshing, he murmured softly and bent down to scoop water over himself. As he was washing, splashing sounds came from across the pond, as if something were slowly moving through the water. Xiao Mu straightened up and glanced warily toward the sound. Under the moonlight, a vague figure on the opposite bank was swimming in his direction. Long hair spread across the water's surface, trailing a long ripple. Xiao Mu rubbed his eyes, certain he was seeing things. What woman would be swimming in the pond in the middle of the night? He shook his head and dismissed it, continuing to wash. Before long, light footsteps approached from behind. Before Xiao Mu could turn around, he was embraced from behind. A soft body pressed against his back, her wet clothes clinging to his skin, radiating warmth. Who's there? What are you doing? Xiao Mu froze rigid. Brother Mu, don't turn around. The voice behind him trembled. I know I can never be your wife, but I am willing to stay like this. I truly care for you so much. The voice was low, but Xiao Mu recognized it immediately. It was Lu Ying, the girl who always stole glances at him from the corners. Lu Ying? He asked cautiously. The person behind him did not respond, only burying her face into his back and weeping softly. Xiao Mu felt his back growing wet, unable to tell whether it was water or tears. Panic rose in his heart. He wanted to wriggle free, but feared hurting her. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, breaking the silence of the night. Seizing the moment, Xiao Mu gently broke free and turned to look. All he could see was a figure swiftly diving into the water. Ripples spread outward in concentric circles, and the person was gone. Xiao Mu stood in the water, gazing at the circling ripples, his mind in chaos. He knew that in this mountain village, a woman's reputation was more precious than life itself. For Lu Ying to do something like this, she must have made up her mind. But right now his mind was entirely occupied with sugar production. What room was there for romance? He sighed, climbed out of the water, dressed, and headed home. Before dawn had fully broken, Xiao Mu arrived at the workshop. A crowd had already gathered outside, with Wang Er and Lu Shi standing at the front, full of energy. The old village chief stood at the back of the crowd, leaning on his cane, curiosity in his eyes. Chief Grandpa, you came too? Xiao Mu hurried forward to support him. Just here to take a look. The old chief smiled and peered into the workshop. Inside the earthen kiln, a large pot was steaming. Xiao Mu waved his hand. Open it and see. Wang Er and Lu Shi responded and worked together to lift the lid. A wave of heat rushed out. Inside, the great pot glowed crimson, shining dazzlingly in the morning light. It had fired all night, and finally it was done. Put out the fire and let it cool. Xiao Mu inspected it, found no cracks, and considered the first firing a success. Brother Mu, what's this big pot for? The old chief asked. Xiao Mu was about to answer when the chief tugged him aside to a quiet spot before letting go. You can tell me now. Xiao Mu understood the old man's meaning. All the commotion these past days was for one purpose: silver. Chief Grandpa, taxes are coming soon. Relying solely on crops, our sure village will struggle at best, let alone other villages, Xiao Mu said in a lowered voice. Even if we pay the court, we'll push further down. Without another means, we cannot fill this gap. The old chief nodded. He understood this truth. The court only collected grain and silver, indifferent to the suffering below. What intrigued him was how Xiao Mu planned to obtain so much silver. In these times, silver meant survival. Xiao Mu smiled and led him to the fields beyond the village. Wheat, rice, corn, and sugarcane grew in neat rows, a sea of lush green, all planted with seeds provided by the system. These crops, besides grinding flour and making bran, can they do something else? The old chief was puzzled. Sugarcane, corn stalks, and wheat can all be used to make sugar. Xiao Mu pointed to the fields. Sugarcane is pressed for juice, corn stalks yield juice too, and wheat is fermented. Each can be sold for money, far more profitable than selling raw grain. The old chief's mouth fell open in astonishment. Sugar. That stuff costs more than meat. These can truly be made into sugar. The crops before him looked nothing like something that could become sugar. Let's start with sugarcane and corn, Xiao Mu said. Tears welled in the old chief's eyes. If you can succeed, you will be a benefactor to tens of thousands of people in one city. We farmers may not know how to read or write, but we know how to repay those who show us kindness. Tax collection was approaching, and the pressure weighed heavily upon him. Xiao Mu's words were like a glimmer of light in the darkness. I'm also a member of this village. Protecting it is my duty, Xiao Mu said. And if I fail, I myself will face trouble. With your abilities, even failure would not be fatal for you, the old chief said solemnly. But if you succeed, our entire village will live well because of you. Xiao Mu considered and brought up the matter of profit sharing. What the old chief cared about most was whether the taxes could be paid. Can we meet the quota? We can. And there will be plenty left over, Xiao Mu said with confidence. Then it is settled. After paying the taxes, everything remaining is yours. The old chief waved his hand dismissively. No, Xiao Mu insisted. The profits are substantial, and I wish to share them. If I want to accomplish great things in the future, I need a group of people who will follow me wholeheartedly. The old chief understood. Xiao Mu was ambitious, and sure village had finally produced someone capable. Tell me, how shall we divide it? Xiao Mu laid out his plan. The village's land would be planted entirely with corn, with 2 taels of silver compensated per mu. Villagers would come to the workshop daily for work and receive wages. Corn stalks and sugarcane belonged to the workshop, while corn cobs belonged to each family. The profits from sugar production would fund a school, reward villagers, and leave reserves for operations. This business is done together. When the time comes, everyone will help and receive wages. The old chief's expression changed. Brother Mu, this is far too generous. A cornstalk from 1 mu of land is only worth 100 cash coins. You give land compensation, share profits, and pay wages. Wouldn't it be as if giving it away for free? The profits are indeed substantial, Xiao Mu said. Only when people receive tangible benefits will they work wholeheartedly and protect all of this together. The world is in chaos. I want the entire village to become my supporters. Simply beating bandits and brewing a few jugs of wine is not enough to bind hearts together. Only by tying everyone's interests together can we build a true foundation. Only then will we have the confidence to face troubles in the city or turmoil beyond. Brother Mu, rest assured, the old chief said solemnly. The village belongs to all of us. We Shire village folk are genuine farmers. On the matter of right and wrong, none of us will falter. Xiao Mu nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Since arriving in Shire village, event after event had proven that the villagers had never disappointed him. The old chief patted his shoulder emotionally. If you can truly help the villagers survive this trial, you will be a benefactor to the entire village. I will do my best, Xiao Mu smiled and turned back toward the earthen kiln. Back at the kiln, Xiao Mu began assigning tasks. Lu Shire led people to cut corn stalks and sugarcane. Wang Er and Chun Zi prepared winnowed brand cleavers and long-handled ladles carrying more than a dozen buckets of mountain spring water. The workshop immediately buzzed with activity. Once the temperature in the kiln dropped, Xiao Mu gave the order, and everyone worked together to drag the great pot out, removing the outer mold. A brown bronze pot was revealed in the sunlight, 2 or 3 meters long, magnificent in appearance. Someone fetched buckets of water to scrub the pot clean. Once washed, the group worked together to place the pot onto the stove. Pour in the mountain spring water, half a pot. Add firewood and burn, Xiao Mu directed. Clear spring water was poured into the pot. The stove was lit and flames licked the bottom of the pot as steam slowly rose. Heat filled the workshop and every eye was fixed on the great pot. Xiao Mu stood to one side, watching the rising steam, his thoughts turning to what lay ahead. Sugar production had just begun and countless obstacles still waited. But he knew that with the whole village behind him, they would overcome all of them. In these chaotic times, he was not fighting desperately just to survive. The morning mist of late spring hung like a silken veil over Shire village. Xiao Mu stood in the sugarcane field, the stalks reaching his waist, a machete in his hand, with dew still clinging to its blade. He drew a deep breath and swung the blade downward. The green sugarcane stalks snapped cleanly with a crisp sound. A bead of sweat traced his temple, and he wiped it away before raising his gaze toward the far end of the field. Wang Er had his trousers rolled past his knees, mud spattered across his feet, bending to stuff the cut sugarcane into bamboo baskets. Juice from the severed ends splashed onto his wrists, shimmering like liquid glass. Brother Mu, this basket should be enough for the first boil, right? Wang Er straightened up and rubbed his lower back. Xiao Mu made no reply, bent down and shouldered 2 bundles of sugarcane on his way to the workshop. Passing the stone mill, he called out to Lu Shire, who was operating it. Lu Shire, work hard today. Filter 3 vats of juice before noon. Bare-chested Lu Shire's spine gleamed in the morning light. His feet worked the mill's lever and amber-green juice cascaded through the groove into wooden buckets with a gentle murmuring sound. Don't worry, the hemp cloth was replaced yesterday. It filters cleanly. Inside the workshop, firewood and bagasse crackled merrily in the stove. Xiao Mu lifted the lid of the first pot, and steam laced with sweetness surged forward, nearly blinding him. He seized a long-handled wooden ladle and stirred the boiling juice. A froth of pale green gathered, and with a flick of his wrist, he scooped it into a bamboo basket. This art of skimming the scum was one he had practiced diligently for 3 full days. The old village head squatted by the stove, feeding it kindling. The flames lit his beard with a golden glow. I once heard a traveling peddler in town say that the prefecture used to favor snowflake, candy white, as driven snow. Xiao Mu gazed at the thickening juice in the pot, and recalled the birthday celebration of the county magistrate's household last year when the amber-colored candy they produced had been served. Today we'll try a new method. I guarantee our result will outshine that snowflake candy in clarity. Lu Shire approached, carrying a vessel of filtered juice, strands of bagasse still caught in the cloth. Brother Mu, I added locust flower honey to the second filtration. Why not give it a sniff? Xiao Mu leaned close and inhaled. Beneath the sugary richness, a delicate floral fragrance now lingered. Nodding with satisfaction, he sprinkled a handful of calcined lime powder into the pot. As mulberry wood stirred, the syrup gradually shifted from brownish-green to a tender yellow. Wang Er suddenly slapped his thigh. Good heavens, my memory. He produced an oil paper packet from his inner robe filled with dried, shredded taro leaves. Yesterday you told me to prepare these to remove bitterness, and I nearly forgot. He scattered the shredded leaves into the pot, and indeed the boiling bubbles gradually subsided, revealing the clear amber-like liquid beneath. By early Shin hour, the syrup was poured into earthenware jars. Xiao Mu held one end of a cotton thread, while Lu Shire fashioned a cross with bamboo slivers across the jar mouth, letting the thread dangle vertically into the syrup. Wang Er couldn't resist leaning in. Can sugar threads really be drawn from this? Ignoring him, Xiao Mu took down a ceramic mold carved with intertwining vine patterns from the wall. Lu Shi added small pieces of pine charcoal to the new furnace and positioned a perforated clay basin on a bed of fine sand. Xiao Mu broke the semi-congealed sugar block into thumb-sized pieces and arranged them in the clay basin. The heat must be gentle like a spring breeze. Too fierce, and the sugar will scorch, too weak, and the honey won't separate cleanly. When evening shadows crept across the workshop window, a small bowl of golden sugar syrup had already collected in the earthenware dish beneath the clay basin. Xiao Mu lifted a bit with bamboo chopsticks and examined it in the lamplight. Wang Er came crowding and dipped a fingertip into the syrup and tasted it. Better than last year's sweet dew, even sweeter. Lu Shi rose from beside the furnace, wiping his brow, then suddenly pointed at the jar and exclaimed, "Brother Mu, look." Around the cotton thread web-like sugar filaments had formed, trembling gently within the jar like solidified moonlight. It needs fermenting overnight. Keep the temperature at the bottom constant. Washing his hands, Xiao Mu added, "Leave 2 people here. I'll return early tomorrow." "I'll stay." Wang Er patted his chest proudly. Turning to the elder, Xiao Mu said, "Grandpa village head, let's go." The old man shook his head, his gaze fixed on the pot. "I'll stay and watch over it." After a few more entreaties proved futile, Xiao Mu instructed Wang Er and Lu Shi to mind things carefully, then headed home. He arrived just as dinner time called. In the courtyard, Su Jin was bent over rinsing rice, her plain white dress contrasting with the dark hair piled high upon her head, revealing the elegant line of her neck. Yuner pulled weeds in the vegetable patch, the hem of her skirt dusted with earth. Ruozhu crouched by the stove, adding kindling, her little face flushed rosy in the firelight. "Husband is back." Su Jin noticed him first, her eyes brightening as a smile bloomed upon her lips. Yuner dropped the weeds in her hand and ran over to help him remove the burden from his shoulders. From the kitchen, Ruozhu poked her head out, uttered a sweet call, and promptly disappeared back into her chores. They were chatting when suddenly a faint smell of burning reached their noses. "Your vegetables," Xiao Mu reminded them. Ruozhu let out an exclamation and dashed into the kitchen like a gust of wind, returning moments later with her head bowed in evident remorse. "I got so caught up in talking, I burned the dish." Xiao Mu ruffled her hair gently. "Never mind. I'll take care of the rest." Stepping into the kitchen, he quickly put things to rights. Though the meal was modest, the family gathered together, laughing and talking, filling the evening with warmth. The next morning, Xiao Mu arrived at the workshop promptly. The old village head kept watch beside the pot. Upon seeing someone approach, dim eyes suddenly brightened, until he recognized Xiao Mu, and his expression softened into a faint smile. "Brother Mu, you've come." Xiao Mu hurried forward to support him. "Grandpa village head, you've worked too hard. Hardship is nothing, all for the sake of the village." Yet his gaze returned immediately to the pot. Xiao Mu tested the pot's wall. The temperature held steady, a comfortable warmth unchanged overnight, and a weight lifted from his heart. Wang Er Lu Shi opened the pot. The lid was raised and sweet-scented steam billowed out, filling the entire workshop. The old man narrowed his eyes and inhaled greedily, unable to contain himself. "Brother Mu, did it work?" The question trembled with hope and anxiety. "A few more steps remain," Xiao Mu replied, though a satisfied look crossed his face. "But it looks promising." Together, Lu Shi and Wang Er steadied the wooden barrel as Xiao Mu scooped the mixture spoonful by spoonful from the pot and filtered it through hemp cloth. Barrel after barrel, the liquid grew progressively clearer. "Scrub the pot clean and pour it back into boil again." Wiping his brow, Xiao Mu gave the order. Wang Er scrubbed the pot, while Lu Shi fed the fire. The flames roared back to life, painting everyone's faces in ruddy glow. "Don't cover it. Keep stirring constantly with the ladle." Xiao Mu handed the spoon to Tai Da, whom the village head had summoned. For days past, Tai Da had been hunting in the mountains, stocking provisions, as Xiao Mu had planned. Returning only now, he'd arrived, just in time to witness the sugar-making. Nodding, he took the ladle and began stirring with focused determination. After many hours of toil, Xiao Mu felt the fatigue setting in and stepped outside for some fresh air. The old village head followed silently in his wake. Then from within, Wang Er's startled cry rang out. "It's done. It's done." Xiao Mu rushed inside. There in the pot lay sugar as white as fresh snow, each crystal distinct and gleaming. Wang Er scooped up a handful, popped it into his mouth, and mumbled through his teeth, "Sweet. So sweet." Lu Shi crowded into his honest face, alight with grins, while Tai Da chuckled beside them. The old village head stared at the pot of white sugar, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. His lips trembled, but no words came, only vigorous, tearful nodding. Standing before the pot, Xiao Mu looked upon the sparkling white sugar, and a warm surge welled up within his heart. This first step had been taken. From here they would proceed one step at a time. Everyone set to work packing and bundling. Xiao Mu mapped out their plans. This batch would travel through merchant one's channels to markets in neighboring prefectures. And in the fields of Shi village, a new crop of sugarcane was already taking root. At long last there was hope on the horizon. The fields of Shi village already held the next planting of sugarcane. Life at last had something to look forward to. The fields of Shi village already held the next planting of sugarcane. Days at long last held promise. The late autumn night wind swept in from the mountain hollow, carrying the sweet stench of rotting sugarcane stalks and the smoke of distant slash and burn fields. Xiao Mu sat atop the kiln, pulling his padded jacket tighter. His injured arm rested on his knee, the wound still throbbing with a dull ache. Xiao crouched beside him, the medicine bowl in her hands steaming. Using a bamboo sliver, she scooped up some herbal paste and gently applied it to Xiao Mu's arm, her touch so light, as if afraid of hurting him. Moonlight fell on her profile, casting the shadow of her lashes across her cheekbones, trembling faintly. "Does it hurt?" she asked in a low voice. "It doesn't," Xiao Mu said. Xiao fell silent, bowing her head as she wrapped the cloth strips around the wound, coil after coil. When her fingers touched his skin, they felt cool and tingling. When she finished wrapping, she still didn't leave. She just squatted there, hugging her knees, gazing at the pitch-black sugarcane field in the distance. "Brother Mu, do you think our village will get better and better in the future?" she asked again. "It will," Xiao Mu said. Xiao turned her head to look at him. Under the moonlight, something glistening shimmered in her eyes. Her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she swallowed the words back. After a moment, she stood up, patted the dust from her skirt hem, picked up the medicine bowl, and left. After a few steps, she paused, still without turning around, and said softly, "Brother Mu, about my father. I'll talk to him." Then she walked away quickly, her skirt hem fluttering in the night breeze before she disappeared around the corner of the kiln cave. Xiao Mu gazed in that direction for a long time. The next morning, Xiao Mu, along with Sanhu and Tietan, carried 2 baskets of sugar lumps into the town. This time, he didn't go to Wansan's restaurant. Instead, he detoured to a quiet alley in the north of the town and knocked on a black-painted wooden door. A woman in her 40s opened it, looked them up and down, and stepped aside to let them in. In the courtyard stood several large vats, and against a corner was a grape trellis, most of its leaves already fallen. A middle-aged man in a gray cloth long gown emerged from the house, holding a purple clay teapot. He was none other than Manager Wan's cousin, surnamed Zhou, who owned several shops in the prefecture city. "Shopkeeper Xiao, please sit." "Shopkeeper," Zhou gestured to the stone stool. Without exchanging pleasantries, he directly told the woman to carry the sugar lumps inside. A moment later, the woman brought out a bowl of water with several lumps of sugar soaking in it. Shopkeeper Zhou scooped up a little with a small spoon, tasted it, narrowed his eyes, and remained silent for a long while. "Good." He set the bowl down and looked at Xiao Mu. "Your sugar is better than any I've seen in the prefecture city. How much do you have in hand?" Xiao Mu held up 2 fingers. 200 caddies. Shopkeeper Zhou's eyebrows moved. Xiao Mu shook his head. 2,000 caddies. Delivered in 3 batches, the first batch of 500 caddies will be sent half a month from now. Shopkeeper Zhou pondered for a moment, rose, and went into the house. When he came out, he held an extra cloth pouch in his hand. He placed it on the table, heavy, producing a clinking sound of metal. "This is the deposit. The rest will be paid in full upon delivery." Xiao Mu opened the pouch. Inside were silver ingots of 50 taels, each neatly stacked. He nodded, fastened the pouch, rose, and took his leave. After leaving the alley, Xiao Mu wasn't in a hurry to go back. He turned to a nondescript sundry shop at the end of the street. The shop was tiny, its storefront dull and gray. Behind the counter sat a thin, withered old man clicking an abacus. Xiao Mu placed a packet of sugar on the counter. The old man glanced up, then lowered his head to continue his calculations. "What does the county magistrate say?" Xiao Mu asked. The old man's hand on the abacus paused. He fumbled beneath the counter, pulled out a note, and pushed it over. Xiao Mu unfolded it, and saw only 4 characters, 50 taels a month. He held the note to the candle flame and burned it, then took out 2 silver ingots from his bosom and placed them on the counter. The old man glanced at them, said nothing, collected the silver into a drawer, and began clicking the abacus again. Xiao Mu turned and left the shop, boarding the ox cart waiting at the entrance. Titan asked, "Brother Mu, how did it go?" Xiao Mu leaned against a sack of grain, closed his eyes, and said, "Let's go back to the village." By the time they returned to Shur village, it was already dark. Xiao Mu first went to the ancestral hall to find the old village chief and told him about the day's events. The old chief smoked a long pipe, and the smoke slowly dispersed in the dim, yellow lamplight. 50 taels a month, he muttered. This magistrate's appetite is far from small. Anything that money can resolve is not a major matter, Xiao Mu said. Xiao Mu said, once he accepts the silver, we'll make a false ledger for the sugar workshop and report only half of the actual production each month. For the rest, we'll sell through shopkeeper Zhou's channels. The old village chief nodded, then shook his head. This isn't a long-term solution. Xiao Mu didn't reply. He was well aware that this was no long-term solution. But for now, each day extended was a day gained. Once they saved enough capital and gained confidence, they could think of other ways. The next day, the sugar workshop began working at full speed. The 3 earthen kilns ran day and night. Without rest, the flames in the stoves never went out. The men worked in 2 shifts, the women brought meals and water, and even the half-grown children helped cut sugarcane. Wang Xiao came every evening to deliver a food box, set it down, and left without lingering. Xiao Mu was so busy his feet barely touched the ground. By day, he oversaw sugar boiling, and by night, he led the village guard on patrols around the village. The roving bandits were growing ever more rampant, and every few days one could hear the sounds of weeping from distant villages. He set traps on the vital roads outside the village and added 2 sentry posts on the stockade wall, arranging rotating guard duty. Half a month later, the first batch of 500 caddies of sugar was delivered to shopkeeper Zhou on time. Shopkeeper Zhou inspected the goods and settled the remaining payment on the spot. The gleaming silver was loaded into wooden chests so heavy that 2 men were needed to lift them. Xiao Mu reserved 30% for the village's public accounts and distributed the remaining 70%. Following the agreement made beforehand, each household received silver according to its number of people and labor contributed. Some got more, some less, but every household had a share. That evening the aroma of meat drifted from every kitchen in Shur village. The old village chief sat in the ancestral hall with a bowl of braised pork and a jug of wine before him. Tears shimmered in his clouded eyes. He raised his wine bowl and said to the villagers filling the room, "This bowl is a toast to Brother Mu." Everyone in the room stood up and raised their bowls in unison. Xiao Mu also held up his bowl, gazing at the faces flushed by the firelight. His heart felt warm, yet words failed him. He simply drained the wine in his bowl in one swig. The night grew deep and the crowd dispersed. Xiao Mu walked home alone, his shadow stretched long by the moonlight. He pushed open the courtyard gate. Inside, a lamp was still burning. Su Jin sat under the oil lamp mending clothes. Seeing him return, she looked up and smiled. Yin Yang brought out a bowl of hot soup from the kitchen, with Ruozhu following behind carrying neatly folded clean clothes. Xiao Mu sat at the table sipping the hot soup while listening to their idle talk about household matters. The fire in the stove still glowed, casting flickering shadows that swayed on the wall. He suddenly felt that even if offered mountains of gold and silver in exchange, he would not part with such a life. Outside, the world was in chaos, but within this small courtyard in Shur village, there was still warmth. The night wind poured in from the mountain hollow, carrying the sweet rotten smell of sugarcane leaves. Xiao Mu looked at Wang Xiu's tear-filled eyes, his Adam's apple moving twice. Stray locks at her temples were tousled by the wind and clung to her sweat-damp cheeks like a few careless strokes of ink. He reached out his fingertips, brushing the skin behind her ear, and suddenly remembered how a few days earlier at the mouth of the alley she had turned away with a medicine jar in her hands. Medicine splashed onto the bluestone, spreading into a dark brown flower. "Does it hurt?" Wang Xiu's fingertip hovered over the scar above his brow, like a butterfly poised on a blade. Under the moonlight, the scar gave off a dull red gleam. Xiao Mu caught the medicinal smell from her wooden tray, mugwort mingled with mint. He suddenly remembered when he was 12, she was stung by wasps in the sugarcane grove. It was the same smell tangled with her crying, sticking to his sweat-soaked vest. "It doesn't hurt," he said. His voice was as dry as a sun-cracked reed. In the distance, the night watchman's clapper sounded. Second watch. Wang Xiu abruptly set the wooden tray on the ground, the earthen dish clinking sharply against the bluestone. From her bosom, she took out an oil paper packet, its paper soaked translucent by sweat. Inside, dark brown lumps of sugar could be seen, a few white sesame seeds stuck to the corners like sparrow tracks in snow. "For you." Her fingertips crumpled the oil paper. "Last time the sugar cart you were sending to the county town was robbed. I dug a broken piece out of the crack in the stove and hid it in my cotton shoe." Xiao Mu held the sugar lump, the oil paper crackling softly. The melted syrup clung to his palm like a stream beginning to thaw in early spring. He suddenly remembered last winter in the 12th lunar month when she slipped in the snow and the cornmeal bun rolled into the snowdrift, yet she pulled out the half-candy cake hidden in her clothes and handed it to him. "It caught some warmth," she said, "so it's sweet." The night wind rushed in with the rustling of the sugarcane grove. Moonlight condensed on the tips of leaves as white frost like fallen snow in her hair. Xiao Mu reached out to draw her cotton collar together. When his coarse sleeve brushed her wrist, both of them shrank back at the same time. Tears hung on Wang Xiu's eyelashes, trembling under the moonlight like dew on blades of grass. She suddenly grabbed his uninjured hand and pressed it to her own palm, where a callus had been worn by years of handling herbs shaped like a maple leaf. "Brother Mu, my father said that man from Zhao village." Her voice was scattered by the wind. "Is a cripple. When he walks, his crutch thumps on the bluestone like a crow pecking at food." Xiao Mu felt the warmth of her palm pass through the old callus mixed with the bitter fragrance of mugwort. The clapper sounded again in the distance. Third watch. He looked down at their joined palms and suddenly smiled. His voice was as light as moonlight on sugar frost. "After this, don't go for dressing changes anymore." Wang Xiu's face reddened as if it would drip blood, but she did not pull her hand back. Xiao Mu looked at the grass clippings stuck to the ends of her hair, many memories surging in his chest. He thought of their past. The rings of the old locust tree at the west end of the village having carved out their time ring by ring. At 7, she stole a sugar melon and gave him half. At 10, he drove away Hua, who had snatched her walnuts. At 13, when a rainstorm washed away the earthen kiln, he carried her on his back for 3 li through mud and water, her crying mixing with the rain as it poured into his collar. Thinking of it now, it was sweeter than honey. "Let's go wash by the river," Wang Xiu said, suddenly lowering her voice. "You're drenched in sweat. You'll be more comfortable when you get back." She pointed to the pond in the distance where moonlight on the water looked like broken silver. The usual place. Xiao Mu watched her garment flapping in the night breeze and remembered last autumn when she had stood on the threshing floor winnowing wheat. Golden grains fell into her hair like sprinkled sugar. He knotted his throat tight, unable to speak. The river in the village was not wide, but it was deep. Under the moonlight, the water shimmered dark blue like rumpled satin. Xiao Mu took off his coarse cotton jacket and shirt, leaving only a pair of faded cotton trousers, and stepped over the pebbles into the water. The cold cut to the bone, but he felt all the sweat on his body surge out and run down his spine. As a child, he used to sneak off to swim in the summer, while Wang Xiao sat on the bank scrubbing clothes, her wooden mallet going thump-thump and startling blue dragonflies from the water. Watch out for the waterweed. Wang Xiao's voice drifted from the bank. Xiao Mu turned and saw her untying her coarse cloth clothes. Moonlight fell on her shoulders as if edging them in silver. He turned and plunged into the water. The icy stream filled his ears, muffling the sounds on shore. When he surfaced, he wiped the water from his face and saw Wang Xiao already standing at the bank, wearing only a pale moon-white undergarment. Her long hair spilled over her back like a bolt of black satin, trailing into the water. "Come in." Xiao Mu heard his own voice floating on the surface. Wang Xiao bit her lip, tossed her undergarment onto the bank, and jumped into the water. Spray splashed up, startling a night heron from the reeds. Her skin gave off a soft glow in the moonlight. Xiao Mu quickly turned away, staring at the woods on the other bank, but he could still see her reflection swaying gently in the water. "When we were little, you always said water monkeys drag people down." Wang Xiao's voice came from behind him, carrying a smile. "Once when waterweed tangled around your foot, you cried louder than my brother." Xiao Mu's ears grew hot. That year, while he thrashed about clutching a piece of driftwood, she jumped in and untangled the waterweed around his ankle. After they reached the shore, she laughed at him, calling him a coward, yet still shared half of a scorched sweet potato with him. A strange feeling brushed his ankle, like waterweed grazing him, but warmer. Xiao Mu instinctively tried to lift his foot, but a pair of small hands gently gripped it. Before he could react, a dripping figure surfaced from the water. Droplets from the ends of her hair landed on his collarbone, cool and ticklish. "Did I scare you?" Wang Xiao looked up at him, water beads on her lashes like a little string of pearls. Xiao Mu smelled the mugwort fragrance in her hair, mingled with the clear coldness of the stream. Her hand was still holding his ankle. The calluses on her fingertips grazed his skin, sending a tingling rush. "Stop it," Xiao Mu said hoarsely. Wang Xiao let go, then leaned gently into him, her arms circling his waist. Her skin carried the chill of the stream, but also a soothing warmth. Xiao Mu looked down, saw a grass clipping on the top of her head, and reached out to pluck it off. His fingertips touched her hair as if touching a cloud. "Brother Mu," Wang Xiao spoke in a muffled voice against his chest. "Do you think the sugarcane will grow this year? Last autumn was dry, so many seedlings withered." Xiao Mu looked up at the moon and thought of the sugarcane field at the east end of the village. He had led several men to carry water to irrigate it, and every day she had brought mung bean soup 3 times. Beads of water condensed on the porcelain jar like tears at the corners of her eyes. "It will," he said softly. "After this season's sugar is done, I'll take you to the county town to see the lanterns." Wang Xiao suddenly raised her head, moonlight reflected in her eyes like 2 pools of clear spring. "Really?" Her nose almost touched his. "Last time you said you would take me, but then the roving bandits robbed the sugar cart." Xiao Mu felt her breath on his face, carrying the sweet fragrance of sesame candy. The oil paper packet in his chest had probably melted, sticking to the coarse cloth like the candy wrapper pictures they used to paste on the wall of the earthen kiln. "Really?" he heard himself say. "Once I sell this batch of sugar, I'll buy 2 rabbit lanterns. One for you, one for me." Wang Xiao smiled. The gap in her teeth and her dimple made her look as sweet as when she had stolen honey as a child. Early the next morning, Xiao Mu, wrapped in starlight, led the men out of the village. The syrup in the earthen kiln was still boiling over the stove firelight, playing on Wang Xiao's face. He touched the oil paper packet in his chest. The sugar lump had crumbled to bits and stuck to the coarse cloth, yet it was so sweet it made his heart ache. The city gate of Wengqing had just opened and refugees poured in like a flood. Some carried tattered bundles, some held dying children, some leaned on crutches, the soles of their shoes worn down to the bone. A woman knelt by the roadside, the baby in her arms had already stopped breathing, but she kept murmuring to herself, "Be good, little one, once we're in the city there will be food." Xiao Mu's throat tightened. He remembered that in the past villagers from Shizhuan had knelt like this outside the county yamen gate, holding children who had starved to death. "Brother Mu." Wang Er's voice came from behind. Xiao Mu turned and saw him driving a horse cart, bamboo baskets under a layer of straw in the covered wagon. "Everything as you instructed, 7 parts cane pulp, 3 parts sugar." Wang Er lowered his voice, glanced at the refugees by the roadside, and did not continue. "First go to Yunjin Pavilion," Xiao Mu cut in. "Have Qiu Ju and the others gather their things and go back to the village. If anyone asks, say the shop is being renovated." Wang Er nodded and turned the cart into an alley. The door of Wansen restaurant was still closed, a thin layer of dust on the knocker. Xiao Mu knocked. The waiter who opened it was half asleep, but his eyes flew wide at the sight of Xiao Mu. "Manager Xiao, you're here. The boss has been asking about you for days." In the back courtyard, manager Wan was directing the waiters to move jars, his forehead beaded with sweat. When he saw Xiao Mu, he hurried over. "Brother Xiao, please upstairs." In the private room upstairs, 2 plates of pickled vegetables, a few cornmeal buns, and a pot of cold tea sat on the table. Manager Wan took out an oil paper parcel from his bosom. Inside was half a mooncake that had grown soft. "Make do with a bite or 2. These days." Xiao Mu bit into the cornmeal bun, his throat aching from the coarse bran. He thought of the corn cakes Wang Xiao made with sugarcane juice mixed and faintly sweet. Brother Wan, let's get straight to the point. He put down the bun and took a small porcelain jar from his bosom. When he lifted the lid, inside were crystal clear sugar lumps glowing amber in the sunlight. Have a taste. Manager Wan picked one up and put it on the tip of his tongue. His eyes suddenly lit up. This, how did you make it? Xiao Mu smiled and said nothing. It was Wang Xiao's idea, adding a handful of kudzu flowers when boiling the sugar to remove the sharpness and make the crystals brighter. Last year, she had secretly tried it more than a dozen times in front of the stove, scalding blisters onto her hands. To tell you the truth, Manager Wan said, lowering his voice and glancing at the door, of all the sugar on the market now, 3 parts in 10 are mixed with rice paste. Last month, the sugar boat from Jiangnan was robbed, and the price in the city has risen to 8 taels a caddy. There's a price, but no supply. He fixed his eyes on Xiao Mu. If you have goods, I'll take them all. Xiao Mu took out a ledger from his sleeve. I can produce 100 caddies a day with quality, just as you see. Brother Wan, what's your price? Manager Wan pondered a moment, then raised 3 fingers. A 30-70 split. 3 for me, 7 for you. Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. Brother Wan, you're trying to drink my blood. Manager Wan gave a bitter smile, rose, and walked over to the window to push it open. In the street below, a few soldiers were snatching a cornmeal bun from an old man who knelt on the ground wailing. Do you see? In this world, now even grain and money in hand may not keep you alive, let alone something as precious as sugar. If you leave the sugar with me, I'll keep your village safe. Xiao Mu looked at the refugees outside, remembering the cripple of Zhao village Wang Xiao had spoken of, and the earthen kiln at the west end of the village that the roving bandits had burned. He closed the ledger and held out his hand. Deal. But there's one condition. For every 100 caddies of sugar sold, exchange 1 caddy for grain and give it to the refugees outside the city. Manager Wan was taken aback, then broke into a smile. Brother Xiao, you have a bodhisattva's heart. Fine as you say. They clapped hands. Xiao Mu thought of the moonlight on the river last night and the warmth of Wang Xiao's palm. He touched the scar on his brow and suddenly felt that it no longer hurt. Compared with those struggling on the edge of life and death, what was this scratch? Deliveries start tomorrow. Xiao Mu rose. If you have time, Brother Wan, I'll take you to taste the sugar melon candy my girl makes. It's even sweeter than this. It was already dusk when he returned to the village. A sweet fragrance drifted out of the earthen kiln. Wang Xiao was stirring syrup by the stove, hair on her forehead pasted to her skin with sweat. At the sight of Xiao Mu, her eyes brightened. She wiped her hands and pulled an oil paper parcel from her bosom. Here, freshly made sesame candy. This time it didn't melt. Xiao Mu took a bite. Crisp and sweet, straight through to the heart. He suddenly remembered Manager Wan's words of Bodhisattva's heart and the children outside the city, crying from hunger. Xiao, he said quietly, from now on we'll make sugar so more people can afford to eat it. Wang Xiao was stunned for a moment, then nodded. All right. She pulled an earthenware jar from under the stove. It was filled with golden syrup. Look, this was boiled from cane pulp. It's not as clear, but it has plenty of sweetness. Let the village children try it. Xiao Mu washed her hands covered in syrup, then suddenly seized her wrist and drew her into his arms. Wang Xiao gave a startled cry, and syrup splashed onto both their clothes like 2 small yellow flowers. Brother Mu. She tried to struggle free, but was held even tighter. Xiao Mu smelled the mugwort in her hair, mixed with the sweetness of syrup, and his eyes suddenly burned. After this season's sugar is done, he said softly, I'll take you to the county town to see the lanterns. And then, his throat tightened. Then I'll go to your house and propose. I'll marry you with pomp and splendor. Wang Xiao lifted her head and saw the light in his eyes like the moonlight in the river last night. She reached up to wipe the dampness from the corner of his eye. Her fingertips touched his scar, like touching a piece of warm jade. All right, she whispered. As long as it's Brother Mu, I'm willing. Moonlight crept over the sugarcane grove, scattering bits of silver on every leaf. From afar came the night watchman's clapper. First watch. Xiao Mu gently kissed her forehead, smelling the sweetness of syrup mixed with the clean smell of night dew. He suddenly felt that even in this chaotic world there could be such a safe, quiet tenderness. As long as she was here, as long as this earthen kiln was still boiling sugar, there was no bitter life that could not be boiled through. Sweetness, once it takes root in the heart, grows like sugarcane, joint by joint, until it breaks through all the darkness and lets the moonlight in. Xiao Mu stood on the hilltop, watching Jia Yi's men vanish deep into the bamboo grove before tucking the telescope into his coat. Wang Xiao stood nearby, holding the coarse cloth garment, the wind making her lapels flap. A strand of hair stuck to the corner of her mouth, but she ignored it. Let's go back to the village, Xiao Mu said. The two walked down the mountain path with waist-high thatch grass at the roadside, and dew soaking the legs of their trousers. Wang Xiao followed behind him, stepping on the stones he had stepped on one after another. Halfway down the mountain, she suddenly spoke, Brother Mu, at the ancestral hall meeting. What will they say? Xiao Mu did not turn around, nor did he slow his pace. Distribute the silver, distribute the grain, distribute the land. Land. Wang Xiao's voice rose half a note. Hasn't all the village land already been planted with sugarcane? The sugarcane land still belongs to everyone. I mean the wasteland on the back mountain and that part over by Taowan Mountain. Xiao Mu stopped before a large boulder and waited for Wang Xiao to catch up. Where the officials can't reach, whoever seizes it keeps it. Wang Xiao opened her mouth, but no words came out. She knew exactly what Xiao Mu meant. In this world, the decrees of the authorities could not reach beyond the county seat. Whoever had guns and silver was the law. With those dozens of men under Jia, the sugar workshop and the silver, and with the daring to kill even young Master Lu of the prefectural office, what couldn't Xiao Mu bring himself to do? She lowered her head and stared at the tips of her shoes. Mud stained her shoe tops along with half a withered leaf. Brother Mu, she said softly, you won't turn into someone like Luan, will you? Xiao Mu was startled for a moment, then smiled. The smile was different from his usual one. There was no scheming in his eyes, no fatigue, either, only a clean open look like new wheat spread out to dry on the threshing ground. No, he said. I'm not that kind of person. Wang Xiu raised her head and looked into his eyes. The mountain wind blew over, carrying the scent of pine resin and wild grass. Suddenly she reached out and hooked her little finger around his, just as she had done as a child. Xiao Mu glanced down but did not pull away. Instead, he turned his hand over and clasped hers. Both of their palms were cold, yet slowly they grew warm together. By the time they walked hand in hand back to the village entrance, the sun had already climbed to the top of the sky. The old locust tree was ringed with people. Men stood bare-armed, hoes and carrying poles still in their hands, women with children in their arms huddled together, talking in low voices. Shunzi crouched on the millstone, the brass gong still in his hand. Seeing Xiao Mu return, a low buzz ran through the crowd. The old village head came forward leaning on his cane. His clouded eyes took in Xiao Mu first, then looked behind him. Wang Xiu had already let go of Xiao Mu's hand, standing 3 paces away, her cheeks faintly red. All settled? The old village head asked. Xiao Mu nodded. Settled. The old village head asked no further questions and turned toward the ancestral hall. The crowd cleared a path on its own. Xiao Mu went in after the old village head, and Wang Er, Lu Shitian, and Shunzi followed one after another. Wang Xiu did not move from where she stood, watching those backs file through the doorway. The wooden door of the ancestral hall slowly closed before her eyes. Inside the ancestral hall, pine torches burned their firelight bright against every face. Xiao Mu stood in front of the offering table, pulled a small notebook from inside his coat, and opened it. Dense columns of accounts filled the pages. Last month's sugar made 700 taels of silver. After taking out costs, wages, and bribes, were left with 420 taels. His gaze moved across the crowd. As agreed before, 30% goes to the village's common use and 70% is divided among everyone. Each family is counted by head. 2 taels of silver per person, starting next month. The hall was quiet for a moment, then it erupted like a boiling cauldron. Taidan was the first to jump up. 2 taels. Brother Mu, did you calculate it wrong? In past years we couldn't even save 1 tael over a whole year. No, I calculated it right. Xiao Mu closed the ledger. This is only the first month. Next month there will be even more. Wang Er grabbed Xiao Mu by the arm, his voice trembling. Brother Mu, then. What about the county magistrate's share? 50 taels every month. We still need to keep that out, don't we? No, Xiao Mu said. Luan is dead. The county magistrate can't even take care of himself right now, let alone look after us. The hall fell silent again. Kidon's face flickered. He swallowed, wanting to ask, but not daring. The old village had knocked out his pipe, and the smoke slowly dissipated in the firelight. If Brother Mu says it's not needed, then it's not needed. No more questions. Xiao Mu took a piece of paper from inside his coat and unfolded it. Dense lines were drawn on it. This is the defense map of Taohua Mountain. The stockade wall has to be reinforced, and the positions of the arrow towers need adjusting too. Lu Shur, take some men and check the grain and weapons in the stronghold. Keep what is still usable and melt down what isn't for reforging. Wang Er, pick 20 sharp men from the village guard and bring them up the mountain with me tomorrow. What are we going up the mountain for? Wang Er asked. Training. Xiao Mu slapped the map down on the table. From now on, Taohua Mountain is our second stronghold. We can attack from it and retreat to it. If Shur village can't hold out one day, everyone falls back to the mountain. The old village head paused with his pipe in midair. Brother Mu, are you saying? I'm saying it's better to be prepared for trouble, Xiao Mu said calmly. Luan died on Taohua Mountain. The county magistrate won't let the matter drop. Even if he can't find proof against us, he'll find some excuse to put pressure on us. Rather than wait to be beaten, we might as well clench our fists first. No one said another word. The flames of the pine torches quivered, casting flickering shadows on the walls. Wang Er kept his head down, one finger tracing circles on his knee without realizing it. Lu Shur stared at the defense map, his eyes fixed and motionless. Tiedon's fists were clenched so hard that the veins stood out on the backs of his hands. After finishing his last pipeful, the old village head knocked the ash against the sole of his shoe and got to his feet. Brother Mu is right. His voice was not loud, but every word hit the ground with weight. In these times, good people reap no good reward. Our Shur village doesn't want to bully others, but we will never let ourselves be bullied either. From today onward, whatever Brother Mu says, we all do. If anyone dares to talk differently, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Low sounds of agreement rose in the ancestral hall like waves surging in the night. Xiao Mu looked at the faces lit red by the firelight and suddenly remembered the time when his predecessor had first come to Shur village. Back then the village had only a dozen or so households, thatched huts leaning this way, and that barefoot children running through the mud, and women so thin that their cheekbones jutted out. And now, Brick and tile houses had been built, children had shoes to wear, and there was meat on the stove. The people who once shivered in the cold wind now had light in their eyes. That light was bright, like the fire in a stove's belly, like the syrup in a sugar-boiling pot, like the dancing flames of the pine torches at this very moment. It was already past noon when the meeting broke up. Xiao Mu was the last one out of the ancestral hall, squinting against the harsh sunlight. Wang Xiao was still under the old locust tree, a bowl of cold tea in her hands, beads of moisture condensed around the rim. Drink it. She held the bowl out to him. Sister Yuner had it brewed with mint added. Xiao Mu took it and drank it down in one go. The coolness slid from his throat into his stomach. He handed the bowl back to Wang Xiao. His fingers touched her fingertips, and both of them paused for a moment. I'll come see you this afternoon, Xiao Mu said. What for? Wang Xiao lowered her head, her ears flushed red. To ask for your hand in marriage. After saying that, Xiao Mu turned and left. Wang Xiao stood under the locust tree holding the bowl, watching his back disappear at the end of the lane. A breeze blew over and the water in the bowl swayed, reflecting a small patch of blue sky. She smiled. Her dimple showed along with the gap of a missing tooth, and she looked like a child who had secretly drunk honey. The late spring wind carried the scent of dust and smoke. Xiao Mu crouched on the earthen ridge, gazing at the cooking smoke rising from the foot of the mountain. The bluish-gray plumes swayed erratically in the wind, reminiscent of the old village head's pipe from the winter solstice last year, its tobacco leaves crumpled by the bitter north wind. He brushed his fingers against the quiver at his waist, the cold arrow tails pressing into his palm. The old village head's words from the night before still echoed in his mind. Yong Pass has fallen. The Dingbian army held the line at Ingzue Cliff for 3 days, yet not a single reinforcement from the imperial court showed up. Brother Mu. Wang Xiao approached from behind, clutching a bundle of mugwort. The setting sun stretched her shadow long across the ground, pooling at Xiao Mu's feet, like a painting weathered and crumpled by time. As Xiao Mu turned, Wang Xiao was busy sorting the mugwort. He reached out and took her hand, his calloused palm brushing against her fingertips. These hands, which had washed the entire village's laundry in the river during winter and sown wheat in the fields come spring, were trembling slightly now. Xiao Mu said, his gaze fixed on the mountain peaks darkening under the twilight. Would you be afraid if I asked you to leave your home? Wang Xiao looked up, catching the steady light in his eyes, and recalled the fractured moonlight scattered across the river the night before. I'm not afraid. She pulled the mugwort closer to her chest, its bitter fragrance mingling with the scent of soap, nuts drifting toward him. As long as I'm with you, any earthen kiln can warm my feet, and any river water can rinse the rice. The wind suddenly strengthened, sweeping fallen petals against them both. Xiao Mu looked down at the village below, the smoke curling from earthen kiln chimneys, Aunt Li's yellow ox lowing in its pen, children chasing chickens across the drying threshing ground. The Xiongnu had already begun raising trophy mounds at the border. Having read about them in books from his past life, Xiao Mu knew no nightmare could surpass the image of crows feasting on putrefying flesh atop those grim monuments. By the hour of the rooster, the ancestral hall's wooden door creaked open. A draft from the corridor made the kerosene lamp flicker, casting the old village head's hunched shadow against the earthen wall, a faded moth-eaten painting brought to life. Xiao Mu stood beside the offering table, surveying the tightly packed crowd before him. Aunt Li cradled her sleeping grandson in one arm, while clutching a half-sack of aged rice in the other. Wang Xiao's father squatted in the corner, puffing on a clay pipe, with several brightly worn copper coins at his feet. Shunzi gripped his woodcutter's machete, a strip of red cloth from last year's tiger hunt still wrapped around its handle. Villagers, the old head said, tapping his cane against the bluestone paving, the prefect's brother-in-law in Wengqing was killed just outside our village boundaries. We cannot hide this. He paused, his gaze sweeping over pale, frightened faces. Lu En's brother-in-law commands the Wengqing garrison. Last month, he executed 3 tax resistors in the West District and displayed their severed heads upon the city gate for 3 days. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Aunt Li broke into sobs, first her gnarled fingers clutching her grandson's collar. Our family has planted sugarcane and woven bamboo baskets on this land for generations. Must we truly flee like stray dogs driven from our homes? If we don't run, we die. Shunzi sprang to his feet, the pommel of his machete striking the wooden bench. The gang Lu and leads has already been seizing grain. If Brother Mu's crossbow bolts hadn't found their mark, we'd be dead and feasting in the underworld by now. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a jagged scar on his arm. That slash was their doing. They accused our village of harboring rebels. Murmurs erupted throughout the hall. Wang Xiao's father spoke grimly. Is the inner city so easy to reach? Last month, a traveling merchant told me coarse rice has climbed to 20 cash per jean there, and a mud brick house costs more than our blue brick courtyards. Xiao Mu tapped the wooden chest on the altar and threw open the lid, revealing cold glints of silver and gold that made everyone's eyes widen. This is captured baggage from the horse bandits we ambushed, plus the village's accumulated savings. In total, 1,300 taels. It is enough to purchase over 30 mu of land and build more than 20 mud brick houses within the inner city. He continued, his gaze falling upon the mothers holding their children. The old village head leaned on his cane and rose, his clouded eyes shifting between Xiao Mu and the crowd. This boy Xiao Mu could shoot through a pheasant's eye at 30 paces when he was only 7. When the autumn drought struck last year, we would have been chewing bark without him leading everyone. His cane struck the ground with finality. In all my years, I have never met a youth with sharper wit or stronger conviction. Silence fell over the hall for a heartbeat. Then Wang Xiu spoke up. I stand with Brother Mu. Her voice startled the sparrows perched on the roof beams. Years ago, during the locust plague, I pawned my dowry quilts to exchange for seed grain. It was Xiao Mu's father who shared his family's reserves with all of us. Now Brother Mu leads us to earn our living. If he says we move, we move. Shunzi slammed his machete onto the offering table. Let's fight for it. If worst comes to worst, we start over. I started fleeing for food at 10 years old and survived just fine, he added. Uncle Li rose, tapping his pipe against the floor. Count me in. My 3 mu of millet fields were trampled to ruin by Lu and thugs long ago. The old village head produced a crumpled sheepskin map from his robe. I drew this route through the night. We will take the Goat Track Valley and cross the Gourd River. Gather before the ancestral hall at Mao hour tomorrow. He looked straight at Xiao Mu. You lead the others out first. By the time the meeting disbanded, moonlight had already crept over the village walls. Wang Xiu caught up from behind and pressed a cloth bundle into Xiao Mu's hands. 5 plain flour cakes inside. Eat them on the road. She hesitated, her voice dropping. My father said once we're settled, he'll give you the betrothal gift money. Xiao Mu's fingers brushed against something hard within the bundle. Half a slab of salted pork she had been saving for half a year. Xiu, once we're settled, I will come to your home formally to ask for your hand. I'll craft furniture from the finest peach blossom wood and commission a brocade silk dress for you. Wang Xiu looked up at him and smiled, suddenly a small mole near her eye catching the moonlight. Full brocade silk is far too expensive. With that money, you'd be better off buying our father a jug of aged liquor. She turned to leave, then glanced back. Don't push yourself too hard. You only slept 2 watches yesterday. Xiao Mu watched her disappear around the corner, then turned and stepped into his own courtyard. Su Jin was weaving beneath the eaves while Yun Yang and Ruozhu squatted on the ground, sorting clothes, neatly tied bundles piled at their feet. Husband, Su Jin said, pausing her shuttle, we've sold off the loom's remaining inventory at a loss. All the pins and tenons have been dismantled and hidden in the ox cart's secret compartment. She pointed to a wooden chest against the wall. These are the crossbow bolts you modified. Over 20 of them wrapped in oil paper. Xiao Mu nodded and walked toward the blacksmith's forge at the courtyard's edge. Since he had taught the village men to hammer iron, the forge had seen no fire, and a thin layer of ash had settled upon the anvil. Running his hand over the cold iron anvil, he remembered the first winter night he had forged those bolts. Snowflakes drifting through the roof tiles, hissing as they struck the molten metal and turned to white steam. Husband, the warm water is ready. Su Jin handed him a towel, her sleeve slipping back to reveal a sliver of red string. The one he had bought her in town still knotted with a smooth river stone at the end. Yun Yang clutched a cloth doll in her hands, stitched from scrap fabric by Xiao Mu himself, its patchwork coat cut from an old apron that once belonged to Wang Xiu. When we reach the new home, Xiao Mu crouched down, gently straightening Yun Yang's messy hair. We will build a much larger swing by the riverbank. We'll build a little courtyard and share one room, all of us, all right? Neither girl spoke. Their faces flushed, they simply lowered their heads and busied themselves packing. For the next few days, the village thrummed with a tense, hurried energy. The men reinforced the perimeter walls and dug trenches 3 chi deep beyond the village limits. The women ground their grain into flour and sewed it into leather pouches. The children were forbidden to leave, each gripping a wooden whistle Xiao Mu had carved for them to sound in case of danger. Sleeping only a few hours each day, Xiao Mu led Shunzi and the others on patrols through the mountain forests. They strung tripwires along inevitable paths, felled dead trees to block narrow passes, and concealed emergency caches of food and water in several mountain hollows. Brother Mu, Shunzi wiped sweat from his brow and inspected his crossbow once more. Do you truly believe that Wangqing commander will send men after us? Xiao Mu gazed toward Wangqing, shrouded in distant mist, his thumb tracing the grooves carved into his bolt. Each one marking a bandit. He had slain 17 in total. Luan is dead. His brother-in-law will not let this drop. Yong Pass has fallen. Wangqing is next on their list. Shunzi shivered, his hand instinctively drifting to the short blade at his hip. As if summoned by the word, the urgent pounding of hooves echoed from afar. Xiao Mu pressed down on his crossbow and signaled for Shunzi to conceal themselves. Moments later, Lu Shi rode up at a gallop, drenched in sweat. Brother Mu. Lu Shi tumbled from his saddle, not bothering to nurse his stone-bruised knee. The patrol met refugees at the mountain pass. They say Wangqing is sealing its gates, and the Xiongnu vanguard is only 30 li from the city walls. Xiao Mu's temples throbbed. He grabbed Lu Shi by the shoulders. Are you certain? Is it the Xiongnu or the imperial soldiers? Refugees. Fleeing from Wangqing. Lu Shi panted. They say the city is in utter chaos. The garrison troops are looting civilians' grain stores, and the gate guards are executing anyone who approaches, claiming they fear spies have infiltrated. Xiao Mu turned his head and saw Wang Xiu standing behind a tree, clutching a coil of hemp rope, her face drained of color. The rope had slipped from her grasp and lay on the ground, its end swaying gently in the wind. Back to the village. Xiao Mu ordered. Shunzi notified the old head. Tell everyone to pack immediately and assemble before the ancestral hall in half an hour. Lu Shi head to the western edge of the village. Tell Tai Da and the others to bring out the grain hidden in the rock cave and load it onto the carts. He walked over to Wang Xiu, took her hands in his, and squeezed them firmly. Do not be afraid. I am here. Wang Xiu looked up at him and reached out to straighten his crooked collar. I am not afraid. You once told me, so long as the green hills remain there will never be a lack of firewood. The open ground before the ancestral hall teemed with people hauling ox carts and pushing wheelbarrows. Aunt Li's grandson wailed on one cart, while she soothed him stuffing clay jars into the undercarriage. Wang Xiu's father led his aging yellow ox its back, burdened with a sack of dried sweet potatoes. Several young mothers had strapped their children to their backs, their hands tightly gripping kitchen cleavers. The old village head stood on the steps leaning on his cane. You lead the others out first. I will stay with a few men to cover our retreat. He produced an oil paper packet from his robe. These are the village's land deeds. Once we reach the inner city, sell them through a licensed broker for silver. Xiao Mu accepted the packet and felt the hard edge of something within. The jade thumb ring passed down through the old man's lineage, which he had sworn just last month to save for his grandson's wedding. You must come with us. Leaving the rear guard is my responsibility. The old head shook his head. You are young and swift on your feet. Lead the group through the Goat Track Valley. You can outmaneuver the cavalry. We old fools will hold this position and buy you time. He suddenly smiled, his face folding into a network of deep wrinkles. These old bones of mine will rest in the soil of our homeland, even in death. Xiao Mu was about to argue further when Wang Xiu gently tugged his sleeve. He turned to meet her pleading gaze. She understood the old head's resolve just as well as he did his own stubbornness. Very well. He clasped the old head's hand firmly. But you must evacuate before Shenhour and take the hidden path through the southern mountains. He drew several bolts from his quiver and pressed them into the old man's palm. Conserve them. Do not expose yourselves unless absolutely necessary. The old head nodded and raised his voice. Villagers. Those of us from this village carry iron in our spines wherever we go. In the inner city, follow Brother Mu's lead. Clear the land, build your lives, and live well. And when peace returns, we shall come back and mound fresh earth upon our ancestors' graves. When peace returns, we shall come back. Shunzi shouted, lead, his voice cracking with tears. The villagers echoed the chant, their voices bouncing off the ancestral hall's brick walls and drifting into the ashen sky. Xiao Mu turned away and gazed toward the distant mountain ranges. The wind now carried the sharp tang of gunpowder. His hand drifted to the jade pendant at his chest. Beneath it lay a spatial pocket containing enough grain to feed hundreds for 3 months, along with the schematics for the reinforced crossbows he had refined through the night. He addressed Wang Er, Lu Shi, and Tai Da. The 3 of you will ride with me into Wanqing. Wang Xiu sprinted after him and forcefully pressed a pair of new cloth shoes into his arms. Wear them on the road. Do not let your feet blister. She paused, her voice dropping to a whisper. I will wait for your return. Xiao Mu swung himself into the saddle, and the horse's hooves kicked up clouds of dust. He glanced back and saw Wang Xiu standing beneath the ancient locust tree, her skirt hem fluttering in the wind, like a flower trembling on the verge of falling. The crowd was gradually dispersing, streaming eastward along the mountain path. The ox carts creaked rhythmically. The children, no longer crying, clung tightly to their mothers. At the village entrance, the old head stood leaning on his cane, waving farewell to the departing column. Xiao Mu tightened his grip on the reins and wheeled his horse, galloping toward Wanqing. Behind him lay a homeland on the brink of vanishing, ahead a path shrouded in life and death. The wind roared in his ears. Squinting against the grit teeth clenched, he held onto a single thought burning in his mind. Survive. Bring these people through and survive together. In the late spring night, the wind carried the stench of rot and blood. Xiao Mu led Lu Shi and Tai Da into a narrow alley where several refugees huddled against the wall. Seeing the swords at their waists, they shrank back tighter. In the distance, the upturned eaves of the city god temple hooked the waning moon like the tip of an inverted blade. The old constable lives on back street of the official workshops, Xiao Mu said in a low voice, patting his waist. His fee was lost, and all he had left were the realgar pills and a few silver fragments from shopkeeper Wan. Tai Da still clutched his medicine chest, though whether its contents could help remained uncertain. Suddenly, a harsh rebuke echoed from the end of the alley. Xiao Mu pressed against the wall to look, seeing 2 city guards jabbing an elderly man with their scabbards. The old man clutched a cloth bundle to his chest, refusing to let go even as he lay on the ground, crying out that it was medicine for his grandson. A kick sent the guard sprawling, and he snatched the bundle, tearing through it to find only worn garments before cursing and moving on. The old man wept on the ground, his voice ragged like a broken bellows. Xiao Mu tightened his grip on the sword hilt, but held his position. Lu Shi tugged his sleeve, and the 3 took advantage of the guard's turn to slip quickly through the alley. The old constable's dwelling stood at the far end of back street, its wooden door half stripped of red paint, iron ring tarnished with rust. Xiao Mu knocked 3 times, paused, then 2 more. Silence lingered from within. Just as he prepared to knock again, the door cracked open, revealing half a face. Cloudy eyes fixed on Xiao Mu, pupils contracting slightly. Come in, the constable's voice dropped to a whisper. Inside, an oil lamp flickered wildly in the draft, its flames staggering side to side. On the table sat half a bowl of congee gone cold beside a small dish of pickled vegetables. The old constable wore a threadbare cotton jacket, its collar frayed white from wear. He regarded Xiao Mu, then Lu Shi and Tai Da, and sighed. You should not have come, he said, pouring 3 bowls of water each with a chipped rim. Chaos reigns in the city. Captain Wu has replaced the Dingbian garrison with his own men, and the gates now allow entry, but not exit. Yesterday he had butchered over a dozen refugees attempting to flee on West Street, their bodies left uncollected at the city wall's base. Xiao Mu produced a fragment of silver and set it on the table. Where is Lord Wang? The old constable pushed the silver back without meeting its gaze. Lord Wang has been placed under house arrest. Captain Wu accuses him of colluding with enemies, but the truth is he covets the military grain provisions Wang had stockpiled. He paused, his voice dropping even lower. Those sugar shipments from your village, do not bring them into the city. Captain Wu has already taken notice, claiming you are colluding with mountain bandits. Xiao Mu's heart sank as he recalled Luan's death at Peach Blossom Mountain, realizing the secret had been leaked. He drank some cool water, the bitterness numbing his tongue. Uncle, Xiao Mu asked, has the city veterinarian contracted the blood plague? The old constable nodded, then shook his head. Not the blood plague, it's poison. Someone has contaminated the wells, targeting only the livestock. Horses in the West District have fallen, and when the veterinarian went to examine them, he too fell ill. He retrieved a small cloth packet from his chest, unfolding it to reveal several cakes of dark brown ointment. This antidote salve, you should take it. Dissolve it in warm water and administer it to the animals, it may yet save them. Xiao Mu accepted the ointment, noting its sticky texture and the pungent herbal fragrance. Who poisoned the wells? The old constable offered no answer, instead glancing toward the doorway. Xiao Mu followed his gaze and caught sight of a shadow shifting beyond the crack in the door before it vanished. He rose and placed another fragment of silver on the table. This time the constable did not refuse. Depart through the eastern gate, the old man instructed. I have arranged with the guards there. Once outside the city, avoid the main road and take the wilderness path. Captain Wu has already set up checkpoints at every intersection, hunting for those accused of colluding with bandits. Xiao Mu bowed and turned to leave, but the constable suddenly seized his wrist with surprising strength. Child, his voice rasped, do not return. This city cannot be held. Xiao Mu met his cloudy gaze and nodded. The three slipped out through the rear door, moving along the wall in darkness. Tai Da's medicine chest swayed gently on his back, occasionally tapping the wall with a muffled sound. Lu Shi led the way, his short blade clenched tight, each footfall placed with practiced silence. The eastern gate indeed stood unguarded. Xiao Mu peeked outside, seeing a dirt path swallowed by wild grass, dark fields stretching into the distance, where a few ghostly lights drifted like will-o'-the-wisps. Just as he was about to step through, Lu Shi grabbed his arm and pointed upward. At the doorframe, a thin hemp cord stretched between frame and plank, the other end vanishing into darkness. Without the moonlight catching its sheen, it would have been invisible. Xiao Mu crouched and traced the cord, following it to a pottery jar tied at its end, the mouth sealed with oil paper. Faint sounds of liquid shifting came from within. He carefully lifted a corner, and a pungent odor surged out. Fire oil. Open the door, the cord would pull taut, the jar would overturn, and fire oil would spill across the ground. Should someone then toss a flint striker? Cruel, Lu Shi muttered. Xiao Mu untied the cord and gently set the jar against the wall. The three slipped out in single file, keeping close to the foundation and moving toward the open fields. After dozens of paces, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. Turning back, they saw the small gate engulfed in a fireball, flames leaping into the dry grass on the frame, the light turning half the alley crimson. Moved. Xiao Mu shoved Lu Shi forward, and the three broke into a sprint. Shouts of pursuit rang out behind them, growing fainter until the night wind swallowed them whole. They followed the field ridges through the darkness for most of the night. Just before dawn, they found a dried riverbed thick with reeds. Lu Shi collapsed onto the ground while Tai Da leaned against his medicine chest, gasping for breath. Xiao Mu squatted at the edge, gazing down the road they had come. The eastern sky was turning pale, and far in the distance, torches moved like distant stars. Brother Mu, Lu Shi said, offering his waterskin, those horses. Xiao Mu touched the salve still hard against his chest. He said nothing, simply rose and brushed the dirt from his knees. Let's go back to the village. The late spring crescent moon hung in the gray-purple sky like a rusted iron nail. Xiao Mu sloshed forward across the puddles, his straw sandals slapping against the bluestone tiles with a wet rhythmic sound. Walking at the front, Tai Da suddenly came to a halt. In the torchlight, 5 cavalrymen appeared from the depths of the alley. The word Wang on their armor flickered in and out of the flames. The lead rider reined in sharply, and the warhorse reared its iron shoes, shrieking across the stone. Xiao Mu looked up and saw that the embroidered Wang had faded, its edges curled and frayed. Lu Shi's hand had barely touched his short knife when Xiao Mu gently elbowed it away. 3 months ago in Shi village, when he taught Lu Shi the art of concealed blade, he had used a shelled walnut. As an example, a true blade should be like this kernel, safe only when hidden inside a hard shell. Taida shuffled forward with a hunched back, filthy water dripping from his coarse sleeves. He tilted the medicine box at a 30-degree angle, and mugwort leaves rustled down from its corner. Sir, I am an apprentice at Tongrantang on the west side of town. My master ordered me to deliver pregnancy-calming herbs to Squire Lee on Front Street. He broke into coughing before he finished while his left hand secretly loosened his collar to reveal a faint blue old scar beneath his collarbone. The cavalryman holding the torch let out a liquor-laden belch, the smell of wine and mutton washing over them. Xiao Mu counted the bobbing of his Adam's apple. On the seventh bob the rider's blade tip lifted the medicine box lid. Bad luck. The rider poked at the mugwort with his blade tip, then frowned. Why does it smell of blood? Xiao Mu's heart tightened. Taida quickly picked up the thread. Sir, at the bottom of the box there's some wound salve for Squire Lee's hounds. The drippings must have seeped out. He shivered. With the wind tonight my clothes are soaked through. Do I look like a spy? The rider stared at the mud on their faces, then knocked his sword hilt against the wine gourd at Xiao Mu's waist. What's this? To answer you, Sir, Xiao Mu said, untying the gourd and handing it over. As he pulled out the wooden stopper, a faint elusive sweetness drifted out. I carry some osmanthus wine to keep myself awake on night roads. If you don't mind. The rider leaned in and sniffed, then grinned, revealing a gap where his front tooth had been. Damn, I thought it was wine. Turns out it's just sugar water. He waved his hand and let them go. Hoofbeats splashed through the puddles, and the spray wet the bottoms of Xiao Mu's trousers. Only when the sound of hooves disappeared at the end of the alley did Lucier curse, son of a bitch, I thought we were done for. Shoo. Taida lowered his voice and pointed at the corner of the wall. There, huddled in rags, was an old woman holding a sallow, skinny child in her arms. Both stared at them in terror. The child wore a silver lock around his neck inscribed with the words long life and 100 years, but the character 100 was missing strokes. The sort of cheap amulet found among the poor families of one city, made shoddily by artisans trying to save silver. Xiao Mu took a hard flatbread from his pocket and placed it at the old woman's feet. She suddenly grabbed his wrist, her nails digging deep into his flesh. All the able-bodied men have been taken for conscription. My son is only 16. Her voice was thick with bloody spittle. Taida turned his head away. Xiao Mu gently pulled his hand back, poured a little sugar water from the gourd, and fed it to the child. The child's cracked lips moved, and then he burst into loud weeping. The old woman hastily covered her child's mouth and cast a frightened glance toward the city gate, where the faint crack of a leather whip could be heard. Let's go, Xiao Mu said, softly pressing the remaining flatbread into the old woman's arms. The bluestone road was far narrower than he remembered. The rice shop he passed had a rusted lock on its door, and weeds grew through the cracks. 3 months ago he had traded 2 jars of wine here for 5 dough of millet. The shopkeeper had smiled as he said, Brother Xiao, after you make your fortune, don't forget your old brother. The stone lion in front of the county yamen was missing its left front paw. Last mid-autumn festival the old constable had drunk too much, leaned against the lion, and vomited all over it, even patting its head, as he said, old friend, when I save enough silver, I'll get you a new paw. Now the lion's eye sockets were filled with fallen twigs and dead leaves. On the steps the old constable still sat there, the hem of his white scholar's robe dragging on the ground smeared with mud. The sheepskin lantern on his knee was nearly out of oil, its flame guttering. In his left hand he held a wine gourd, the very one Xiao Mu had given him last year. The red cord around the gourd's neck had worn through and was knotted carelessly with straw rope. Sir. Xiao Mu cupped his fists. The old constable jerked his head up, nearly knocking over the lantern. In the dim yellow light Xiao Mu saw that the tear stains at the corners of his eyes were still wet. You are. He squinted, then suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed. Xiao Mu from Shur village. The one who sold the wine. That wine of yours was powerful. I drank it once and was drunk for 2 days. His smile abruptly froze as his gaze fell on the mud plastered over the 3 of them. What are you? Wang Er was about to speak when Xiao Mu gently kicked him with the tip of his foot. Taida gave a timely cough, and a few more mugwort leaves fell from the medicine box. So we were delivering herbs to Squire Zhang on the east side of the city when we met thieves on the road and barely managed to escape. The old constable stared at the medicine box, then reached out and picked up a mugwort leaf, crushing it between his fingers. Mugwort is good. Last Dragon Boat Festival the yamen handed out 2 caddies to everyone, telling us to boil it in water to bathe away evil spirits. His voice faded, and he wiped his eyes harshly with his sleeve. Come inside, don't stand out in the wind. There's still charcoal fire in the kitchen. The county yamen's main hall was filled with a stale smell. Spiderwebs hung in the corners. On the offering table the lot cylinder had tipped over, and scattered bamboo slips were stamped with characters such as fire and bandit. The old constable took out a fire striker and lit 4 candles. Countless midges danced in the glow. On the magistrate's desk sat half a bowl of cold congee, a few rice weevils floating on its surface, and beside it a dish of salted vegetables covered in mold. They've all left. The old constable flopped down into the chair, which let out a creak. A few days ago word came that the Xiongnu vanguard had reached K Ridge. Those red-robed lords packed up their gold, silver, and valuables overnight and ran off with their wives and concubines. He suddenly grabbed the gavel and slammed it hard on the desk, raising a cloud of dust. Tell me, isn't that infuriating? Back when I was catching thieves with the old chief constable, those bastards were still in split-crotch pants. Wang Er could not help asking, then why didn't you leave? With your skills you could find a post in the inner city. The old constable was silent for a long time, then reached for the jade pendant at his waist. A flawed piece of mutton fat jade, crudely carved, bought cheaply years ago. I entered the yamen as an apprentice at 13. On my first day when I was patrolling with the old chief constable, he pointed at the city gate and said, "Boy, this city is our home. Lose the city and it's like losing your very soul." He rolled up his trouser leg. The scar on his knee gleamed bluish in the candlelight. This scar was from the mounted bandits of Daqing Mountain when I was 24. Blood poured out all over the ground, but I gritted my teeth and didn't make a sound. In my heart, I thought, I can't let these beasts set foot even half a step inside the city gate. Xiao Mu saw Tai to secretly wipe his eyes. The old constable suddenly stood and took down a rust-spotted pudeo from the wall. The words "guard the city" were carved on the scabbard, their strokes worn, almost illegible. "Tonight you'll sleep in the east wing. It's warmer there. I'll keep watch in the front courtyard. If you hear anything." He didn't finish, turned and walked toward the door, the hem of his robe sweeping across the bamboo slips on the floor with a faint rustling sound. Tai suddenly spoke up. "Sir, would you like a piece of candy?" He dug a sesame candy wrapped in oil paper from the depths of the medicine box. "Brother Xiao made it. It's really sweet." The old constable turned back, his gaze resting on the candy for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "All right. It's been so long since I tasted anything sweet." He took the candy, his fingers trembling slightly. When he unwrapped the oil paper, a few white hairs clung to the candy. Xiao Mu noticed that most of the old man's teeth were gone as he chewed. Sugar crumbs spilled from the corners of his mouth, yet he smiled like a child. Before the rooster crowed, Xiao Mu was startled awake by the clang of iron. Throwing on his outer robe, he walked into the courtyard and saw the old constable polishing his pudeo. In the moonlight, the blade scraping against the whetstone with a rasping sound. The old man's bare upper body was covered with scars, and on his left shoulder there was a scar as big as the mouth of a bull. "Awake," he said without looking up. "There's hot water in the kitchen. Wash your faces before you go." Xiao Mu drew closer and saw a line of small characters engraved on the blade. In the 413th year of the Great Wu calendar, bandit chief Li Sandao was executed beneath this blade. The strokes were shallow but cut deep into the back of the blade. "You must have been very imposing in those days, sir." The old constable paused, then suddenly pulled the jade pendant from his waist and pressed it into Xiao Mu's hand. "Take it with you. If you meet a checkpoint on the road, say you are my disciple." The jade pendant was warm to the touch. On the back were carved the words "loyal" and "brave," the strokes filled with years of grime. "Sir, you nonsense." The old constable cut him off. "I'm still waiting to see your candy sell in the inner city and make you rich." He turned and walked toward the kitchen, his back somewhat unsteady. Only then did Xiao Mu notice he was slightly lame in the right leg. He always walked with his toes hitting the ground first, probably an old ligament injury. Breakfast was millet congee and pickled radish. The four of them sat around the stove, none of them speaking. The old constable added another spoonful of congee to Xiao Mu's bowl. "Eat more. There won't be proper meals on the road." He himself only drank half a bowl, then began stuffing hard flatbreads and pickled vegetables into their cloth sacks. As they were leaving, the old constable suddenly thought of something. He rummaged a leather pouch out of the cabinet containing several copper whistles. "These are the signal whistles of the Wang City Guard. Take them with you. If you meet one of our own, blow 3 long whistles." He lowered his voice. "Don't use them carelessly. In this city now, hard to say who's friend and who's enemy." Xiao Mu hid the copper whistle in his robe and touched the oil paper of the sesame candy. The old constable had eaten only half, then quietly slipped the rest back into his pocket. When the three walked out of the yamen, the sky had just begun to turn fish-belly white at the horizon. The old constable stood on the steps, his shadow stretched long by the morning light, like a reed about to snap. "Xiao Mu," he suddenly called. "If you reach the inner city, take a look at the willow tree west of the city for me. I planted it with my own hands back then, or it should be as thick as a bowl now." "All right." Xiao Mu looked back and saw the old man raise his pudeo. The blade flashed once in the morning wind, as if in salute. East Street was even more lifeless than the night before. A few crows circled above the rooftops cawing. Xiao Mu passed a silken cloth shop and saw a faded red wedding dress hanging in the window. The twin lotus blossoms embroidered on its hem had come unstitched like 2 wounds seeping blood. The lanterns of Wansen restaurant were still burning, their red glow glaring against the dusty gray street. Manager Wan stood at the door directing his shop hands as they loaded chests onto a carriage. "Careful, if that chest gets so much as a scratch, I'll skin you all alive." Catching sight of Xiao Mu and his companions, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. "Manager Xiao, what brings you here?" he said in a low voice. "I was just thinking that once we get out of the city, you and I should go into partnership and open a candy and liquor shop. Those high officials and nobles in the inner city have a real taste for it." He suddenly noticed their expressions. "What's the matter? You look as if you've seen a ghost." Taida was about to speak when Xiao Mu gave a slight shake of his head. "The city gate was under strict inspection last night, so we were delayed. Manager Wan, could you lend us 3 horses? We have urgent business outside the city." "Manager Wan, could you lend us 3 horses? We have urgent business outside the city." "What talk of lending?" Manager Wan slapped his chest. "There are 4 Xiongnu horses in the back courtyard, and I bought every one of them at a hefty price." Truth be told, he leaned closer. I've got 5 chests of gold leaf loaded in my cart. Once we reached the inner city, he rubbed his fingers together, a greedy gleam appearing on his face. Just then a horn sounded from the north of the city, rolling across the earth like muffled thunder. The horses shied, their front hooves rearing high. Xiao Mu felt the ground tremble slightly, and heard someone in the distance shout, "The Xiongnu bastards have surrounded the city." Before the words faded, a volley of arrows arced in from beyond the city wall. The soldiers standing on the wall had no time to dodge. They were riddled like sieves and tumbled down from the wall. Manager Wan's face turned ashen. "Run. The city gates are closing." They all sprinted toward the gate. Xiao Mu could hear his own heart pounding in his ears. As they passed the city god temple, its doors stood wide open. On the altar before the idol lay half a cold steamed bun, and a few broken incense sticks were stuck in the burner. A few months earlier he had made a wish here, hoping that his life would smooth out. 200 paces from the gate, the sound of the doors closing came creaking heavily. "Close the gates. Defend the city." A captain drew his long blade and held it before him, edge facing outward. Xiao Mu looked up and saw the 2 great city doors slowly coming together. The gateway was crammed with refugees. Cries and curses mingled into one chaotic din. An old man was knocked to the ground, his cane flung far away. He reached for it, but the crowd trampled his hand. Before such an overwhelming tide, people are no more than ants. To cling to life is a desperate, cruel struggle. "Stop them." A shout suddenly came from behind. Xiao Mu turned his head. A squad of cavalry was charging straight toward them. The captain at their head carried a blood-stained blade. The character Wang on his armor had been ripped off, replaced by a hideous wolf head emblem, the totem of the Xiongnu. "Manager Xiao, what should we do?" Tai Da's voice was trembling, his hand already gripping his short knife. Xiao Mu stared into the captain's eyes and suddenly remembered what the old woman had said the night before: all the able-bodied men have been seized for conscription. He reached out and pressed Tai Da's hand at the same time, nudging Lu Shi with his toe. It was their prearranged signal: don't fight unless there is absolutely no other choice. "Sir." Manager Wan hurried forward a step and knelt first. "I am the proprietor of Wansen Restaurant, and these are my employees. We were just trying to leave the city to escape disaster." He drew a silver ingot from inside his robe. "Have pity on us and let us live." The captain stared at the silver ingot, then burst out laughing. His laughter had a jarring metallic ring. "Dogs of Wang City, now you learn to beg. Where were you before?" With a wave of his hand, 2 soldiers rushed up and overturned the carriage. Wine jars shattered and golden liquor spilled over the ground like the bubbling syrup in his memory of boiling sugar. "Take them to the city gate," the captain ordered. "Let those base wretches see what happens to those who dare to flee." As Xiao Mu was bound with his hands behind his back, he heard the old constable's voice in the distance. He froze. He saw a stooped figure clutching a pudeo hurrying toward them. That patch of white was especially conspicuous in the crowd. The old constable charged into the midst of the Xiongnu soldiers, his blade rising and falling. A few mugwort leaves drifted out from his sleeve, probably the ones Tai Da had dropped at his feet the night before. "When I was 23, I carried a pudeo, wore bright clothes, and rode a furious horse before the city." The Xiongnu bandits beneath the walls all trembled on both legs and fell as silent as cicadas in frost. The old man's voice was ancient but resonant, echoing before the chaotic city gate. "Now the white hair fills my head, and the bearing of youth is gone my heart, and galls still burn, and my loyal bones have not yet turned cold. If any thief dares to invade my rivers and mountains." He cut down a Xiongnu soldier with one stroke. An old wound in his arm burst open and blood splashed across the white scholar's robe like a red plum blossom blooming. "I am willing to raise my old pudeo once more and lead you all in riding down these Xiongnu curs. Even if I die, I will dye the battle flags with my hot blood so that future generations know the sons of Great Wu never retreat, not even in death." "Sir." Xiao Mu threw back his head and roared. His roar was swallowed by the chaos surrounding the city gate. The old bailiff heard the shout and turned around. His face was covered in blood, yet he still managed to grin. He raised his blade and made a slashing gesture toward Xiao Mu, then his strength gave out, and he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. In bygone years our Great Wu was majestic, borders firm as iron, the great wall coiling like a dragon across 10,000 li. Millions of sons took up arms and donned armor, sword chi piercing the heavens. His voice was hoarse, but he still shouted. "Now though years have frosted our temples, our bones still carry loyal and brave souls. Bandits dare to invade our territory." He cut down a charging Xiongnu soldier with one stroke. The blade struck the ground, kicking up a shower of sparks. "We shall restore the iron-blooded army of old, raise our spears, and mount our horses to guard the rivers and mountains once more. Even if wrapped in horsehide and buried in wild sands, we will use our bodies as shields to protect our homeland, so all under heaven know the sons of Great Wu are born as blades, and in death stand as monuments. My brothers, do you dare to fight?" Hearing these words, the soldiers of the Wang battalion began to tremble, their blades shaking in their hands. The commander grew frantic and drew his sword with a roar. "Bandits dare to shake our morale. Charge! Kill him!" The Xiongnu soldiers swarmed forward. The old bailiff gritted his teeth and fought desperately. Xiao Mu saw his left knee buckle, slamming into the dust, yet he still swung his blade at the enemy's ankles. Just then a soldier suddenly bellowed, "Brothers, cut down these Xiao dogs. We were wrong before. Now we must make up for what we owe. We are not sinners of Great Wu." At the gate, the Wang battalion soldiers and the Xiao soldiers who had infiltrated the city tangled together in close combat. Blades clashed, ringing through the streets. At that moment, the city gate slammed shut completely. The massive crossbar dropped with a sound like a thunderclap. Shopkeeper 1 collapsed to the ground, muttering, "It's over. It's all over." Suddenly, Taida broke free and charged toward the gate. "Let me out. My father is still waiting for me in the village." The moment his hand touched the gate, the commander slashed down on his shoulder, blood splattering across the ground. Xiao Mu closed his eyes, his teeth grinding audibly. He felt the brass whistle hidden in his bosom, his fingertip tracing the two characters, Wei Cheng, engraved on it. He remembered the old bailiff's words. Losing a city is like losing your very soul. The commander's blade tip pressed against his throat. Xiao Mu suddenly smiled, a fierce and defiant smile. "Kill me then," he said. "But remember this, we are people of Great Wu. Even if we die standing." The commander froze the edge of the blade, drawing a thin line of blood on his skin. In the distance, 3 short whistle blasts rang out like the cry of a night owl. The commander's face changed. He whirled around toward the direction of the old bailiff, but that white-clad figure had vanished, and atop the city wall fluttered the wolf banner of the Xiao Mu. "Sir, it's our signal. The 3rd squad is in trouble," a soldier stammered. The commander cursed and waved his hand. "Throw these men in the dungeon." Hoofbeats erupted as he led his men charging out. The dungeon lay west of the county office, a half-underground stone cell, its door bound with a thumb-thick iron chain. As Xiao Mu was shoved inside, he heard Taida let out a muffled grunt. In the corner huddled a dozen common folk. A youth among them wore a silver lock pendant around his neck. He was the son of the old woman from last night. Brother Xiao, Lucier sidled over and lowered his voice. "We need to figure a way out. The gate's closed, but the back wall might. No rush." Xiao Mu pulled out the jade pendant the old bailiff had given him and rubbed it in his palm. "This dungeon is solid stone bricks. Digging won't work." He took out the brass whistle and blew a soft note. A clink of chains sounded from the darkness. "Who's there?" a hoarse voice asked. "Xiao Mu of Cloudview Pavilion west of the city. The old bailiff sent me." After a moment of silence, the voice spoke again. 3 steps to the right, there's a loose brick." Xiao Mu felt along the wall and found a shifting stone. He pushed it open. A wave of musty air rushed out, and faint firelight flickered within. A one-eyed old jailer sat before an oil lamp, a half-empty bottle of wine, and a few moldy corn buns set before him. He studied Xiao Mu. "How is the old master?" "He died fighting on the city wall," Xiao Mu said. Old Zhou fell silent. He pulled a key ring from his waist, strung with 23 rusty iron loops. "Every time a prisoner dies, I add a ring. Now then, I guess it's time I add the last one." Taida spoke up. "Old Zhou, can you get us out? We have urgent matters. The official workshop." Old Zhou cut him off. "Xiao spies took it over yesterday. Are you looking to die?" He suddenly stared at the wine gourd hanging at Xiao Mu's waist. "What's in there?" "Sugar water." Old Zhou chuckled, his gap-toothed mouth whistling with air. "Who in Wenqing doesn't know Xiao Mu's sugar-making skill? That gourd of yours, it's your lifesaver, isn't it?" He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "I'll help you out of the city, but you have to take my nephew. That boy with the silver lock by the door. His father was press-ganged into the army last year and died on the battlefield." Xiao Mu nodded. Old Zhou tossed him the key ring. "3rd iron bar of the cell door beneath the 5th brick from the end. There's a tunnel leading to the well platform on West Street. Remember, tonight at the 3rd quarter of midnight the guard changes on the wall. That's when security is loosest." The moment he finished, the ground began to tremble and dust fell from overhead. Old Zhou's face changed. "The Xiongnu are ramming the city gate. You need to leave now." Moonlight spilled like gray-tinted water across the well platform on West Street. Xiao Mu lifted the well cover, and a stench of rot rushed out. The tunnel was pitch black. Taida produced a fire striker, illuminating the slick green bricks beneath their feet. Each brick carved with a tiny character Wei. "Follow me," Old Zhou said, leading the way with a rusted dagger in hand. "The tunnel has 3 forks. Take the wrong one, and you'll fall into the moat." He stopped abruptly, tapping the right wall with his dagger. "Hear that? Above us is a Xiongnu patrol." The group held their breath and moved forward. After what felt like an eternity, a faint glimmer finally appeared ahead. Old Zhou signaled them to halt, then pulled crushed herbs from his bosom. "Smear this on your faces. Xiongnu hounds have keen noses." The moment Xiao Mu finished applying it, he heard hoofbeats from above. Moonlight slipped through the brick cracks, casting thin shadows on the ground. A cavalryman walked a wolf dog past, its nose hugged the earth, sniffing loudly. The wolf dog's nose nearly reached the edge of the well platform. Xiao Mu could hear the growl rumbling in its throat. Suddenly the dog raised its head and let out a long howl at the moon. The cavalryman lashed it twice with his whip. "What are you howling for?" The hoofbeats faded into the distance. Old Zhou let out a relieved breath. "That beast's nose is sharp. Good thing I'm here." The tunnel exit opened at the mass grave west of the city. Tombstones leaned every which way, overgrown with waist-high weeds. Old Zhou pointed southeast. "Follow that stream. Once you cross the reed marsh, you'll reach the main road." Remember, if you see anyone in gray clothes, blow 2 short whistles. Those are Wangqing's hidden sentinels. The youth suddenly grabbed old Zhou's sleeve. Aren't you coming with us? Old Zhou ruffled his hair. I still have matters to attend to. You go with Brother Xiao. When you reach the inner city, live well. He turned and walked back into the tunnel, vanishing into the darkness. The group followed the stream, and occasionally night birds burst from the reeds. Taida suddenly said, Brother Xiao, do you smell that? Something's burning. Thick smoke rose from the direction of Wangqing, flames staining half the sky red. Faint screams drifted over, and several dark figures leapt from the city wall. Residents who refused to surrender, choosing to jump to their deaths rather than become captives. Run! Xiao Mu shouted. Dense hoofbeats sounded behind them. In the moonlight, the wolf head emblem on the Xiao Mu cavalry gleamed faintly like a pack of soul-chasing ghouls. Scatter! Xiao Mu drew the dagger old Zhou had given him. Taida, take the boy ahead. Lucier, stay with me to hold them off. Blades clashed, sparks flying. Xiao Mu saw that the lead rider was the same one who had questioned him last night. He had a fresh wound on his face, slashing from brow to chin, a cut left by the old bailiff. Boy, you sure can run. The rider swung his blade down. Xiao Mu dodged sideways, slashing the dagger across the horse's belly. The warhorse reared, throwing the rider to the ground. Xiao Mu pounced, pressing the dagger to his throat. Hawk! The rider spat out a mouthful of bloody spittle. You Great Wu people are all cowards. Lucier charged in from the side and cracked a club over his head. Why waste words on him? Lucier snatched up the fallen curved blade. Moved. The 3 of them ducked into the reeds, hearing the Xiongnu shouting in the distance, don't let them get away. The great Shan Yu says capture them alive for a reward. Taida suddenly clamped his hand over Xiao Mu's mouth and pointed ahead. In the moonlight, a group of refugees huddled among the reeds. There was a pregnant woman among them, her belly already heavily swollen. Xiao Mu took out the remaining food from his bundle and shared it among them. The pregnant woman wept as she took it and tried to kneel. Benefactor, if we live through this, I'll set up a spirit tablet for you. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Mu helped her up. Follow us. We'll reach the main road before dawn. He turned to Lucier. You take them ahead. Taida and I will draw off the pursuers. No. Lucier glared. Listen to me. Xiao Mu pressed the brass whistle into his hand. See that mountain ahead? There's an old locust tree on the peak. Our people are hidden in the tree hollow. Regroup with them, then come back for us. Lucier gritted his teeth, turned, and led the refugees away. Xiao Mu and Taida exchanged a look, then burst out of the reeds and ran in the opposite direction. Blades traced 2 silver arcs in the moonlight. The hoofbeats of the pursuers drew nearer. Xiao Mu glanced back. An endless line of torches like a fiery dragon. Taida! Xiao Mu gasped. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? Taida grinned, the blood on his face blackening in the moonlight. This life of mine was picked up for free anyway. They dashed into a wild grove where the trees were thick and horses couldn't run fast. Xiao Mu dodged through the shadows, his dagger blade already nicked and dull. Taida's short sword had snapped, but he still clutched it like a bone. As the sky lightened with the pale glow of dawn, they finally burst out of the grove and saw a column of troops on the distant main road flying the Great Wu banner of Great Wu. Xiao Mu blew his brass whistle, the long note piercing the morning mist. Someone in the column answered with the same whistle, tinged with sorrow and resolve. It's the reinforcements from the inner city. Taida's voice trembled. The commander of the reinforcements was a middle-aged general, his armor embroidered with a soaring eagle. He dismounted and steadied Xiao Mu. Good work, brother. How is Wangqing? Xiao Mu's throat tightened, he couldn't speak. Taida answered for him. The city has fallen. The old bailiff. None of them left. The general fell silent. He turned to look toward Wangqing, where the smoke had not yet fully dispersed. We came too late, he said quietly. Xiao Mu suddenly remembered something. General, there's a tunnel from the mass grave west of the city. It leads straight to the county dungeon. There may still be civilians who haven't escaped. I'll send men immediately. The general turned and ordered, Commander Zhang, take men to investigate. Xiao Mu sat down at the base of a tree, aching all over. Taida pulled half a hard flatbread from his bosom and broke it in 2. Eat something. The 2 chewed the hard bread, watching the eastern sky brighten little by little. Xiao Mu took out the old bailiff's jade pendant and warmed it against his chest. Taida suddenly said, Brother Xiao, after this war is over, let's open a sugar workshop again. Use Wangqing herbs as spices, it's sure to sell well. Xiao Mu smiled. All right, we'll call it Shoqing Sugar House. In the distance, the faint rumble of war drums echoed. Xiao Mu stood up, dusted off his clothes, and gripped the jade pendant tightly. He still remembered the old bailiff, standing on the steps waving at him. The wheels crushed the frozen horse manure along the roadside, producing fine crisp cracks. Xiao Mu counted the jolts, estimating they had ridden dozens of li. When escaping from Wang City, the great banner of the Dingbian army atop the city walls was being torn into ragged strips by the northwest wind. That fading red still flashed before his eyes like a wound that never scabbed over. Manager Wan curled in the carriage corner, his 8-cluster brocade jacket crumpled like pickled vegetables. His newly taken concubine's corpse lay in a ruined temple, several li away, the arrow wound on her throat like a purple-black flower. On his left ring finger, the jade ring still held the blood drops that fell when she breathed her last. Brother Mu, there's an obstruction ahead at the locust tree bank. Tai Da's voice carried through the wind. This old driver who had hauled ox carts for years cracked his right whip in the darkness, while his left hand instinctively touched his lower back, where he kept a peace talisman embroidered by his daughter the character, Fu stitched wrong. Xiao Mu lifted the bamboo curtain and saw 3 locust trees thick enough to embrace blocking the road. The axe marks at the broken ends were still fresh, oozing resin, looking like 3 weeping wounds under the moonlight. Half a hard biscuit lay scattered near the tree roots, teeth marks clearly visible. Wang Air gripped his saber and jumped down from the cart. Pant legs rolled to his knees, revealing a hideous scar on his calf, a wound from when bandits attacked while guarding the goods. A dark figure darted from behind the fallen, with swinging a jujube staff overhead. He dodged sideways, the staff grazed his ear and smashed into the trunk, sending splinters into the back of his neck. "How have you been, Master Xiao?" Scarface Chun San emerged from the tree shadows, the centipede-like scar above his left eye gleaming greenish-white in the moonlight. Xiao Mu recognized him as the warden of Wang City's great prison. Half a month ago it was this man who had branded characters onto his back with a red-hot iron. Now the wound was oozing pus. Chun San licked his lips. The blade reflected Xiao Mu's pale face. Half a bloody fingernail was still wrapped around the edge of the sword. A sound of porcelain shattering came from inside the carriage. The blue and white porcelain vase manager one was clutching, shattered into 8 pieces. It was one he had paid dearly for. The servant Ergo scrambled to pick it up, only to be kicked in the chest. "You fool. First bring over the boxwood chest." Sewn into the box's hidden compartment were a few Eastern pearls. The lock clicked softly in his trembling hands. Lu Shi pressed his hand against the cowhide scabbard at his waist. He had dug it from a pile of Dingbian army corpses, and the characters carved into the scabbard were filled with bloodstains between the strokes. Chun San drew his wild geese feather sword, the blade reflecting the bloodstains seeping from Xiao Mu's back. Without a word, Wang Air let out a furious roar and charged forward, saber raised. The 2 swords collided, sending sparks flying. Wang Air's blade chipped, but he used sheer force to push his opponent back half a step. Chun San's boot caught on a sharp stone, and he staggered into the locust tree. A dry branch snapped against his lower back with a crisp crack. Taida guarded the right side of the carriage. His left arm, pierced by a stray arrow, was hoisted on a coarse cloth strip across his chest. In his right hand, he waved a broken section of the carriage pole. A thug lunged forward, a silver lock dangling from his waist. Lu Shi recognized it. It belonged to Li's silver shop on West Street in Wang City. Manager 1 finally mustered the courage to grab a bronze candlestick from the carriage and rushed out. He swung his eyes shut, but struck a protruding tree root. The force numbed his palm, and the candlestick clattered to the ground. Ergo screamed and dove to retrieve it, only to be stabbed through the abdomen, intestines slipping out along the blade's path. In the wide, dying eyes of the servant manager, Wan's terrified, contorted face was reflected. When Xiao Mu thrust down the second bandit, his saber had already begun to bend. He stepped on the man's chest to withdraw the blade and noticed a cloth doll tied to his belt embroidered with the crooked characters "for peace and safety." Blood bubbles rose from the bandit's throat as he slurred "mother," his pupils gradually losing focus. "Brother Mu." Horse hooves from the east. Taida retreated to the carriage, clutching his belly as intestines slipped through his fingers. Xiao Mu's heart sank, fearing the Xiongnu light cavalry had caught up. Turning his head, he heard a familiar woman's voice. "Husband." Yunner burst into the woods wielding a firewood knife, her hair plastered in wet strands beneath her hemp headscarf, flour still dusted on her apron from making pancakes. Behind her followed Su Jin, Ruoju, Wang Xiu, and Murong. The young widow Murong gripped a rusty spear recovered from a well, with half a rotting pig skin still hanging from its tip unretrieved. "Go back. It's dangerous." Xiao Mu shouted hoarsely. Yunner slipped and fell to her knees in the mud mixed with grass juice and blood. She scrambled up and swung her knife at a thug's back, but the blade only bit in halfway. Xiao Mu saw the silver hairpin at the nape of her neck glint. It was the one he had bought for her after earning money. The silversmith had inscribed, "May your hearts be of one mind, may the flowers never fade." But he had never feared losing her so much as in this moment. Seeing the tide turn against him, Chun San feinted a strike and fled deeper into the woods. Wang Air, gone mad with rage, discarded his broken blade and chased after him, grabbing the back of his collar with bare hands. The 2 men rolled and wrestled in the mud. Wang Air snatched up a stone and hammered it repeatedly into that centipede-scarred face until the skull caved in and the eyeballs burst free. A death rattle gurgled in Chun San's throat. Manager 1 slumped against a broken log, his whole body shaking. Ergo's corpse lay at his feet. He fumbled for the ivory snuff bottle in his breast pocket, only to find the lid missing. The snuff powder had spilled across half his robe, mixing with the servant's blood to form hard brown crusts. He recalled how his concubine had stuffed a rose candy into his cuff before he left. It had long since melted, sticking to the silk. "Bind the wounds first." Yunner handed him a blue cloth bundle containing dried mugwort, crushed dandelion, and half a piece of wound medicine she hadn't finished eating. Her fingertips brushed the blood crust on the back of Xiao Mu's hand. She suddenly looked up at him, her gaze sharp as needles. "If you dare take such risks alone again, I'll chop off your leg with this knife." Xiao Mu wanted to laugh, but the movement pulled at the wound on his back and made him grimace in pain. In the distance, the watchman's clapper sounded. Third watch at Stone Village. Taida was lifted into the carriage. Lu Shi struck flint and lit the dried mugwort he carried. Thick smoke rose with the scent of herbs, temporarily masking the smell of blood. Passing the bandit's corpse with the peace talisman tied to his waist, Yunur suddenly stopped. She bent down toward the silver lock from his belt and stuffed it into her apron pocket. That belonged to Lu Ying. It had been stolen by the Peach Blossom Mountain bandits earlier. The inscription, "Live to 100, carved on the lock had been worn nearly illegible. The night wind carried the faint sound of carriages and horses indistinguishable, whether from a fleeing merchant caravan or Xiongnu cavalry. Xiao Mu squeezed Yunur's hand and felt the new callus on her palm, from practicing with the spear alongside the village militia these past days. Her hands were far rougher now than on their wedding day, when she would only embroider by the window. The petals on her hoop were always missing one. She used to say, "Flowers that bloom too full wither too soon." Manager One clambered into the carriage, clutching the boxwood chest. He lifted the curtain and glanced inside. The moonlight bathed the corpse in a cold white glow. The rouge on its face had not faded, the corners of its mouth slightly upturned, as if dreaming. Xiao Mu turned to look back at the woods. The corpses grew indistinct in the moonlight. Only Chin San's centipede scar remained sharp, a dead venomous snake. He touched the wound on his back, where Yunur's herbal poultice brought a cooling sensation mixed with the warmth of blood. He remembered Tai Da's words, "In these times a scholar wielding a blade is more useful than one wielding a pen." In the distant manor, lights began to flicker on one by one like scattered stars, struggling not to die in the dark night. That was his home. As the carriage set off again, the eastern sky began to lighten with the gray of dawn. Xiao Mu leaned against the carriage pole, watching the horizon grow brighter, and remembered an old film he had watched before crossing over, before dawn at its darkest. He tightened his grip on Yunur's hand, feeling the warmth of her palm. Suddenly he felt that as long as they were alive, as long as these scattered lights still burned, they would surely survive until dawn. Until the Xiongnu retreated, until the oxen grazed in the fields once more, until the children chased sugar figures through the streets again. As morning light crept over Yunur's eyebrows, Xiao Mu caught the glint of the silver hairpin in her hair. Something suddenly occurred to him. He fished a piece of silver from his breast pocket, the loot from the bandits the night before. He resolved to buy her a new hairpin, this time one engraved with the 4 characters, life and death, shared fate. Morning mist like damp cotton wool drifted into the woods, carrying the scent of blood. Xiao Mu stepped through a patch of dew-covered ferns, the water droplets soaking his pant legs. Wang Er squatted by the stream, washing his blade. In the morning light, the edge reflected his sharp profile, water droplets hanging from the stubble on his chin. "Is the water cold?" Xiao Mu asked. "Warmer than dead man's blood," Wang Er replied without looking up. Manager One sat on a tree stump nearby, picking dried blood from under his nails with a twig. His rosewood chest lay open. The banknotes inside were soaked through with dew and stuck together in a damp lump. Ergo's servant body had been dragged into the woods and hastily covered with fallen leaves, only 1 foot clad in black cloth shoes showing. The toe was embroidered with delicate cloud patterns. "Shopkeeper Xiao," Manager One spoke suddenly, his voice hoarse as sandpaper. "Tell me, if the Xiongnu truly breach Wing City, what will become of the world?" Xiao Mu looked up toward the east. The horizon had already tinged pale gold, the edges of the clouds stained crimson. He recalled Chun San's dying mention of the black water pool and Tai Da's reference to the remnants of the Dingbian army. Suddenly, he felt that while they might escape tonight's ambush, they could not outrun the raging torrents of this chaotic age. "Many will die," he said, "like stepping on ants." The cart rumbled over the frozen earth, the calluses on Xiao Mu's palms scraping against the anti-slip ridges of his knife handle. The mountain ridge rose like a rusted blade slicing through the leaden sky. The silhouette of Stone Village slowly emerged from the morning mist like an old painting blurred by rain. At the village entrance, the ancient locust tree's bark was split with cracks, a half-faded peachwood charm still clinging to it. Its edges curled in the wind, revealing the worn characters beneath. Bumper harvest of 5 grains. A thin layer of ice coated the stone millstone. The mill pole leaned against the tree trunk, blanketed with snow. Withered yellow foxtail grass sprouted from the cracks of the threshing ground's packed earth, swaying and bending in the wind. Several tattered banners hung from the locust branches, snapping loudly in the wind. The red tassels on the poles had long since faded to grayish white. "We're home," Yunur murmured in his arms, her breath condensing into frost on her eyelashes. Xiao Mu looked down and saw a tiny lantern light reflected in her eyes. Wang Xiu still stood at the village entrance, the lantern atop her spear like a stubborn red bean against the brightening dawn. The lantern tassel was blown by the morning wind toward the wheat field, where frost crystals had formed along the edges of a freshly dug trench amidst the fallen stalks. Xiao Mu tightened his grip on Yunur's hand, touching the copper ring on her ring finger. The characters "peace" were engraved on its surface, warmed by her body heat, until they felt almost scorching. The cart wheels rolled over the stone-paved road, crunching over half a frozen, discarded pancake that someone had dropped, startling several dusty gray sparrows that fluttered into the grayish-blue sky. Suddenly a thin figure emerged from the haystack. Atao's twin horns were tangled with straw. The silver lock hanging around her neck jingled as she ran. The very silver lock that had been stolen by bandits now flashing with faint light. The words, "Long life and good fortune," engraved on its face were still embedded with grime. Shopkeeper Xiao, look. Manager Wan's shout startled the crows from the locust tree. As everyone looked up, the eastern clouds were being torn apart by the sunrise, revealing golden-red cracks. The dawn light spilled over the gruesome scar on Xiao Mu's back, running diagonally from his shoulder blade to his waist like a crimson serpent awakening. The calluses on Lu Shi's palms were dyed amber, worn smooth from his daily archery practice. The dark circles under Manager Wan's eyes were illuminated like two pools of well water, with dust embedded in the wrinkles at the corners. In such troubled times, seeing a sunrise is a blessing. Xiao Mu's voice was fragmented by the morning wind. Suddenly someone's rooster crowed, its cry piercing the morning mist and startling the leaves down onto everyone's shoulders. Frost particles from the leaves fell onto the back of his hand like a scattering of crushed diamonds. A phrase suddenly came to mind: "Dawn has broken. From now on there is hope for better days." A bough leaned against the head of Xiao Mu's bed. Its sinew string had grown brittle, and the characters carved on the grip had been polished bright by the sweat of his hands. It was a hunting bow he had crafted himself, one that had felled several bandits who had dared to attack. Taida was patrolling the village, faint traces of blood seeping through his bandages from wounds sustained 2 days ago when they repelled the marauders. When Xiao Mu opened his eyes, he felt the chill of the wooden bed against the back of his neck. The oil lamp flickered in the draft, seeping through the window crack, casting Su Jin's shadow on the earthen wall like a swaying ink painting. She was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a piece of coarse cloth dipped in warm water. Strands of hair at her temples clung to her pale face, and half a withered wild chrysanthemum was tucked behind her ear. "Husband." Su Jin's voice was as soft as a feather. Yun'er, lying on the bunk in the next room, suddenly raised her head. A tattered book rested on her knees. Dried maple leaves tucked between its pages rustled and fell, revealing a half-hidden arrow shaft beneath. The glue on its fletching was still damp, clinging with strands of grass. "Drink some soup first." Su Jin turned and brought over an earthenware bowl, the wooden spoon clinking softly against its rim. Meng Meng was startled awake, raising her head, her eyes shining with a warm, gentle light in the darkness. Several chunks of wild boar meat floated in the soup, the oil slick, gleaming warmly in the lamplight. Xiao Mu took the bowl and drained it in one go only, then realizing he hadn't eaten in 2 days. "Yun'er, has anything happened in the village these past 2 days?" Xiao Mu turned to ask. Husband, several groups came eyeing the village these past days, but the village chief led people to drive them off. Yun'er twisted the patch on her skirt hem. "A few days ago, refugees said the Xiongnu had attacked Wangzhou, and with you not yet back, everyone was beside themselves with worry. The village chief held everyone together, saying we should wait for your return before deciding." Su Jin added a scoop of oil to the lamp, the flame brightening suddenly and making the shadows beneath her eyes even more pronounced. "Refugees from Wangzhou keep fleeing here in an endless stream. Many want to enter the village, but we truly don't have enough grain to spare." Her voice trailed off as she bowed her head to tuck the blanket around Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu was silent for a moment, then reached out and took Su Jin's hand, touching the faded red string around her wrist. "You've worked hard," he said softly. When he stepped outside, the sky had just cleared. Wang Xiu stood beneath the wooden wall, directing several men to pile sandbags against it. Her spear leaned against the corner, a new red silk lantern hanging from its tip, snapping loudly in the wind. Seeing Xiao Mu approach, her eyes lit up, though the bandage on her left shoulder caused her to pause mid-movement. "Brother Mu, you're finally awake." Wang Xiu raised a hand to wipe her sweat, then remembered it was covered in sawdust, and lowered it again. "We've reinforced this wooden wall with 3 layers packed with water-soaked hemp cloth in between. Lu Shi said it can resist fire oil jars." She turned and pointed to several large vats at the base of the wall. "They're filled with water. If a fire breaks out, even the old and weak can douse it in time." Xiao Mu walked closer and saw fresh water stains on the hemp cloth between the planks. Tested it in the middle of the night." Wang Xiu grinned, revealing a half-chipped front tooth. Brother Tai lit a torch and hurled it over. The hemp cloth was so wet it didn't catch fire at all. Her voice suddenly dropped. "But Brother Mu, this wall might hold against fire, but I'm afraid it won't stop the Xiongnu cavalry." Xiao Mu nodded, his gaze drifting toward the woods in the distance where a few tattered tents were barely visible, shelter for the scattered refugees taken in over the past 2 days. "Have you asked about the road to the inner city?" Wang Xiu's face darkened. She instinctively clenched her fist, her nails digging deep into her palm. "The garrison soldiers at the checkpoint slaughter refugees at night, beheading them to claim merit. My brother saw it with his own eyes while scouting. Over a dozen heads hung from trees by the roadside, all bearded, able-bodied men." Her clenched hands trembled. "Those soldiers are crueler than bandits. They claim it's to prevent spies, but really they're trading refugees' heads for military honor." Xiao Mu's heart jolted. "Wang City? What's happening there now?" His voice shook. Wang Xiu's eyes suddenly reddened, and she wiped her face with her hand. "They're still holding out. The Wang battalion has been reduced from several thousand to just over 100 men. The Xiao Mu send envoys to demand surrender every day, and every time, they're driven back with arrows. She abruptly turned and pointed east. Brother Mu, why do you suppose the sons of our great Wu suffer such bitter fates? They defended Yong Pass, then Wang City, then the inner city. But where are the officials in all this? In the distance, the cry of a child rang out, some child having fallen in the threshing ground. Xiao Mu closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze was steady. Sister Xiao, notify everyone. From tonight, we take turns on sentry duty. No matter what, Stone Village must not fall into chaos. At around 3 in the afternoon, Wang Air returned on horseback. The dust kicked up by his horse's hooves was thick with the stench of blood. Wang City has fallen. He dismounted in one motion and pulled out half a blood-stained token from his chest. Commander Chen told me to deliver this message before he died. Hold Stone Village. He still wants to drink the wine we brewed. Don't let the flame of Great Wu be extinguished. The final stroke of the character Wang on the token had been sheared off like an unfinished deathbed decree. Xiao Mu took the token and felt the uneven engravings on its back. Commander Chen's customary abbreviated mark for kill. Hearing this, the surrounding villagers burst into tears. A Tao clutched half a flat cake, the silver lock around her neck glinting faintly, but she could no longer smile. Stop crying. Wang Xiao suddenly bellowed, slamming her spear heavily into the ground, startling the sparrows into fluttering away. Will crying stop? The Xiao knew. She turned to Xiao Mu, a fierce light burning in her eyes. Brother Mu, tell us what to do. We'll all follow you. Xiao Mu clenched the token, his nails nearly digging into his palm. He looked toward the distant inner city. The official road was packed with refugees writhing like a gray serpent stretching for over 10 li. The setting sun stretched the crowd's shadows into long, distorted shapes. Occasional cries of children and wails of women mingled with the neighing of horses, weaving into a web of despair. The Xiongnu vanguard numbers at most 100. Xiao Mu's voice sank like a piece of sun-dried cowhide. We hold for one night, gather enough military merit, and earn the right to enter the inner city. Even if we die. His gaze swept over Yuner Su Jin Ruaju and settled on Wang Xiao's bandaged shoulder. We die on our own land. We must not let future generations call us deserters. Hold the village. Wang Xiao slammed her spear into the ground, the candle flame inside the lantern swaying, but refusing to go out. Hold the village. Taida gripped his hoe tightly, the red lacquer of the character kill carved into the wooden handle dripping, staining the yellow earth. Manager Wan untied his money pouch from his waist and emptied out his last few copper coins. Trade these for food. Give the lads something in their bellies. Just after midnight, the watchtower raised a smoke signal. Xiao Mu stood atop the archery tower, holding Tai Da's bow. 3 arrows knocked on the string. He watched as more than 20 Xiongnu light cavalry came thundering through the shattered moonlight. Their wolf-head leather helmets loomed grotesque in the darkness, and from the leather pouches slung at their horses' sides peeked several tufts of Han Chinese hair. Loose! Wang Xiao's shout tore through the night. Hundreds of bamboo arrows left their strings at once, the sound of their flight like the north wind in winter. The front row of Xiongnu riders toppled from their saddles, their war horses screaming and charging into the wheat field, trampling a large swath of young shoots. Xiao Mu gripped the flint lighter at his waist and heard Yuners breathing behind him. She stood just 3 paces away, clutching an earthen jar filled with fire oil. Condensation beaded on the jar's surface, dripping onto her shoe and seeping into a dark stain. Ignite! The instant the flames erupted, the old locust tree at the village entrance burst apart with a thunderous roar. The gunpowder buried beneath it hurled a wall of earth over 10 feet high, while splinters and sparks rained down upon the enemy. The Xiongnu warhorses reared up in panic, throwing their riders onto the burning caltrops. Xiao Mu watched the rider in the wolf-head helmet writhe in the flames. His curved blade flew from his hand and embedded itself in the earthen wall 5 paces away, the wolf-head totem on the hilt, made fearsome by the firelight. Suddenly, a surviving rider charged the watchtower with his blade raised. Xiao Mu dodged hastily, but lost his balance and crashed to the ground. At the critical moment, Wang Xiao lunged forward and parried the saber with her spear, but another rider's blade slashed across her left shoulder. Blood instantly soaked through her rough cotton tunic. She staggered and swept her spear, but in a wide arc, knocking a third rider from his horse. But she herself dropped to one knee, driving the spear deep into the wooden planks to hold herself up. Xiao Mu snatched a short blade from the ground and stabbed the rider who had nearly killed him, blood splattering across his face. He turned and saw the wound on Wang Xiao's left shoulder, gaping open, the flesh peeled back to reveal a flash of white bone. But she gritted her teeth, drew the dagger from her waist, and hurled it at the wolf-head rider struggling to rise. It struck him square in the chest. Do we have any fire oil left? Wang Xiao gasped, raising her head to look at the Xiongnu cavalry reforming in the distance. Yuner rushed over her, knee scraping against a broken shard of the clay jar, without her even noticing. She shoved the last jar of fire oil toward Xiao Mu. Husband ignited. In the early hours of dawn, the smoke of gunpowder had not yet dispersed. Xiao Mu helped Wang Xiao sit down and wrapped her shoulder tightly with strips of cloth, but blood still seeped through his fingers. Her eyes were shut tight, her face pale as paper, but her breathing was still faint. A chunk of her left shoulder blade had been shaved off by the blade, a mercy that her heart and lungs had been spared. Xiao, wake up. Wang Er burst into the watchtower, his bow clattering to the floor. He threw himself beside Wang Xiao and grabbed her bloodstained hand. Your brother is here, don't scare me. Wang Xiao's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Wang Er's tear-streaked face and suddenly smiled, her voice weak but clear. Brother. Why cry? I'm fine, aren't I? The old village chief hurried over with his medicine box, muttering as he took out the healing salve. This girl's life is harder than iron. Anyone else would have passed out from the pain long ago. Wang Xiao tried to laugh, but the movement pulled at her wound and made her inhale sharply. Village chief. Your medicine hurts worse than a Xiao Mu blade. Xiao Mu turned to Yuner and said, cook some millet porridge to build up her strength. Then he instructed Su Jin, bring my quilt and put it under her. Wang Er suddenly remembered something. He pulled a cloth bundle from his chest containing half a hard flat cake. Xiao, this is the flat cake you gave me yesterday. I couldn't bring myself to eat it. Wang Xiao shook her head and gently patted Wang Er's hand with her uninjured one, saying nothing. She turned to Xiao Mu. Brother Mu, the Xiao Nu will come again. We need to reinforce the defenses before dawn. Xiao Mu nodded and took her hand. Don't worry. I've already sent Lu Shi to set up traps. You just focus on recovering. Stone Village will be safe. By mid-morning, Stone Village's tattered banner snapped in the morning breeze. Xiao Mu stood at the village entrance holding Wang Xiao's spear while the villagers worked silently behind him. Wang Er sat on the steps outside Wang Xiao's room, weaving a thin cord from a lock of her hair. She had said she wanted it made into a bracelet. Su Jin walked over with Raju, who was carrying some food, and gently placed it beside Wang Xiao's spear. In the wheat field beyond, several tender sprouts were pushing up through the scorched earth, unfurling their leaves in the sunlight. That was land scorched by war, giving birth to new hope. Husband, Yuner said softly, today's sunrise is truly bright. Xiao Mu looked up. A crimson sun was bursting forth, dyeing the clouds a magnificent gold red. Its light fell upon Wang Xiao's spear, upon the scar on Xiao Mu's back, upon the calluses in Yuner's palms, like a flowing painting. In that painting there was blood, there were tears, yet there was a light that would never be extinguished. Wang Xiao's voice came from inside the house, weak, yet carrying a fierce grit. Brother, polish my spear. Once I'm healed, I'll be the first to take a Xiao Nu head. Wang Er nodded firmly, wiped away his tears and stood. Xiao Mu looked at everything before him, and suddenly recalled those words, dawn has broken. Oh, from now on there is hope for better days. Yes. As long as someone is still willing to grip their weapon, willing to fight to stay alive, then in this chaotic age there will always be hope worth protecting. In the morning wind, Stone Village's tattered banner rose again, snapping loudly beneath the red sun, like a flag that would never fall. The wind, laden with yellow sand, swept past the village entrance, making the withered grass on the rammed earth walls tremble. Xiao Mu's palms gripping the crossbow were slick with sweat, his knuckles white. The mountain path curled indistinctly into the twilight. His gaze remained fixed on that direction, while the echo of the gong still rang in his ears. 3 short beats, and one long, the signal of a Xiao Nu raid. They came too fast, Xiao Mu muttered under his breath. At 23 he was lean but broad-shouldered, his blue robe concealing muscles forged by years of hard labor. This was a hand meant for the writing brush, yet now it rested with practiced ease on the crossbow's trigger fingertips, tracing the character Xiao carved into the stock. Weren't they still far away? Lu Shi gasped for breath, the plain saber in his hand flashing faint glints. A few years older than Xiao Mu, his arms were covered in saber scars. He had retired from the army years ago. A half-eaten hard cake hung at his waist, and his trouser cuffs were stained with freshly turned earth. Xiao Mu remained silent. His heartbeat thundered in his ears like war drums. He remembered the horrors he had witnessed in Wangqing days earlier. The Xiao Nu wolf banner fluttering atop the city walls, corpses piled in the streets, the cries of infants mingling with the stench of blood. A whistling arrow tore through the sky with a sharp shriek, startling the birds in the woods. Xiao Mu jerked his head up and saw dust rising at the end of the mountain path, where a mounted figure emerged. The rider wore a snow-white robe, glaringly conspicuous in the twilight, followed by a dozen horsemen, whose armor gleamed coldly in the dying sunlight. Since when do the Xiao Nu dress like this? Xiao Mu frowned, sensing something amiss. Every Xiao Nu he had ever seen wore animal hides and felt caps. Never such elegant attire. He narrowed his eyes and noticed a mutton-fat jade pendant at the rider's waist, and the man rode an excellent horse. Don't panic. Old village chief Tai Wu, his back hunched, climbed onto the wall, the tobacco pouch at his waist swaying. He squinted down through cloudy eyes, then suddenly slapped his thigh, nearly startling Xiao Mu's crossbow into firing. Wrong. Put down your bows and arrows. That is a nobleman. A nobleman. Xiao Mu froze. Old village chief leaned out, half his body wrinkles blooming into a smile. Young Master Ji. It's me, Tai Wu. The one who followed the old marquis and took an arrow for you in the ranks. The white-robed young man below yanked hard on the reins, the horse's forelegs rearing high. He dismounted swiftly, the jade pendant clinking around his waist. Uncle Tai, is it really you? Only then did Xiao Mu get a clear look at the newcomer, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a straight nose, and a faint scar running from his right brows into his cheekbone. The guards behind him were clad in black martial robes, long sabers at their waists, standing rigidly. The veins bulging through the gaps in their armor marked them as battle-hardened veterans. Mu, this is young Master Ji. He saved our village back then, and he's the one who helped get those documents you needed. Old village chief tugged Xiao Mu's sleeve, lowering his voice. Xiao Mu's heart jolted. Back then he had just arrived needing documents for forming a militia and for brewing wine and making sugar. It was the village chief who had made trip after trip to town to secure them. Only today did he finally meet the benefactor in person. Honored to meet you, young master. Xiao Mu lowered the crossbow and made a respectful bow. He noticed that the guards behind Ji Huai had put away their bows, but their hands still rested on their sword hilts, eyes sweeping the surroundings like hawks. The undergarments beneath their armor were embroidered with golden cloud patterns, a display reserved for noble retainers. Ji Huai strode forward and made a gesture of support. No need for such formalities, Hero Xiao. I've long heard Uncle Tai speak of your tiger shooting feat. Seeing you today, your bearing indeed lives up to his words. His voice was deep and pleasing, tinged with a smile. Yet Xiao Mu felt a blade hidden beneath that smile. Other villages upon hearing of the Xiongnu either collapse in terror or flee in disarray. Yours is the first I've seen that stands ready with blades and crossbows to face the enemy. Xiao Mu let out a dry chuckle. He glanced to the side, himself holding the crossbow in ready stance, Wang Er and Lu Shi gripping their sabers, nearby villagers clutching wooden spears ranked beneath the wall, a posture forged through several bloody calamities. You may not know, young master, but we just fled back from Wangqing. It was horrific there. Xiao Mu's mind worked quickly, and he seized upon an excuse. Ji Huai's face showed distress, then he probed. Have you considered that defying them so stubbornly will provoke the Xiongnu? Fear. Xiao Mu thumped his chest and straightened his back. Who isn't afraid of death? But even if I die, I'd rather die before the ranks than be some lamb for the slaughter. Kill one and I break, even kill two and I profit. This world is a grand stage, and every man a player. The panic he'd felt on the wall moments ago was shelved for now. All he had to do was play the part of one who welcomes death. Suddenly a shout came from the distance. Husband. Xiao Mu turned. Yun'er came running, a cleaver in her hand, bits of straw still clinging to her hair. Meng Meng followed behind, clutching a wooden staff, her cheeks flushed, a mini crossbow made by Xiao Mu hanging at her waist. Most alarming of all was Wang Xiao. Wounded as she was, she still dragged a plain saber and hobbled over the blood from her bandages, staining her lapels a dark red. Yun'er, don't come over. Xiao Mu cried out, instinctively shielding Ji Huai. The guards behind Ji Huai drew their sabers in a flash, the cold gleam making everyone's faces turn pale. Misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Old village chief waved his hands urgently, nearly dropping his tobacco pouch. These are Mu's family. Yun'er skidded to a halt, the cleaver clattering to the ground. She stared at the ring of armored soldiers' chest, heaving violently, fingers clutching her skirt. I am sorry. We thought. Ji Huai raised a hand, signaling the guards to withdraw, and burst into laughter. Excellent. A talented man and a beautiful woman indeed. Even Hero Zhao's family shows such courage. He turned to Xiao Mu, approval in his eyes. Just now atop the wall with your crossbow, you truly looked like one who could hold a pass against an army. Xiao Mu smiled wryly. In truth, his palms had long been soaked with sweat. Had the village chief not recognized them in time, he might well have caused a disaster. He stole a glance at Ji Huai's mount. Hanging on either side of the horse's belly were leather quivers, their edges embroidered with golden tiger head patterns, an emblem reserved for military commanders. The group exchanged pleasantries as they walked into the village. Xiao Mu lingered at the rear, his eyes sweeping over the guard's armor. The style was archaic, but the pauldrons and breastplates bore obvious mended marks. Within the gashes left by sword and axe lingered dark red stains, the blood of the battlefield. He suddenly recalled that when Wangqing fell, refugees spoke of a mysterious army that had sparred with the Xiongnu for days north of the city, its leader riding a white horse and wearing a jade pendant. Mr. Xiao. Ji Huai's voice cut through his thoughts. Xiao Mu looked up to see him standing before his own straw shed, staring at the spinning wheel within. This is... Ji Huai raised an eyebrow. The guard beside him, Li Wu, suddenly let out an exclamation. The scar-faced man rushed forward in great strides, his rough hand gently stroking the spinning wheel's handle, an odd light gleaming in his eyes. Marquis. This spinning wheel has 5 spindles, and it's foot-pedaled. Xiao Mu was taken aback. He had expected soldiers to care only about weapons, never imagining a rough man could discern the workings of a spinning wheel. Li Wu's fingers traced the spindles, his Adam's apple bobbing. He suddenly turned to Ji Huai and cupped his fists. Marquis, this one wishes to try. Ji Huai nodded. Li Wu swiftly unbuckled his saber and placed it on the ground, then sat cross-legged before the spinning wheel, without even removing his armor. The 9-foot giant, now as careful as a child, gently pressed the pedal and guided the hemp thread onto the spindle. The pedal turned and 5 strands of hemp gradually twisted into even rope at a speed several times that of an ordinary spinning wheel. By the heavens! Li Wu's voice trembled, the scars on his face reddening with emotion. When I was a lad, I watched my mother spin thread. She'd slave away under a single oil lamp till dawn and produce but a few ounces of hemp thread. If she'd had this will, her hands wouldn't have cracked and run with pus and blood. He suddenly fell silent, staring at the thread in his hands, his shoulders trembling faintly. Ji Huai's gaze shifted from Li Wu's back to Xiao Mu. He walked around to the rear of the spinning wheel, examining the gear structure closely, his fingers tracing the mortise and tenon joints. Seamlessly fitted, not the slightest play. Sir, you are not only a tiger-slaying hero, but also a master craftsman. Ji Huai turned a new gravity in his eyes. Might you be willing to part with this spinning wheel, eh? It's merely a trifle my wife uses, Xiao Mu said impassively. If you like it, Marquis, I could have my wife craft another and deliver it to your residence. He emphasized the word wife deliberately, his gaze sweeping to the jade pendant at Ji Huai's waist. A piece of mutton fat white jade with a crescent-shaped notch at its edge, as if struck by a blade. Ji Huai caught the refusal and let out a chuckle, changing tack. Just now at the village entrance I noticed your crossbow seemed remarkably ingenious. Might I have a look? Xiao Mu sighed in relief, unhooked the crossbow from his waist, and handed it over. The bow was about 2 feet long, its body of sandalwood with a bronze trigger carved with floral patterns and dense markings inscribed on the windlass. He had modified it based on the pulley principles from his past life physics classes. 5 rotations of the windlass made drawing the string effortless, saving 70% of the strength required by a traditional crossbow. Ji Huai took the crossbow, deftly inspecting the string and trigger, then suddenly pointed to a locust tree a dozen paces away. That sparrow in the tree. Have you ever tested your range, sir? Before Xiao Mu could answer, Meng Meng eagerly spoke up. Of course I have. I even hit a wild hare 30 paces away. She shook the mini crossbow at her waist, eyes sparkling. If you don't believe me, young Master Ji, I'll show you. Meng Meng, don't be rude. Yin'er hastily scolded. Ji Huai raised a hand to stop her. It's worth a try. If the young lady hits it, this jade pendant is yours. He unfastened the jade pendant and tossed it to Meng Meng. Her eyes lit up, she caught it and tucked it into her bosom, then nocked an arrow and took aim with practiced ease. She was small, having to rise on her tiptoes to see over the wall, her ponytail swaying gently with each breath. With a sharp whistle, the arrow pierced the air. The sparrow, startled, tried to flee, but was a moment too slow. The arrowhead grazed its tail feathers, sending a few bits of down drifting. The sparrow wobbled a few flaps and tumbled into the grass. Excellent. Ji Huai applauded in admiration. Taking the windlass Xiao Mu handed him, he personally demonstrated drawing the string. A common crossbow needs 2 men working together to string it. Your design allows a single man to operate it, nearly doubling the rate of fire. If it could be mass-produced. He paused abruptly, his fingers tracing the character Mu engraved on the crossbow, his gaze burning into Xiao Mu. Old village chief coughed twice and interjected, You've traveled far, young master. You must be tired. Why not go to Mu's place first and have a bowl of millet porridge? He emphasized the words millet porridge deliberately. Ji Huai gave a faint smile. I'll be intruding then. In Xiao Mu's small courtyard, an oil lamp flickered in the draft that passed through. Yun'er brought an earthen bowl, the millet porridge within steaming, topped with a few specks of scallion. It was the last sack of grain in the house, everything else had already been loaded onto the cart at Xiao Mu's instructions. Ji Huai accepted the bowl. His fingertips touched the chip on its rim, a flicker passing through his eyes, yet he casually blew the steam and took a slow sip. Does sir know why Wangqing fell? Ji Huai suddenly spoke, his voice low. He set down the empty bowl, fingers tapping lightly on the table. Not because the Xiongnu were too strong, but because 7 out of every 10 crossbows in the city's garrison couldn't even have their strings drawn. Xiao Mu's heart tightened as he met Ji Huai's eyes. Half of Ji Huai's face was hidden in shadow, only that scar glowing faintly red in the firelight. I've studied your crossbow design. If the windlass mechanism could be simplified by 30% and the bowstring replaced with ox sinew mixed with fish bladder glue, it would not only lower the cost, but also let an ordinary soldier learn to operate it within half an incense stick's time. You are so familiar with weaponry, Marquis. You must have served in the military. Xiao Mu countered impassively. He noticed that Ji Huai's nails were neatly trimmed, yet there were calluses on his palms, worn by years of gripping reins and blades. Ji Huai smiled, ignoring the question, and turned his gaze to the spinning wheel in the shed. Li Wu says this wheel is 5 times faster than ordinary ones. I've done the math. If 10 were placed in every county in town, they could yield tens of thousands of bolts of hemp cloth extra each year. Hemp cloth can make clothing, make armor, be twisted into ropes for siege. He stopped abruptly, staring at Xiao Mu. Are you not curious why I, at the moment of the Xiongnu breaching the city, brought my personal guards to this remote backwater? From outside the window came the cry of a night owl, each call more unsettling than the last. Cold sweat beaded on Xiao Mu's back, yet he kept a respectful face. I would be honored to hear. Ji Huai drew a rolled sheepskin map from his sleeve and spread it on the table with a snap. Beneath the oil lamp, several red dots marked in cinnabar stood out, one directly over the location of Shur village. The great Wu dynasty is beset by internal strife and external threats. At court, the eunuch Zhao Zhong commands the imperial guard. In the countryside, famines are unending, and the Xiongnu are stirring restlessly along the borders. His fingertip traced the characters Wangqing on the map. Months ago, Zhao Zhong's secret envoy passed through here with dozens of carts of treasure, claiming to be going to the Xiongnu camp for peace through marriage. Peace through marriage. Yuner gasped, the wooden ladle dropping into the pot. But the Xiongnu abducted the princess just last year. Peace through marriage, my foot. All he wanted was to use the Xiongnu's hand to eliminate his rivals. Ji Huai sneered, the scar on his face twisting with his expression. Zhao Zhong wanted me dead beneath Xiongnu blades, unaware that I had long planted eyes and watching. He suddenly reached out and gripped Xiao Mu's wrist with startling strength. That tiger you shot, I had it investigated. It was the hunting beast of the Xiongnu's left-worthy king. The scouts that were spotted around Daqing Mountain were looking for it. You deprived the left-worthy king of his beloved beast. Now the entire Xiongnu camp has placed a bounty on your head. Xiao Mu's wrist ached fiercely, but he did not struggle, his gaze calm. So the Marquis has come to lead me away from disaster. With a snap, Ji Huai released his grip and drew a token from his bosom, slapping it onto the table. The bronze token bore the character Ji in its center, surrounded by dense small script. The Imperial Guard token bestowed by the founding emperor of Great Wu, entitling its holder to mobilize the garrisons of 3 neighboring commanderies. Xiao Mu's pupils contracted. I intend to rebel, Ji Huai stated bluntly. Zhao Zhong has seized the reins of government. The emperor is a mere puppet, and this dynasty is rotted to its very roots. A man of your talent. Isn't it a waste to be buried in a mountain village? He lowered his voice. I investigated your background. Your father was once the chief steward of the palace workshop. He was framed and killed by Zhao Zhong for improving the repeating crossbow. Don't you want to avenge your father? These words struck Xiao Mu's heart like a sledgehammer. In the body's memories, the image of his father coughing blood on his deathbed suddenly resurfaced with clarity. The unfinished repeating crossbow diagram still lay hidden in the secret compartment beneath the bed. He took a deep breath, catching the smell of tung oil from the burning lamp mixed with the faint agarwood fragrance on Ji Huai, which unexpectedly reminded him of the chemical reagents in his past life laboratory, equally dangerous, yet equally alluring. No need to answer right away, sir. Ji Huai rose, his cape sweeping in an arc behind him. I will camp at Luoma Slope outside the village tomorrow for a day. If you make up your mind, come find me with your family. He reached the door, then turned back. Oh, about that sparrow, I had it examined. There was poison on the arrowhead. Sir's crossbow bolts are quite effective against wolves, tigers, and men alike. The door creaked shut. The oil lamp suddenly sputtered, casting Xiao Mu's shadow onto the wall like a stiff, rigid puppet. Yuner trembled and threw herself into his arms, her voice choked with tears. Husband, they're forcing us to choose sides. Meng Meng clutched the jade pendant and suddenly spoke. I don't think young Master Ji is a bad man. Look at the jade he gave me. It's carved with an auspicious beast holding a lingji, a pattern of blessing. She knew nothing of court intrigues, only remembered the way the man had gallantly gifted her the jade. Xiao Mu said nothing, reaching into his bosom to draw out a crossbow part. The gear he had just improved that morning, forged from fine iron salvage from the ruins of Wanqing. He remembered the tiger head patterns on the armor of Ji Huai's guards, identical to the mark his father had drawn on the diagrams years ago. The night deepened, and the intermittent howls of wolves drifted from afar. Xiao Mu lay on the heated brick bed, listening to the steady breathing of those beside him, but sleep would not come. He quietly rose, groped under the bed for the wooden chest, and took out the yellowed scroll of diagrams. By the dim firelight, the repeating crossbow's structural diagram was clearly visible. A small tiger head was painted near the bow arm, exactly matching the insignia on Ji Huai's token. Father, what exactly did you get tangled up in back then? He murmured to himself, his fingertip tracing a spot on the diagram where the ink had bled. There faintly visible were 3 characters, Tiger Fong Guard. He recalled Ji Huai's mention of ox sinew and fish bladder glue, a bowstring improvement formula recorded in his father's notes. No outsider could have known it except core members of the palace workshop. From outside the window came the sound of faint footsteps. Xiao Mu abruptly blew out the oil lamp and rolled behind the door. Moonlight filtered through the window paper, casting the shadow of a figure creeping stealthily toward the shed. He drew out his sleeve arrow and was about to loose it when he heard the man sigh softly. Li Wu, this is all the ambition you will ever have. Sneaking out in the dead of night just to look at the spinning wheel. It was Li Wu, Ji Huai's personal guard. Xiao Mu let out a breath, but then saw the man draw a piece of cloth from his bosom and gently drape it over the spinning wheel, as if afraid it might catch cold. In the moonlight, the stitches on the cloth were clearly visible, embroidered with a crooked little flower. Mother, if only you could see this spinning wheel. Li Wu's voice was so low it sounded like talking to himself. Back then you said that once we had saved enough money you would find me a wife who could spin thread. Now I have a wife, but she cannot even hold a spindle steady. He suddenly raised a hand and wiped his face, then turned and walked away. The clatter of armor faded into the night. Xiao Mu slid down the wall until he sat on the ground, his heart churning with mixed emotions. He remembered the look in Ji Huai's eyes when he examined the spinning wheel earlier that day. It was not a nobleman's idle curiosity for a novel toy, but the appraisal of a man of power sizing up strategic resources. A crossbow bolt can kill, a spinning wheel can enrich a nation. And he now stood at a crossroads that could change his fate. As dawn approached, Xiao Mu finally made up his mind. He woke Yuner and lit the oil lamp. Ruaju came in, rubbing her eyes, still clutching that jade pendant. The moment she saw Xiao Mu, her eyes went wide. Husband, what are you? Go tell the village head to take everyone into the rear mountains to hide. Xiao Mu interrupted her, his voice calm. I am going to Luoma Slope to see Ji Huai. Some matters ought to be settled once and for all. Yuner suddenly grabbed his wrist, her fingertips icy. What if I say I do not want you to go? She looked up at him, the lamplight reflected in her eyes. We could leave tonight, find some random town in the south, open a small private school, and live a quiet life. And the villagers? Xiao Mu said softly, if the Xiongnu come, without crossbows and spinning wheels, what will they have to survive on? He gently pulled Yuner's hand away. Father died under suspicious circumstances back then. I do not want all his hard work to rot away in a wooden chest. He touched the crossbow at his waist. Ji Huai already knows I improved the crossbow. Even if we fled to the ends of the earth, Zhao Zhong's secret agents would never let us go. Ruaju suddenly raised the jade pendant and announced, I support you, husband. Young Master Ji said his army has many orphans. If we could teach them all. Her eyes sparkled in the morning light like two black grapes. Xiao Mu smiled and reached out to ruffle her hair. Outside the window, the morning star was fading and the eastern sky was turning a pale, fish-belly white. Xiao Mu threw on his coarse cloth robe, hid the crossbow beneath his lapel, and turned toward the door. There his battlefield was only just beginning. Luoma Slope lay 10 li east of Shur village, named for its steep terrain where horses often fell to their deaths. When Xiao Mu arrived, Ji Huai was leaning against a massive boulder, polishing his sword. The sunlight fell across his shoulders, making the dark crab-apple pattern on his cloak clearly visible. Behind him, more than 20 riders sat ready to move. The war horses were all bit muzzled and their hooves wrapped in cloth, so there was not a sound. I knew you would come, master. Without looking up, Ji Huai traced a cold gleam along the blade in the sunlight. Last night, Li Wu said the lamp in your room stayed lit all night. Shopkeeper Xiao, you really do have a stubborn streak. Xiao Mu stopped mid-step. Marquis, you have even investigated this. Your father Xiaoming Yuan worked with the Imperial Workshop 10 years ago to develop crossbows. Because he refused to bribe Zhao Zhong, he was falsely accused of colluding with the enemy. Ji Huai sheathed his sword, a trace of regret in his voice. I once caught a glimpse of the repeating crossbow blueprints he designed. It was only one step short of completion. Such a pity. So the Marquis wants me to finish what my father left undone. Xiao Mu looked straight at him. Use repeating crossbows against the Xiongnu, use spinning wheels to amass money and grain, and in the end. He trailed off, his gaze sweeping over the token at Ji Huai's waist. Clever people save themselves a great deal of breath. Ji Huai chuckled and waved for Li Wu to bring over a black horse. This is a tribute blood-sweating steed from Dayuan named Treading Snow. If you agree to lend your aid, master, this horse is yours. Xiao Mu looked at the fine steed, black all over with 4 snow-white hooves, and remembered his father clutching his hand on his deathbed. Son, do not touch the artisan's craft anymore. It is too dangerous. At that moment, the horse pawed the earth impatiently, and the kicked-up dust settled on his shoes. I have 3 conditions. Xiao Mu spoke, his voice calmer than he had expected. First, when the Xiongnu invade, the villagers must be moved into the inner city. Second, no innocent blood may be spilled, especially among unarmed civilians. Third, I will take personal charge, and no one may interfere. Ji Huai raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes. Do you realize, master, that the spinning wheel technology alone could fill our coffers to overflowing? And yet you would give it to the people for nothing. When food and clothing are sufficient, honor and shame become clear. Xiao Mu recalled the sight of village elders gnawing tree bark in hunger. Only when the people have food to eat and clothes to wear will they follow you, Marquis. Otherwise, he did not finish. Ji Huai was silent for a moment, then burst out laughing at the sky. Excellent. Shopkeeper Xiao, you truly are a talent of great caliber. Your father was just as stubborn back then. He would rather lose his head than bow to the powerful. He extended his hand, palm up. Deal. I, Ji Huai, swear before heaven, if I break this pact, may I suffer heaven's retribution. A mountain wind swept past, stirring a sky full of yellow dust. Xiao Mu looked at the flickering firelight in Ji Huai's eyes and thought of the cloth embroidered with a small flower Li Wu had draped over the spinning wheel the night before. At last he reached out and clasped the other man's hand. A gentleman's word. A team of 4 horses cannot overtake it. Ji Huai squeezed his hand firmly, the scar glowing red in the sunlight. From today you are the chief artisan of my Tiger Fawn Guard. When the great work is accomplished, I will petition His Majesty to clear your father's name. The words had barely left his lips when the urgent sound of hoofbeats came from the distance. A scout galloped up and tumbled from his saddle before Ji Huai. Report. A Xiongnu scouting party is heading toward Luoma Slope, about 30 riders. They come at just the right time. A cold smile curled at the corner of Ji Huai's mouth. You have just arrived, master. Why not show us what you can do? Let my brothers see just how capable shopkeeper Xiao is. Xiao Mu nodded and took a miniature crossbow from his robe, no bigger than the palm of a hand, yet able to pierce an ox bone within 10 paces. He mounted the horse in one motion. Treading Snow seemed to sense its master's battle intent. Its forehooves rose high, and it let out a long neigh. Husband, be careful. Yuner's voice drifted up from the slope, thick with tears. Xiao Mu turned and saw his wife riding over with Ruaju, who was waving a banner. Ambush! Ruaju shouted. I saw a glint in the woods to the east. It looks like armor. Ji Huai's face changed. He immediately waved his arm. All of you dismount and take cover. Li Wu take a few men to scout the east. Xiao Mu sharply hauled on the reins, and treading snow reared up onto its hind legs. He seized the moment to survey the terrain. Luoma's slope was V-shaped with steep hillsides on both sides. If the Xiongnu loosed arrows from above, they would have nowhere to hide. And the woods to the east that Ruoju had mentioned were exactly the vital choke point. Marquis, we need the high ground. Xiao Mu thought on his feet and pointed to the right slope. There is a protruding rock there. We can use it as an arrow platform. Ji Huai understood at once and waved for his guards to escort Xiao Mu up the hill. They had barely climbed onto the rock when the twang of bowstrings rose from below. The Xiongnu had indeed been lying in ambush in the woods. Dozens of riders fanned out in a wide arc. The man at their head wore a wolf head helmet, the same Xiongnu Deputy General Xiao Mu had seen outside Wenqing. Kill. The wolf-helmed Deputy General swung his saber, and the dust kicked up by the hooves blotted out the sky. Xiao Mu noticed several supply wagons mixed into the enemy cavalry column covered with oilcloth beneath, which angular outlines faintly showed. They looked like weapons. Master, this is your moment. Ji Huai handed him a powerful crossbow, his eyes filled with anticipation. Xiao Mu took a deep breath and aimed at the foremost Xiongnu rider. The instant the bolt left the string, he remembered what his father had told him while teaching him to make crossbows. Son, weapons are dead, but men are alive. Remember, what you hold is not a tool for killing. It is a shield to protect the people. With a dull thud, the arrowhead pierced the Xiongnu rider's throat. Blood splattered across the wolf head helmet like a blooming red flower. Xiao Mu swiftly turned the winch, drew the string, knocked an arrow, and loosed. All in one fluid motion. Beside him, Ji Huai's guards also drew their bows, and arrows rained down. The Xiongnu immediately fell into confusion. They are about to flee. Xiao Mu swapped in an armor-piercing arrow. Its head was triangular in cross-section, designed specifically to penetrate armor. He held his breath and aimed at the enemy's back. With a whistling shriek, the arrow tore through the air. The wolf-helmed Deputy General tumbled from his horse on the spot. His startled mount bolted and slammed headlong into a supply wagon. Excellent. Ji Huai cried out, a wild joy flashing in his eyes. Heaven is on my side. Master, you have rendered great service in this battle. Xiao Mu looked at the chaotic battlefield below and suddenly felt dizzy. Sweat mixed with blood in his palms, sticky enough to make him want to retch. Congratulations, Master. Ji Huai patted his shoulder and suddenly produced a small bottle from his robe. Put on some golden wound ointment. You scraped your hand coming up the hill. Only then did Xiao Mu notice the bloody scratch on his palm scraped against the rock at some point. He took the bottle and smelled a familiar scent of mugwort, the same smell he had caught in Wenqing. His stomach suddenly gave a rumble. He remembered the bag of dry rations Su Jin had tucked into his robe before he set out. There was still a hard flatbread inside, probably baked in the middle of the night. Marquis, he suddenly spoke up, can you send a few men to the village to help the old village head and the others move the spinning wheels to a safe place? Ji Huai was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Excellent. You are truly someone destined for great things. You understand both war and the people's livelihood. Li Wu, take men and see to it personally. Make sure Master Zhao's family and the villagers are all well protected. Yes, sir. Li Wu cupped his fist in salute. As he turned, Xiao Mu saw a small cloth bundle hanging at his waist. It looked like the piece of fabric embroidered with a small flower that had been draped over the spinning wheel the night before. The mountain wind picked up, scattering. The smoke cleared, carrying the distant fragrance of wheat fields. Xiao Mu stood upon the mountaintop watching Ji Huai directing his guards to clean the battlefield, when suddenly, he felt that though the burden on his shoulders was heavy, it was clearer than ever before. He touched the crossbow at his waist, then glanced at the bottle of golden wound medicine in his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. As night descended, wisps of cooking smoke rose above Stone Village. Xiao Mu led Takshu into the village, seeing Ruoju waving at him by the wall while Yun'er arranged a new spinning wheel before the thatched shed. At the third hour of the hour of Su, candlelight flickered within the ancestral hall. Ji Huai removed his cloak and spread it upon the cracked offering table, revealing the golden-lined brocade within, an intertwined lotus pattern visible only to imperial relatives. Xiao Mu pretended not to notice, lowering his head to draw the improved crossbow design on sheepskin parchment with charcoal pencil. Where the brush passed, the gear mechanisms grew increasingly clear. Master, are you aware why Zhao Zhong is so determined to have your father executed? Ji Huai suddenly spoke, tapping the bronze candlestick upon the offering table. The crossbow your father was developing could fire 2 arrows in succession, and Zhao Zhong, who was secretly colluding with the Xiongnu, feared nothing more than military advancement. Xiao Mu's hand holding the brush faltered. In his memories, the words his father repeated endlessly before his death, consecutive arrow firing, finally took shape. He raised his eyes to look at Ji Huai. The candlelight dancing in the latter's gaze reflected upon that scar, making it appear crimson. Since my lord knows the details, why did you not seek me out directly a few months ago? Xiao Mu set down the charcoal pencil, the ink spreading into a small shadow upon the paper. Ji Huai smiled faintly, drawing a secret report from his boot. A few months ago, I was exiled to Lingnan. While passing through Stone Village, I happened to hear the legend of the scholars slaying the tiger. I thought it merely rural folklore. It was not until half a month ago discovering this among the ruins of Wang City. He unfolded the secret report. Attached to it was half an arrowhead stained with blood, a three-edged armor-piercing design identical to the one he had improved. Xiao Mu's pupils contracted. That was the arrow he had shot at the Xiongnu left-wise king when hunting the tiger. So the gears of fate had been turning all along. Sudden hurried footsteps echoed from outside the ancestral hall. Li Wu burst through the door curtain, his armor still damp with night dew. My lord, we just received intelligence that Zhao Zhong has sent spies to the vicinity of Wang City. The target may be. He suddenly stopped, his gaze sweeping across Xiao Mu. Speak without hesitation. Ji Huai raised his hand in acknowledgement. Yes. Li Wu clasped his fist. The spy's target is the one who can reverse the war's outcome. According to our informant, the team is led by a limping old eunuch whose waist bears a bronze tortoise-inlaid golden turtle amulet. Xiao Mu finished, his voice low. He recalled how his father before imprisonment had mentioned that Zhao Zhong's confidant, Turtle Sir, frequently came to the arsenal demanding blueprints. That man's left leg had been crippled from an early punishment, making a clicking sound when walking. Ji Huai and Li Wu exchanged glances. The latter's hand moved to his sword hilt, about to stride out, when Ji Huai stopped him with a raised hand. Master, are you aware that Turtle Sir's visit besides killing you has another purpose? He retrieved an oil paper packet from beneath the offering table containing half a moldy millet cake. This was found on a Xiongnu scout's corpse this morning. The cake was mixed with millet and wheat bran. Xiao Mu frowned. The Xiongnu primarily subsist on meat. Why would they carry wheat bran? Because they need it to feed their horses. Ji Huai pushed the millet cake toward him. 300 li north of Wang City lies grassland that should be lush with water and vegetation. Yet this year's spring drought has withered the grazing grass. Even the Xiongnu warhorses must rely on wheat bran to survive. My lord, if at this moment we were to burn all the remaining grasslands, Xiao Mu completed, his heart surging with enormous waves. This strategy was too ruthless. Without grazing land, the Xiongnu cavalry could not wage prolonged battles. They would only have to plunder more distant cities, while Ji Huai could seize the opportunity to set ambushes along their retreat routes. Yet this measure would also deprive border civilians of grassland for herding, severing their livelihood. Ji Huai stared at his expression, then suddenly smiled lightly. Does the master perhaps find this too cruel? But upon the battlefield, mercy toward enemies constitutes massacre of one's own people. Had your father been ruthless enough to burn the crossbow blueprints back, then he would not have. Enough. Xiao Mu leapt to his feet, the chair scraping harshly against the blue bricks. My lord, grant me one night to consider. He seized the blueprints and stuffed them into his chest, then strode out of the ancestral hall. The night wind made his eye sockets ache with bitterness. Should these truly be used to create more killing? Beyond the village, a stream murmured along. Xiao Mu sat beneath the locust tree, drawing out the wooden figurine from his chest. Moonlight fell upon the wood carving. He recalled his father's words. Would boy, a craftsman must be like this ancient tree, roots planted deep so that branches and leaves may shelter the people. Husband. Ruaju's voice came from behind. She carried a cotton robe, gently draping it over his shoulders. I heard the conversation in the ancestral hall just now. Xiao Mu reached out and drew Ruaju's slender shoulder toward him, catching the wormwood fragrance Yun'er had perfumed the robe with. In the distance, Ji Huai's guards were teaching the villagers to use simple crossbows. Firelight illuminated honest faces. When someone struck the target, cheers erupted, startling roosting birds from the trees. Ruaju, why do people wage war? He asked softly. Because someone wants to take what belongs to others. She considered, then added, but if we possess something stronger, they would not dare to take it. Like the crossbows you craft, and the spinning wheels which enable everyone to eat their fill, dress warmly, yet also protect themselves. Xiao Mu froze. Ruaju's words were like a beam of light illuminating the mist in his heart. His father had developed the consecutive firing crossbow not for killing, but to end conflict. Improving the spinning wheel was not for the wealth of the powerful, but so the common people could have garments to wear. He recalled the cloth Li Wu had draped over the spinning wheel, that was longing for his mother, also yearning for an ordinary life. Let us return. He rose, pressing the wooden figurine into Ruaju's palm. Tomorrow morning, we shall go see Lord Ji. Within the ancestral hall, Ji Huai was contemplating the map. Candle tears had already piled into small mounds. Upon hearing footsteps, he did not lift his head. Has the master reached a conclusion? I will help you improve the crossbow and teach your people to manufacture spinning wheels. Xiao Mu spread the blueprints upon the table. But there is one condition. After the war, border markets must be established, permitting commoners to trade grain and cloth for Xiongnu warhorses and pelts. Ji Huai raised an eyebrow. Does the master intend to conduct peaceful commerce? Sheathing weapons constitutes martial prowess. Xiao Mu met his gaze directly. My lord, if you aspire to claim the realm, you must win the people's hearts. Border markets can enrich the populace while causing the Xiongnu to lay down their weapons. Why would one not embrace this? Ji Huai fell silent for a long while, then suddenly reached out and grasped Xiao Mu's wrist. The pressure was much gentler than the previous night. Master, are you aware that what you have just described aligns precisely with my master's grand vision? Shoo. Xiao Mu urgently pressed his hand, gaze sweeping toward the door. At some point a shadow had appeared within the darkness outside the ancestral hall, furtively peering through the window crack. Cold light flashed in Ji Huai's eyes. His right hand had already pressed against his sword hilt. Yet Xiao Mu gently shook his head, producing a sleeved dart from his sleeve. This was his improved concealed crossbow, its arrow tail wrapped in cotton, producing virtually no sound when fired. A soft whoosh rang out. The sleeve dart pierced the air, striking precisely the spy's throat. The figure swayed, then thudded to the ground. The bronze tortoise-inlaid golden turtle amulet at his waist gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Li Wu rushed in at the sound, immediately crouching to examine the corpse. Seems to be Turtle Sir's close associate. It appears they truly have set their sights on the master. Ji Huai approached the corpse, kicking away the tightly clutched paper ball. Xiao Mu picked it up. 6 characters written in cinnabar: kill the craftsman, destroy the artifacts, burn the village. The calligraphy was savage and ferocious, the final stroke dragging into a long bloodstain like a death struggle. The master has been startled. Ji Huai turned suddenly, making a solemn bow. From this day forth my guards shall divide into 2 teams. One shall accompany you, the other shall guard the villagers. Should any mishap occur, blame rests with me alone. Xiao Mu helped him rise. He noticed that the candle flame upon the offering table had suddenly burst into a spark, illuminating the hall as bright as day. He recalled Ruaju's words about stronger things, and suddenly understood true strength does not lie in making others fear you, but in making them dare not act rashly. Like an ancient tree, roots deeply planted in the earth so that branches and leaves may withstand the violent wind. We should not delay. We shall travel through the night. Ji Huai waved to summon Li Wu. Inform the brothers we depart at the hour of Mao. Master, your crossbow shall finally prove its worth. Xiao Mu nodded, drawing the small wooden figurine from his chest and gently placing it upon the offering table. In the candlelight, the tiny crossbow in the figurine's hand gleamed with warm luster like his father's gentle smile. He knew that from this day forward the path he walked might be drenched in blood, yet every step was taken so that fewer tears would flow from others. Beyond the ancestral hall, the eastern sky had begun to lighten with the white belly of fish. Yunner approached carrying a food box. Seeing her husband standing in the morning light nights fully armed behind him, she suddenly recalled his words on their wedding night. I Xiao Mu shall surely provide you and Ruaju with a good life. She handed the food box to Xiao Mu. Within it were freshly baked cakes and warm porridge along with a piece of candied fruit wrapped in lotus leaf, his favorite. Be careful, she said softly, adjusting his collar with her own hands. I have hidden all the village's spinning wheels awaiting your return. Xiao Mu lowered his head and kissed her forehead. When accepting the food box, his fingertips touched a hard object at the bottom, a peachwood pendant carved with the character peace. Now he finally understood the carving knife could bring beauty to the world. The crossbow that sheathes weapons could let beauty endure forever. Wait for my return. He mounted his horse in one fluid motion. Takshu let out a long neigh, hooves scattering droplets of morning dew. Ji Huai rode alongside, the begonia pattern on his cloak gradually becoming distinct under the rising sun. Not the Empress Dowager's emblem, but a variation of the character Xing, meaning prosperity. Stone Village grew smaller behind them. Xiao Mu looked back, seeing Ruaju standing beneath the ancient locust tree waving. The jade pendant and wooden figurine in her hand swayed together. He touched the crossbow at his waist where a small flower had been newly carved. Yunner's handiwork done with a sewing needle. She had said that this would prevent the crossbow from appearing too cold and lifeless. Mountain wind swept past, carrying the fragrance of wheat seedlings. Xiao Mu drew a deep breath, gripped the reins firmly, and fixed his gaze ahead. Behind him stood those he was determined to protect. The wind drove yellow sand across the withered woods. Xiao Mu gently patted his horse's neck, his eyes fixed on Ji Huai, who stood ahead with his hands clasped behind his back. The jade belt at Ji Huai's waist swayed lightly with the horse's step, and the gilded beast head quiver at his side gleamed cold in the setting sun. This was the youngest Marquis of Jinbei, famed in rumor, now idly flicking roadside dead grass with his horsewhip. Marquis Ji, how exactly does the court reward the killing of Xiongnu? Xiao Mu asked. Ji Huai turned his head, the dying sun reflected in his dark bright pupils. Does Mr. Xiao not know what head merit means? Cut down an enemy, and take the left ear as proof. 1 left ear equals 1 head merit. He ran his fingers along the edge of the quiver. Take the ears to the government office and exchange them for military merit. Suddenly hurried hoofbeats sounded from behind. Wang Er caught up on a chestnut horse, the leather pouch at his waist heavy and full, his voice trembling. Brother Mu, our village has saved over 20 ears, and there are still more we haven't cut. As he turned, beads of still wet blood from his temples splashed onto the saddle and soaked into a small dark red stain. Xiao Mu pressed his hand on the knife, hilt his knuckles white. 20 left ears meant 20 lives. But in this chaotic age, only military merit could earn the right to enter the inner city. He looked toward the village in the distant twilight. The scorched earthen walls still bore black marks left by the Xiongnu raids last year, and faintly, he seemed to hear the crying of children. Besides military merit, Ji Huai's voice cut, and captured horses' armor and weapons can all be traded for silver. If Mr. Xiao wants to get the villagers into the city safely, not one of these can be lacking. Before the words, faded hoofbeats sounded in the distance. 3 riders charged out of the dusk. The one in the lead carried several curved sabers in his arms, dried black blood still caked in the blood grooves of the blades. Marquis. The man dismounted in one motion, his knee striking the gravel road. There's a Xiao Mu camp beneath the cliff ahead. It looks like a stockpile of stolen goods, about 200 riders. Xiao Mu's temples throbbed. 200 riders would be enough to trample 3 villages flat. He looked at Ji Huai, who was tapping his quiver lightly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. What does Mr. Xiao think? Ji Huai suddenly asked. If we wipe out this den, sure village will have peace for a while. Does the Marquis know the saying about an ant trying to shake a tree? Xiao Mu gave a bitter smile. Without a plan that leaves nothing to chance, charging in is just throwing our lives away. He pulled the wineskin from his waist and took a gulp, the harsh liquor tightening his throat. But if we could use the terrain. The dusk thickened, and the group crept to the edge of the cliff. Xiao Mu lay flat in the dead grass, peering down by moonlight. On the dry riverbed, Xiao Mu tents were scattered here and there. From the eastern tent, a woman's faint sobbing could be heard. 2 or 3 Xiao Mu sentries paced back and forth with curved sabers in their arms, their sheepskin boots crunching on the gravel. Brother Mu, look at this earthen embankment. Lu Shi poked the embankment at the cliff edge with his knife tip, sending dry clods crumbling down. In past rainy seasons, this place could hold water half a man deep. Xiao Mu's eyes lit up. Taking Lu Shi's knife, he thrust hard into the embankment. The blade sank 3 inches before the soil suddenly turned damp. There's a way. He lowered his voice. Marquis, have you heard of a bird startled by the twang of a bowstring? Ji Huai raised an eyebrow, his fingers stroking the jade pendant at his waist. Let's hear it. We'll bluff. Pretend we're going to release the water and flood them. The Xiao Mu will be scared into running. Xiao Mu pointed at the narrow gap at the far end of the riverbed. That is their only way out. If we set a trap there. Before he finished, Wang Er suddenly tugged his sleeve and whispered, Brother Mu, there's movement. Everyone held their breath at once. In the moonlight, a Xiao Mu man staggered toward the grass to the west. The leather pouch at his waist swayed with each step, and on it hung 3 fresh ears. The veins on Xiao Mu's knife hand bulged. He turned to Ji Huai. The man already had an arrow knocked, the bowstring trembling slightly in the night wind. With a sharp whistle, the arrow split the air. The Xiao Mu man fell with a muffled grunt. Xiao Mu leapt down from the cliff. A flash of blade light, and he had severed the left ear, still warm from its owner's body. When he rose, his fingers brushed the curved saber at the Xiao Mu man's waist. The wolf head totem carved on the hilt was exactly the same as those worn by the men who had massacred Wangqing. Brother Mu, look. Wang Er suddenly pointed into the distance. Xiao Mu looked up. The great tent at the center of the riverbed was flung open, and a giant of a man built like an iron tower strode out. He wore a bearskin cloak, and at his waist hung not a curved saber, but a wolf-tooth mace as tall as a man. A Xiao Mu centurion. That's the head wolf. Ji Huai had appeared beside him, without a sound, his voice heavy as iron. This man is called Huyengu. He once slaughtered the entire garrison at Yong Pass. The pyramid of skulls at the gate of Yong Pass was his handiwork. Xiao Mu clenched the left ear in his hand, his nails almost digging into his flesh. He looked back at the more than 20 people behind him, young villagers, and Ji Huai's guards armed with whatever they had, hunting crossbows, captured sabers. But every eye burned with a fire, the fire smothered by watching fellow countrymen being killed without being able to avenge them. All of you. He suddenly called out, his blade tip lifting the Xiao Mu wolf-head saber. This man's hands are stained with the blood of Dawu's people. If we don't kill him today, he'll come to kill us tomorrow. The answer was a rising chorus of drawn blades. Wang Er patted the leather pouch at his waist, the ears inside knocked together with a faint rattling sound. Whatever Brother Mu says we'll do. Xiao Mu looked at Ji Huai. The latter was toying with his jade pendant, a ruthless smile curling at the corner of his mouth. If Mr. Xiao has a plan, this Marquis will give it his full support. Good. Xiao Mu pointed at the earthen embankment to the left of the cliff. Lu Shi, take 2 men and reinforce the embankment. Remember, don't release the water ahead of time. The rest of you come with me to set traps at the end of the riverbed. Tonight we'll let these Xiao Mu dogs taste what Dawu's sons can do. Just after the hour of the rat had begun, a crescent moon hung over the cliff top, like a hook. Lu Shi lay on the embankment, his fingernails digging into the wet mud. Behind him lay 2 corpses, Xiao Mu sentries who had come to scout only moments ago. Xiao Mu's dagger had cut their throats, and the blood seeped into the soil. Brother Mu, the embankment has been raised another 3 layers. Lu Shi lowered his voice, the wolf head belt stripped from the Xiao Mu corpse still wrapped around his wrist. But the water. It's enough. Xiao Mu crouched down and used his knife to flip up a fist-sized stone. Open the embankment on my signal. He turned to look at the riverbed. Among more than 200 tents, scattered fires drifted like ghost flames, and from time to time drunken Xiao Mu laughter and curses drifted out. Ji Huai suddenly grabbed Xiao Mu's wrist and pointed to the northwest. Look there. 3 black tents stood out sharply. In front of them stood 3 wooden stakes, each pierced with 3 human heads, common folk by the look of them. Dried blood had trickled down the stakes and hardened into dark red crusts on the muddy ground. Wang Er suddenly began to tremble all over, a low growl rising from his throat. Xiao Mu recognized the heads. On the left was the hunter from the west end of Liujia village who had bought candy for his little daughter just last month. In the middle was Xiao, the tofu seller from the west city. When the Xiongnu broke through the city, she had been holding her child, less than a year old. Easy. Xiao Mu pressed Wang Er's shoulder. Under his hand it was stiff as a board. The lad had sewn more than a dozen iron caltrops inside his padded coat to carry extra weapons. There'll be a chance for you to take revenge soon. The group crept toward the end of the riverbed, bent low at the waist. Moonlight slid along their blade backs like streams of cold light. Xiao Mu stepped on a dead leaf. The crisp crack startled night birds from the grass. He stopped shorthand on his sword hilt and scanned the surroundings. Ji Huai was already down on one knee, his crossbow trained on the nearest tent. It's all right, Ji Huai said in a low voice, slowly lowering the crossbow. Move on. The trap was set at the narrowest point of the riverbed, roughly 50 feet wide and 20 feet deep. 20 people spent 6 hours burying sharply pointed locust branches at the bottom of the pit, covering them with a thin layer of soil, then scattering fine sand over the top. From a distance, it looked no different from an ordinary riverbed. Xiao Mu then had Wang Er move a dozen or so logs as thick as a rice bowl and plant them slanting into the ground about 30 feet before the trap, forming a crooked barrier. If the Xiongnu horses jump over the trap, they'll crash into the logs. Xiao Mu knocked the logs with the back of his blade. Even if they don't die, they'll be crippled. Ji Huai crouched down and touched the soil beside the trap with his fingers. Have you considered, Mr. Xiao, that if the water is not released in great enough force, it won't scare all the Xiongnu? That's why we'll also use fire. Xiao Mu pulled the fire striker from his waist and tapped it in his hand. In a moment, I'll go set the tents on fire. When the flames rise, that's your signal to move. Wang Er suddenly tugged Xiao Mu's sleeve and pointed at the eastern tent. Brother Mu, a woman is crying. They all turned to look. Through the gap in a tent, half of a deathly pale face appeared. The woman's hair was a tangled mess of blood-soaked strip of cloth wrapped around her neck, and she was looking toward them with pleading eyes. She is a woman of Dawu. Ji Huai ground his teeth. The ones the Xiongnu carried off from the south last year must number at least 1,000. Xiao Mu clenched the fire striker, his nails nearly digging into his palm. He thought of Tai Da's younger sister. She had been taken by the Xiongnu at 16, and there had never been any word of her again. Some said she had been seen tied behind a horse and dragged along. Others said she had been sold in a slave market in the northern desert. Rescue them, he said suddenly. Ji Huai was taken aback. Mr. Xiao, this will expose us. I know. Xiao Mu turned to look at the group. But if we stand by and let them die, how are we any different from the Xiongnu? He untied the leather pouch from his waist and tossed it to Wang Er. Take 5 people to rescue them. The rest of you come with me to light the fire and release the water. Remember, don't get caught up in a fight. Wang Er caught the pouch. The 20 left ears inside made a faint rattling sound. He nodded heavily, then led Lu Shi and a few others creeping toward the eastern tent. Xiao Mu watched them disappear into the darkness and heard Ji Huai murmur behind him, Mr. Xiao, you are more of a general than I expected. I'm just an ordinary man who wants his fellow villagers to live. Xiao Mu smiled bitterly and tightened his grip on the blade. At the third quarter of the hour of the ox, the first meteor streaked across the night sky. Xiao Mu hurled the oil-soaked hemp cloth at the tents. In the instant the fire striker scraped against the flint, the wind suddenly picked up. Flames leapt up with a whoosh and swallowed 2 tents in the blink of an eye. The Xiongnu, roused from sleep, ran out wrapped in blankets, coughing from the smoke. Fire! It's coming. Quick, fetch water, someone shouted in the Xiongnu tongue. Xiao Mu leaped onto a boulder, his curved saber slashing through the night. Lu Shi breached the dike. A dull thud, and the dike collapsed. The pent-up water rushed down like a maddened beast, slamming against the cliffs and churning up snow-white spray. Xiao Mu watched the Xiongnu below collapse into chaos and suddenly remembered the flood he had seen as a child. Back then he lay on his father's back, watching the muddy water swallow the wheat fields whole. But now he was the one who had unleashed the water. Run! The water is coming. The Xiongnu's cries rose and fell. More than 200 riders mounted their horses and galloped toward the end of the riverbed. Hooves trampled the sparks, raising clouds of choking dust. Xiao Mu gripped the bow. Ji Huai handed him his fingertips, tracing the bowstring. Marquis, watch this arrow. The arrow split the air and struck the leading Xiongnu rider square in the back. With a scream, the man toppled off his horse. Those behind could not rein in and collided one after another. In the chaos, the first wave of warhorses stepped into the trap. Their front hooves suddenly sank into the soft mud, massive bodies crashing down. A rider's skull struck a locust branch with a sickening, teeth-grinding crack. They're down. They're down. Wang Er's cheers came from afar. He had already led the rescued women to higher ground, the large saber in his hand still dripping with blood. The water rose higher and higher, soon swamping their ankles. The Xiongnu realized their only retreat was sealed off by the trap and wheeled their horses around, only to see their tents behind them devoured by fire. Through the thick smoke came Xiao Mu's thunderous roar, warriors of Dawu. Kill! More than 20 riders charged out from both sides, curved sabers carving gleaming arcs in the firelight. Ji Huai picked off one enemy, with every arrow each shot claiming a life. Wang Er brandished the wolf-tooth mace he had seized from a Xiao Mu centurion. One swing could crush 2 chests. Xiao Mu singled out the isolated ones, his blade always slicing precisely across throats. Warm blood sprayed across his face. A thunderous roar drowned out every sound. Dawu curs. Commandant. Xiao Mu looked up and saw Hu Yangu charging toward him across the water on a black horse, the wolf-tooth mace gleaming eerie blue in the firelight. It was poisoned. The bastard had actually found their position amid the chaos. Be careful, Mu Ji. Wang Er shouted. Xiao Mu twisted his body and rolled off his horse. The mace scraped past his scalp, the wind it stirred stinging his face. He rolled on the ground and swung his saber at the horse's legs, but Hu Yangu kicked it away. The Xiao Mu centurion threw back his head and laughed, whirling his mace until it howled, his horse's hooves stamping rings of ripples across the water. Marquis, shoot his face. Xiao Mu shouted, simultaneously vaulting onto a riderless horse. Ji Huai knocked 3 arrows. His fingers hesitated at the moment of release. Hu Yangu's helmet covered his entire face, leaving only a narrow slit for the eyes. He drew a deep breath and let go. The 3 arrows flew out in a triangular formation. With a clang, the mace knocked 2 aside. The third grazed Hu Yangu's ear, shaving off a patch of ear hair. Furious, the Xiao Mu centurion spurred his horse at Ji Huai, forgetting that the ground underfoot was a riverbed nearly submerged. Watch out. Xiao Mu galloped up and swung his saber at Hu Yangu's neck. The centurion twisted aside to dodge, but heard his warhorse whinny in distress. Its hoof had sunk into the soft mud at the edge of the trap. In panic, he tried to rein in the horse, but his body pitched forward with the momentum, and the mace dropped into the water with a plop, sending up a huge spray. Xiao Mu seized the moment and struck. The blade sliced across Hu Yangu's waist and belly, splitting the leather armor. Dark red blood seeped out, mingling with the river water. The centurion roared and reached for his short sword, only to see a sinister smile on Xiao Mu's face. Wang Er. Smash the stake. Wang Er, who had been waiting nearby, raised a rock and slammed it against the slanted stake. The timber crashed down, landing squarely before the trap, forming a barrier more than 10 feet high. Hu Yangu's horse shied, rearing its forelegs, and both man and beast toppled into the trap. Amid the screams, the mace and the short sword fell in after them. Xiao Mu leaned and grabbed Hu Yangu by the hair and pressed his head into the mud beside the trap, his curved saber at the man's throat. How many people did you slaughter at Yong Pass? Ha ha ha. You Dawu curs. Too many of us to kill. Hu Yangu laughed, spitting blood. Once our Xiao Mu army marches south, we will trample all your cities flat, and your women. Before he could finish, Xiao Mu's blade had already opened his throat. Warm blood sprayed across his face, but he felt no temperature at all. In the distance, Ji Huai was leading his men and mopping up the remaining Xiao Mu. Wang Er ran over with the rescued women. Among them was a little girl clutching a cloth doll. The doll's eyes were sewn from red beans, just like the one Tai Da's sister used to have. Mu Ji, we won. Wang Er's voice was choked with tears. We killed over 200 riders. And that wolf. Xiao Mu lowered his head to look at the saber in his hand. The wolf head totem on the blade, soaked red with blood, had never looked more ferocious. He suddenly remembered what Ji Huai had said. A single centurion is worth over 1,000 taels of silver. But at this moment, he only felt exhausted. So tired he could hardly lift the blade. When the eastern sky began to lighten, the men piled firewood beside the trap. Xiao Mu placed Hu Yangu's mace on top and lit it with a tinder. Sudden light footsteps sounded behind him. It was the little girl with the cloth doll. She shyly tugged at Xiao Mu's clothes, pulled a shriveled red date from her pocket, and pressed it into his hand. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Mu was stunned. He looked at the girl's grimy face, at the light rekindled in her eyes, and for some reason felt the stone in his chest lighten. He squatted down, put the red date back into her hand, then unclipped the pouch from his waist and took out a jade pendant. Take this, he said softly. If anyone ever bullies you, show them this, and tell them your big brother is a warrior of Dawu who has killed a Xiao Mu centurion. The girl nodded, not fully understanding, and tucked the jade pendant into the breast of her doll. In the distance, Ji Huai was tallying the military merits. The original 20 years had now become more than 200, gleaming eerily in the morning light. Xiao Mu stood up, gazing toward the village that was gradually coming into focus, and suddenly heard a rooster crow in the distance. A new day was beginning. At the third coup of the morning, the dying embers still crackled. Ji Huai nudged the mace in the ashes with his toe. The gilt quiver gleamed coldly in the morning dew. Mr. Xiao, after this battle, both of us will gain merit. You can be appointed to an official post. An official post. Xiao Mu wiped the blood off his saber and sheathed it. All I want is for the people of Shur village to live and enter the city, to have a roof over their heads and food in their mouths. He glanced at the villagers in the distance, some supporting the wounded. One of them leaned on a hunting fork left by his father. Ji Huai was silent for a while, then drew the jade pendant from his bosom and handed it over. This pendant grants direct access to the yamen of the inner city. If Mr. Xiao trusts me, let the villagers enter the city first. You come with me. No need. Xiao Mu pushed the pendant away. Better to rely on oneself than on others. These military merits are enough to secure our right to enter the city. He turned to look at Wang Er, who was bandaging a wounded woman. His thick, coarse fingers were surprisingly gentle. Muji. Wang Er suddenly looked up. Look! On the distant path a group of people was hurrying toward them. The one in the lead pushed a wheelbarrow piled with clay jars, the remaining old weak women and children of the village bringing food and water. Muji. An old woman leaning on a cane tottered over holding a bowl of hot porridge. We heard you won, so we cooked some porridge. Do have a taste. Xiao Mu's throat tightened. When he took the bowl he saw that the old woman's hands were covered with cracked chilblains. Granny Lu, take everyone into the city later, he said in a low voice. There are heated brick beds and granaries in the city. You won't go hungry or cold anymore. The old woman's clouded eyes suddenly brightened. Enter the city. Can we really enter the city? She turned to look at the other villagers. Some began to cry, some covered their mouths in disbelief, and only a few children chased each other across the grass, as if they had forgotten the bloody storm of the previous night. Ji Huai silently retreated to one side, watching this scene, his fingers gently stroking the beast head pattern on his quiver. He suddenly understood why Xiao Mu would rather refuse an official post than personally escort the villagers into the city. Some things were more important than military merit. Marquis, Xiao Mu suddenly said, could you spare some of your men? After sending the villagers into the city, I still need to. Say no more. Ji Huai waved his hand. I myself will escort them. As for you. He glanced over Xiao Mu. Go change into some clean clothes first. Don't frighten the children. Only then did Xiao Mu realize he was drenched in blood with bits of flesh stuck to his clothes. He forced a bitter smile, tore off his filthy garments, and stripped a clean sheepskin coat off a Xiongnu corpse. Though it was an enemy's at this moment, it felt warmer than anything else. As the sun leapt above the horizon, the column set out. Xiao Mu rode at the very front. The leather pouch at his waist holding over 200 ears swayed slightly, with each step of his horse producing a faint rustling. He turned to glance at Ji Huai, who was saying something to a child, a rare gentle smile on his face. Muji. Wang Er rode over holding the little girl and her doll in his arms. Once we enter the city, can we exchange our merits for a house and land? I want to build a house with a courtyard and plant some red beans. All right, Xiao Mu replied softly, his gaze fixed ahead. The inner city's walls were already faintly visible green bricks glittering in the sun. He knew this was only the beginning. The Xiongnu had not been wiped out, the war was not over. But at least for now the people behind him were safe. Horses' hooves trod through the morning dew, splashing fine silver light. Xiao Mu touched the curved saber at his waist. The wolf head totem on the blade remained ferocious in the dawn, but it no longer made him afraid. He suddenly understood that some blades were not made for killing, but for protecting. Protecting the lights that still gleamed in this turbulent age, protecting the warmth worth dying for. When the first ray of sunlight spread across the riverbed, the column had already stepped onto the official road leading to the inner city. Behind them, the bonfire that had burned all night gradually died, leaving only the mace glowing dull red in the ashes. Mr. Xiao, more than 170 severed ears plus a wolf-headed corpse. That's close to 200 merits of military credit. On the road to the inner city, Ji Huai reined in his horse. Beads of blood seeping beneath his armor dripped onto the stirrup, and the wolf's head clenched in his right hand still oozed blood. His Adam's apple bobbed with excitement. Even his iron cavalry, attacking with superior numbers, could hardly have achieved such a result, let alone 80 riders chewing through 200 Xiongnu light horsemen. Under the saddles hung severed left ears, each still crusted with wet scabs. Once we enter the inner city, Marquis, take the centurion's credit and 70 of the war merits. Xiao Mu dismounted, the bronze ring chain at his waist clattered. It was strung from fragments of Xiongnu cavalry breastplates, each piece engraved with a name. He crouched and wiped his blade with the hem of an enemy soldier's garment. Dark red fire reflected on the edge, and the wolf head pattern on the hilt was stained with a scrap of blue wool from a Xiongnu war banner. Mr. Xiao, that won't do. Ji Huai grabbed his wrist. His iron gauntlet brushed over the healed arrow scar on Xiao Mu's forearm. Brother Wang Er cut the centurion's rein single-handedly. That centurion should count as your prime merit. Behind him, soldiers were slicing off ears. Moonlight shattered the reflections of their weapons into cold blades, casting the scar at the corner of the Marquis's eye in an iron blue pallor. Listen to me. Xiao Mu pried his fingers open. The bronze rings clinked crisply against his palm. The men you brought, Marquis, are all men of grit. Promotion needs real hard-won heads to pile up seniority. As for me, he kicked the Xiongnu corpse at his feet, its eyes still wide open with the toe of his boot. With what's left of these 100 merits, it's enough to exchange for city entry permits for the folk of Shur village. Ji Huai was stunned. Moonlight flowed over his tightly set lips where a saber scar from leading old battles still remained. He suddenly remembered the sight of Xiao Mu bringing in the tiger a few months ago, covered in blood, a grass stalk clamped between his teeth, saying the women of Shur village all know how to string a bow. What is there to fear? At this moment the fire in the other man's eyes was hotter than a campfire. What a pity. Xiao Mu bent down and picked up a fallen bronze ring, wiping the sand off with his fingertip. The two characters Tuki on its face were still stained dark red. That was the surname of a cavalryman under the Xiongnu, right, Gully King. From now on, the realm of Dawu will have to rely on heroes like the Marquis. His voice was as light as wine through desert poplars, yet it made Ji Huai's chest burn. Huh. The Marquis suddenly burst into laughter, the sounds startling night owls from distant dunes. He tore the mane from the wolf's head and bounded into his hair. Blood slid down his neck into his armor, curving like a river over the breastplate. Once I'm promoted, I'll make sure you see what a victory dispatch for breaking the enemy really means. He mounted his horse. The wolf's head swung behind the saddle in a reeking wind, half a broken arrow still held between his teeth. Ji Huai also knew now that Xiao Mu was a wild horse, not one he could tame. He should give him room to grow. Brother Mu, there's a village ahead. Should we go in? Wang Er, riding at the front, called out loudly, the saber at his waist still dripped with Xiongnu blood. Wait outside. Xiao Mu raised a hand to stop Wang Er from drawing his blade, then walked toward the village entrance, grinding dry grass under his boots. The character Wang on the stone tablet was missing its upper left corner, as if sliced off by a blade. His fingertip traced the crack, and he suddenly remembered when Wangxing was breached. The old and the young in the city had smashed open the granary with hose. The blood that splashed onto this stone tablet still left dark brown stains. Who's there? More than a dozen figures emerged from the village holding cleavers and wooden pitchforks. The old man at the front was missing half a front tooth. The farm tool in his hands trembled, yet his eyes burned with fierce resolve. The woman behind him gripped a sickle, its blade stained dark red. Impossible to tell whether it was vegetable juice or human blood. In the distance, Wang Er and the others saw Xiao Mu in danger and moved to protect him. Xiao Mu calmly raised his hands, signaling them to fall back. His sleeve slipped down, revealing the old arrow scar on his forearm. Just passing through. If you're afraid of the Xiongnu raiding your village, go to the inner city as soon as possible. He unfastened his cloak, revealing the wolf head embroidery on its lining. It had been remade from a Xiongnu banner with a few wolf hairs still tangled among the stitches. Last month in front of Shur village, I led some men and cut down a few Xiongnu scouts. I got a little wounded. He took out half a hard flatbread from his chest, broke it apart, and handed it to the child hiding behind the old man. The child was skin and bones, yet his eyes shone as brightly as a wolf cub's. Our affairs have nothing to do with you. Someone at the village entrance raised a farm tool at him. The fork tip was less than 3 feet from his throat. Xiao Mu gave a faint smile, turned, and mounted his horse. In the dust kicked up by the horse's hooves, he heard a child sobbing behind him. The child who had taken his broken bread was clinging to the earthen wall, peering after him, still clutching half a piece of the flatbread. Along the road to the inner city, there was a corpse every 10 steps, and a grave every 100. Charred arrowheads remained on broken walls, and half a pink belly band hung from the well curb. Wang Er's voice, turned hoarse ahead, are all refugees. After Wangxing fell, displaced people swarmed like ants. By the roadside, an old woman was weeping over her dead child, her eyes red as blood. Xiao Mu thought of the refugees who had tried to seize the horses just now, and warned in a low voice, "Be careful, everyone. It seems cannibalism has already begun among them." Their eyes are all tinged with red. Lu Shi and the others immediately donned armor and drew their blades to guard the supplies. Just then, garrison soldiers sent by Ji Huai arrived with men from the inner city. At their head was Zhou Li, his official robes bright, the jade plaque on his belt engraved with the 3 characters Inner City Guard. He berated the refugees away, then beamed. "Mr. Xiao has rendered great service. The prefectural office has prepared the city entry permits. The folk of Shur village can all be settled. You all slew great enemies, and the prefectural office worked through the night, without rest, to tally the military merits for everyone." Zhou Li's tone carried a faint sourness. Besides Ji Huai's prime credit, Xiao Mu and his men also had 100 or so merits. Quite substantial. That matter you wrote to inquire about earlier, I have also helped ask around. Just a short distance outside the inner city, there's a deserted village. It has houses and fields enough for 100 or so people. A deserted village. Xiao Mu was taken aback, fearing it was a village ravaged by mountain bandits. Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, it was only a worthless landlord who ran off with his tenant farmers. The village is quite safe. Zhou Li had guessed Xiao Mu's worry. Wang Er picked 10 fine horses and give them to Officer Zhou. Social courtesies were unavoidable. After moving to the inner city, they would still need his help. How could I accept this? Despite his words, Zhou Li was already beaming. He walked a dozen steps ahead on his own and began choosing horses. Xiao Mu sighed in relief and turned to instruct Wang Er, once in the city, go to Officer Zhou. Don't cause trouble. Hide the bows well. 100 or so villagers came forward one after another. Some women tugged at his sleeve and wept. Some old men gripped his hand and kowtowed. His eyes burned. He reached out to help them up. Farm the land well. If you have difficulties, go to Officer Zhou. Don't lose your bows. When mountain bandits come, strike hard. We remember. The 100 or so villagers answered with clasped fists in unison, the sounds startling the jackdaws under the eaves into flight. Xiao Mu watched their figures turning back every few steps. The old village head leaning on his staff did not leave. Only when that gray figure in coarse homespun disappeared around the street corner did Xiao Mu turn and walk toward the inner hall of the prefectural office. There an old clerk was holding a wolf hair brush, dragging blotches of ink across the merit register. 80 merits for the houses and fields, 20 taels of silver pay. The old clerk dipped his brush tip in saliva. His wrinkles glistened with oil. The remaining 20 merits, 63 suits of armor, 70 weapons. that comes to 374 taels. As he spoke, a few yellow teeth glinted faintly in the candlelight, and a sour rotten odor drifted from his mouth. Xiao Mu frowned. 20 taels of silver pay. How can it take 80 merits? The old clerk looked up, the black hairs and his wrinkles trembling. Manager shall be a little understanding. The treasury must support 300,000 refugees, put up shelters, repair city walls. He suddenly lowered his voice and leaned close enough to see the stubble on Xiao Mu's face. If you think the money is too little, these unregistered iron implements are by law a capital offense. What do you say? Enough. Just let it be. Xiao Mu cut in coldly. Ji Huai's face turned livid, about to flare up, but Zhou Li smilingly held him back, pulling him aside, with empty pleasantries like the Marquis's promotion is just around the corner. The old clerk leisurely brought out a silver chest. When Xiao Mu took it, the weight felt wrong. He opened it and counted. 50 taels were missing. Wang Er was about to overturn the table on the spot. The old clerk hastily rose and thumped his own head twice. I took the wrong one. I'll go exchange it for a full chest, Manager Xiao. After a long back and forth, Wang Er bit tooth marks into every large silver ingot before sullenly carrying the chest aside. The old clerk was still muttering, "We officials of Dawu, how could we care about your paltry money? Why would I need to cheat you?" Wang Er was so angry he wanted to curse, but Xiao Mu held him back. "Forget it. The realm of Dawu has long been gnawed down to the bone by people like this. Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, I will help look after matters at the village." Zhou Li seemed very pleased. "In a little while, I'll have someone fetch extra dried rations and water to send Mr. Xiao on his way." Hearing this, Xiao Mu somehow felt a chill creep over his scalp. "Thank you, Officer Zhou. These things were prepared long ago. When I return here one day, I'll drink deeply with you, Officer Zhou." "Of course." Zhou Li gave a cheerless smile. Seeing that Xiao Mu was not being cooperative, he simply turned and hurried back into the prefectural office. "Mr. Xiao, I have failed you." Ji Huai caught up and sighed. "None of what we agreed on was achieved. And who would listen to a marquis who has fallen on hard times?" Xiao Mu could hear both guilt and self-reproach in Ji Huai's tone. Xiao Mu shook his head with a smile. "You and I have walked through life and death together. I hope that one day I'll hear the Marquis's victory dispatch. Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, I and the Xiongnu can never coexist. The wish of this life is only to repay the state and bring peace to the people." Ji Huai's expression was solemn, utterly earnest. "Good. I did not misjudge you." In the deep night, Xiao Mu and his group quietly left the city. As the carriage reached the south gate, Ji Huai suddenly galloped after them, his hoofbeats shattering the still night. "Mr. Xiao." He dismounted in the moonlight and in a bear hug lowered his voice. "Word has come from the border. The Dingbian garrison was finished long ago." He pressed a roll of sheepskin parchment into Xiao Mu's hand, a wolf tail wrapped around the oiled paper. This Zhou Li colluded with inner city officials to embezzle military grain. After Wenqing fell, he killed 37 refugees and slaughtered the innocent to claim merit. I will give you an accounting of this. Xiao Mu clenched the parchment roll and felt something hard inside. A wolf-head military merit medal, its edge still carrying body heat. He looked up at the gate tower where a lamp glowed no larger than a bean, illuminating the scar at the corner of Ji Huai's eye. "Take care, Marquis. When you break the enemy one day, I hope for news of victory." He returned the merit medal. "Dawu needs men like you." Ji Huai mounted his horse. The hoofbeats of the iron cavalry shattered the long night, and the cloak behind him lifted, revealing its lining. Xiao Mu watched his receding figure and suddenly remembered their first meeting. This man had been only a stranger he had nearly shot to death. Now he was to carry a banner and crash through the iron curtain of this troubled age. The inner city was not merely one city, but a collective term. Within Dawu, the 1,000-li Wu River wound like a ribbon linking dozens of prosperous cities. Wuhan City, the capital, was like a rusted bronze button fixed fast at the heart of the river. Moving from Wenqing to the inner city was at least 3,000 li. Even riding at full speed, it took more than a month. Brother Mu, why not stay in the city for a night? Wang Er rubbed his belly, blood oozed from the wound beneath his armor. "I can hold out even if I faint from hunger, but Yun'er is pregnant. We can't stay." Xiao Mu shook his head, gazing at the lamps on the gate tower, gradually going out. Zhou Li accepted the horses tonight. Tomorrow morning, he will certainly come asking for more. Besides, that old clerk is still there. In their eyes, this 300 taels of silver is a piece of bloody fat meat. He turned and lifted the carriage curtain. Yun'er immediately handed him a coarse-grained flatbread. It felt heavy in his hand. Wang Er took the flatbread, calling young sister-in-law several times, but when he bit into it, he frowned. Grit on the crust grated against his teeth. "Lu Shi, take 2 riders ahead and find a sheltered place to make camp." Xiao Mu unfastened the bronze ring chain and placed it on the carriage. The clash of metals startled the draft horse into snorting. Lu Shi acknowledged, picked up his saber, and mounted. The red cloth strip on his scabbard, torn from a Xiongnu corpse, streamed in the night wind like a thread of blood. The convoy traveled 20 li and the dusk had grown too thick to dissolve. Lu Shi suddenly rode back, the lantern swinging an oval of light before his horse. "Brother Mu, there's a willow grove ahead and a ruined temple by the riverbank. It can shelter us from wind and sand." Xiao Mu nodded and signaled the convoy to follow. Willow branches swept across the carriage roof with a rustling sound, like someone grinding his teeth in the shadows. The three characters' Earth God temple on the ruined temple's lintel had already peeled away. A few chipped clay bowls lay on the altar table, filled with rainwater. Xiao Mu parted the cobwebs with his blade when he suddenly heard a rustling from the corner. A few refugees huddled there, one holding a child covered in festering sores. The child was chewing on a piece of blackened flesh. Get out. The instant Wang Er drew his saber, Xiao Mu pressed the back of his hand. The refugee raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot and bits of meat still clung to the corners of his mouth. That was human flesh. Yun'er clapped a hand over her mouth, turned, and ran out of the temple to vomit. Xiao Mu took 2 hard flatbreads from his chest and tossed them over. The refugees lunged for them, fighting. One grabbed his share and stuffed it into his mouth, without even brushing off the dirt. Keep your distance. Don't follow. Xiao Mu turned and walked out of the temple gate. Moonlight stretched his shadow long like a blade thrust into the ground. Wang Er spat. Brother Mu, we should kill them, or what if they sneak over in the middle of the night? Xiao Mu looked at the wilderness beyond the willow grove. A few green lights flickered in the distance like wolf eyes. They can't even hold a saber steady. He took out his tinder and lit the lantern. The ones truly to guard against our wolfhounds in official robes. After camp was set, Lu Shi carried hay to feed the horses, and Wang Er squatted by the river washing his saber. Xiao Mu sat on the ruined temple steps and counted the bronze rings left at his waist. More than 20 each, engraved with a name picked from the heaps of the dead. Suddenly Yun'er's voice came from behind him. Husband, will the people of the village really be able to live good lives? He turned and saw his wife's belly, already slightly rounded. Moonlight flowed over her temple, catching a thread of silver. Yes. He reached out and took her cold hand. The bronze ring chain clinked softly on his knee. Once we trade for good farmland, we'll build a south-facing house and fill the windowsill with sunflowers. Yun'er smiled. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes held grains of sand, yet she looked more beautiful than ever. At midnight, a strange sound suddenly came from the willow grove. Wang Er rushed over with his saber and saw a few refugees clawing at the carriage, gnawing at the grass sacks. Bastards! He slashed at the tree trunk. Bark flew as the refugees scrambled away, and one of them dropped a cloth bundle. Xiao Mu picked up the cloth bundle. Half a yellowed travel permit fell out, stamped with the vermilion seal of Wuhan Prefecture, but its date had stopped 3 months earlier. Brother Mu, what they were eating looks like guanine clay. Lu Shi crouched nearby, pointing at the refugee's waist. Gray-white hard lumps with grass roots embedded in them. Xiao Mu was silent for a while. He placed the remaining half-sack of dry rations at the crossing and weighed it down with a stone. Wang Er tried to stop him, but Xiao Mu shook his head. We have stored grain, they don't. As dawn was about to break, the convoy set off again. In addition to the veterans Wang Er, Lu Shi, and Tai Da, and their families, 3 other men who had once defended the village also joined the ranks. With manager Wan and Xiu Ju and her husband as well, that made more than 30 people in all, a convoy of no small size. Xiao Mu rode at the very front. The bronze ring chain at his waist had been replaced by the wolf head. Main Ji Huai had given him each strand tied with a small bronze bell. Passing the refugees' den from the previous night, he saw a few figures stirring in the morning light, weeping as they clutched the ration sack he had left. Wang Er spat. I knew we shouldn't have given it. These reincarnated starving ghosts. Shut up. Xiao Mu suddenly snapped at him. If they were not at the end of their rope, who would willingly eat human flesh? He looked toward the distant city, where cooking smoke rose like a gray chain binding all of Dawu. Once we take root in the inner city, let's open a porridge stall outside the city. He touched the wolf head, mane at his waist. We are people of Shi village in Wenqing. We can't let others point at our backs and curse us. The night lay like ink that had never been ground, pressing heavily upon the tents pitched on the desolate flats. Xiao Mu stared at the shifting shadows beyond the tent flap, his fingers clenched around the waterskin, listening to Wang Er's snores behind him, yet sleep refused to come. The cries from the day Wenqing was breached rang again in his ears. The red banners of the northern D rolling through black smoke, the sparks struck from the city walls by blades biting colder than the cold water in his waterskin. Brother Mu. Lu Shi on night watch lifted the tent flap, his saber gleaming coldly in the moonlight. On the western slope at Hongliutan, about 3 li from here, there are black tents. At least 30 men, and 12 of them are bladesmen from the escort gang. The waterskin crumpled in his grip. Xiao Mu knew that plenty of wealthy households had fled from Wenqing to the inner city, but anyone bold enough to camp in this godforsaken stretch of nowhere was certainly no easy mark. Keep your eyes open, he said, hanging the waterskin back at his waist. If they dare creep closer, raise the alarm. In these times, the one with the hardest fist makes the rules. Rounding the haystack piled with horse dung, Xiao Mu walked toward the stream. The spring night wind still carried a chill rustling his sleeves. He had just crouched down to scoop water when his ankle brushed against a bundle of soft cloth. Beneath the moonlight, the embroidered twin lotus blossoms on the moon-white silk were unmistakable grass blades clinging to the lace edge. Who's there? The saber left its sheath, the blade reflecting the figure behind the rocks by the stream. Mu. Brother Mu. Wang Xiu's voice drifted out from between the stones like a grass stem wet with dew. See, could you? Turn around. In the faint light, Xiao Mu saw her wet hair, ends dripping water, and the red string tied at the tip of her hair was the very one he had given her that time in the stream. Her robe clung to her body, revealing her silhouette, her calves submerged in the stream water. He quickly turned away the hilt of his saber, knocking against a stone with a clang. "Go back when you're done washing," he said, staring at the distant undulating dunes. "You're on night watch tonight. Don't slack off." Behind him came a rustling sound, then a stone thudded at his feet. "Xiao Mu, you?" Her words died halfway, leaving only the babbling of the stream. When he turned back, no one was behind the rocks. Only that moon-white garment draped over the bushes like a wronged white bird. Leaving the inner city and heading north, the world shrank to a bleak expanse of earth yellow. Several wagons ground over the gravel, their axles groaning as if about to fall apart. Xiao Mu rode at the lead, gazing at the horizon veiled in drifting sand, a taste of rust in his throat. The water in the skins would likely not last until Monin town. "Brother Mu, Manager Wan says we should make camp." Wang Air rode over, sweat carving streaks through the sand on his face. "He says if we keep going we might run into wolves, and we can't reach the city today anyway." When the campfire blazed up beside the great boulder, Manager Wan San was rubbing his lower back and complaining. "In the old days in Wenqing, I never suffered like this." "Manager Xiao, don't take it the wrong way, but that Marquis G's reputation. He has his own path. Let's go our own way." Xiao Mu poked at the fire sparks flying onto the calloused web between his thumb and forefinger. Before he finished speaking, Lu Shi came galloping over, the brass rings on his scabbard dazzling the eye. "Brother Mu, that escort gang is catching up." In the distance, several wagons had halted in the twilight, and two riders came galloping across the sand. The leader of the escort gang pressed down his straw hat, his voice like sandpaper scraping stone. "We're buying horses, 10 taels each. Not for sale." Xiao Mu stared at the oil paper wrapped blade under the man's horse's belly, remembering Lu Shi's report that they had sent out spies. "Go buy your horses in the city. If you don't sell, our master won't be pleased. Let your master try it." Behind Xiao Mu, 7 or 8 men gripped their blades, cold light gleaming off the edges in the dusk. The escort man raised his head, his eyes beneath the hat brim flustered, and the hand gripping his sword hilt did not dare move after all. "Get the hell away." Xiao Mu kicked at the sand underfoot. "Take one more half step, and I'll chop you to pieces." Watching the man ride away into the distance, Wan San edged closer and lowered his voice. "Something's off. Since when are escorts this brazen? Besides, no one ever got out of those wagons." Xiao Mu made no reply, his gaze settling on Su Jin, not far away. She was looking down, changing the dressing on Yunner's wound, and the silver ornaments at her temples swayed faintly in the firelight. "Husband, have some water." Su Jin handed him a coarse bowl, her fingertips brushing across his palm. Xiao Mu suddenly remembered what Marquis Ji had once said, that women of Great Wu had to transfer their household registration upon marriage, but he had been too busy to take care of it. He said softly, "Once we reach the inner city, we'll go to the government office and complete the paperwork." Su Jin nodded, the tips of her ears reddening. Not far away came a soft thump. Wang Xiao was whipping the sand with a branch, muttering as she struck, "Damn you, Xiao Mu." She accidentally inhaled a mouthful of smoke and dust, coughed violently, and her face was blackened. In the morning, the desert was like a scorched iron walk. No sooner had the sun risen than the sand burned through people's shoe soles. Lu Shi finished checking the water skins, his face grayer than the sand. "Only 5 left, Brother Mu." Xiao Mu gazed at the dunes stretching beyond sight, his Adam's apple bobbing. "We keep moving. We must be out of this sand by tonight." The caravan jolted onward through the wind-blown sand. Wang Air suddenly pointed into the distance. "Brother Mu, those men are still following. Half a li behind us." "Ignore them." Xiao Mu tightened his grip on the reins. "Once we enter Monin town, we'll be safe." In the late afternoon, a sandstorm suddenly struck. The gale rolled sand into their eyes, blinding them. Xiao Mu dragged the cart behind a large boulder and heard the sound of hooves in the distance. Lu Shi peered through a crack in the rocks and suddenly lowered his voice. "Archers." The sound of arrows splitting the air came almost right past their scalps. Xiao Mu shoved Su Jin aside, and an eagle-feathered arrow grazed her hairpin and buried itself in a tree trunk, its shaft quivering. A second arrow then pierced a waterskin, and brown water meandered across the sand like a trail of blood. "Everyone get under the carts." Xiao Mu drew his saber, its blade tracing a half circle in the wind-blown sand. "Lu Shi, take the men around the back. Wang Air, you come with me." Before he finished, another arrow grazed the back of his hand. Xiao Mu looked down at the bleeding wound and suddenly recalled what Wan San had said about northern wolf poison. His fingernails dug into his palm. Wang Xiao poked her head out from the wagon, hugging the copper pot. "Brother Mu, use this." The copper pot traced a bright silvery arc through the sandstorm. With a clang, an arrow glanced off its rim and flew past. Seizing the moment, Xiao Mu raised his crossbow and loosed 3 bolts toward the archer, only to see the man neither dodge nor flinch. He raised his bow and shot the crossbow bolt out of the air, splitting it in 2. "Damn it, he's an eagle-shooting archer." Wang Air cursed. "A man who can hit a willow leaf at 100 paces. As dusk deepened, all the remaining waterskins were shot through. Xiao Mu sat down against the scorching cart while hearing the children crying. He suddenly caught sight of the red string peeking from the hem of Wang Xiao's clothes. He reached over and pulled it off, winding it twice around his palm. Xiao, give me the pot. What for? Wang Xiao handed over the pot, her fingertips blistered by the fire starter. To lure his shot. Xiao Mu tied the string to the rim of the pot. I want to see where that bastard is hiding. The copper pot was flung into the air, and the whistle of an arrow split the silence. By the moonlight, Xiao Mu saw a shadow dart behind a dune 300 paces away. A hunched figure with a curved bow on his back 2 inches longer than an ordinary one. Lu Shi, he roared. Take your men around from the east, and cut his bowstring. In the wind-blown sand, the clash of blades mingled with the whistling of arrows. Gripping his blood-stained saber, Xiao Mu watched as Lu Shi forced the eagle-shooting archer back step by step. Suddenly, he heard Wang Xiao scream, Brother Mu, watch out. When he turned, an arrow had already pierced his left shoulder. Through the searing pain, he saw the leader of the escort gang remove his straw hat, revealing a burn scar behind his left ear like an ugly centipede. It was the captain who had arrested him in Wengqing. Xiao Mu, the scarred man advanced, twirling his blade. Did you think you could escape from my grasp? Xiao Mu gritted his teeth and steadied himself, blood dripping from his blade's tip onto the sand, blooming into dark red flowers. He thought of the day Wengqing fell, when this scarred face had hurled the severed heads of civilians onto the city wall, and of that old constable in white. He suddenly smiled. Come on then. Today I'll teach you what it means to court death. The blood from Xiao Mu's left shoulder soaked through his coarse cloth shirt, congealing to dark brown in the wind-blown sand. The scarred man's curved blade was only 3 inches from his throat when a scream came from behind. Husband. Turning his head, he saw Su Jin stumbling toward him, the silver ornaments at her temples scattering fragments of light through the dusk. The medicine bundle in her arms came apart, revealing half a cake of styptic balm they had brought from Wengqing, the one they had sewn into their clothes before leaving. Don't come over. Xiao Mu tried to push her away, but the pain made him stagger half a step. The scarred man seized the moment to swing his blade, but Su Jin hurled the medicine jar at him, striking him in the face. The shatter of ceramics mixed with curses, and blood welled from his brow. Brother Mu. Lu Shi's saber chopped through the enemy's weapon. The men have made it around behind them. In the melee, Xiao Mu caught sight of Wang Xiao charging at the archer with the copper pot in her arms, the glare from its bottom dazzling the man, so he couldn't open his eyes. Seizing the chance, he pulled Su Jin behind the wagon, watching her trembling fingers sprinkle medicinal powder onto his wound. The familiar scent of mugwort lingered at the tip of his nose, the same smell as in their little cottage in Shire village. Does it hurt? Su Jin's voice was choked with tears. It doesn't hurt. Xiao Mu forced a smile and tried to raise his hand to brush the sand from her face, but his gaze fell on the silver lock swaying at her neck. He had bought it with the money he earned. For the first time, inside the lock were engraved 4 characters: in life and death, one fate. From afar came Wang Er's roar. You son of a bitch. Taste your grandpa's copper pot. Behold, the tiger-patterned copper pot was stuck on the archer's head, and Wang Xiao had mounted the man's horse, just like the wild girl she had been back in Shire village. The scarred man saw the tide turning and wheeled his horse to flee. Xiao Mu scooped up a crossbow bolt from the ground and threw it, striking him squarely in the back. Watching the man with the burn scar finally come to a halt on the sand, he breathed a sigh of relief, then heard Su Jin cry out softly, the waterskins. All 3 remaining waterskins had been shot through, their water seeping into the sand. Wang Xiao jumped down from the horse, the rim of the copper pot still smeared with the archer's blood. Brother Mu, what do we do? Xiao Mu stared at the sun sinking low in the west, calculating that there were still 30 li to Monan town. Su Jin suddenly untied the embroidered sachet at her waist, which held dried plums. Suck on these. They'll quench your thirst. At midnight, the caravan finally caught sight of the lights of Monan town. Xiao Mu counted the remaining plums. Only 2 per person. When from the town gate came the night watchman's wooden clapper and his call, the weather is dry, beware of fire. Brother Mu, something's wrong. Lu Shi suddenly reined in his horse. The watchman is wearing clothes of the previous dynasty. In the lantern light, the watchman's blue-gray robe swayed in the wind, and at his waist hung not a copper gong, but half a tiger-shaped tally. Xiao Mu remembered the military merit token he had picked from a pile of corpses when Wengqing fell, and he unconsciously touched his chest. The innkeeper's wife was a one-eyed woman. When she saw the bloodstains on Xiao Mu's waist, her cloudy eye suddenly brightened. Oh, honored sirs. There's hot water upstairs. Ooh, I shall have it prepared at once. Su Jin tugged at his sleeve, her voice very low. Husband, her sleeve is embroidered with plum blossoms. Xiao Mu looked up as the woman turned, revealing half a 6-petaled plum blossom on the sleeve of her blue robe, the stitches fine and dense, identical to the pattern on Su Jin's clothing. He took Su Jin's cold hand and felt her fingertips trembling. That night, Xiao Mu placed his saber beside his pillow, listening to the faint breathing of Su Jin and Ruaju beside him, yet he could not close his eyes. Yuner suddenly turned over and hugged him, her face pressed against his uninjured right shoulder. Husband. He stroked the top of her head, breathing in the familiar scent of soap pods. Once we're settled, we. Before he could finish, the window paper was suddenly slashed, and 3 poison-tipped crossbow bolts grazed his ear and embedded in the beam. Xiao Mu rolled off the bed, set the table upright to shield the people on the bed, and pressed Yuner beneath him. Outside the door came the clatter of footsteps, Wang Er's curses mixed with the clash of blades. You filthy dogs. How dare you touch Brother Mu? Go. He hauled Yun'er up and pulling Su Jin and Riju dashed toward the window, only to see the one-eyed innkeeper's wife blocking the alley with a dozen men, each with a plum blossom tattoo behind the ear, the exact same pattern as on Su Jin's clothes. Manager Xiao. The innkeeper's wife raised a torch, the glow illuminating the vermilion mole on the back of her neck. Your wife's needlework. I know it all too well. Su Jin snapped her head up, her voice a mix of shock and fury. How do you have my family's embroidery patterns? Your family? The innkeeper's wife chuckled. 3 years ago, in that great fire of Wengqing, how many bridal gowns embroidered with plum blossoms were burned? Do you remember, Madame Xiao? Xiao Mu's heart sank. 3 years ago, a fire had suddenly broken out in Wengqing, burning Su Jin's embroidery workshop to ashes. She had wept, saying that was the wedding dress she was making. Now listening again, it seemed someone had set the fire deliberately to destroy something. Husband, she. Su Jin's voice trembled. She's the embroiderer who stole my patterns back then. The innkeeper's wife took off her wig, revealing a shaven head and a hideous knife scar. Madame Xiao has a good memory. Back then your father thought my hands were too light-fingered and had 3 of my fingers chopped off. Now it's time to settle the debt. Suddenly a horse neighed at the mouth of the alley. Wang Xiu rode through the crowd, brandishing the copper pot with a whistling swoosh. Brother Mu. Catch. Xiao Mu caught the water skin she threw over, noticing the red string tied at its mouth. It was the piece not Yun'er had given Wang Xiu. In the chaos, he saw Su Jin hiding behind a cart, using a hairpin to pry at a wall brick, revealing half a piece of scorched cloth embroidered with a plum blossom, missing a petal. In the darkest hour before dawn, the group took refuge in a dilapidated kiln outside the town. Su Jin held up the half piece of cloth, her voice shaking. This was my mother's dowry. She said the plum blossom stands for. It stands for the embroiderers of my Huawu. Lucier suddenly spoke up. When my mother was alive, she was also an embroiderer. She said that people from my Huawu had to stitch a secret pattern into their wedding dresses as. His face turned pale, and he could not go on. Xiao Mu took the cloth, and by the firelight saw a tiny character, North, hidden within the plum blossom stamen. The great fire, the plundered embroideries when Wengqing fell, the plum blossom tattoos in Monan town. So this was not an ordinary embroidery pattern. It was a secret sign the Xiongnu used to mark their agents. Jiner, he said, taking Su Jin's hand. Your mother's family. Did they often do embroidery work for the garrison troops on the frontier? She nodded, tears falling. Father said it was for Marquis Ji's army. Suddenly hoofbeats sounded outside the kiln. Manager Wan Sin stumbled in, carrying a blood-soaked person in his arms. And Manager Xiao. This lad said he had urgent news. Before dying, the youth pressed a piece of broken silver into Xiao Mu's hand. It was engraved with the character Huai, with a chipped notch, exactly like Marquis Ji's private seal. Su Jin suddenly covered her mouth. This is. Lucier sprang to his feet. Brother Mu, remember the massacre of Wengqing? All those who died were wearing clothes embroidered with plum blossoms. Snow on the kiln roof rustled down, falling on Su Jin's pale face. Husband, she grabbed Xiao Mu's wrist, my father and the others. I'm afraid they've long since. I know. Xiao Mu gathered her into his arms, breathing in the mugwort fragrance in her hair, remembering the wedding day when she had worn the red bridal veil embroidered with plum blossoms, smiling sweeter than spring peach blossoms. So from beginning to end, they had been pawns on someone else's chessboard. And the one moving the pieces had been Marquis Ji, whom they had always trusted. Wang Xiu suddenly pointed outside the kiln. Look! In the distance, a great fire had broken out in Monan town, the flames shaped like a plum blossom, dyeing half the sky red. Xiao Mu touched the broken silver piece the youth had given him, then stood abruptly. Lucier, pack up. We're leaving. Brother Mu, leave now. Wang Er gripped his saber tightly. Yes. The sooner we go, the sooner we can rest easy. He fastened Su Jin's cloak for her, his fingertip brushing over the silver lock at her neck. Once we're settled, we'll go see just what kind of deity this Marquis Ji we've always trusted really is. Yun'er tugged at his clothes. Then I'll go with you. No, you're with child. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the household. Manager One, don't forget, once we reach the inner city, we still have to be partners in business. Good. Brother Mu. Wang Xiu suddenly called out to him, taking his hand. I'll be waiting for you. Xiao Mu raised his head to look into the distance, tightening his grip on the saber. He knew that this time it was not only for himself and his family, but for this. The principles of a chaotic age must after all be carved out with a blade. Night had fallen like spilled ink, heavy and suffocating over the vast wilderness. Xiao Mu reined in his horse and gazed ahead at the surging wind and sand, his brow deeply furrowed. Far on the horizon, the sky burned crimson from beacon fires. The clamor of battle at the border fortress seemed still ringing in his ears. Gunpowder smoke laced with the stench of blood swept toward him on the wind. This world had long since rot to its core. Officials pocketed military rations and claimed false merits for rewards as soldiers shirked danger and fled at the first sight of the enemy. Who would care about common folk who had lost their homes to war, their lives worth less than worthless grass? Remember this, we are not going to do evil. The border road is blocked. We march today simply to survive. Standing at the front of the group, Xiao Mu's voice was heavy, each word striking deeply into every heart. He looked up at the flickering lights in the distance, those faint glimmers piercing through the darkness like the unhidden greed festering in this chaotic age. Behind him, Wang Er and the others shouted into the howling sandstorm, their voices echoing across the wasteland, a desperate defiance mixed with ruthless resolve. "Shopkeeper, shout the men under your command. They are no ordinary folk," Wan San said, holding his reins as he rode alongside. His voice still carried traces of lingering fear, yet his eyes revealed nothing but respect. He had no way of knowing that these warriors forged through countless life-and-death struggles were once just ordinary farmers beyond Wang City, fear carved away by battle courage hammered into them. Xiao Mu squinted toward the distant beacon fire's exhaustion coloring his voice. "The world is like a starving tiger. If you do not want to be devoured, you must sharpen your teeth first." His sigh drifted away on the wind, resignation to the chaos, yet resolution to break free. A violent gust of sand struck his face raw and stinging. The wagons crawled forward through the caravan, their wheels carving deep ruts into the sand that the wind would swallow whole within moments. 3 scouts led the way ahead, long blades at their hips, eyes constantly scanning the terrain. Their horses shifted between quick bursts and deliberate paces, ever watchful for hidden threats. Lu Shi urged the rest to move faster. Xiao Mu called out, his voice ragged from the sand and wind. "Brother Mu says, everyone push harder." His shout cut through the night as hooves and wheels accelerated urgently toward the inner city. Below the inner city walls, refugees wailed and sobbed in overwhelming numbers, those who had lost everything pressing close together, their grief echoing skyward. In stark contrast, before the official compound, a scene of false celebration unfolded. Rows of soldiers in gleaming new armor formed an escort with a figure in silver armor riding slowly behind them. The polished silver armor blazed in sunlight, a cruel contrast to the tattered clothes of refugees outside the city walls. The veteran officer from the Ministry of War straightened his posture with visible arrogance, slowly unfurling the imperial decree in his raspy voice. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Ji Huai Marquis of Wengxing has broken the enemy and served the nation. He is hereby elevated to Prince of Jiangnan Commandery. So decrees." 3 cannon blasts rang out and fireworks erupted into the sky. The spectacular fireworks sent the refugees outside the city scattering in panic, their cries of terror mingling with screams of distress. "Congratulations, Prince Ji." More officials hurried forward with flattery, their faces twisted into sycophantic smiles. Ji Huai sat atop his horse, briefly closing his eyes to suppress his satisfaction, then opening them to reveal a sharp glint of calculation. He adjusted his silver armor meticulously, ensuring every detail caught the eye, desperate for all to witness his glory. "Prince Ji's military achievements are unparalleled. The Ministry of War has sent urgent dispatches bearing 3 tokens to Wuhan. When your majesty sees them, he will surely be most pleased." An adjutant stepped forward, eyes squeezed into flattering arcs. "No one can rival the prince's future prospects." Another official quickly chimed in. Ji Huai showed little expression, simply offering a terse, "Thank you." He dismounted, and within just days a short beard had appeared on his refined features, adding an air of weathered experience, though his ambition remained unmistakable beneath the surface. The inner city prefect and Zhou Li exchanged a glance filled with unspoken meaning, neither daring to voice what they were thinking. "Brother Mu, I encountered a carriage party earlier and heard troubling news. It weighs heavily on my heart," Lu Shi reported as he rode back, his voice trembling with urgency. Xiao Mu's heart tightened as he fixed his gaze on Lu Shi. "What is it?" "Word has reached me that garrison troops and imperial forces are killing refugees near the inner and outer city walls, driving them back miles with corpses strewn across the ground." Lu Shi's face drained of color at the horrific account. Xiao Mu's brows furrowed deeply as anger flashed in his eyes, and his fists clenched white-knuckled. "Those corrupt officials, fearing a repeat of what happened at Wang City, they are using common people's lives as ammunition." He sighed heavily. "With this slaughter, how many more will die?" "Any news of Marquis Ji?" His voice carried a subtle undertone of hope. Lu Shi shook his head. "Nothing yet. They may have gone elsewhere." Xiao Mu exhaled silently, the tension easing from his chest, and waved him on. "Continue scouting ahead. Don't worry, Brother Mu." Lu Shi urged his horse forward, the sound of hooves fading into the distance. The group pressed onward, resting whenever they reached a town, and camping out when none was in sight. Men took turns keeping watch through the night, never letting their guard down. Before they knew it, over a month had passed, and the group arrived near the inner city's main capital. "This is the Wu River, the mother river of our great Wu people." Wan San reined in his horse, pointing at the surging waters ahead. His voice trembled with excitement, his face alight with wild joy. Standing by the riverbank, he gazed at the surging waters with gleaming eyes. Having spent so long at the border frontier, he had never witnessed such a magnificent sight. Before Xiao Mu could even approach, the thunderous roar of water reached his ears, a sound like 10,000 horses galloping, immense and overwhelming. The Wu River raged and surged forward, nourishing the descendants of Dawu. Behold the Wu River sweeping forward for 10,000 miles. Nothing can block its path. At night, when darkness falls, stars seem to scatter across the plain and moonlight spills over the waves. That sight stirs the blood. Magnificent. Simply magnificent. Wan San grew more impassioned with each word, his voice rising. Then suddenly, he broke down like a child, sobbing as tears streamed down his face. O Wu River, you have never changed, yet Dawu is already riddled with wounds. He rose shakily, wiping his tears with rough hands, his voice choked. Forgive my display, shopkeeper Xiao. Forgive me. Xiao Mu watched this weathered middle-aged man and understood. In his heart, this was no pretense. It was the common people's aching love for their country, the painful realization that while the rivers and mountains remained, the nation itself lay shattered. He stepped forward and helped Wan San to his feet, speaking sincerely. Shopkeeper Wan is a man of true spirit. In these troubled times, even ordinary folk carry their country in their hearts. That is simply human nature. Shopkeeper Xiao, are you heading to Wuhan? Wan San asked, wiping away his tears. Wuhan was the capital of Dawu and the wealthiest city within the inner region, a destination everyone longed for. Yet Xiao Mu shook his head. His destination was not Wuhan, but Jiangxia, an ancient city renowned for its winemaking, where supposedly the rivers outside the city walls carried the fragrance of wine. You are headed to Jiangxia. Wan San guessed correctly, at once curiosity evident in his eyes. Yes, Xiao Mu nodded. Then we will part ways at the junction ahead. Wan San smiled brightly. Shopkeeper Xiao, remember, I will open a restaurant in Wuhan and buy all your wine. My establishment will only serve wines brewed by you. This bond, forged through shared peril along the journey, ran deep and genuine. A warmth spread through Xiao Mu's chest as he clasped his fists in salute. Wuhan and Jiangxia are but 100 li apart. We part for today, but we shall meet again. Concerned for Wan San's safety on the road, Xiao Mu allocated an extra carriage and assigned Tai to accompany a young man who had recently joined from the inner city as escorts until they reached Wuhan. As the procession followed the Wu River, the drunken old village head climbed onto the carriage roof, gourd in hand, sharing drinks with Lu Shi on horseback. Between swallows, he recited verses of his own composition. Beacon fires burn for 3 months across the northern frontier, yellow sands obscure the sun across mountains and rivers. Soldiers bathe in blood, guarding the border passes, gazing toward the horizon, longing for the year of return. Laughter scattered on the wind, bringing a touch of warmth to the grim journey. Following the Wu River south for over 100 li, they would reach Jiangxia City. Unlike the war-torn borderlands, these prosperous regions within the inner city showed not a trace of anxiety. In streets and alleys, refined scholars gathered in groups, occasionally reciting flawed verses and praising one another. Young ladies from wealthy families emerged with their maids, putting on shy displays and projecting the gentle demeanor associated with southern women when they spotted gentlemen they admired. The carriage rolled forward, but inside, Lady Li Xiaowan of noble birth felt no interest in the scenery passing before her. Having faced death and witnessed the border wars firsthand, the peace of the inner city struck her as unreal, leaving her gaze clouded with confusion. Brother Mu, what do you think would happen if we sent these scholars to war? Wang Er asked from atop the carriage shafts, his voice thick with disdain. The mere sight of those literati playing the noble intellectuals made his blood boil. They would flee faster than anyone else. They would never fight to the death, Xiao Mu replied flatly. He harbored no resentment toward wealth. Rather, the glittering complacency of the inner city paled beside the grim reality he remembered from the frontier. Entering the inner city was merely a last resort, to find shelter for those who depended on him. Pay them no mind. Keep moving. He waved his hand dismissively. The grim aura of the borderlands still clung to the group, starkly at odds with the apparent tranquility of the inner city. Though their clothes had been washed, dust from the road remained, and the sharpness in their eyes was worlds apart from the gentle demeanor prevalent within the city. Drunk and sprawled upon the carriage, muddled and unlike any mortal. Monstrous in appearance, like demons, where lies elegance or truth. A scholar clad in luxurious brocades spotted the drunken old village head on the carriage roof and recited these lines with mockery etched across his face. The surrounding scholars erupted in laughter and applause, their mocking gazes fixed on the caravan, the sound grating against the ears. Xiao Mu's brow furrowed and his expression darkened. Taida flew into a rage, his eyes blazing red as his hand gripped the hilt of his broadsword, ready to leap from the carriage. The killing intent radiating from him was palpable. Having faced life and death at the border, he could hardly tolerate such humiliation. Taida, sheath your blade. Xiao Mu's voice was cold and absolute. Taida froze, momentarily churning with frustration, yet unable to disobey. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he forced himself back to his seat. The old village head on the carriage roof remained silent, clutching his wine gourd as though he had not heard a word, though a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes before drifting toward the distance. It seems the coarse folk from the border can only keep their heads down even in better places. The scholars sneered, their mockery left entirely unguarded. Wang Er glanced toward Xiao Mu, his eyes full of inquiry, ready to act on any command to discipline these pedantic scholars. Move on, Xiao Mu said calmly, his expression unchanged. Such verbal taunts meant nothing compared to the clash of blades at the border or the countless scorn he had endured across lifetimes. He saw no reason to dignify them with a response. Before the words had barely left his lips, a woman holding a floral paper umbrella cried out shrilly, "A village woman dares to show her face in public. Linen skirts and wooden hairpins, what proper decorum is that?" Though plain-looking, the woman carried herself with towering arrogance, her contempt nearly overflowing from her eyes. The moving carriage came to an abrupt halt, not by Wang Er's hand, but as Xiao Mu reached out and gripped the reins. He turned to see Yun'er, Ruozhu Su Jin, and Wang Xiao standing beside the carriage, their expressions composed, yet their eyes revealing an unspoken grievance. "Not angry?" Xiao Mu asked softly. The four women shook their heads, forcing smiles that could not conceal the hurt in their eyes. "I am," Xiao Mu said, coldly mounting his horse with an aura that sent the pressure lowering around him. He remembered the first time he had seen them, all fragile and thin, simply striving to survive. Had it not been for these turbulent times, they would have been embroidering and keeping birds in their rooms, living peaceful lives rather than following him across thousands of miles without a place to call home, enduring such indignities. "What do you think you are doing?" The woman with the umbrella faltered under Xiao Mu's imposing presence, attempting to maintain her composure as she nervously retreated behind the nearby scholars, though defiance still flickered in her eyes. "Having dwelled long at the frontier and newly entered the inner city, I happened upon a few verses to present to the lady." A cold smirk touched Xiao Mu's lips, his mockery unmistakable. "You, a frontier barbarian, compose poetry?" The scholars erupted in laughter once more. Even Xiao Mu's companions exchanged bewildered glances, and none had ever seen him write a single verse. Wang Er yawned, openly unconcerned. Wang Xiao pouted, thoroughly skeptical, and the three women within the carriage watched him with keen curiosity. Only the elderly village head atop the carriage scratched his chest and leaned forward slightly, watching with genuine interest. "Listen closely." Xiao Mu cleared his throat, his voice clear and carrying on the wind. She should have been dancing in jade pavilions, yet strayed into this mortal realm and drawn only mockery and pity. After just 2 lines, the umbrella-bearing woman broke into laughter, her freckled face crinkling as she covered her mouth with girlish delight. "At least you have some taste. Brother Mu, why are you praising her?" Wang Xiao complained with a pout. "If you are going to compliment someone, it should be me." Xiao, wait. There are 2 more lines." Yun'er gently tugged her sleeve, gazing at Xiao Mu's retreating figure with brightness in her eyes. Xiao Mu's tone shifted sharply, growing cold. "Alas, a vulgar frame corrupts what should be jade-like grace. Her coarse features rival those of a demoness." The old village head on the carriage roof spat out his wine in laughter, clutching his stomach so hard he nearly tumbled off. The woman's smile froze mid-expression. She stood transfixed for a moment before bursting into tears, covering her face as she tried to rush toward the river. Only the scholars beside her managed to restrain her. "Let's go." Xiao Mu mounted his horse with a cold expression. Insults aimed at him were acceptable, but those who harassed his companions would face consequences. The scholars fell silent immediately, their faces pale with shock as they parted to let him pass. No one dared speak another word. They could never have imagined the frontier barbarian composing such verses, ending the confrontation with a single line. "Husband, thank you," Yun'er and the others said softly, cheeks flushed with emotion. "A small matter," Xiao Mu replied, turning back with a gentler tone. "Brother Mu, if someone insults me, will you compose a poem to insult them back?" Wang Xiao leaned in, clinging to his arm and asking hopefully. Xiao Mu raised his eyebrows, deliberately teasing her. "That depends. I might actually hope someone makes you cry to temper your nature a bit." Wang Xiao's eyes immediately filled with tears. She bit her lip, released his arm, and turned away, hugging her knees in silence, her face etched with grievance and her eyes burning red. "Husband, stop teasing her." Yun'er gently tugged his sleeve. The carriage began moving again, wheels rumbling along the banks of the Wu River toward Jiangxia. The fragrance of wine carried on the wind seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. "Lu Shi, tell the rear cart to keep up. A few more li and we'll reach Jiangxia." Xiao Mu rested his hand on the cart shaft, gazing into the distance with both hope and caution. He straightened his back and leaned slightly forward, eager to see that ancient brewing city as soon as possible. The hem of his robe was lifted by the wind, revealing the old wine gourd at his waist, one he had traded for 3 jars of strong liquor during the breakout from Wenqing. "Within 3 months, my Xiao family distillery will make a name in Jiangxia." Xiao Mu clenched his fist, his tone resolute. He closed his eyes and imagined wine banners fluttering in the breeze, as if he could already see February spring selling briskly across the city. The corner of his mouth curled up unconsciously, but soon his expression turned solemn. Once inside Jiangxia, it was not like the frontier. Even with official documents, one could not casually carry 2 mini-iron weapons. "Brother Mu, up ahead. Those look like Zhao family men." Wang Er suddenly shouted, his voice sharp with vigilance. He tightened the reins, leaned forward, and squinted into the distance. Xiao Mu's face darkened. Following the riverbank with his eyes, he saw an 8-oared river boat with a white sail. At the bow, a man stood with his arms crossed, head raised, his eyes full of provocation. "Shopkeeper once said that the Zhao family distillery's home base is in Jiangxia." Xiao Mu narrowed his eyes. No wonder the other Zhao family members had been nowhere to be seen when Wenqing fell. It seemed this grudge would have to be settled again in Jiangxia. "Wang Er, you have the strength. Pick up a few stones and throw them." Xiao Mu gave a cold smile. Wang Er laughed loudly, bent down to pick up stones, the muscles in his arms tensing as he hurled them out with dull, heavy thuds. A muffled thud sounded from the river. The man, frightened pale, hurriedly ducked into the cabin in a miserable, flustered state. After passing the long embankment of the Wu River and crossing the stone bridge, they arrived before Jianxia City. Unlike the mighty flow of the Wu River, these small streams were quieter. The water moved slowly, and occasionally a wisp of winemaking aroma would drift out, threading into the nose. Brother Mu, there are so many distilleries here. Wang Er's eyes opened wide. Along the riverbank, one wine workshop stood next to another. Tall wine banners fluttered in the wind, and the air was thick with liquor fragrance. From time to time, people carrying grain sacks hurried into the workshops. Xiao Mu looked up and saw 7 or 8 riverside distilleries at a glance. His face turned grave. He knew that blocking someone's path to wealth was like murdering their parents. For February spring to rise above the crowd, friction with these distilleries was unavoidable. But his gaze was firm. He urged the cart onward, the wheels grinding over the flagstones with a rumbling creak. Night fell. At the city gate, a stray dog holding brewer's grains in its mouth was teased into a few low growls by the guards before tucking its tail and running off. "Where are you from?" A soldier lounged against the city gate, sizing up Xiao Mu and the others with scorn. "We're refugees from Wengzhou on the frontier, trying to reach the inner city." Xiao Mu stepped down from the cart, his face humble, and quietly pressed a few taels of silver into the soldier's hand. "Why are you in such a hurry? Once the mighty army of Great Wu arrives, the lost territory will certainly be taken back." The soldier's tone softened at the sight of the silver, and he even gave Xiao Mu a pat on the shoulder. Xiao Mu hid his mockery behind a smile. In his heart, he dismissed the soldier's boast, but he only nodded slightly. "Go on. After entering the city, walk 20 li, turn right, and report to the official registry for your identity tags." Seeing that Xiao Mu had no more interest in chatting, the soldier waved his hand and leaned back against the city gate. It was already late at night, and the yamen had long closed its doors. Xiao Mu had no choice but to find a large crude inn where the group could stay. The lodging was shabby, the wooden beds rock hard, and mosquitoes droned around their ears, but everyone was so exhausted that they fell asleep as soon as their heads touched the pillows. Before dawn the next day, Xiao Mu led the group to the yamen. Only a few early vendors were crying out their goods in the streets. "Bring the broadswords, the curved bows, and the short knives." Xiao Mu gave the order. He knew that keeping too many iron weapons in hand would invite trouble even with official papers, so it was better to turn them in voluntarily, and perhaps get a little something in return. The old registrar who processed the registration had gray hair, a face wrinkled with age, and the hand holding his brush trembled slightly. Those who live through Wengqing have had no easy time. The old registrar glanced at the records Xiao Mu handed over and sighed. "Let me see your documents." Xiao Mu offered a thick stack of papers. The old registrar put on his reading glasses and slowly turned the pages. "Quite a few. 10 broadswords, 5 curved bows. The weapons will be confiscated. I'll credit you 10 taels of silver." After he finished, Xiao Mu looked around. At the gate of the official registry in the inner city stood 2 stone lions, and the staircase was impressively grand. He suddenly remembered the old clerk in Wengqing who had given his life for his country, and a nameless emotion surged in his chest. The identity tags you need to receive total 37, which comes to 43 taels. Besides, the fighting at the frontier is still going on, so the household registration transfer will have to wait. Come, write down all your names. The old registrar handed Xiao Mu the brush. Xiao Mu grasped the brush and wrote stroke by stroke. His handwriting was somewhat unaccustomed. When he finished, the old registrar spread a map on the table. "This is the vacant land around Jianxia. If you want to open a distillery, choose one." Xiao Mu looked it over carefully. None of the plots were particularly good. Far from the markets and residences, with the only advantage being their location along the Tang River, convenient for drawing water. He frowned and weighed the options for a long time, finally selecting a spot near the ferry. The old registrar's face remained expressionless. 300 taels of silver. Pay the money and the land deed and papers are yours. 300 taels. Xiao Mu was taken aback. Back in Wengqing, even a shop that large had cost only 100 taels. He cursed the rotten cord in his heart, but he had no other choice. He had little silver left. Most of it had been spent along the escape route, but he could not simply leave Jianxia. Gritting his teeth, he handed the silver to the old registrar. "Here are the land deed and official papers. Shopkeeper Xiao, you are an outsider, so be careful. The local powers are not known for good tempers." Xiao Mu took the deed, understanding that he was being warned that the old liquor merchants of the area were not to be trifled with. For February spring to rise, conflict with the interests of these great households was unavoidable. When they left the yamen, the sun was already high. Xiao Mu told Lu Shi to buy several baskets of steamed buns. The group sat on the cart, wolfing them down with hot water. Dusty and disheveled, they truly looked like refugees. Passers-by cast strange looks at them, snickering and pointing. Xiao Mu paid no attention. After nearly an hour, Lu Shi rode back and called out, "Brother Mu, that's the estate." From afar, the estate looked worn down. The surrounding wall had collapsed, and the yard was overgrown with weeds. Wang Er made a circuit through the place, looking puzzled. Wine vats, big stoves, and over 100 empty jars, all appearing fairly new. Why did the former owner just abandon them? Maybe the previous owner had urgent business and went back to his hometown, Xiao Mu said. But a sense of foreboding rose inside him. Jiangxia had 4 great liquor merchants, and they would certainly do everything they could to monopolize the private brewing trade. Those who obeyed got a share of the soup, those who did not were suppressed. He cast a wary glance around, feeling that everything had gone a little too smoothly. How it seems there are still people in the estate, Wang Er suddenly said. A dozen odd men in ragged clothes walked out with cold expressions, wooden clubs tucked into their belts, and fierce looks in their eyes. The new boss. We've been guarding this estate for a good part of the day. Aren't you going to pay us some wages? The leader, an old beggar, wrinkled his nose and stared at them maliciously. Xiao Mu and Wang Er exchanged smiles. They had seen this kind of blackmail too many times at the frontier. What are you laughing at? If you don't pay up, I'll burn your estate to the ground tonight. The old beggar waved his club as a threat. Brother Mu, I'll go teach them a lesson. Wang Er rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. The others also volunteered, and even the women in the carriage grabbed crossbows. The old beggar's heart failed him, but he still blustered, I killed 10 men last year. You'd better not mess with me. The moment he said it, he stepped on an empty jar, slipped, and landed flat on his back with a huge thud. Seeing the situation go bad, the other beggars turned and fled, leaving the old beggar standing there pale, with both legs trembling. Lucia arranged for some people to tidy up the estate. Xiao Mu instructed. Where are you going, Brother Mu? Lucia asked. Wang Er and I are going to take a walk. Xiao Mu's gaze drifted to the tall walls of the Zhao family distillery in the distance, from which wafts of wine fragrance drifted over, hiding what seemed like invisible blades. The two walked along the distillery street. The surnames Chun Li and Zhou on the various wine banners stood out sharply. Passing a tavern, Xiao Mu heard people inside discussing. Did you hear? The land at the ferry was sold to an outsider. Humph. That broken-down estate the Zhou family sold off last year. Whoever takes it over is cursed with bad luck. Xiao Mu listened without changing his expression, understanding everything in his heart. It seemed that behind this estate lay a fight for profit among the 4 great households. Wang Er wanted to lose his temper, but Xiao Mu stopped him. Let's go back first. Back at the estate, the group had already cleared out an open area, revealing an old wine cellar below. Brother Mu, this cellar doesn't look like it's been abandoned for long, Lucia said. Xiao Mu went down into the cellar. He ran his fingers over the still damp water stains on the stone walls, lost in thought. Suddenly, in a corner, he found a broken pottery shard carved with strange symbols. He had once seen this symbol in an old book in Wenqing. It was said to be connected to a lost secret brewing art. Just as Xiao Mu was examining it carefully, a commotion broke out outside. Shopkeeper Xiao, how dare you lay your hands on the Zhou family's property? A crowd of men burst into the estate, led by the Zhao family man they had run into on the river that day. Young Master Zhao, I've already purchased this land from the official registry. The deed is proof. Xiao Mu produced the land deed. Young Master Zhao sneered. Land deed? This estate has the Zhou family's brewing secret buried beneath it. Do you think you can just walk away with it? Brother, search the place. The moment he finished, his men moved to act. Wang Er and the others at once blocked Xiao Mu's path, swords drawn and bows bent. Hold it! A loud shout rang out. A white-haired old man stepped forward with his men. It was shopkeeper Chen, a man of high standing in these parts. Nephew Zhao, since this land has already changed hands, it should be handled according to the rules. Shopkeeper Xiao, this estate does have a story to it. Why not come and sit at my residence for a while? Xiao Mu hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Before leaving, he quietly tucked the pottery shard into his robe. At shopkeeper Chen's residence, the old man studied the shard with a grave expression. This is a fragment of the Zhou family's lost drunken immortal brew secret formula. Back then, the Zhou family's sudden downfall was precisely because this secret formula attracted vultures from every side. Shopkeeper Xiao, if you wish to gain a foothold in Jiangxia, you must be extremely careful. Back at the estate, Xiao Mu lay watching the stars fill the sky, unable to sleep for a long time. He knew that to make February spring gain a firm footing in Jiangxia, he would not only have to fend off the Zhao family's harassment, but also find a path through the struggles among the 4 great households. But the pottery shard in his hand just might be the key to breaking the deadlock. The next day, Xiao Mu began making preparations for the distillery, sending people to repair the walls and clean out the wine cellar. Yet the Zhao family kept throwing obstacles in his way, spreading word everywhere that the Xiao family's wine was flawed and bribing merchants not to sell Xiao Mu brewing grain. Xiao Mu refused to retreat. He took Wang Er and the others to the surrounding villages, and relying on his own brewing skill, persuaded the villagers to cooperate. He improved his brewing methods and drew on the distinctive water of the Tang River, producing a wine with a flavor all its own. Gradually, the Xiao family distillery's wine began to spread across the region, winning many followers. But the Zhao family had no intention of letting things go. One night, a group of masked men broke into the distillery, hoping to set the wine cellar alight. Fortunately, Xiao Mu had been on his guard. He led his people in driving off the intruders. During the fight, he noticed the men bore the mark of the Zhao family distillery. After what happened, Xiao Mu decided to strike first. He joined forces with the other small distilleries that had been bullied by the Zhao family, exposing the Zhao family's misdeeds of passing off inferior goods as premium and monopolizing the market. At the same time, following the clues on the pottery shard, he succeeded in reconstructing part of the drunken immortal brew recipe. The new wine he distilled was mellow and rich, its aroma bursting forth. As soon as the new wine appeared, it created a stir throughout Jiangxia. Even the usually neutral Li and Zhou families sent people to probe the idea of cooperation. Xiao Mu knew this was both an opportunity and a test. He would have to maneuver among the various forces growing stronger without becoming a target for everyone, a task requiring careful calculation. At a wine gathering, Xiao Mu demonstrated his improved brewing craft and the new wine before all the guests. Our Xiao family distillery has no desire to fight anyone, he said. We only wish to make friends through wine and work together to advance Jiangxia's brewing trade. But if anyone thinks he can bully or harm me, I, Xiao Mu, am not someone to cross. His words rang out like iron and won applause from many. Young Master Zhao's face was livid, but he dared not act rashly. After this affair, the Xiao family distillery gained a firm foothold in Jiangxia, and the name February Spring grew ever more renowned. Yet the real crisis had not yet passed. With the rise of the Xiao family distillery, certain mysterious figures began moving in the shadows. Xiao Mu noticed that unfamiliar faces always seemed to be hanging around the distillery, and the grain he purchased sometimes diminished for no apparent reason. Even more strangely, one of his brewers suddenly went missing, leaving behind only a hastily written resignation. Meanwhile, the court was becoming more chaotic by the day. Not long after the new emperor took the throne, factions of powerful officials fought among themselves, and taxes everywhere were raised. Jiangxia might still appear prosperous on the surface, but the burdens on ordinary people grew heavier each day. Many small distilleries closed because they could not afford the tax levies. Watching the growing stream of refugees in the streets, Xiao Mu's heart was heavy with concern. He knew all too well that in these troubled times the prosperity of a single distillery could change nothing. One day a tattered scholar fainted at the gate of the distillery. Xiao Mu had him carried in and revived. When the scholar regained consciousness, he revealed something astonishing. It turned out he had once served as an aide to a court official, but had been hunted down because he refused to take part in a conspiracy orchestrated by a powerful minister. He told Xiao Mu that someone at court had set their sights on Jiangxia's brewing industry and planned to turn it into a state monopoly. Moreover, among the 4 great liquor merchants, someone had already secretly colluded with the powerful minister. This news sent a chill down Xiao Mu's spine. If the brewing industry were taken over by the government, not only would the Xiao family distillery be finished, but the countless people who depended on brewing for their livelihoods would have no way to survive. He realized he had to act, not just for the Xiao family distillery, but for the people of Jiangxia. Xiao Mu began reaching out secretly to all sides. He built ties with the city's chivalrous heroes, gaining access to a great deal of martial world news. Through shopkeeper Chun, he also connected with other merchants who were unwilling to bow to the powerful minister. He also sent people deep into the court to uncover the powerful minister's specific plan. In the course of gathering intelligence, Xiao Mu discovered an even greater conspiracy. The powerful minister wanted not only to monopolize the brewing industry, but also to use Jiangxia's wealth to support the rebel troops on the frontier and eventually usurp the throne. As for the Zhao family, they had long become the powerful minister's henchmen in Jiangxia. They bullied the people and did every evil in his service, all to expand their power and prepare for rebellion. Confronted by such a crisis, Xiao Mu was not afraid. He decided to use the scheme to his own advantage and set a trap with the drunken immortal brew formula as bait. He announced publicly that he would hold a grand brewing convention, inviting the finest brewers from across the realm to gather in Jiangxia and exchange their craft. At the same time, he secretly reported the powerful minister's conspiracy to the court and requested that imperial investigators be sent. The news of the brewing convention spread at once and caused a sensation. Master brewers flocked in from all directions, and the 4 great liquor merchants had no choice but to send delegates. Young Master Zhao in particular was brimming with ambition, hoping to seize the drunken immortal brew formula at the convention and earn the powerful minister's favor. On the day of the convention, Jiangxia was a scene of great excitement. Xiao Mu stood on the high platform, gazing down at the crowd below, his emotions a tangle of mixed feelings. He knew that the outcome of today would decide everything. Just as the convention reached its climax, the imperial commissioner arrived, suddenly bearing the emperor's decree ordering a full investigation into the chaos in Jiangxia's brewing industry. Young Master Zhao saw the situation turn sour and tried to flee, but the chivalrous men who had laid in wait cut him off. Before the assembled crowd, the Zhao family's crimes, colluding with the powerful minister and oppressing the common people, were laid bare one by one. The other merchants who had conspired with the powerful minister were caught in the net as well. After the storm, Jiangxia returned to its former tranquility. The Xiao family distillery was not only unaffected, but because of its righteous act in exposing the conspiracy and protecting the people, it earned even greater renown. Young master, let's talk this out. The old beggar hoisted over Wang Er's shoulder like a helpless chick, kicked his legs wildly in the air, his face turning purple. This old frame can't take such rough treatment. Xiao Mu toyed with the jade pendant at his waist and sneered, "Save that pitiful act for children." The old beggar's pupils contracted and a rasping wheeze like a torn bellows escaped his throat. "Young master, I beg you to see the truth. I still have 3 simple-minded sons at home waiting for food, and my old woman's migraines have worn right through her medicine pot. Trembling, he reached for a pocket patched over and over again. Take me to the people at Drunken Immortal's Tavern. Xiao Mu suddenly pressed the nerve point on the old beggar's wrist, making him arch his back in pain. Try any tricks. The stray dogs in this alley are starving for fresh meat. In the reeking alley, moss crawled all over the walls. Just as the old beggar pointed at the mottled vermilion pavilion ahead, Wang Er suddenly gripped his knife hilt. Muji, the 3rd window on the 2nd floor, there's a glint. Before the words faded, Xiao Mu had already flung the old beggar against the stone wall. A crack rang out, and dark red blood seeped from the crevices between the stones. Xiao Mu, what blind fool dares? A scarred man in a felt hat appeared on the creaking stairs, a copper wine flask and cudgel clinking at his waist. He narrowed his eyes at the second moon's spring wooden token tucked in Xiao Mu's robes, then burst into laughter. Where's this little whelp from daring to make trouble in Jiangxia? Do you know the rules of Drunken Immortal's Tavern? Xiao Mu whipped out the short blade from Wang Er's waist and flicked open the man's hat strap with its edge. Rules? You mean forcing protection money from people or burning down their homes? A cold gleam traced the scar on the man's face. That scar? Did you get it by bullying the innocent too? The underlings were about to raise their clubs when the thunder of dense hoofbeats suddenly sounded in the distance. Xiao Mu watched the badge swaying at the constable's waist, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. The petty clerk he had deliberately saved at the Yamen gate 3 days earlier was now leading the officers to surround Drunken Immortal's Tavern so tightly that no one could slip out. Muji, that move, borrowing a knife to kill, was brilliant. On the way back, Wang Er could not help clapping his hands. Xiao Mu, however, stared at the lanterns drifting on the river. The jade pendant turned cold in his palm. Drunken Immortal's Tavern is merely a pawn. Did you see the gold thread embroidery on the scarred man's sleeve? That was the Vermilion Bird Tower's secret mark. As night fell, long unheard laughter drifted out of the brewery. Su Jin placed a cup of warm tea in Xiao Mu's hand. Their fingertips touched by accident, and both hastily looked away. Husband-sister Lian said at tomorrow's fair. Her words were cut off by Wang Er's loud-voiced boss. The old village chief is spinning tales of the past again, and he insists on dragging people over to comment on the previous dynasty's imperial wine. Xiao Mu rose with a smile, but stopped abruptly as he crossed the threshold. In the moonlight, the old village chief was murmuring to a wine jar, what a pity. The secret of ancient distillation is missing just that one crucial medicinal ingredient. That sentence was like a key suddenly unlocking a box deep in his memory. On the day they left the inner city, besides the jade pendant, Ji Huai had given him half a yellowed sheet of paper. At this moment, in the ruins of Drunken Immortal's Tavern, the scarred man was kneeling before Hong Xiao, the head of the Vermilion Bird Tower. That Xiao Mu is anything but an easy mark. Pressing his fresh wound, he said, why don't we? Before he could finish, Hong Xiao slid a cup of poison wine in front of him. Worthless. What do you think I keep the Black Tortoise Merchant Guild's salt smuggling ships for? As the first light of dawn touched the Tang River, Xiao Mu and Wang Er stepped into the deep mountains. The village chief's words echoed in his ears. That reclusive brewmaster was once a renegade official of the former dynasty's Imperial Wine Bureau. He lives. He gazed at the mist-wreathed mountaintop. The jade pendant at his waist suddenly grew hot. The handwriting on that half-formula sheet was exactly the same as the legendary cipher of the Imperial Wine Bureau. A mountain wind heavy with damp mist swept over them as the two climbed the moss-covered stone steps. Wild grass swayed in the wind from the cracks between the steps. In the distance, a dog barked, startling the jackdaws in the old trees. The frantic flapping of their wings echoed loudly through the mountain forest. After rounding a bend, a small courtyard enclosed by a bamboo fence appeared before them. Beneath an old locust tree in the courtyard, a white-haired elder was holding a wooden ladle and attentively stirring the clay vat before him. From the steaming mouth of the vat drifted a strange wine fragrance. Faint and elusive, yet it struck the mind and spirit with a jolt. Are you the master brewer? I am Xiao Mu, and I have come specially to visit you. Xiao Mu clasped his fists in salute. The old man paused in his movements, then slowly turned around. His murky gaze, like a dull knife, swept over the two men several times. Finally, he forced a cold snort from his throat. Here again for my secret brewing formula. I washed my hands of that craft long ago. I've driven away more people than I can count over the years. Leave. Master, I didn't come only for the formula. Xiao Mu did not retreat. He stepped forward. When I was at the frontier, I once drank a wine whose taste was completely different from ordinary liquor. It entered the mouth soft and smooth with a powerful after effect, and its fragrance lingered on the lips and teeth for 3 days. Later, after much inquiry, I learned that the wine seemed to contain a lost ancient brewing technique. I suspect, Master, that you might know the secret behind it. The old man's hand trembled slightly, but he quickly recovered. A war-torn frontier, what good wine could there be? At best, it's crudely made swill. Wang Er could not hold back and stepped forward. Master, our Muji has braved life and death at the frontier. What fine wine hasn't he seen? We came here with sincere intentions. Brave life and death. The old man whirled around, a sharp glint flashing through his murky eyes. In this world, who isn't struggling at the edge of life and death? And who are you two to talk about brewing? Xiao Mu did not take offense. He took the half-yellowed formula sheet from his robes and carefully unfolded it. Master, does the handwriting here look familiar to you? A friend gave it to me, saying it might be useful in brewing. The old man's face went white in an instant. He staggered back several steps and nearly fell. He stretched out an age-spotted hand, trembling as he tried to touch the paper, then stopped mid-air. Where did you get this? Before he finished speaking, urgent hoofbeats suddenly sounded from deep in the mountain forest, rolling closer like muffled thunder. A troop of masked riders burst out on swift horses clad in black combat, clothes, curved blades gleaming coldly in their hands. Xiao Mu, hand over the formula, and we'll spare your life, the leading masked man bellowed. With a wave of his hand, his men fanned out and encircled Xiao Mu and the others. Wang Er swiftly drew his short blade and stood in front of Xiao Mu. Muji, be careful. These men have steady practiced bearing. They're not here for anything good. Xiao Mu put the formula away, his eyes calm. It seems the secret behind this formula is even bigger than I imagined. Master, please take shelter. But the old man suddenly stepped forward, wooden ladle in hand, radiating an air of fearlessness. These men are after me. Back then I defected from the Imperial Wine Bureau and took something I shouldn't have. They've been hunting me for more than 10 years. Even if I have to stake this old life today, I won't let the formula fall into their hands. The masked men swung their blades and attacked. Xiao Mu and Wang Er fought with unspoken coordination, battling the enemy on the narrow mountain path. Amid the flashing blades, Xiao Mu caught sight of a vermilion bird tattoo on one masked man's wrist, and he understood at once. This was indeed connected to the vermilion bird tower. Just as the fight grew fierce, another troop arrived. Hooves crushed mountain rocks and raised rolling dust. The gray-clad leader holding a tiger head token shouted, "Stop. This is fierce Tiger Hall territory. By forcing your way in here, are you looking down on us?" The masked men exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then quickly withdrew. "Master Xiao, you've been well." The gray-clad man looked at Xiao Mu with a half-smile. "Our hall master calculated that you would come and sent me with men to help you." Alarm bells rang in Xiao Mu's heart, but his face betrayed nothing. "Thank you. But I wonder, why does the fierce Tiger Hall take such an interest in me?" "Master Xiao, why ask when you already know?" The gray-clad man glanced at the old man. "The secret that old fellow holds is not only coveted by the Vermilion Bird Tower, our hall master is very interested in it as well. Why not hand the formula to us? We'll guarantee that no one in Jiangxiao will dare touch your brewery." "In your dreams," the old man suddenly said. "That formula was personally bestowed by the late emperor. How could it fall into your hands? Even if I have to destroy it, I won't let you succeed." The gray-clad man's face darkened. Xiao Mu spoke first. "This formula is of critical importance. I cannot give it to anyone. However, I can cooperate with the fierce Tiger Hall. Once the secret of the formula is unraveled, we'll share the benefits." The gray-clad man pondered for a moment. "Very well. I hope Master Xiao will not go back on his word. If you dare play tricks, there will be no place for you to stand in all of Jiangxia." With that, he led his men away. Xiao Mu turned to the old man. "Master, now can you tell me what secret truly lies behind this formula?" The old man sighed and sat on a stone bench. "This formula is the secret recipe the former imperial house used to brew 1000-day intoxication. Not only does the wine taste exquisite, but even more miraculously, after drinking it, a person's memories are sealed away for a period of time. In those days, to keep court secrets from leaking out, the late emperor ordered the wine brewed and had everyone who knew the secrets drink it. And I was the one who brewed 1000-day intoxication. Later, when the court underwent upheaval and a new emperor ascended the throne, I knew too many secrets and had no choice but to flee with part of the formula. The Vermilion Bird Tower and the Fierce Tiger Hall have been searching for me all these years to obtain the complete 1000-day intoxication." Xiao Mu and Wang Er exchanged a look, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. "Good heavens, if this wine is really brewed, there's no telling what would happen." Wang Er scratched his head. "He was my benefactor," Xiao Mu said. "On his deathbed, he gave me the jade pendant and the formula. He said he hoped I could use it to do something beneficial for the country and its people." A flicker of relief passed through the old man's eyes. "Enough. I'm an old bag of bones and won't live much longer. I'll pass the rest of the secret formula on to you. But you must promise me that 1000-day intoxication will never be exploited by those with evil intentions." Xiao Mu nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, master. I Xiao Mu swear here and now that I will not betray your trust." Back at the brewery, Xiao Mu immediately gathered everyone to begin studying the brewing method of 1000-day intoxication. They divided the work. Some purchased special ingredients, some built new equipment, and some combed ancient texts for clues. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, yet disaster struck without warning. On a dark, windy night, the night watchman spotted a great fire breaking out in the direction of the wine cellar. Flames shot into the sky, lighting up half the heavens. Waves of heat rolled outward, and the crackling of the fire sounded like a demon's sneer. Xiao Mu watched the towering blaze as fury ignited in his heart. He immediately organized everyone to fight the fire. Shouts, the clatter of water buckets, and the roar of the flames all churned together. The fire was finally extinguished, but the brewery had suffered devastating losses. Many aged wines in the cellar were destroyed in an instant. Most of the newly purchased brewing equipment was burned up, and the ground was littered with shattered jars and charred wood. Whoever did this, I will make them pay. Xiao Mu clenched his fists so hard his nails nearly dug into his palms. From today on, the brewery is on high alert. Everyone takes turns standing guard. Wanger, go find out if there has been any unusual activity in the city lately, especially from the Vermilion Bird Tower and the Fierce Tiger Hall. Wanger accepted the order and left. He disguised himself, slipped into the city's streets, mingled with all sorts of people, and gathered information everywhere. A few days later, he returned with startling news. Muji, I found out that the Canal Gang set the fire. And the Canal Gang has already joined forces with the Vermilion Bird Tower, preparing to launch an all-out attack on our brewery. They want to sabotage our production first, then cut off our sales channels, so we can't hold our ground in Jiangxia. Meanwhile, the Fierce Tiger Hall is also stirring, waiting to reap the spoils from the conflict. A sharp glint entered Xiao Mu's eyes. The Canal Gang controlled the waterways of Jiangnan. Once those routes were cut off, raw materials could not come into the brewery, and wine could not be shipped out. It would be like having a grip around his throat. Contact the Fierce Tiger Hall at once. Tell them we are willing to fulfill our partnership ahead of time, and fight the Canal Gang and the Vermilion Bird Tower together. Tell them when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold. If we fall, they're next. Also send someone to invite that master brewer, and speed up the brewing of thousand-day intoxication. We must have a trump card in our hands. An even greater storm was about to break over Jiangxia. Inside the brewery, everyone stood ready. Xiao Mu stood on the high platform, gazing at the distant city of Jiangxia, his eyes filled with determination. In the Chang'an ward of Jiangxia City, a few wind lanterns hung beneath the glazed eaves of the Zuatian pavilion, swaying to and fro in the night breeze. Several serving girls carrying wine pitchers wove softly between the tables, their footsteps feather-light. The gaunt middle-aged man in the seat of honor wore a face as dark as thunder, his fingers whitening as he gripped his wine cup. What sort of worthless goods are these? Zhao Yuan suddenly flicked his sleeve, and the cup smashed against the serving girl's forehead, wine sluicing down her cheeks. Get out! Her knees buckled, she collapsed to the floor. 2 more slaps followed, and blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Uncle, why must you be so wroth? The young man, lounging on the rosewood couch, set down his cup. Cloud patterns on his moon-white brocade robe rippled in the lamplight. Zhao Zhou traced the cup's rim with his fingertips, one brow arched. Women of the streets are always like this. Zhao Yuan drained an entire jar in one breath, his Adam's apple bobbing. What would you know? That Xiao Mu stole my business in Wang City, and now he's making trouble here in Jiangxia. If I don't rid the world of him, does the Zhao family still have any face left? Wine dripped from his chin onto his lapels, soaking a dark splotch. Zhao Zhou turned the jade pendant at his waist, calculation flickering in his eyes. Third uncle, tell me, what weaknesses does Xiao Mu have now? At the third quarter of the hour of the Tiger, the bluestone dock behind the winery was drenched in morning mist. Xiao Mu stared at the returning sails on the river, his palm clenching around the jade pendant a former constable had left him. Behind him, the newly built distillery shed the clean fragrance of pine. It was where he perfected thousand-day drunkenness. Yet he could not shake the feeling that a pair of eyes was watching from deep within the mist. Brother Mu, the distilling furnace is ready. Lu Shi came over carrying 2 sacks of sorghum on his shoulders, sweat beading on his face. Wang Er went to the west of town to buy wine vats. He said he'd be back before the hour of the snake. Xiao Mu unclenched the pendant, rubbing the calluses on his palm with his thumb. Hitch up 3 carts. We're going to Wuhan to buy grain. Leave a mark every 10 li along the way. If you meet anyone suspicious, shoot first with crossbows. He watched the surging mist over the river, recalling the divination the old scholar had cast last night. River fog veils the sun. Beware of hidden blades. At the same hour, in the Zuixiangju tavern west of the city, Wang Er was clinking bowls with a burly, bearded man. After a few bowls of wine, his eyes were laced with red. Brother Wei, this drink today, your older brother will remember it. Wei Chun clapped him hard on the back, laughing so hard the wine in their bowls sloshed. Second brother Wang, that forthright spirit of yours is exactly to my taste. When he tilted his head back to drink, a savage glint flickered in his eyes. Tomorrow I'm heading to the northern border to join the army. Who knows when I'll be able to drink with you again, second brother. At the hour of the snake, rain began to fall. Wang Er, draped in a straw cloak, walked toward the winery. His clothes were long since soaked through, and he hummed a frontier tune. As he rounded the corner, 5 dark figures suddenly dropped down from the eaves. The leader snapped open a folding fan. Are you Wang Er the Valiant? Our young master requests your company. The rain in Wuhan grew heavier at the hour of the monkey. Xiao Mu lifted the bamboo curtain of the tavern, and the downpour instantly soaked the front of his robe. 3 days earlier, when they arrived, someone had slit the throats of their 2 pack horses. Just then Lu Shi ran in, soaked to the bone, clutching half a blood-caked caltrip in his fist. Brother Mu, every grain shop has tripled their prices. They say the Canal Guild's convoy ran into river bandits. The caltrip's barbs dragged across Xiao Mu's palm, and his pupils contracted. This was the weapon of the Northern Wolf Riders. His hand went to the protective talisman Yuner had tucked into his robe. The word peace on the cloth had already been smeared by cold sweat. Saddle the horses. Take the trail to Jiangyin County. Tell the brothers the arrows are on the string, no one moves. At the third quarter of the hour of the boar in the great prison of Jiangxia City, Wang Er was roused by cold water splashing over his face, and heard Wei Chun's screams. On the iron rack his sworn brother was drenched in blood, all his fingernails torn out. Second brother, save me. They're calling me a highway robber. You sons of bitches. Wang Er hurled himself at the cell door, and a jailer smashed a cudgel into his face. Curled in the stinking straw, he listened to the snap of Zhao Zhou's folding fan approaching step by step. Why must the valiant Wang be so angry? Zhao Zhou pinched a handkerchief over his nose. All you need to do is press your mark on this document, and I guarantee your brother's safety. He gestured at Wei Chun's wounds. Otherwise, at the third quarter of the hour of the horse tomorrow, this prison will hold 2 more corpses. The words, highway robber, on the document burned Wang Er's eyes red. He stared into Wei Chun's pleading gaze, and suddenly thought of what Xiao Mu always said, only the living can take revenge. Trembling, he seized the brush. Blood mingled with ink beneath his thumbprint, like the dying sun on the day Wang's city fell. At the same time, Xiao Mu was galloping wildly along the road back to Jiangxia. The secret letter in his robe was swollen with rain. Lu Shi's writing pressed through the paper like iron. Wang Er has been sentenced to immediate execution. He dies at the third quarter of noon tomorrow. Hoofbeats scattered the moonlight. He remembered the first time he laid eyes on Wang Er, that man carving his way out of a mountain of corpses with a wounded brother on his back. On the day of the public trial, the parade ground was ringed with crowds. Wang Er was chained inside a wooden cage, the sun baking his skull. Zhao Yuan stood beneath the platform sneering. Zhao Zhou sat upright on the execution dais, the command flag in his hand gleaming cold. Just as the executioner raised the broad-bladed knife, Wang Er heard urgent hoofbeats rolling in from the distance, carrying a familiar thundering shout, "Hold the blade." Xiao Mu held a military order aloft. Behind him, more than 20 armored riders bore down like a black cloud beneath the sun. As he dismounted, Zhao Zhou's face went white in an instant. The moment the manacles fell from Wang Er's wrist, Xiao Mu saw blood seeping again from the old scar on his shoulder, the scar left by an arrow he had taken for him last year. Deep in the night within the winery's hidden chamber, candlelight cast Xiao Mu's shadow on the wall like a vengeful ghost. Wang Er rubbed golden wound powder into his gashes, hissing through his teeth. "Brother Mu, let's drown the Zhao estate in blood tonight." "Not yet." Xiao Mu wiped his sword. The blade reflected his tightly drawn lips. Zhao Zhou dared to use the officials. There must be a bigger power behind him. He unrolled the Canal Guild's waterway map and set the sword point on the mark for Yingzue Cliff. First we sever his source of wealth, then we sever his means of survival. Outside the window, thunder crashed, illuminating the jade pendant at his waist. The old master brewer's deathbed words echoed in his mind. A secret formula is both a blessing and a curse. It depends on whose hands hold it. Now at last he understood. In this man-eating city of Jiangxia, kindness must be hidden behind the edge of a blade. In the Zhao estate study, Zhao Zhou smashed a glazed cup against the floor, shards splashing across his insteps. Xiao Mu dares to undo my plans. He stared at the Canal Guild's secret letter in his hand, malice flashing in his eyes. Notify the Xiangwei Chamber of Commerce. Proceed with the plan. This time I'll leave him less than the foundation of his winery. 3 days later, a famine suddenly seized Jiangxia City. The once bustling rice market went cold and desolate. Long queues formed outside the grain shops. The common folk clutched their copper coins, but could not buy a single grain of rice. Xiao Mu stood on the winery's upper floor, watching the chaos in the streets, his brow knotting tighter and tighter. Yuner walked in with the account ledger, her face lined with worry. "Husband, all the grain shops west of the city suddenly shut their doors. Rice east of the city has already climbed to 5 times the usual price." Xiao Mu rubbed the old compass in his hand, a gift from an old boatman back in Wang City. Suddenly his eyes stopped. The turtle-shaped engraving on the back of the compass was a perfect match for the mark on the Canal Guild's cargo crates last time. "It's the Xiangwei Chamber," he said under his breath. "They're trying to force me to my knees." At the same time, in the Zhao estate's hidden chamber, Zhao Zhou summoned Hong Xiao of the Xiangwei Chamber. In the wavering candlelight, Hong Xiao gently fanned herself, a cold smile hooked at the corner of her mouth. "Xiao Mu thinks he's safe now that he protected the canal shipping. This time let's give him a taste of famine. Do it cleanly." Zhao Zhou toyed with a jade pendant carved like a dark turtle. Once the common people can't put fire to their stoves, they'll naturally make him their scapegoat. The next day, Xiao Mu disguised himself as a wandering Taoist and slipped into the tea house run by the Xiangwei Chamber. In a private room on the second floor, several men dressed like wealthy merchants were speaking in hushed tones. The ledger on the table bore a printed turtle mark on its cover. "Hold this grain for 3 more days. Once the price hits 10 taels a dan. Young Master Zhao has already greased things over. The officials won't meddle." Xiao Mu set down his teacup with a heavy clack, startling the men into looking up. He deliberately let the sleeve of his robe reveal the half-tattoo of a turtle pattern. "I have a rather large deal in mind. Would you gentlemen happen to be interested?" While they hesitated, he lowered his voice. "The northern front is tight. The army is short tens of thousands of dan of grain. If we can get hooked into that line." The news reached Zhao Zhou's ears soon enough. Late at night, the Zhao study blazed with candles. Zhao Zhou stroked the secret letter again and again. A military grain deal. There's something rotten here. Hong Xiao, though, clapped her hands in delight. Master, why not beat him at his own game? Have Xiao Mu carry the crime of selling military grain on the sly. 3 days later, beneath Yingzue Cliff, the trading ground Xiao Mu had agreed on with the Xiangui chamber, 100 grain carts stood in perfect rows. The chamber's men were inspecting the goods when hoofbeats suddenly sounded from afar. Xiao Mu, how dare you collude with the rebels? Zhao Zhou emerged with his official troops, the imperial edict in his hand glinting with cold light. By decree of the emperor, I arrest the traitor. But Xiao Mu, unhurried, pulled back the cloth covering the grain cart, revealing the stacks of wine jars beneath. Young Master Zhao is mistaken, I'm afraid. These are all tribute intended for. Before he finished, a deafening rumble exploded from the cliff top. The pre-buried boulders tumbled down, blocking the soldiers' only retreat. Xiao Mu, you dare plot against me? Zhao Zhou's face was leaden. Xiao Mu drew his sword, the point leveled straight at the Xiangui leader. The real traitors are you lot. Long ago, through the Canal Guild, he had uncovered the truth. The Xiangui chamber, under the cover of a military grain deal, had actually been shipping weapons to the rebel army in the north. In the melee, Yun'er led the common folk up with torches blazing. Firelight spread across the mountains and fields, draining the rebels' faces of color. Hong Xiao tried to run, but Wang Er cut her off. Remember the blood debt of Bailu village. A flash of blade. Hong Xiao's scream sank into the dawn light. When the sun climbed over the horizon, Xiao Mu knelt before the emperor, holding the rebels' secret letters. It turned out this whole chess game had been laid between him and the emperor, who had been traveling incognito. Zhao Zhou collapsed to the ground, staring at the sealed Zhao estate. At last he understood he had lost to 2 words, the people's hearts. After this war, a plaque bestowed by the emperor was hung over Xiao Mu's winery. But the days of peace did not last long. A plague suddenly swept through Jiangxia City. One by one, the common folk fell ill. Moans never ceased in the streets, and the shelves of herb shops were stripped clean in no time. Xiao Mu watched his fellow townsmen suffer and burned with urgency. He gathered the winery staff and resolved to throw the winery's full strength against the epidemic. Xiao Mu went far and wide, inquiring after renowned physicians, and learned that aged thousand-day drunkenness simmered together with a few special herbs could prevent and cure the plague. But the winery's stock of old wine was limited. He gritted his teeth and brought out every jar set aside for the imperial tribute. Wealth is only a thing outside the body. The villagers' lives are what truly matter. Xiao Mu spoke like iron. In the winery, everyone brewed the medicinal wine day and night without rest. Xiao Mu personally led his people in handing it out to the sick. But the epidemic spread further and further, and the herbs began to run short. Xiao Mu learned that deep in the mountains, 100 li away, lay a valley of herbs with everything they needed. But the terrain was perilous and savage beasts roamed there. I'll go. Wang Er was the first to step forward. Brother Mu, I'll take the men to gather the herbs, and we'll come back safe. Xiao Mu clapped his shoulder, his eyes full of trust. Be careful. I'll wait for you at the winery. Wang Er led his party up the mountain. They climbed ridges and crossed passes the whole way. When they pushed through a dense forest, a pack of wild wolves suddenly struck. They fought the wolves off with weapons, but several of his men were wounded. Finally, they reached the herb valley. The valley was fair to look upon and thick with medicinal plants. Just as they were joyfully harvesting, the sky abruptly darkened and a heavy rain crashed down. Before long, the valley was flooded. Wang Er and his men were trapped inside a cave. At the winery, Xiao Mu waited one day, then another, and still no word from Wang Er. He could sit still no longer and insisted on going to find them himself. Yun'er seized his hand, her eyes filled with worry. Husband, if you go, what about the winery? What about the people? Xiao Mu gripped her hand tightly. I cannot turn my back on the brothers. With you and Lu Shi at the winery, I am at ease. He led a small company along the route Wang Er had taken deep into the wilds. After searching for a long time, they found Wang Er and the others in the cave. The men were utterly spent, but when they saw Xiao Mu, light returned to their eyes. Brother Mu, Wang Er shouted, choked with emotion. Laden with the herbs they had gathered, the party made its way home carefully. After several more days of boiling and brewing, the medicinal wine was done. Xiao Mu gave it out to the common folk free of charge, and even opened a medical hall in the winery, inviting famed physicians to treat all comers. Through Xiao Mu's and everyone's efforts, the plague gradually came under control. The common people were endlessly grateful, calling him a living bodhisattva. But Xiao Mu knew that in this turbulent age, countless trials still awaited him. One day, a mysterious old man appeared at the winery. With hair of snow and a childlike complexion, his gaze carried a remarkable depth. Shopkeeper Xiao, would you care to have a cup with me? The old man said, smiling. Though Xiao Mu found it odd, he received him warmly. Over the wine, the old man revealed his identity. He was a master distiller who had lived in seclusion for many years, and having heard of Xiao Mu's deeds, he had come specifically to see him. Shopkeeper Xiao, your heart is set on the people. That is no small thing. I have a lost brewing secret. If you are willing, I can pass it to you, the old man said. Xiao Mu was overcome with joy and knelt at once to acknowledge him as master. Under the old man's guidance, Xiao Mu's brewing craft ascended another story. The new wine he produced was not only fine to the palate, but invigorated the body and strengthened the health. The winery's name spread farther and wider, and more people came drawn by its renown. Xiao Mu did not forget his roots. He continued to use the winery's earnings to build roads and bridges for the people and to support poor children in their studies. Under Xiao Mu's hand, Jiangxia City waxed more prosperous day by day, but some eyes burned with envy. Certain ill-hearted men colluded with bandits plotting to rob the winery and destroy all he had built. Late one night the bandits crept up under cover of darkness. Brandishing torches they shouted their threats. But Xiao Mu was long prepared. With the winery's guards and the townsfolk he met the bandits head-on. "Protect the winery. Protect our home," Xiao Mu shouted, swinging his blade. All fought as one and routed the bandits completely, sending them scattering with their heads in their hands. After that battle, Xiao Mu understood even more deeply keeping a hard-won peace demands ceaseless vigilance. He strengthened the winery's fortifications and pondered how to make Jiangxia City itself sturdier. Xiao Mu began joining hands with neighboring towns, organizing joint defense forces to beat back external foes and bandits. He also proposed raising the walls and reinforcing the city's defenses. Under his efforts, Jiangxia City gradually became an unbreakable fortress. Days flowed past, and Xiao Mu's hair slowly turned white. Yet his eyes remained just as resolute and his heart for the people just as warm. Every time he stood on the winery's high platform and looked out over the 10,000 lamplights of Jiangxia City, an unutterable comfort and pride surged in his chest. He knew that everything he had done was worth it. In this disordered age, he had warmed the hearts of the people with jar after jar of fine wine, and with his own insight and courage he had guarded a stretch of peace for everyone. At the critical moment, the killing cries of the tiger hall came from all directions. Jia leaped onto the rooftop, his tiger head blade splitting the night. "Hong Xiao, your time of death has come." Amid the chaos, Xiao Mu seized the opportunity to snatch the secret key from the steward's bosom and dragged Wang Er toward the depths of the money house. The underground money house was riddled with mechanisms. He inserted the key into the turtle-patterned lock hole, and the hidden door slowly opened, releasing a gust of cold air reeking of rust. At the center of the secret chamber stood a massive bronze tripod burning with eerie blue flames. On the surrounding shelves were piled ledgers and letters. Xiao Mu opened a yellowed ledger and his pupils abruptly contracted. Written within were the silver transactions between the Mystic Turtle Merchant Guild and court officials. The amount the current prefect had accepted was staggering. "Brother Mu, hurry. Hong Xiao is coming with her men," Wang Er shouted from the end of the corridor. Xiao Mu tucked the ledger into his chest, and as he turned, he met Hong Xiao's whipping lash head-on. The tip of the whip grazed his shoulder, black blood oozing from the wound as poison spread through his veins, searing with agony. In that moment of crisis, Yuner burst through the window with the old village chief and the winery folk. The old village chief raised his crossbow and loosed a bolt into Hong Xiao's mouth. The horse reared in fright and flung her to the ground. As Xiao Mu pressed his blade to her throat, Hong Xiao suddenly smiled, black blood trickling from the corner of her lips. "Xiao Mu, you think you've already won. The true player has yet to take the stage." She bit open the poison sac hidden in her mouth, the light slowly fading from her eyes. The half-piece of turtle-patterned jade slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor. Xiao Mu stared at Hong Xiao's corpse, the ledger in his bosom, soaked through with cold sweat. From afar came the sound of pursuers' footsteps and the grinding mechanisms deep within the money house, like a net drawing ever tighter. Yuner tore a strip from her garment to bind his wound, her fingers trembling. "Husband," what Hong Xiao said before she died. Could there be an even greater force behind all this? There must be. Xiao Mu hid the ledger close to his body, his gaze sweeping over a bronze hidden door in the corner of the chamber. The door was engraved with turtle patterns identical to the jade pendant at Hong Xiao's waist. The old village chief suddenly seized Xiao Mu's wrist, his murky eyes widening. "This is the soul-devouring powder from the western regions. Only the Mystic Turtle Guild's secret antidote, Awakening Dragon Pill, can neutralize it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ceiling of the money house exploded thunderously. Dozens of masked, death-sworn warriors leapt in with blades drawn, the steel gleaming blue in the firelight. "Protect Brother Mu." Wang Er charged forward, swinging his wolf-tooth club. Xiao Mu forced himself through the dizziness of the poison to wield his sword, catching a glimpse through the crack of the hidden door. A flash of moon-white brocade robes, their golden cloud patterns unmistakably the garments of Zhao. "Zhao, you're still alive." Xiao Mu pointed his sword toward the shadows, but a smoke pellet was hurled out in response. Through the thick smoke, Yuner's cry came, "Husband, be careful." Xiao Mu rolled aside, and a poisoned crossbow bolt grazed his ear before thudding into the wall. Tied to the bolt's fletching was a strip of cloth bearing blood-written words, "The secret of the Imperial Wine Supervisor. Do you truly dare to dig deeper?" When the smoke cleared, the money house was empty. Xiao Mu touched the jade pendant at his waist and pondered. Could the conspiracy of the Mystic Turtle Guild be tied to the lost secret formula of the Imperial Wine Supervisor? 3 days later, in the winery's attic, Xiao Mu lay half-reclined on a bamboo couch, his face as pale as paper. Yuner was using silver needles to force the poison from his body. Suddenly horse hooves sounded outside the window, and a transport guild disciple stumbled in covered in blood, Master Xiao. Chief Zhang died in prison, but before he died, he left this. He handed over a bloodstained scrap of cloth bearing a broken turtle pattern and the number 17. Lu Shi unfolded a map and compared the markings, his finger stopping at the mystic turtle gambling house north of the city. This number, it marks the hidden chamber beneath the gambling house. Wang Er kicked over a table. I'll take men right now and smash that den of vipers. Wait. Xiao Mu struggled to sit up, cold light flashing in his eyes. Since Zhao Zhou dares to show himself, he must have set a deadly trap. This time we'll turn their scheme against them. He beckoned the others closer. Candlelight cast their shadows onto the wall like soldiers about to march to war. At midnight, the mystic turtle gambling house blazed with lights. Xiao Mu walked in disguised as a wealthy merchant, deliberately revealing a corner of the jade pendant at his waist. The croupier's hand wiping the dice paused briefly, and his gaze flickered toward the second floor. At the domino table, the bone tiles in Xiao Mu's hand grew damp with sweat. The curtain of the second floor room suddenly lifted, and a familiar laugh came from behind the black veil. Master Xiao, it's been a while. Xiao Mu's knuckles turned white as his grip tightened around the tiles. That voice belonged to Zhao Zhou, who should have still been in prison. In a dark, dank cell, Xiao Mu leaned against the cold stone wall, racking his mind for a way out. Wang Er slammed his fist against the iron bars. Those bastards. It has to be the Mystic Turtle Guild pulling strings. The bars hummed with the impact, startling a few rats from the corner. Xiao Mu stared at the winding stains of water on the wall, and suddenly said, Wang Er, do you remember what Hong Xiao said before she died? The true player has yet to take the stage. He touched the crumpled ledger hidden in his clothes. Whoever is behind this wants to use it to destroy me, to eradicate any loose ends. In the distance came the drag of chains, and an eerie cold laugh. A man wearing a bronze mask approached, flanked by jailers. The turtle pattern on the mask looked sinister in the torchlight. His voice, distorted through a copper tube, boomed, Master Xiao, don't you look well? Did you think that getting your hands on the ledger would save you? How naive. Xiao Mu stared at the masked man. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. The masked man paced slowly around the cell. What matters is that tomorrow at the third quarter of noon, you will be executed. However, he changed his tone. Hand over the ledger and confess to the crime, and I'll ensure your brothers and that little wife of yours stay safe. Wang Er lunged at the bars, roaring, Bullshit. If you've got the guts, come in here. Xiao Mu raised a hand to stop Wang Er and sneered. From the moment you framed Hong Xiao, you never planned to leave any survivors. Even if I die today, I'll take some of you down with me. The masked man didn't take offense. Instead, he laughed. Then wait for death. I hope you still have that sharp tongue when you reach the execution ground. Then he turned and left with his men, their footsteps fading down the long corridor. Xiao Mu crept to the corner of the cell and noticed a loose stone. He signaled Wang Er to help pry it away, revealing a narrow opening just big enough for one person to pass through. Looks like an escape tunnel left by someone long ago, he whispered. But we need to figure out the guard's shift change before we make our move. Meanwhile, at the winery, Lu Shi, having escaped with Yuner and the old village chief, found Jia. After Jia heard the full story of Xiao Mu's arrest, his face darkened. Those soldiers in black armor aren't regular troops. They seem like private soldiers raised by the Mystic Turtle Guild. Jia, please, you have to save my husband. Yuner pleaded, tears brimming in her eyes. Jia nodded. I've already contacted the other brothers and the Tiger Hall. We'll break into the prison tonight. But first we need to find out who's truly pulling the strings. There's a rumor in the martial world that the Mystic Turtle Guild has a turtle master, and that Hong Xiao and Zhao Zhou were only pawns. As he spoke, a Tiger Hall disciple rode up with urgent news. The prefect has secretly left the capital overnight, and most of his convoy consists of Mystic Turtle Guild carriages. Jia's expression hardened. It seems the Turtle Master's influence has already reached into the official ranks. First we rescue the Master, then we uncover the conspiracy. The night was deep, and a breathtaking rescue operation was about to unfold at the Jiangxia City prison. Meanwhile, the Turtle Master, hidden in the shadows, was watching through the cracks of the chessboard, his gaze fixed on this pawn about to be devoured. 3 days later, at the Jiangxia Prefectural Yamen, Xiao Mu was chained in the center of the torture chamber, the red glow of the branding iron reflecting off the instruments lining the walls. The prefect sat upright in an armchair, toying with a jade thumb ring gifted by the Mystic Turtle Guild. Master Xiao, hand over the ledger, and I'll grant you a whole corpse. The evidence is in the people's hands. Xiao Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. On the night before his arrest, he had hidden the bills of sale documenting the guild's price gouging of grain and resale of official rations in a false compartment in the winery cellar. Meanwhile, in the winery's rear courtyard, Yuner, wearing a bamboo hat, was meeting secretly with Gang Master Chun of the Water Transport Guild in the woodshed. Chun unfolded a waterway map and tapped his finger at Eagle's Beak Cliff. Zhao Zhou is finished, but the Mystic Turtle Guild has 20 grain ships hidden there. As long as... He stopped abruptly, hearing the scrape of a tile outside the window. The two of them drew their weapons and rushed out of the woodshed, only to find Jia slumped in the corner, clutching a bleeding arm. The Mystic Turtle Guild. At the docks. Jia barely forced out the words before falling unconscious. Yuner looked toward the plume of black smoke rising over the river in the distance, understanding. This was the prearranged signal between the guild and the winery. The Mystic Turtle Guild was seizing the relief grain mint for the neighboring county. Deep in the night beneath Eagle's Beak Cliff, Yuner led the water transport guild brothers aboard the grain ships. Moonlight revealed sacks stamped with official seals in the hold. Suddenly countless torches flared up all around. Hong Zhao's successor, the bronze-masked Mystic Turtle Envoy, appeared on the deck. Madam Xiao, if this relief grain were mixed with gravel. He waved his hand, and his men hauled out baskets of crushed stone. When the common folk eat this, whose door do you think they'll be storming? At that critical moment, a thunderous roar of gongs and drums rose from the river. Xiao Mu's figure appeared at the bow of the ship, followed by common folk holding aloft the umbrella of the people. While in prison, he had bribed a jailer to smuggle out the key pages of the ledger, and he had the old village chief rally the city's merchants to submit a joint petition. At this very moment, the urgent dispatch from the Imperial Censorate was in his hand. Mystic Turtle Envoy, take a look at this. Xiao Mu unfurled the document, the vermilion endorsements blazing harshly red in the torchlight. The envoy's face changed drastically. He was about to order everyone killed to silence them when the thunder of hooves sounded from the shore. The Imperial Commissioner and his forbidden guards galloped up, surrounding the entire dock in an airtight ring. Half a month later, the winery hung its Xiao plaque once more. Xiao Mu stood atop the newly repaired wine tower, gazing down at the long lines of commoners waiting for relief grain. Yuner handed him a cup of warm osmanthus wine. In the distance, children sang a ballad. Xiao the brewer saves the people with wine. The mystic turtle falls, all folk find peace. But at night in the secret chamber, Xiao Mu leafed through a yellowed water transport guild ledger, his gaze coming to a halt on a record from 20 years ago. A line of small characters had been blurred by spilled tea, but he could still make out the Imperial Wine Supervisor theft case. Turtle pattern token. He touched the jade pendant left behind, and suddenly discovered that the turtle shell pattern carved inside resembled the Mystic Turtle Guild's emblem by 7 parts in 10. A clap of thunder from outside illuminated his grave expression. This contest of officials and merchants seemed to harbor a deeper secret yet unearthed. The late autumn wind laden with sand blew the official road into a river of gold and brown. Xiao Mu leaned half reclined against the creaking jujube wood carriage, his fingers unconsciously tracing the mutton fat jade token at his waist. This palm-sized jade token was edged with silver filigree. On its reverse were carved the 4 characters Mu family grain firm, gleaming coldly in the sun. On the inner side, a line of tiny seal script characters reads, seeing this token is like meeting in person. Brother Mu. The bridge to Mujia town. Coachman Lu Shi's shouts startled the crows from a withered roadside tree. Xiao Mu lifted the dust-stained cloth curtain. The whole town crouched between mountain and water like a great beast. The 3 Zhang-high bluestone city wall shone dark and green. Every 10 or so zhang stood an arrow tower within which the shadows of crossbow mechanisms could vaguely be seen. Leaves like scattered gold drifted on the moat, while koi swam beneath the surface. A 3-arched stone bridge crossed the river, and merchants hurried past with quick steps. At the bridgehead stood a stone archway more than a zhang high. The 4 vigorous characters, the foundation of the Mu clan, were signed by the brush of the reigning emperor. As the carriage entered the town's boundary, a tall, thin man from the patrol blocked the way with a horizontal spear. Squinting, he looked over the shabby carriage and the people in patched clothes, then curled his lip, collecting mountain goods. The market ground is 3 li ahead. This is not a place for the likes of you. Xiao Mu smiled, flicked his finger, and the jade token cut a cold arc through the air before landing firmly in his palm. The thin man's face changed at once. His spear clattered to the ground. He fell to his knees with a thud, forehead nearly touching the earth. This humble one was blind. Please, honored guest, enter the town. Xiao Mu tucked away the jade token and said to the stunned Lu Shi, find a roomy stable and feed the horses well. Go to the silk shop and buy 2 bolts of new cloth so the brothers can have some decent clothes made. And while you're at it, ask around about any special business the Mu family has been doing lately. The town's main street was paved with bluestone, and shops on both sides curved their eaves upward like birds' wings. From a tea house came the sound of Pingtin's storytelling, telling the tale of the Mu ancestors building their fortunes from nothing. A silk shop clerk was showing a guest newly arrived Yunjin brocade, its pattern embroidered with the Mu family emblem in gold thread. When the stable hand heard that the guest carried the jade token, he not only waived the carriage fee, but also gave extra alfalfa feed and attentively reinforced the carriage axles. While working, the stable hand chatted, you may not know this, but last month an out-of-town merchant refused to believe the warnings and forced his way into the Mu family granary. The next day he was bound to the city gate for public display with the words, offending the Mu clan, carved into his body. Wang Air stroked the new harness and clicked his tongue in wonder. Master, this display of power is even grander than the county magistrates. Xiao Mu gazed at the Mu family's merchant banner hanging at the street corner. Its corner bore a Qilin motif embroidered with gold thread. He mused, to build a business to such a scale, the Mu family's methods were indeed extraordinary. At the gate of the Mu estate, a stone lion crouched on each side of the vermilion double doors, a bronze bell clamped in each lion's mouth that tinkled in the wind. When Xiao Mu presented the jade token, the old steward rolled his clouded eyes and said unhurriedly, "Honored guest, wait a moment." That wait lasted a full incense stick's worth of time. Throughout it, people clothed in silks and brocades came and went endlessly out. Every one of them sized up Xiao Mu and his companions from head to toe with scrutinizing eyes. The carved wooden door slowly opened, releasing a waft of agarwood incense. A young man in moon-white brocade robes stepped out, waving a speckled bamboo fan, a smile in his eyes. "Shopkeeper, Xiao, you've arrived just in time. I've just returned from Wuhan." Xiao Mu clasped his fists. "Young master Mu flatters me. Just call me fourth brother." Mu Chun raised his hand in invitation. The mutton-fat jade bangle around his wrist clinked softly. "Fifth uncle, take shopkeeper Zhao's men to the granary and collect the grain. Let us first drink a cup of fresh tea." In the tea chamber, a gilded incense burner trailed curls of agarwood smoke. Mu Chun personally turned the tea mill, grinding a Dragon Ball tea cake into fine powder. As fine bubbles rose in the celadon tea bowl, he suddenly spoke. "I hear shopkeeper Xiao intends to move against the 4 great houses of Jiangxia." The tea whisk stirred the liquor, shattering the silence of the room. "My wine knows how to speak." Xiao Mu gazed at the tea dregs sinking and floating in his cup. Mu Chun set down the tea whisk, interest kindling in his eyes. "Last night I happened to hear a poem. When summer's body kindles heat, at last I coil on high while other blossoms fade. Gnarled boughs burst out in crimson, clouded male fierce beauty burns the town beneath the sunset's glow. Have you heard it, shopkeeper Xiao?" As he spoke, his fingers drummed a steady rhythm on the tea table. The hand that held Xiao Mu's tea bowl paused. 2 days before, it was Xiao Mu who had asked the opera troupe to sing that poem in the tea house, with the place names deliberately changed. He had not expected it to reach Mu Chun's ears so quickly. "To tell you the truth, during the palace examination back then, the Grand Chancellor ordered me to compose a poem flattering him." Mu Chun leaned back in his chair, his tone careless. "I held it in for a full hour, then let out a loud fart in front of everyone. If my father had not spent 100,000 taels of silver to smooth things over the grass on my grave, would be 3 feet tall by now." He burst out laughing, and there was an indescribable bitterness in that laughter. Xiao Mu choked and coughed twice, nearly knocking over his tea bowl. He noticed that as Mu Chun said this, his fingers unconsciously stroked the 5-clawed python pattern secretly embroidered on his cuff, a motif permitted only to imperial kinsmen. "That boldness of your shopkeeper Xiao is exactly what I admire." Mu Chun tapped his fingertips on the ebony tea table. "If you ever run into trouble, the gates of Mujia town will always be open. Of course, provided you can pay the price. Oh, and the old well in Shire village should have its silk dredged." On the way back, Xiao Mu watched the darkening sky outside the carriage and turned Mu Chun's final words over and over in his mind. The old well in Shire village had indeed long been neglected, but Mu Chun was 50 li away. How could he have known? Suddenly, hoofbeats swelled from far to near. Taida came riding up, his face grim. "Master, something has happened in the village. The leader of Longhu Hall has been stabbed in the street and is dying. The western quarter has already sealed off the east market. And I saw Ji Hui together with Zhao Yinzi." Night had fallen. A heavy stench of blood hung in the old lanes of the eastern quarter. Xiao Mu hurried along carrying a medicine chest, while behind him Wang Er raised a torch, casting their shadows onto the mottled brick walls. On the rooftops, Jia Yi moved like a nimble night cat, not making the slightest sound on the tiles beneath his feet. Pushing open the gate of Longhu Hall, the stench of decay, mixed with the smell of medicinal herbs, rushed at them. The hall leader lay on a straw mat, his face as yellow as paper. The wound at his waist gaped open, and the flesh had taken on an eerie greenish-black tone. His wife knelt beside him, tears mingling with blood on the ground. "Shopkeeper Xiao, save him. They said if you dare to interfere, Shire village. Shire village. Bring strong liquor and silver needles. Go to the kitchen and fetch half a pot of lard. Quickly find the midwife. She knows medicinal herbs." Xiao Mu tore open the wounded man's clothes, then suddenly heard a light rustle on the roof tiles. Jia Yi's urgent whistle rent the night sky, immediately followed by the sound of orderly footsteps and the clatter of dragging chains at the mouth of the alley. "All men hear my command." Xiao Mu heated the silver needles over the fire. "Wang Er, take the archers onto the rooftops. Try to block the doors with your men. Remember, aim only at the horse's legs. Whoever dares to cross that line, kill." Zhao Yinzi's laughter came, mixed with the sound of blades being drawn. "Xiao Mu, today is the death day of your Shire village. See what this is." The torchlight fell on the blood-dripping cloth sack in his hand. He tipped out 3 human heads. The men Shire village had sent out to purchase supplies. Xiao Mu pressed the red-hot silver needle into the flesh. The hall leader convulsed in agony, clenching the wooden stick between his teeth. "Remember, behind us is Shire village, our family." He shouted at the top of his voice and hurled his torch into the corner piled with dry hay. Flames leapt up at once, illuminating the flushed faces of his people and revealing the wolf head emblems on the shields of the Western Quarters gang. A chaotic battle broke out at once. Tai Da's saber whirled with the force of a tiger, sparks flying where the blade met shields. Wang Er's arrows shot out with a hiss, each one piercing a throat. But the enemy had superior numbers, and the encirclement grew tighter and tighter. Suddenly Xiao Mu caught the pungent smell of sulfur, gunpowder. He shouted, "Scatter. They're going to." Before he could finish, an explosion rang out. Fortunately, Jia had sensed it in advance, and everyone dodged in time. Only a few window shutters were shattered by the blast. Xiao Mu wiped the dirt from his face, felt the edge of the jade token inside his robe, and suddenly remembered the price Mu Chun had mentioned. He bit the tip of his tongue, smeared the blood over the hornless dragon pattern on the token, and shouted, "An honored guest of the Mu family grain firm is under attack. Everyone present is an enemy of the Mu family." Suddenly hoofbeats sounded beyond the wall. Wild joy flashed in Zhao Yinzi's eyes. Constable Zhang, just in time. Xiao Mu is gathering men for rebellion. Arrest him. But what answered him was the distinctive bronze gong sound of Mujia town. More than 20 riders galloped over a great banner, snapping in the wind at the head of the mounted force. The golden character Mu glittered under the moonlight. Fifth uncle riding at their head raised the command banner high and said in a voice like a great bell, "Who dares to touch the honored guest of the Mu family grain firm? Drive every last dog of the western quarter out of here." The western quarter's people turned pale. Zhao Yinzi gritted his teeth. Retreat. Bodies lay scattered across the ground, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder smoke. Fifth uncle swung off his horse and clasped his fists. The young master foresaw that the four great houses would not let the matter rest, so he had me watch in secret. But shopkeeper Xiao, now that this jade token has tasted blood, a favor must be repaid. Xiao Mu watched the retreating shadows, alarm bells ringing in his heart. What exactly was Mu Chun scheming? What unsettled him even more was that in the chaotic battle he had clearly seen Ji Huai's figure, the bloodsworn brother who had once stood beside him, now standing at Zhao Yinzi's side. Early the next morning, the aroma of wine drifted from the Sher village winery. Xiao Mu looked at the newly brewed liquor, but his heart was not in it. He crouched by the old well watching Tai Da and his men dredge out the silt. Beneath the moss on the well wall, half of a broken stone tablet was exposed. On it were carved the characters "the third year of the Yuan Kong reign," a full 14 years earlier than what Mu Chun had mentioned. Footsteps sounded behind him. Ji Huai wore a commandant's uniform, the saber at his waist glinting cold. He held an oil paper bundle in his hand, who, when opened it, revealed the osmanthus cakes that the people of Sher village loved. Xiao Mu, stop now. The power of the four great houses is not something one man can shake. Xiao Mu stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade. Back at the frontier we agreed to change this world together. And now you want me to bow to the powerful? Tell me, why are you with Zhao Yinzi? Ji Huai turned his face away, his Adam's apple bobbing. One must learn to compromise. Do you think Mu Chun is truly helping you? He is only using you. Before he could finish, hoofbeats suddenly sounded in the distance. 8 swift horses galloped straight toward the winery. The man at the lead held up the token of the Wuan mansion. Xiao Mu received the order. The Prince of Wuan's birthday feast is at hand. He commands you to deliver 100 jars of fine wine to the capital within 3 days. After the order bearer left, Ji Huai's face turned pale. Do you know who the Prince of Wuan is? He is Mu Chun's own uncle. Xiao Mu, you have already been dragged into the struggles of the imperial family. Xiao Mu clutched the jade token in his hand. The bloodstain on it had dried, leaving an eerie pattern. He thought of the python pattern on Mu Chun's cuff and of the rain year on the old well stone tablet, and suddenly he understood. Tell Wang Heir to prepare the carriage. We are going to Mujia town now. That night Xiao Mu rode toward Mujia town. The jade token at his waist knocked against him with every jolt ringing out crisp and clear. Meanwhile, in the hidden chamber of the four great houses in Jiangxia City, Zhao Zizhong slammed his emerald thumb ring heavily on the table. No matter who stands behind Xiao Mu, he must die. Notify Heifeng stronghold. Seize his grain wagons. In the thick darkness, the bluestone alleys of Jiangxia City seemed swallowed by something unseen. The night watchman's wooden clapper could be heard no further than 3 streets away. All along Skye Lane, an eerie silence reigned, broken only by the faint tinkling of copper bells hanging from the eaves in the drafty wind. Jiai crouched on the moss-covered roof ridge, his single eye fixed ahead as the bowstring carved red lines into his palm. Wang Heir planted his broadsword into the ground, the blade striking the bluestone bricks and sparking. Behind him, Lucier led 4 men from Stone Village, fanning out in formation, their crossbows drawn and ready. Their clothes snapped taut in the night wind, their breathing reduced to barely a whisper, chests rising and falling only with the suppressed killing intent coiling within them. 12 beef tallow lamps flickered inside the room, casting restless shadows against the mottled walls. The 12 sworn brothers of the Tiger and Dragon Hall gripped their short blades with white-knuckled tension, their Adam's apples bobbing with each ragged swallow. Xiao Mu sat in the high-backed armchair, his thumb absently tracing the cord wrapped around his sword hilt, while his gaze remained fixed on Lao Qi of the Tiger and Dragon Hall, unconscious on the couch. Beside him, Lao Qi's wife Li Shi dabbed at his brow with a medicated cloth, her trembling hands causing the bowl to clatter incessantly against the rim. The pungent medicinal scent mingled with the coppery tang of blood hanging heavy in the air and refusing to disperse. Wax from the candles dripped down the holders, hardening into dark red beads like frozen tears. Shadows of the figures shifted and danced against the walls, spectral and erratic as a horde of ghosts at a macabre ballet. They've arrived. Xiao Mu spoke suddenly. The moment his words left his lips, the sound of wheels grinding over gravel echoed from the alley entrance. 2 carts brimming with dry hay crashed through the stone barriers at the mouth, and flames erupted instantly, engulfing the narrow passage in a roaring sea of fire. A wall of heat swept forward, carrying sparks that illuminated everyone's faces in flickering flashes of light and shadow. Kill Xiao Mu and receive 5 taels of silver. Bring his head and be granted the rank of centurion. Their shouts crashed over the walls like tidal waves, and hundreds of shadowy figures leaped down from the neighboring houses on both sides, their blades gleaming with an ominous blue light in the firelight. Some bore tiger head tokens swinging from their waists. Defectors from the Tiger and Dragon Hall unmistakable. Among the crowd mixed a few unfamiliar faces wearing conical hats, their curved swords wrapped with red cloth strips radiating an unholy aura. Crackling tiles echoed from the rooftop as Zhao Yanzi descended through the sparks, his black battle attire embroidered with silver swallow motifs that shimmered faintly in the firelight. He kicked aside the frozen wildcat at the corner, then lifted Li Shi's chin with his sword tip. That old man mooing really spared no expense. 20 carts of grain delivered without a second thought. Does shopkeeper Xiao know the customs of Jiangxia? Before he could finish, Jia Yi's short arrow whizzed past his ear and embedded itself in the brick wall, its white feathers trembling violently. Zhao Yanzi's pupils contracted as he finally realized there was such a skilled archer hiding in the shadows. He counterattacked, flinging 3 bone-piercing darts behind him. They're whistling through the air like venomous snakes. But Jia Er's arrows struck them mid-flight, knocking each one down. In the inner chamber, 4 elderly men in fine robes sat around a gilded charcoal brazier. Zhao Zizhong stood behind the screen with his back bent, his fingers gripping sandalwood prayer beads until they creaked under the pressure. Copper incense burners filled the room with blue smoke, but it could not dissipate the suffocating atmosphere. It's just because he claims some relation to Mu Ying. One white-haired elder finished his cold tea and slammed the cup onto the table. By dawn, this alley will be renamed Bone-Burying Lane. Another elder twisted the jade ring on his finger, his eyes gleaming with sinister intent. Send men from the West District with gunpowder. Make it a killing blow. From the corner, a mysterious figure wearing a bronze mask spoke suddenly. The shadow guards of the Xian Turtle Merchant Association are ready. Their poisoned hidden weapons are lethal. Venom seals the throat upon drawing blood. At both ends of the alley, death warriors from the West District in green-faced fanged masks faced off against mountain bandits wielding wolf-tooth clubs. Wang Er tore open his collar, revealing the vicious arrow scar on his chest, a wound earned saving Xiao Mu the previous year. He roared and charged into the crowd on the left, his broadsword singing through the air as he felled 2 men in rapid strikes. Lu Shi led the stone village, men aiming their crossbow bolts toward the right, the whistle of arrows mingling with screams. In the chaos, someone set fire to a haystack by the street. The flames leapt with the wind, illuminating every contorted face. Suddenly, sharp whistles sounded and 3 squads of black-clad figures dropped from the rooftops like ghosts. Their chain hammers swept through the air, sending blood and flesh flying. Jia Er crouched on the opposite rooftop with 3 arrows knocked when his pupils suddenly contracted. Zhao Yanzi was abandoning Xiao Mu to strike directly at the weaker right flank. Careful! Jia Er's warning was swallowed by an explosion. A gunpowder barrel buried in the corner of the wall had detonated, sending bricks and stones flying, and Lu Shi was thrown to the ground by the blast wave. At the critical moment, Jia Yi flipped off the roof and used his maimed right arm to shield Lu Shi from the flying debris. A sharp wooden spike pierced his own shoulder, and blood instantly soaked through half his clothes. Xiao Mu hurled the teacup in his hand, the porcelain shards striking an ambush attacker in the throat. Drawing his sword in one fluid motion, his blade unleashed a wave of killing intent that sent jets of blood erupting from 2 black-clad figures' throats. Xiao Mu finally rose, his long sword singing as it left the scabbard. He stepped through the blood-soaked ground toward Zhao Yanzi, his blade weaving a web of steel against the opponent's silver swallow daggers in the air. Did you think of this day 18 years ago when you destroyed my Wengqing brewery? Xiao Mu's blade suddenly shifted, slicing through the opponent's top knot. Those brewing masters you buried alive come to me every night demanding their lives. Zhao Yanzi's expression darkened as his twin daggers moved in an impenetrable storm, but a chill crept through him. So this was all about revenge. Just as the fighting intensified, roof tiles shattered again. 12 shadow guards from the Xian Turtle Merchant Association descended in a plum blossom formation, their web-like steel ropes ensnaring several Tiger and Dragon Hall brothers, the barbs digging deep into flesh. Li Shi suddenly grabbed a handful of pills and hurled them at an ambusher, but was struck in the chest by the man's counterattack. Xiao Mu's eyes turned bloodshot as his sword movements accelerated dramatically, a cold flash carving through the air and severing Zhao Yanzi's right arm. Zhao Yinzi screamed in agony as he retreated, but Wang Er crashed through the wall, like a black tower, his fist heavy with gunpowder, and soot slamming into his back. Zhao Yinzi's scream was cut short by the sound of cracking bones as his entire body was driven into the blue brick wall, his mouth spewing blood mixed with shattered teeth onto the medicine Li Shi had just prepared. But the battle was far from over. Dense hoofbeats thundered in the distance as elite cavalry from the Xian Turtle Merchant Association charged down the alley, their black banners emblazoned with tortoise patterns snapping in the wind. Leading the mounted formation was a knight pushing a cart loaded with jars of burning camphor oil. By dawn, the officials were wrapping corpses in straw mats. Everyone scatter. Just a case of mad dogs attacking people. The portly magistrate wielded his leather whip to drive away the onlookers, his boots slipping in pools of blood. Inside the Sihai tea house, the shattering of teacups rattled the window paper. 130 men, and you can't handle a mere young upstart. An elderly man slammed his jade ring onto the sandalwood table. Mu Ying's grain has already entered the city. If we don't find a solution soon, we'll all be reduced to drinking the northwest wind. Another elder's face darkened with rage. Activate the hidden agents of the Xian Turtle Merchant Association. This time we'll ensure Xiao Mu is condemned to eternal ruin. The mysterious figure slowly removed his bronze mask, revealing a horrific scar stretching from his eye to his jaw. I'll lead the operation personally. We'll deploy the 9 Palaces array at Eagle's Beak Cliff. In the Stone Village ancestral hall, Luo Wu's wife had fainted from crying while clutching her swaddled infant. Xiao Mu placed a heavy wooden box on the spirit altar, the clinking of silver ingots rousing the crying baby. Sister-in-law, restrain your grief. I will avenge your husband. He turned to Lu Shi. Bring me those captives alive. In the dungeon, 4 guards bearing the emblems of the 4 great families were suspended from racks by iron chains. Tell me who's behind this. Xiao Mu lifted a man's chin with his sword tip. The man spat bloody saliva. If you have the guts, kill me. Before he could finish, Wang Er swung a red-hot branding iron, and a scream pierced through the dungeon walls. No matter how thoroughly they were interrogated, these men refused to implicate the Xian Turtle Merchant Association. After hours of questioning, Xiao Mu finally learned the 4 great families' next move. They planned to ambush Mu Ying's grain convoy and frame Xiao Mu for the attack. Xiao Mu sneered and decided to turn their plot against them. Secretly, he contacted the Canal Guild to prepare false grain carts and set an ambush at Eagle's Beak Cliff. Meanwhile, he sent Jia Er disguised as a refugee to infiltrate the Xian Turtle Merchant Association's stronghold and gather intelligence. 3 days later, Jia Er returned with shocking news. Hidden beneath the Merchant Association's compound was an underground chamber storing enough gunpowder to demolish half the city, along with a blood-raven army composed of death row inmates. On the eve of the decisive battle, Xiao Mu convened an emergency meeting in the brewery's secret chamber. Maps covered all 4 walls, and on the table lay captured Xian Turtle token secret letters and a yellowed canal transport route map. Amidst the flickering candlelight, he marked Eagle's Beak Cliff heavily with a cinnabar pen. Their 9 Palaces array appears flawless, but the Sun position is actually the weak point, the exit. He carefully laid out his plan: use the Canal Guild's decoy grain carts to lure the enemy, and then spring a net of traps at Eagle's Beak Cliff. To ensure success, he also sent envoys to ally with local outlaws, offering brewery shares in exchange for their support. Just then Yunner rushed in, clutching a secret letter. My lord, word from the Canal Guild tells us the Xian Turtle Merchant Association is gathering a large force and stockpiling gunpowder. Xiao Mu took the letter, his brows drawing together in a tight knot. He knew this would be an unprecedented battle. At first light the next morning, a thin mist shrouded Eagle's Beak Cliff. The Canal Guild's decoy grain carts moved slowly forward, their cargo concealed beneath thick oilcloth, nearly indistinguishable from real supply wagons from a distance. As the convoy reached the cliff's base, a cannon blast erupted and countless boulders tumbled down from the summit. The Canal Guild men, prepared for this, swiftly moved their wagons to safety. Seeing this, the 4 great families' forces immediately surged out from all directions. At their forefront rode Zhao Zizhong atop a powerful steed, sneering, Xiao Mu, today is your death day. But before his words had faded, Xiao Mu's ambush forces struck from both flanks, their battle cries shaking the heavens. The battle was exceptionally brutal. Explosions of gunpowder, the clash of weapons and soldiers' screams, all intertwined into chaos. Wang Er charged into the enemy ranks with his broadsword like a fierce tiger, descending the mountain unstoppable in his path. Despite his wounded arm, Jia, he held his position at the high ground, each arrow finding its mark with deadly precision. The blood-raven army of the Xian Turtle Merchant Association feared neither death nor injury. They had taken special pills that allowed them to continue fighting despite their wounds. Xiao Mu and Zhao Zizhong engaged in fierce combat, evenly matched, with neither gaining the upper hand. Suddenly Zhao Zizhong drew a smoke bomb from his robe and hurled it to the ground. Thick smoke filled the area, instantly blocking all visibility. Realizing this was an enemy trick, Xiao Mu immediately shouted, "Everyone be careful. Don't break formation." Throughout the smoke, enemies launched surprise attacks. Relying on instinct and skill, Xiao Mu repeatedly turned danger into safety. Suddenly he heard a familiar scream. Yunner. Xiao Mu rushed desperately toward the sound, caring nothing for danger. He found Yun'er surrounded by several black-clad figures already bearing multiple wounds. With a roar, Xiao Mu struck like lightning, his long sword dispatching 2 attackers in a single sweep. The remaining figures recoiled in terror. Shielding Yun'er behind him, Xiao Mu's eyes burned with fury. "None of you leave alive." Just then Mu Ying arrived with reinforcements, turning the tide of battle. Seeing their position crumbling, the 4 great families' forces scattered in retreat. Xiao Mu pursued relentlessly, driving them all the way to their stronghold. After fierce fighting, the 4 great families' power was completely eradicated. In their hidden chambers, Xiao Mu uncovered substantial evidence. Correspondence revealing collusion with the Xian Turtle Merchant Association, ledgers documenting illegal weapons trafficking, and more. He submitted the evidence to the authorities, who immediately moved to seal the Xian Turtle Merchant Association. However, during the inventory of captured spoils, they discovered a secret dossier hidden in the association's vault, documenting corruption among high-ranking court officials. The conspiracy behind it proved far more extensive than anyone had imagined. After the turmoil, Xiao Mu's brewery gained greater renown. True to his roots, he expanded the establishment and founded both a school and a medical clinic, providing free education and healthcare to the people. Under his efforts, Jiangxia City gradually recovered its former prosperity, even more secure than before. Yet Xiao Mu understood. The true confrontation had only just begun. That night, standing alone on the brewery's terrace, he gazed at the myriad lights of Jiangxia City. His jade pendant caught the moonlight, while the watchman's distant clapper echoed in memory, blending with the rhythm of the night. His fingers clenched until his nails bit into his palms. "Whoever lies behind this, I will uncover them to the very end." Meanwhile, within a sprawling mansion in the capital, a mysterious figure draped in a python robe pored over secret reports. When Xiao Mu's name appeared on the page, a cold smirk touched his lips. "Interesting. To think he's uncovered this far. Issue the order. The Night Owl organization must maintain close surveillance. Should the need arise." He paused, killing intent flickering in his eyes. "Eradicate him completely." Beyond the window, dark clouds obscured the moon. A far greater storm was quietly brewing in the darkness. Xiao Mu traced the secret documents obtained from the Xian Turtle Merchant Association's hidden chamber. The yellowed rice paper was covered in dense records of financial dealings between officials at every level and the association, with a sealed letter bearing the Ministry of War's wax emblem concealed within. Candlelight flickered in his eyes, casting the tiny characters into grotesque, writhing shadows. So this chaos in Jiangxia is merely the tip of the iceberg. He locked the documents in a sandalwood box and turned to gaze out the window. The night-shrouded city of Jiangxia appeared tranquil, yet like a gourd pressed beneath water, poised to surge upward at any moment. 3 days later, Mu Ying's caravan entered Jiangxia once more. This time differed from previous visits. Alongside 20 grain carts rolled 10 black cloth-covered carriages. "These are from the Marquis, entrusted to my care." Mu Ying lifted the carriage curtain, revealing neatly stacked dark iron armor and refined steel arrowheads. The court faces unrest these days. The Xiongnu stirred to the north and pirates harassed the southern waters. He lowered his voice. "Those secret documents in your possession likely disturb certain powerful figures." Before Xiao Mu could respond, urgent hoofbeats echoed from the distance. 3 swift horses burst through the twilight, their riders night owl tattoos, glowing in eerie blue under moonlight. "Beware." Jia Yi's arrow flew faster than sound, but only managed to knock away the lead rider's face mask. The man grinned, revealing golden teeth, and hurled 3 poisoned dart blades. Wang Er raised his sword to deflect them, but white smoke erupted the instant the steel met the poisoned metal. These darts were coated with a potent bone-rotting toxin. "Shopkeeper Xiao, you've proven quite capable, bringing down the Xian Turtle Merchant Association." The golden-toothed man reined in his horse as 20 black-clad figures fanned out behind him. Yet some secrets are better kept buried. Before he could finish speaking, a shrill alarm bell erupted throughout the brewery. Xiao Mu had anticipated this. Ambush prepared by the Stone Village hunters emerged simultaneously from rooftops and alley corners, their crossbow bolts raining down upon the attackers. Amidst the melee, Xiao Mu caught a glimpse of the golden-toothed man reaching toward his rope. Years of combat had sharpened his instincts. He ducked aside as a crimson projectile whizzed past his ear and embedded itself in a beam behind him. It was a signal flare bearing the Night Owl crest. "They have reinforcements," he shouted urgently, ordering a tactical retreat. But simultaneously, from all 4 directions, bonfires erupted, and countless shadowy figures surged forward like a rising tide. In this desperate moment, the carriages Mu Ying had brought suddenly exploded, not with weapons, but with dozens of barrels of liquor. "Set it ablaze." Xiao Mu commanded, and the Stone Village men hurled torches into the spilling liquor. A fierce inferno erupted across the street, forming a wall of fire that temporarily held the enemy at bay. The golden-toothed man watched his subordinates consumed by the flames, his eyes burning with rage. "Xiao Mu, do you truly think this can stop us?" July heat pressed down on Jiangxia like a furnace. Just days after a torrential storm, the vicious sun hung mercilessly in the sky, and the whole city steamed with a choking fishy stench. The streets, soaked by floodwaters, were all cracked mud blocks, glistening oily under the sun, with the stench of rotting leaves and dead fish surging in waves with the hot wind. Dark red water stains seeped from the old city walls like scabs on the earth. The vibrant green moss that once carpeted the wall bases now peeled away in clumps, piling up as gray-green stains. Xiao Mu sheathed his sword, his arms aching in waves. Days of relentless practice had swollen his wrists to the size of buns, each swing sending piercing pain through him, yet he gritted his teeth and did not stop. Sweat dripped from his chin, spreading a dark patch across his garment. His back clung to his shirt, saturated and salt-stained in white tracks. Lu Shi hurried over, carrying a pottery jar, the ice in the sour plum wine long melted with a few wilted mint leaves floating on the surface. Master, my lady brewed this early this morning, and I added some mint leaves to chill it. He took a long draught from the jar, the sweet and sour flavor temporarily tempering the heat. Xiao Mu gazed toward the riverbank where flood marks still lingered, and most houses along the shore had been reduced to half-walls. Several townsfolk poked through the ruins for salvageable items. An elderly man with white hair shakily hauled wooden planks, despair filling his eyes. Not far away in the mud, a group of children played gleefully, their bodies caked in muck, laughter ringing out. The stone lions at the prefecture gate remained unchanged, but from within came the raucous banter of yamen runners. The promised disaster relief supplies had yet to arrive. Those officials had likely long since pocketed the aid funds. Have you learned anything about the wine market? Xiao Mu wiped his mouth. Lu Shi's expression darkened. This month's wine market has been cancelled, they say, for rectification. I asked old Zhang the cripple in the West Market to look into it. It is the four great families pulling strings behind the scenes. They don't want us to ship goods. Manager Li from west of the city was originally going to order 50 jars of thousand-day drunk, but yesterday he sent word that the four great families' thugs went to his shop and warned him. If he dares to stock our wine, he won't be able to survive in Jiangxia. The Wang family restaurant also canceled their order, claiming their owner fell suddenly ill and had to close. Xiao Mu's brows knit tight. In the wine cellar of Shizhuan still rested over 600 jars of thousand-day drunk, not to mention all the heart and soul poured into them, plus the outstanding grain payments. From somewhere down the road came Wang Er's booming voice, "Shopkeeper Xiao, look who's here." A cart kicked up dust as it raced toward them, and through the raised curtain emerged the round figure of Wan San. His silk robe was soaked through sweat streaming down his face, his beard matted into clumps. "Brother Xiao," Wan San panted as he hopped down from the cart, "the restaurant in Wuhan has been waiting for your wine to open. Those wealthy officials and nobles have long heard of thousand-day drunk and are dying to taste it. If I don't have your wine this time, my restaurant's opening will be ruined." They shook hands, and Xiao Mu could feel the warmth in Wan San's palm. He told Yin'er to prepare wine and food, and the two sat down beneath the shade of a tree. "I've come on this trip for two purposes, to collect the wine and to let you in on something." Wan San wiped his sweat as he spoke. The governor of Guangzhou is actively recruiting merchants, and there are quite a few incentives for the brewing trade. 3 years tax exemption, and they provide a site as well. I know some people over there. The governor's secretary has a bit of friendship with me. You might consider moving your business there. Over in Jiangxia, the four great families and the authorities have blocked every path. I've heard they've been plotting something lately, likely planning to make a ruthless move against you. Jiangxia was known as the wine city, but now it had been crushed beneath the weight of the four great families and the local officials. They truly needed another way forward. Yet Shizhuan had only just taken root here. How easy would it be to simply up and move? Wan San patted his shoulder. "I understand your reluctance, but circumstances are stronger than willpower. The market in Guangzhou is far larger, and once you establish yourself there, the possibilities are endless. A tree dies when moved, but a person lives when they move. It's far better than being strangled here." Early the next morning, Wan San departed for Wuhan with 300 jars of wine. Before leaving, he grabbed Xiao Mu's hand once more. "Brother, think it over carefully. Send word as soon as you hear anything." Xiao Mu stood at the village entrance watching the cart disappear down the highway, the dust it raised lingering in the air for a long time. "Get ready. We're going to the prefecture today to handle some matters." Xiao Mu turned to Lu Shi. Processing employment certificates for a few of the Dragon Tiger Hall brothers was minor business, but given the current climate, every detail mattered. The stone lions at the prefecture entrance remained unchanged. No sooner had Xiao Mu stepped across the threshold than the aging clerk called out in his usual sarcastic tone, "Oh, isn't this shopkeeper Xiao from Shizhuan? What brings you here today? Surely not just to tip us small clerks for doing such excellent business." "To process employment certificates for a few brothers." Xiao Mu handed over the documents. The old clerk snatched them, flipped through casually, and sneered. 50 taels, 50 taels. Word at 5 before." Lu Shi couldn't hold back. "Rates have changed. If you don't like it, don't process it. Young master is getting more and more lavish, taking on more and more people. Could it be you're plotting rebellion?" Xiao Mu pressed down on Lu Shi, who was about to argue, and took out silver, placing it on the desk. As he was about to leave, the old clerk spoke again. "By the way, I hear the original owner of that land in Shizhuan is coming back. They hold the imperial land grant from the late emperor." "Your land? Tisk tisk, you'd best be prepared for consequences." The Great Wu laws are clear after 3 months. Once 4 times compensation is paid, the original owner may return to settle there. I advise you to make plans early. Emerging from the prefecture, a heavy weight settled in Xiao Mu's heart. On the way past Julie Street, a newly posted notice drew a crowd. The recruitment notice bore a crimson seal that stood out starkly with words beside it declaring that those who refused would face military exile for their entire family. A circle of townsfolk gathered below the notice. A woman knelt on the ground, clutching at a yamen runner's sleeve, begging for mercy. My lord, my husband was conscripted by the Xiao Mu last year and hasn't returned since. Please don't take my son too. The runner kicked her away without a word. Enough talk. Report to the prefecture before noon tomorrow. Master this. Lu Shi's face went pale. These past days when the Xiao Mu have raided our borders, the authorities can't find enough laborers to repair the city walls, so they send men to kidnap villagers. I was fortunate to escape with others that time. If I'd been taken to Yongwan, I'd never have returned. This looks even more vicious than before. On the way back to the village, Xiao Mu bought some corn. The elderly farmer who sold it was moved to tears, his weathered face streaked with tears as he kept thanking him. Xiao Mu gave him far more than the market price. As darkness fell, the scattered lights of Shitsuan began to twinkle on. Yuner stood at the door holding the child, and seeing Xiao Mu return hurried to meet him. I've heard many from the eastern district have fled. The authorities are conscripting men. Older brother Jean from next door slipped away tonight, without even daring to say goodbye. Li Auntie's son from the front street was taken, and there's been no word since. She cries every day. Xiao Mu nodded. Don't fear. I'm here. Inside, several brothers of the Dragon Tiger Hall were cleaning their weapons. Seeing Xiao Mu enter, they all rose to their feet. Brother Xiao, we've heard about the notice. If the authorities dare come for us, we'll fight them to the death. Xiao Mu sat down and related to them what had happened at the prefecture today, along with the news Wan San had brought about Wangzhou. A silence fell over the room. Brother Xiao, I think we should try Wangzhou. Wang Er spoke first. Everywhere we're suppressed here. The 4 great families and the officials will crush us sooner or later. If worst comes to worst, we start over. With our skills, are we afraid we can't make a name for ourselves in Wangzhou? Staying here waiting for the authorities and the 4 great families to join forces, we won't even have the strength to fight back. But we've worked so hard to establish ourselves here. To give it up so easily is too regrettable. Lu Shi hesitated. Going somewhere unfamiliar, not knowing anyone. When trouble comes, we won't even know who to turn to. Let's not argue. Xiao Mu said. There are risks in going to Wangzhou, but staying in Jiangxia is no safer either. Let's send someone to investigate first. If it's feasible, we'll make the move gradually. In the meantime, we can't just wait idly in Jiangxia. We need to prepare for every contingency. Whatever wine we can sell from the cellar, we sell. Whatever we can hide, we hide. Everyone stay alert. The 4 great families and the authorities could strike at any moment. They all nodded. Over the following days, the entire village of Shitsuan busied itself with preparations. But just 3 days after the envoy to Wangzhou departed, men from the 4 great families arrived at their door. That afternoon, the heat was intense. The villagers of Shitsuan were resting at midday when a commotion shattered the quiet. Xiao Mu stepped outside and saw a group of horsemen charging into the village. Their leader was the steward of Squire Xiao, one of the 4 great families. Xiao Mu, hand over the land deed and the wine from your cellar if you know what's good for you. Otherwise today your Shitsuan will know neither peace nor rest, the steward said haughtily. Xiao Mu restrained his anger. Steward Zhao, this land deed and the wine represent the life's work of all of Shitsuan. By what right do you demand them? Simply because you've occupied the land of the old winery. That belongs to our Squire Zhao, and the imperial land grant from the late emperor is still in our possession. Best be on your way if you know what's good for you, or don't blame us for being harsh. Xiao Mu stared at him. If Squire Zhao's land grant is genuine, he should pursue proper legal channels. Brandishing armed thugs to force entry. Does he intend to play local warlord in Jiangxia? Before his words had even faded, Wang Er stepped forward, a broadsword gripped in his hand. Behind him, the brothers of the Dragon Tiger Hall drew their weapons in unison, the sharp ring of steel, leaving scabbards cutting through the dead silence. The steward's face darkened. He raised a hand to steady his men, offering a smile that never reached his eyes. Shopkeeper Xiao, are you determined to oppose the 4 great families to the very end? Don't forget the able-bodied men from your Shitsuan are still on the authorities' conscription roster. If I were to pay a visit to the prefecture. He deliberately let his voice trail off, his gaze sweeping over the elderly, the weak, the women and children of Shitsuan. Lu Shi's face flushed crimson with rage. This is a threat. Xiao Mu held him back, drawing the land deed from his robe and unfolding it. This deed bears the official seal of the Jiangxia prefecture written in clear black and white. If Squire Zhao finds any issue, we shall go together to see the governor. He turned to face the gathered villagers. All the elders and kin of Shitsuan are here. Anyone who dares to seize this by force today will be opposing all of us. A spark of courage ignited in the frightened eyes of the villagers, and several young men grasped farming tools and stepped forward. Seeing the tide turning against him, the steward let out a scornful snort. Xiao Mu, don't celebrate too soon. This isn't over. With a wave of his hand, he led his thugs away. That evening, Shitsuan held an emergency meeting. Xiao Mu spread a map of Wangzhou across the table, and candlelight cast flickering shadows upon the walls. Squire Zhao's visit was a probe. They're growing impatient and ready to act. Our envoy to Wangzhou won't return for 5 days. In the meantime, we must prepare for the worst. I propose we reinforce the village defenses. Wang Er slammed his fist on the table. Dismantle that crumbling stone bridge at the entrance and replace it with a drawbridge. Dig several moats and stockpile logs and rocks. Lucier nodded. The wine cellar needs rearranging. We should dig a secret passage at the farthest point as an escape route just in case. Over the next several days, the entire village sprang into action. Men worked day and night reinforcing fortifications, while women prepared rations and stitched wounds. Xiao Mu personally led patrol rounds. He understood that the calm before the storm was often the most perilous of all. The cicadas in Jiangxia City were screeching like a boiling pot, and the morning mist of Shur village carried the burnt smell of coarse wheat porridge. Xiao Mu had just taken 2 sips from his clay bowl when Lucier stumbled into the yard dragging 2 deep furrows in the mud with his straw sandals. Brother Mu, the Yamen has posted a new notice. Lucier tore open his collar, sweat streaming down his neck. A commandant from the Ministry of War has brought troops and is seizing people at will. The bowl rim knocked against the table, Xiao Mu's fingers turning white from the grip. A few days ago he had gone to the Yamen to register his hired laborers, and the old clerk had demanded 50 taels just to open his mouth. Now, they weren't even bothering to keep up appearances. I saw the commandant enter drunk Immortal Tower with my own eyes. Lucier lowered his voice, glancing toward the village entrance. The steward of the Zhao family personally welcomed him in. As Xiao Mu rose, he knocked over the bamboo stool behind him. Last month the wine cellar had inexplicably seeped, with water ruining 3 jars of thousand-day drunk. Now he saw that it had merely been the first few drops of rain. Can we leave the city? He pressed Lucier's shoulder and felt his heart pounding wildly. Lu Ji from the East City has taken our silver. Before the hour of Shun, he can let us through. Lucier licked his cracked lips. But we need a backup plan just in case. Before he could finish, a child's wail came from outside the courtyard. Xiao Mu lifted the straw curtain and saw Aunt Li from the front street running past with disheveled hair, clutching a blood-stained dark robe. The clothes of her youngest son, A Zhu, who had been dragged away by soldiers that very morning. Brother Mu, let's fight them. Wang Er charged in with a broad-bladed saber with shavings still clinging to the hilt. Yesterday the storyteller said that in ancient times there were Chun Sheng and Wu Guang. Shut up. Xiao Mu slapped him across the face. The young man staggered against the wall, but the fire in his eyes did not die out. Xiao Mu turned to look at the young men gathering around him. 16 pairs of eyes burned with rage, yet also hid worry for the women and children behind them. Harness 3 carts. Send the elderly and children out first. Xiao Mu untied his money pouch. Inside were the bits of silver that Yuner had sewn into it the night before. Lucier lead a squad through the east gate. Try to go rent a riverboat. Dismantle the distiller and bury it in the pond. And what about you? Yuner had appeared behind him, without a sound, the child in her arms clutching at her loose hair. Her face was paler than usual, but she forced a smile. I'll cover the retreat. Xiao Mu smoothed her temple hair, his fingertips brushing the mole behind her ear. I'll be there before dawn. At the 3rd quarter of the Shun hour, the drawbridge of the East City gate creaked down. Lucier drove the cart, mingling with a funeral procession. White mourning banners fluttered, hiding the young men curled up in the carriage. Xiao Mu was disguised as a coachman, his hat brim pulled low, eyes fixed on the tower above the gate. Halt! The guard's spear crossed in front of the cart. The man in charge was Lu Ji. Xiao Mu gripped the reins tightly, sweat soaking through his canvas gloves. Lu Ji glanced at the coffin, then at Xiao Mu's bulging money pouch, and suddenly coughed loudly. The press gangs have been ruthless lately. You merchants are nothing but trouble. What if you offend by accident? Magistrate Lu, my brother, has caught the plague. I'm taking him to the pauper's graveyard outside the city. Xiao Mu lowered his voice and shoved the money pouch over. A small token of respect. Please do me a favor. Lu Ji weighed the pouch in his hand, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to let them pass, the sound of hooves came from afar. 18 armored cavalrymen swept in, led by a man with a stubbled face, a commandant's token from the Ministry of War hanging at his waist. It's Lu Tong. Lucier whispered from inside the cart. Xiao Mu's heart sank. He knew this man. Everyone halt. Lu Tong reined in his horse, his iron armor glinting coldly in the sunlight. By order of the Ministry of War, the city is under martial law. No able-bodied man is allowed to leave. Xiao Mu's hand, still gripping the reins, moved slowly toward the sword hilt hidden beneath the cartboard. A child's sob came from the carriage. It was Grandpa Zhang's little granddaughter, who had been chasing him and calling Uncle Mu that morning. Sir, my brother has. Before Xiao Mu could finish, Lu Tong's horsewhip lashed across his face. In the crack of the whip tearing through the air, he tasted blood at the corner of his mouth. I don't give a damn what disease he's got. Lu Tong scanned the funeral procession, then suddenly pointed at the carriage where Lucier was hiding. Open that coffin. The moment the lid was thrown aside, Wang Er's wood-chopping knife was already pressed against Lu Tong's throat. The young man's eyes were bloodshot, but the blade was steady as if nailed in place. The surrounding guards erupted in alarm, leveling their spears at the funeral procession. Let us leave the city, or we'll all die together. Wang Er's voice carried the fierce resolve of a man with nothing to lose. Taking the chance, Xiao Mu swept a glance at the gate tower. Lu Ji was hiding behind the crenellations, clutching the money pouch he had given him, his gaze shifty. Lu Tong suddenly burst into laughter, a laugh that sent chills down one's spine. You think killing me will let you walk out of Jiangxiao alive? The entire Tang River is riddled with the four great houses' spies. Where do you think you can run? Before he finished speaking, his saber had already left its sheath. Xiao Mu lunged toward Wang Er, his long sword deflecting Lu Tong's blade. In the clash of metal, he caught a glimpse of a blue tattoo on Lu Tong's sleeve, the mark of a Zhao family slave. So you've already thrown in with the four great houses. Xiao Mu's sword rained down in a torrent. Lu Tong barely parried, stumbling backward as he stepped on scattered funeral money and slipped. Husband, watch your back. Su Jin's shout came from the direction of the city gate. Xiao Mu instinctively twisted aside. A stray arrow grazed his ear and thudded into the coffin behind him. Turning his head, he saw the Zhao family's steward charging with over 20 household guards, the bolts in their crossbows gleaming a faint blue. Poison! Lu Shi shouted, lunging at the nearest guard. Xiao Mu's sword had already pierced Lu Tong's shoulder when a child's scream came from the carriage. Grandpa Zhang's granddaughter, caught up in the melee, had fallen beside the wheel. Little Bell. As Xiao Mu's attention faltered, Lu Tong seized the chance to slash his saber across his sleeve, leaving a bloody gash on his arm. At that critical moment, he charged in with the boatmen of the ferry, sweeping their bamboo poles in an arc, sending several guards flying with screams. Master, get on the boat. He scooped up Little Bell River, water splashing across his mud-streaked face. The boat is docked at the bend of 9 Mile River. Any later, and it'll be too late. Xiao Mu took one last look at the burning funeral procession. Lu Tong's body had already been dragged away by the guards, and Lu Ji stood on the gate tower, the white banner in his hand flapping wildly in the wind. He gripped the bloodstained sword, and turned, seeing Yun'er waiting by the riverbank with the child in her arms, her skirt covered in mud and sand. It's all right now. He reached out to brush the funeral money from her hair, his fingertips met a dampness. Not mud, but tears she had not let fall. The riverboat drifted slowly through the night, the lantern at its bow casting wavering shadows on the water. Xiao Mu sat at the stern, letting the river water wash over the wound on his arm, watching drops of blood spread across the surface like spilled wine from the cellar. Brother Mu, up ahead is Mujia Town. Jia crouched beside him, sprinkling golden wound healing powder on the gash. That fellow Mu Chun may be hard to deal with, but at least he can hold off the soldiers. Xiao Mu nodded. Torchlight revealed the outline of Mujia Town. Beneath the old locust tree at the town entrance, Mu Chun, dressed in a dark robe, leaned against the trunk sipping tea, as if he had been waiting for them all along. Shopkeeper Xiao, long time no see. Mu Chun raised a hand and tossed over a wineskin, the aroma of wine mixed with jasmine. Lu Tong's men are 5 li behind. I had half a li of locust trees chopped down to block them, so they can't get through for now. Xiao Mu caught the wineskin, but didn't drink. How did you know we would come this way? In all of Jiangxia, only the dock at Mujia Town can hide 3 carts. Mu Chun stepped closer, moonlight glinting off the jade pendant at his waist. Besides, the 4 great houses' secret letter clearly said, Xiao Mu will definitely pass through Mujia Town. Secret letter. Lu Shi snapped his head up. You intercepted their correspondence. Mu Chun chuckled softly, and drew half a scroll of parchment from his sleeve, still bearing a wax seal. Squire Zhao promised Lu Tong 3,000 taels of silver to accidentally kill you at the bend of 9 Mile River, and in passing steal the deed to Shi Village's wine cellar. Xiao Mu's pupils contracted. When he left this morning, he had deliberately left a fake deed in the secret recess of the cellar. When Yun'er had asked why he kept a fallback, he had said, just in case. He never imagined the just in case would come so quickly. What they want is your brewing formula. Mu Chun threw the parchment into the river. The recipe for 1,000-day drunk can fetch 300 able-bodied men on the black market, enough for the 4 great houses to raise a private army. The night wind lifted the damp hair from Xiao Mu's forehead. He remembered how at the frontier a general had once traded a map for the lives of 300 brothers in arms. The faces of those comrades had long since blurred, but the warmth of their grip as they clutched him and said live on before dying. He still remembered it to this day. What do you want from me? Xiao Mu stared at Mu Chun. Last time you said you wanted to save the world. Why help me now? Mu Chun was silent for a moment, then drew a copper whistle from his chest. The whistle was carved with entwined vines, its end strung with a dark red bead. Because you're different from the others. The move you used to kill Lu Tong was the 13 throat-severing techniques of the frontier guards. He paused, his fingertip tracing the vine carvings on the whistle. My friend was also a frontier commander back then. The 4 great houses framed him for colluding with the enemy, and his entire family was executed. This whistle is the only thing he left me. Xiao Mu's breath caught. He finally understood what that lingering gloom in Mu Chun's eyes had been when they first met. It was a hatred just like his own. You want to use my hand to topple the 4 great houses. Xiao Mu tightened his grip on the sword. Not use, cooperate. Mu Chun pressed the copper whistle into his palm. You have the young men of Shi Village, I have the granary of Mujia Town, and then... He suddenly pointed toward the river. 3 fast boats, bearing black lanterns, came riding the waves. Black-clad swordsmen stood at their bows, the style of the blades at their waists, exactly the kind Xiao Mu had seen on Lu Tong's sleeve. Zhao family's death warriors. Mu Chun's voice carried a hint of approval. You're truly the first one to make the 4 great houses deploy the night crows. The night crows' fast boats halted 100 paces away. Their leader lifted his bamboo hat, revealing a knife scar that covered half his face. Xiao Mu recognized him as Squire Zhao's personal bodyguard, the one who had led men to torch his brewery last winter. Xiao Mu. The scar-faced man's voice was like a rusted iron chain. Squire Zhao says hand over the brewing formula, and you'll keep a whole corpse. Otherwise the women and children of Shur village. Before he could finish, a cold sneer cut him off. Yunner had appeared at the bow without anyone noticing, the child already asleep in her arms, a jade hairpin in her hair that Xiao Mu had bought with his reward money. Did you think we would ever trust you again? Her voice was clear and crisp. Last year you said it was just collecting protection fees, and then you burned our workshop. Last month you said inspection, and then Grandpa Zhang drowned. She drew a clay jar from her sleeve filled with dark brown powder. But what you don't know is that the recipe for 1000-day drunk was changed long ago. The 600 jars in the cellar now are drugs that can keep a man awake for 3 days. The scar-faced man's complexion changed drastically. Xiao Mu whirled around to look at Yunner. She shook her head slightly, her eyes filled with guilt and resolve. She had known about the fake formula all along, but had kept it a secret until this very moment. Attack! The scar-faced man roared. As the night crows drew their sabers, Mu Chun rang the copper bell in his hand. Beneath the old locust tree at the town entrance, countless torches flared to life, at once illuminating hundreds of laborers hiding behind the tree, each clutching farm tools and clubs. Remember, take them alive. Mu Chun's voice was ruthless. Especially the scar-faced one. I want him alive to confess where the 4 great houses' granaries are. Xiao Mu tightened his grip on the long sword, the vine patterns on the copper whistle pressing into his palm. He saw Yunner retreat into the cabin, hand the child to Lu Shi, and pick up a boat, or herself. He saw Wang Er charging in front, wood-chopping knife raised, its blade still stained with Lu Tong's blood. He saw He Fu raising his bamboo pole with the boatmen, forming a grim forest under the moonlight. As the first scream rang out, Xiao Mu suddenly recalled Antly clutching the blood-stained robe that morning. He recalled the sorghum sack Grandpa Zhang had gripped before drowning. He recalled every day and night when people were driven beyond endurance by the 4 great houses. He raised his sword, the tip pointing at the scar-faced man, and in the moment it swung down, he suddenly understood. Some darkness can only be lit by fire, and some injustice can only be cut down with a blade. The blood of the night crows splattered across the river, dyeing the lantern's light a crimson red. Xiao Mu stepped over the corpses on the deck toward the scar-faced man, who clutched his belly and stumbled backward, fear finally surfacing in his eyes. Tell me, where are the granaries of the 4 great houses? The sword tip pressed against his throat. And who is the government's patron? The scar-faced man's mouth trembled as he tried to speak when a dull horn sounded in the distance. Xiao Mu turned and saw towering flames rising in the direction of Jiangxia City. Through the smoke, the giant banner bearing Zhao was burning. It's the Zhao family's granary. The scar-faced man's voice trembled. They were afraid you'd seize the grain, so. Xiao Mu suddenly smiled. He remembered Yunner's words. Sparks rekindled into flame the 20 barrels of strong liquor hidden in Shur village's cellar, and Mu Chun's mention of stockpiling grain in troubled times. It turned out that long before he had decided to flee, Yunner had already led the women and children to set fire to the Zhao granary, using a single blaze to raise the curtain on revenge. Tell Zhao Zizhong. Xiao Mu leaned close to the scar-faced man's ear. The 1000-day drunk of Shur village was never meant for drinking. It was meant for burning. The scar-faced man's eyes bulged, a gurgling sound in his throat. Xiao Mu straightened up, watching the distant flames paint half the sky red, and heard Yunner's footsteps behind him. Her skirt was stained with blood, yet she still held the child, her gaze hard as iron. Brother Mu, the fire is already burning, she said softly. Xiao Mu nodded and took her hand. In the distance, Mu Chun was directing the laborers to move weapons while Wang Er and He Fu escorted the prisoners toward town. The cicadas had fallen silent at some point, leaving only the stillness before dawn. He gazed toward Jiangxia City. In the smoke, countless faces seemed to flicker. The common folk driven to death by the 4 great houses, people who like him had fought desperately to survive. What they had ignited was not just the Zhao granary, but the fire that Jiangxia had suppressed for too long. Tell everyone. Xiao Mu's voice was more resolute than ever. Dawn has come. The Yamen should have caught enough conscripts by now. We will hide no longer. The era of the 4 great houses is over. Yunner looked up at him. The morning light rose behind him, gilding his silhouette with gold. She suddenly remembered that morning long ago when refugees filled the fields. A Xiao Mu had walked over with his hands behind his back, frost on his shoes, yet with an inextinguishable light in his eyes. Now that light was even brighter, bright enough to pierce through the whole rotten world. The fires in Jiangxia City had not yet fully died out. In the cellar of Mu family town, a dim yellow oil lamp still burned. Xiao Mu traced his fingers over the tattered secret letter in his hand, then looked up at the few gathered around the stone table. Wang Er was whittling an arrow with his dagger, with shavings falling across the map. He Fu had laid out Mu Chun wiped his sword, the blade reflecting the flickering firelight in his eyes. Master Zhao's granary is burned. The other three families will surely accelerate their moves. Xiao Mu pushed the sheepskin parchment to the center of the table. We must find a breakthrough before they join forces. Before he could finish, the cellar door was pushed open. Su Jin slipped and wrapped in the night, dew still clinging to the edges of her cloak. Beside her, Ruozhu rubbed her eyes, clutching half a cold flatbread in her hand. Yun Er, carrying a medicine chest on her back, hurried to Xiao Mu's side and drew back his bloodstained sleeve to examine the wound. The pawnshop in the West City is acting suspiciously. Su Jin slapped the account book, wrapped in oiled paper, onto the table. On the pages where the ink was still wet, hidden beneath transaction records for the Jade Merchant House, coded messages marked in vermilion lay concealed. 3 days ago, someone exchanged gold for 30 official travel permits. Mu Chun's fingers stilled on his sword hilt. This is a diversionary tactic. They want to lure our people outside the city walls, then strike at Mu family town. Xiao Mu looked at Ruozhu, who was busy preparing medicines. The wildflower she had brought from Stone Village still adorned her hair, and she could already identify over 20 types of medicinal herbs. Ruozhu, you and Yun Er take the women and children to the caves behind the mountain. He turned to Su Jin. Someone needs to stay in town to provide support. You. I know the methods of the 4 great families better than anyone. Su Jin interrupted him, drawing a short blade from her boot. In the moonlight, the edge gleamed coldly. When my entire family was wrongfully accused, you were the one who saved me. Now it is my turn to do something for Stone Village. A moment of silence fell over the cellar. Then Ruozhu suddenly tugged at Xiao Mu's sleeve and held up the flatbread in her hand. Husband, eat. It was the half ration she had been saving. Xiao Mu crouched down, broke the flatbread into small pieces, and distributed them to everyone. At the inn hour tomorrow, Wang Er take 10 men, disguised as refugees, to the pawnshop in the West City. Jia Yi is waiting with the boat fleet downstream on the Wu River. If you spot the grain transport ships. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group. Then cut off the supply lines of the 4 great families. The bronze bell above the pawnshop door in the West City jingled. Wang Er, wrapped in tattered hemp cloth and leaning on a staff, staggered inside with Lu Shi, feigning a limp, following behind him. Behind the counter, the old shopkeeper narrowed his eyes, his abacus beads clicking loudly. Get lost, you beggars. The shopkeeper waved his ledger to shoo them away, but froze when he glimpsed the clay jar in Wang Er's arms. The vine pattern on it was the mark of thousand-year drunk. Late at night, torches flared in the backyard of the pawnshop. Su Jin blended into the wine delivery party, watching as 3 carts loaded with wine jars rolled out. She touched the bamboo tube at her waist inside, which was a slow-acting poison commissioned by Yun Er. It would take 3 days to manifest after ingestion, starting with abdominal pain, then the body consuming itself. Where is this batch of wine being sent? Su Jin asked in a low voice to the guard escorting the cart. The man grunted. Lord Lu is hosting the prefect and specifically instructed to use your fine wine to make a show. Meanwhile, in the reed marshes downstream on the Tang River, He Fu stared at the reflections on the water. As 3 grain transport ships entered range, he raised his torch. Bamboo poles emerged from the water like a forest. The boatmen tore off their disguises, revealing flammable wine jars concealed at the bows of the ships. Set fire. Before Jia Yi finished speaking, flaming arrows had already sliced through the night sky. The fire took hold. The canvas sails of the grain ships caught flame, casting the river water a bloody red. Guards on the shore fired their arrows in panic, but Mu Chun and his men, hidden in the darkness, surrounded them completely. Take them alive. Mu Chun used his sword to flip the guard captain's face mask. Tell me, who is Lord Lu hosting tonight? In the banquet hall of the Lu residence, the fragrance of wine mingled with incense. The prefect raised his wine cup, the amber liquid swirling within. Lord Lu, with a sycophantic smile, lifted his goblet. My lord, this is the most authentic thousand-year drunk from Stone Village. Before he could finish, the carved wooden door crashed open. Xiao Mu burst in with his men, his sword still dripping blood. Su Jin followed closely, her short blade pressed against Lord Lu's throat. You dare crash an official banquet? The prefect slammed his table and stood up, but his expression suddenly changed when he saw the copper whistle at Xiao Mu's waist. The vine-wrapped pattern was exactly the same as the token of the border general from 7 years ago. Back then you destroyed General Mu's entire family on charges of treason. Xiao Mu approached the prefect, the tip of his sword lifting the man's official robe. Today we settle our accounts. Suddenly a scream echoed from the backyard of the Lu residence. Yun Er ran in with her medicine chest on her back, the wildflower in her hair stained crimson with blood. The caves behind the mountain. Su Jin is ambushed. Su Jin's pupils contracted. She shoved Lord Lu aside violently. 20 death warriors emerged from behind the screen, their leader being the scar-faced man who had been missing for days. Bandages wrapped his face and a poisoned dagger was gripped in his hand. Xiao Mu, you walked right into our trap. The banquet hall erupted into chaos. Xiao Mu's sword clashed against the scar-faced man's dagger, sparks flying in all directions. He caught sight of Su Jin charging out toward the back mountain. Yun Er crouched in a corner, taking out a porcelain bottle of narcotic powder from her medicine chest. a sleeping drug she had modified from the 1,000-year drunk poison capable of rendering a person immobilized for half an hour. Protect shopkeeper Xiao. Mu Chun wielded his sword to deflect the death warriors, but as he turned, a hidden arrow struck his left shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the arrow. Amid the devastated banquet hall, the prefect had already slipped away in the confusion. Lord Lu lay collapsed beside an overturned wine jar with liquor and blood flowing together on the ground. At the entrance of the cave behind the mountain, Ruaju curled up behind a dead tree, clutching the short blade Su Jin had taught her to use for self-defense. More than 20 guards surrounded the cave. Their leader, the steward, sneered and raised a torch. "Little girl, put down the knife and let us have some fun. Otherwise we will burn you and this cave to ashes." At the critical moment, 3 arrows tore through the air. Wang Er led the young and strong men charging down from the mountainside. Their wood-cutting knives clashed against the guards' steel swords, sending sparks flying everywhere. Ruaju seized the opportunity to charge out, driving her short blade into the nearest enemy's body. It was her first time taking a life. Warm blood splashed across her face, and she recalled the words Xiao Mu had taught her: "Only by surviving can you seek revenge." By the time Su Jin arrived, the cave entrance was already littered with corpses. Ruaju was covered in blood, fiercely protecting the children behind her, who were crying in terror. "Sister Su." A child's voice came from down the hill. The young girl carried the unconscious Mu Chun on her back, with Xiao Mu covered in blood following behind. When the group reunited, the eastern sky was already showing traces of dawn. Xiao Mu gazed at the burning Lu residence, his grip tightening around the copper whistle in his hand. The prefect had fled, and only a fraction of the 4 great families' conspiracy had been uncovered. He knew the battle was far from over. Su Jin bandaged Ruaju's wounds with gentle yet steady hands. Yan Er was preparing medicines. Wang Er was tallying the dead and wounded. Jia Yi was leading men to reinforce their fortifications. "Husband." Yan Er suddenly tugged at his sleeve and took out a cloth bundle from her bosom. "This is what I have been saving for you." Xiao Mu opened the bundle. Inside was half a hard flatbread and a dried wildflower, the flower from Stone Village which Yan Er had kept all along. Morning light pierced through the clouds, illuminating everyone's exhausted yet resolute faces. Xiao Mu gazed at the rolling mountains in the distance, where there were tasks left unfinished. The roots of the 4 great families were deeply entangled, and hidden currents within the court were stirring. But in his hands he held something sharper than any sword. The trust accumulated through blood and fire, the determination to risk everything for survival. "Relay the order." Xiao Mu's voice carried on the mountain wind. "We will rest for 3 days. We need to let all of Jiangxiao know that the people of Stone Village are not to be bullied." Su Jin held Ruaju close, and their gazes met Xiao Mu's. They all understood. This was only the beginning. In the storms to come, they would not only seek revenge for those who had died, but also carve out a path to survival for all those struggling in darkness. Dark clouds obscured the waning moon. A foul stench wafted from the mass grave mound east of the city. Xiao Mu led the way, carrying a straight saber, the tassel of his sword brushing against bleached bones with a rustling sound. Su Jin followed behind, her short blade already coated with the numbing medicine prepared by Yan Er. In a hushed voice, she said, "Purple Heart, grass thrives in shade. It should be beneath that old cypress in the southwestern corner." No sooner had she spoken than the sound of dragging chains echoed from the distance. Mu Chun suddenly grabbed both of their sleeves and whispered into their ears, "There are night patrol death warriors, at least 20 of them." The 3 pressed themselves flat against the earthen slope. Moonlight revealed tiger head tokens at the death warriors' waists, the mark of Lord Lu's private soldiers. "Split up." Xiao Mu pressed the copper whistle into Su Jin's hand. "Once you get the herbs, withdraw immediately. Mu Chun and I will hold them off." Before Su Jin could respond, he had already darted into the burial mounds. In the darkness, swords and blades clashed. Xiao Mu's long sword struck against a death warrior's broad saber, sparks splattering onto rotting coffins. Su Jin gritted her teeth and ran toward the ancient cypress. Rotting leaves made strange sounds under her feet. She felt the slippery moss on the tree trunk, and finally at the roots touched the soft green stems. 3 purple heart grasses pushing their violet buds from a pile of bleached bones. Suddenly a whistling sound came from behind her. Instinctively she rolled to the side, and a crossbow bolt embedded itself in the tree trunk beside her ear. "Little lady, what are you stealing?" A rasping laugh came from above. Su Jin looked up to find the scar-faced man hanging upside down from a branch, his poisoned dagger pressed against her throat. Black blood seeped from the bandages on his face. His wounds from their previous encounter had not yet healed. "Where is that bastard Xiao Mu?" At the critical moment, a piercing blast from the copper whistle split the night sky. Xiao Mu appeared like a ghost, his long sword aimed straight for the scar-faced man's face. The scar-faced man dropped Su Jin and flipped his wrist, throwing 3 bone-piercing darts backward, but Mu Chun's flexible sword deflected them all. In the chaos, Su Jin quickly plucked the purple heart grass and stuffed it into her bosom as more death warriors closed in with torches. "Run to the cellar in the southeast." Mu Chun swung his sword to cleave through the encirclement. "I have buried gunpowder there." The 3 fought their way backward as the pursuers' footsteps drew ever closer. As Su Jin rolled into the cellar over skulls, she heard Xiao Mu shout, "Cover your ears." A deafening explosion followed and earth rained down, completely blocking the pursuer's path. Meanwhile, outside the granary in the West City, Lu Ying and Hei Fu, disguised as grain carters, guided a cart laden with thatch toward the city gate. The guard raised his torch to inspect them, but Lu Ying suddenly scattered a handful of quicklime powder. Hei Fu brought his carrying pole down on the guard's temple. Swiftly the two changed into the guard's uniform and stuffed smoldering narcotic smoke into the ventilation shaft. Guards inside the granary began coughing violently, unable to hold their spears steady. Wang Er led his men charging from the shadows. But at that moment the sound of chains echoed from deep within the granary. "This is bad." Lu Ying's expression changed. "They have been raising mastiffs here." 3 massive dogs lunged forward with roaring fangs, their teeth gleaming coldly in the darkness. Yun Er suddenly burst from behind a stack of grain sacks, smashing the porcelain bottle in her hand. White powder drifted through the air, and the mastiffs whimpered and collapsed to the ground. I added purple heart grass extract to the powder. Yun Er wiped the sweat from her forehead. "They are just asleep." There was no time to praise her. Heavy footsteps approached from the distance. The reinforcements of the 4 great families had arrived. "Set it alight." Xiao Mu's voice rang from the rooftop. Everyone hurled their torches onto the thatch piles, and flames instantly consumed the granary. Through the firelight, Xiao Mu saw Lord Lu arriving with his guards, stamping his feet in fury. "My grain! Kill these rebels for me." As a rain of arrows descended, Su Jin threw herself at Xiao Mu. A bolt grazed her shoulder, tearing her clothing. Xiao Mu turned and loosed an arrow, striking the archer squarely in the throat. "Let's go." He wrapped his arms around Su Jin and Yun Er's waists, and leaped onto the cart Jia he had driven up. The wheels rolled over corpses on the ground as they sped toward the city gate. By the time the group dragged their exhausted bodies back to the ruined temple, Ruaju immediately threw herself at Xiao Mu, touching his bleeding shoulder, her eyes reddening. "Husband, it hurts." Yun Er was already there with her medicine chest, skillfully sprinkling golden wound medicine on the injury. "The granary is burned, but the prefect and the people of the 4 great families have already fled." Wang Er kicked aside a jar at his feet, shards of porcelain scattering everywhere. "They will not let this go." Mu Chun unfolded the secret letter retrieved from Lord Lu's guard, his expression darkening. "The censor will arrive at the city at dawn tomorrow. The 4 great families intend to use the charge of rioters, setting fires, to request imperial troops for suppression. Even worse." His finger traced the wax seal at the end of the letter. "They have colluded with mountain bandits to ambush us midway." Xiao Mu stared into the flickering candle flame, remembering the beacon fires at the border. Back then he too had been driven to a desperate corner by the court's lies. "We cannot simply sit and wait for death." He tightened his grip on the blood-stained sword hilt. "Rua Zhuyu and Yun Er take the women and children to the northern relay station. Mu Chun has arranged carriages there. And what about you two?" Su Jin grabbed his wrist. "We will go pay a visit to that censor." A cold smile touched Xiao Mu's lips. "And let the 4 great families see what a real mob looks like." Outside the ruined temple, a clap of thunder exploded, and a torrential downpour began washing over the blood that had not yet dried on the ground. This struggle had only just reached its most brutal phase. The rain had poured all night, and the official road north of the city was sealed in a heavy fog. Xiao Mu and his companions hid in a crumbling tea shack, watching more than 20 carriages creep closer. At the front of the convoy, a golden banner embroidered with the words "Censorate" flapped loudly in the wind. Imperial guards flank the convoy front and rear, and the carriage in the middle has gold-threaded curtains. The Imperial inspector should be inside. Mu Chun wiped the spyglass, raindrops beating on its lens. But those black-clad riders at the tail are not government troops. Su Jin gripped her short blade, her fingernails almost digging into her palm. "Bandits." The 4 great houses really kept a card up their sleeves. She turned to Yun Er, who was brewing medicine, sprinkling the last handful of herbs into the potion, the fog-blind powder that could leave a man temporarily blind. Once the convoy was within range, Xiao Mu blew his bronze whistle. Wang Er led the able-bodied men, smashing the jars filled with the medicinal decoction onto the road. White fog immediately flooded the entire official road. The Imperial Guard's horses bolted. Seizing the moment, the bandits charged out from the slopes on both sides. The clash of blades and screams of agony mingled in the rain. "Charge!" Xiao Mu was the first to break through, using his sword to fling aside the guards blocking his way. He cut open the carriage curtain. Inside sat the Lu Manor's steward. The man tore off a mask, revealing the tattoo on his face, and sneered, "Xiao Mu, did you truly think you could see the Imperial Inspector? We've already spirited him off to the drunken Immortal Tower for a drink." Amid the melee, Su Jin sensed something wrong. The bandits fought savagely, yet they deliberately avoided the Imperial Guards. She suddenly grabbed Xiao Mu's sleeve. "It's a trap. They want us to take the blame for attacking a court official." Xiao Mu's pupils shrank. He looked at the Imperial Guards clashing not far away. These were supposed to be the court's own soldiers, yet now they worked in perfect unison with the bandits, driving them toward the cliff. "Scatter!" he shouted, sweeping his sword aside to block the bandit leader's spiked mace. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a Yun'er medicine box on her back, pinned in a corner. At the critical moment, Lu Ying charged over, brandishing twin blades slick with blood. Brother Mu, I found their weak point. She pointed at the jade pendant on the waist of the Imperial Guard commander. Carved on it was Squire Zhao's family crest. These Imperial Guards were bought by the four great houses long ago. Xiao Mu ripped open his lapels, revealing the gruesome arrow scar on his chest. Brothers, look at this wound. We risked our lives at the frontier, yet these corrupt officials accuse us of colluding with the enemy. Now they even try to kill us with a borrowed knife. His voice pierced the rain, and agitation rippled through the Imperial Guard ranks. Kill these parasites of the court. Wang Er raised his blood-stained chopper, and the young men roared in unison. The tables turned instantly. Enraged by the truth, the Imperial Guards reversed their blades and fell upon the bandits. Xiao Mu charged toward the steward's carriage while there was still time, only to see the man produce a signal flare and fire it into the sky. A distress call to the four great houses. Before the red light faded, dense hoofbeats rolled in from afar. The private troops of the four great houses had all come out, surrounding them beyond any hope of escape. Xiao Mu shielded Su Jin as they fell back to the cliff's edge, a bottomless abyss below, row upon row of gleaming blades ahead. Xiao Mu, this is the day you die. Squire Zhao rode out on a tall horse and tapped his saddle with a folding fan. Hand over the brewing formula obediently, and maybe I'll leave you a whole corpse. Su Jin suddenly stepped forward, pulling a roll of yellowed drawings from her bosom. Want the formula? Look at this first. She unfurled the paper. The complete structural plan of the wine cellar at Shur Village. But are you sure this is what you want? Squire Zhao's gaze was instantly drawn over. Xiao Mu seized the moment to send Jia Yi a meaningful glance. Jia Yi quietly rolled torches soaked in tung oil toward the enemy formation, while Ruju took out a specially made thunderclap bomb. Just as Squire Zhao reached out to snatch the drawing, Su Jin flung it into the air. Xiao Mu's sword struck a shower of sparks and set the fluttering sheets on fire. Kill! The others charged the enemy lines like people who had nothing to lose. Su Jin's short blade cut across Squire Zhao's face, and Xiao Mu's long sword flew straight at his throat. In the melee, Yun'er suddenly rushed over, carrying a jar of gunpowder. Husband, catch! A deafening explosion boomed, and the firelight turned half the sky crimson. Xiao Mu tumbled down the slope with the unconscious Su Jin in his arms, Squire Zhao's blood-curdling screams still ringing in his ears. When he came to in the stream at the foot of the mountain, he saw Yun'er crouching on the bank using purple heart herb to stanch Su Jin's bleeding. Ruaju clutched half a charred flatbread and stubbornly kept vigil nearby. In the distance, thick smoke churned above Jiangxia City. The storm had just stopped, and the air stank of gunpowder and blood. Ruaju curled up behind a boulder by the stream, hugging tightly the jade pendant she had found on a mass grave. The hornless dragon carved on the mutton-fat white jade was lifelike, but one claw was chipped, exposing a dark red inner layer. Ruaju. Su Jin's voice was sharp with urgency. Ruaju hastily stuffed the pendant into her collar. When she turned, she tripped over a vine and scraped 2 patches of skin from her knee. Su Jin crouched down and saw the jade pendant at her neck. Her pupils contracted sharply. The design was exactly the same as the mark hidden in the family genealogy. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu and Mu Chun counted the survivors. More than 20 former Imperial Guards pulled off their blood-stained helmets. Their leader Chen Wu set his sword before Xiao Mu. General Xiao, we are willing to follow you and seek justice. Before the words faded, hoofbeats rumbled from the distance. 3 riders broke through the morning mist, led by none other than the missing Imperial Inspector Zhou Zheng. Xiao Mu. Zhou Zheng swung off his horse, his official robes covered in mud. The 4 great houses have falsely accused you of rebellion. The court has already sent 3,000 iron cavalry south. He unrolled a secret edict, and the vermilion characters execute on the spot burned the eye. But I found ledgers at the drunken Immortal Tower proving that they embezzled military funds and raised private soldiers. Mu Chun suddenly grabbed Xiao Mu's arm. Not good. Once the iron cavalry arrives, we can never talk our way out of this. We must, before they enter the city. His words were sliced short by a scream. Ruaju staggered over, her face deathly pale. Sister Su. Sister Su is gone. Ruaju clutched the jade pendant and hid behind a shrine in a ruined city god temple. 3 masked men in black were searching the idol. One voice rasped, those people must be carrying the pendant. Find it. The secret of the 4 great houses is hidden. Before he could finish, a short blade whistled through the air and buried itself in the wall. Jia Yi appeared like a ghost, followed by Xiao Mu's sword in hand. Hand it over. The masked leader drew a curved saber engraved with strange runes. Xiao Mu noticed his footwork. This was the style of the court's secret guards. A fight broke out instantly. Yun'er scattered stupefying smoke around them, but the enemy was already prepared. One after another, they pulled out cloths soaked in medicine to cover their mouths and noses. In the chaos, Ruaju was captured by one of the masked men. She suddenly bit his wrist, and as he cried out and let go, she slammed the jade pendant hard against the ground. The jade shattered, and a copper plate densely engraved with small characters rolled out. Wang Er snatched it up just in time. When he saw what was written on it, his blood ran cold. It was a list of high court officials colluding with foreign tribes and the truth behind the Mu family's treason case. At the north gate of Jiangxia City, 3,000 iron cavalry raised a sky full of dust. At the lead, General Li held aloft the imperial sword and sneered at Xiao Mu on the city wall. "Rebel, why don't you surrender now?" Before the words died away, the city gates blasted open, and Zhou Zheng rushed out holding the ledgers and the copper plate. "General Li, please look at this evidence." General Li swept his eyes over the ledgers, his expression shifting between gloom and uncertainty. Suddenly, a hidden arrow flew in and struck Zhou Zheng square in the chest. Staggering, he flung the evidence to Xiao Mu, murmured "survive," and collapsed into a pool of blood. Xiao Mu caught the bloodstained copper plate and saw Master Lu appear on the gate tower, his face still wrapped in bandages, a crossbow aimed at him. "Loose arrows." General Li suddenly gave the command. At the last heartbeat, Chen Wu led the former imperial guards, wheeling their horses around, and formed a wall of shields. "Brothers, we must no longer be the lapdogs of corrupt officials." The iron cavalry ranks erupted in chaos. Some soldiers, moved by the truth, turned their weapons against their own side. Su Jin seized the moment and read the contents of the copper plate, aloud, every word like a thunderclap. Commoners on the city walls hurled stones down to help Xiao Mu. The heads of the four great houses turned pale and tried to flee in the turmoil, but Mu Chun and his men blocked their escape. Xiao Mu pointed his sword at Master Lu. "Years ago you framed my father for colluding with the enemy. Today," his blade pierced the man's throat. "Blood debts must be repaid with blood." The first light of dawn touched the walls of Jiangxia City as the smoke of battle slowly dispersed. Xiao Mu stood on the ruins holding the jade pendant that had been pieced back together. Ruaju stood on her toes and placed a garland of wildflowers on his head. "Husband, we won." Yuner was dressing the wounded. The fresh purple heart herbs in her medicine box gave off a soft, clear fragrance. Su Jin watched the cooking smoke rising in the distance, then solemnly handed the copper plate to Xiao Mu. "The names on this plate are enough to bring down half the corrupt officials in the court. But what we need," her gaze passed over everyone present, "is more people like us." Mu Chun wiped his bronze whistle. Its clear notes startled a flock of white doves into the air. Chun Wu formed up the soldiers, and they shouted in unison, "We will follow General Xiao to sweep away every injustice." Xiao Mu looked east where the morning clouds blazed like fire. He tightened his hand around Su Jin's and said softly, "Do you remember what you told me? From the embers the fire is reborn. Now this fire is meant to burn across the whole land." The smell of blood had not yet faded from Jiangxia City when Xiao Mu and the others gathered in a secret chamber of the city god temple to plan their next move. The walls were plastered with slips of paper marking the posts and spheres of influence of the officials named on the copper plate. Mu Chun circled the two characters Wuan with red string candlelight leaping in his eyes. "If we move against these senior officials, we first have to find their eyes and ears in the central court." Just then Chun Wu hurried in, clutching a letter. "Scouts report that the remnants of the four great houses are escorting a vast amount of gold and silver north. There's also a mysterious honored guest traveling with them. The carriages are all sealed, and even meals are passed in through bamboo tubes." Su Jin rubbed the broken jade pendant in her hand. The chipped claw of the hornless dragon seemed to be warning her. Could it be the dark-robed envoy named on the copper plate? They are the key link between the four great houses and Wuan. Ruaju leaned closer and spotted a tiny silver pin among the flatbread crumbs. "This is a mark of Miao border goo sorcery. I've seen it in a medical book. The dark-robed envoy may well be a southern border witch who knows how to use goo poison." The atmosphere in the secret chamber turned heavy at once. Deep in the forests along the northbound official road, a convoy moved slowly. Xiao Mu and his companions followed, disguised as a merchant caravan, but by the roadside lay a village strewn with corpses. The villagers had bled from every orifice, their deaths gruesome. Ruaju crouched down to examine the bodies and scraped a green powder from beneath a dead man's fingernails. "It's soul-devouring goo. Those afflicted go mad and slaughter each other." At nightfall, the convoy suddenly stopped in front of a ruined temple. Su Jin looked through the moonlight and saw a woman in a black gauze veil step down from a carriage. With every step, centipedes crawled up from the earth and wove eerie patterns around her feet. "It's her." Mu Chun tightened his grip on his sword hilt. The carriage shaft carries the joint crest of the four great houses. Xiao Mu was about to order the attack when the veiled woman whirled around, several scarlet goo worms shooting from her sleeve. The goo worms flew like arrows at the great tree where the band was hiding. The bark immediately corroded into blackened pits. "Scatter." Xiao Mu pulled Ruaju into the grass, but felt a chill on the back of his neck. At some point, a goo worm as thick as a little finger had coiled around his neck. In that desperate moment, Ruaju dashed forward and slapped a wad of medicinal paste onto the back of Xiao Mu's neck. The worm let out an ear-splitting shriek, uncoiled, and fell to the ground. "This is an antidote made from purple heart herb." Ruaju's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "But it can only hold for half an hour. We have to capture the dark-robed envoy and force her to hand over the real antidote." They charged forward at the risk of their lives, but waves of black mist were already rising from the ruined temple. The veiled woman stood at the center and shook her bronze bell. Countless goo worms flooded out of the ground. Wang Er swung his chopping knife to split the swarm, but the instant the blade touched the worms, dark blotches spread across the edge. Careful, they're poisonous. Su Jin snapped out her short blade only for a goo worm as huge as a python to clamp its jaws around it. At the critical moment, Raju suddenly tore free of Xiao Mu's grasp and charged at the dark-robed envoy holding up a jade fragment. Sunlight poured through the cracks of the jade fragment and became a column of light within the black mist. The goo worms shrieked in agony. The veiled woman was shocked and furious, but just as she was about to strike back, Xiao Mu's sword was already resting against her throat. Hand over the antidote, or... The dark-robed envoy let out a cold, sinister laugh and lifted her veil. She turned out to be a withered, old woman. Antidote. Do you think the schemes in Wuhan will stop when I'm dead? She bit her tongue, spat out a mouthful of black blood, and in an instant dissolved into a pool of foul pus, leaving only a bronze token engraved with strange runes. Carrying the token left by the dark-robed envoy, Xiao Mu and the others spurred their horses and raced to Wuhan. At an inn on the edge of the city, they met up with Lu Ying, who had been lying in wait since long before. Lu Ying unrolled a yellowed map and marked the residences of the officials from the Copperplate and Cinnabar. These places look like mansions on the surface, but they are actually entrances to hidden tunnels for moving dirty money. Late in the night, Xiao Mu and Mu Chun slipped into the residence of the Minister of Personnel. In the secret chamber, chests of gold and silver and jewels were piled into a mountain. The secret letters on the wall confirmed their suspicions. These high court officials used the 4 great houses to turn military pay into smuggled salt, then controlled the disobedient with goo and sorcery. Just as they were gathering evidence, torches suddenly flared beyond the window. Several hundred armored troops surrounded the ministerial residence, leaving no gap. Mr. Xiao, it has been a while. A soft and sinister voice sounded. A man in a python robe stepped out slowly. The jade pendant at his waist matched Ruaju's fragment perfectly. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Behind him, the dark-robed envoy's bronze token gave off a faint light in the moon. Farther away, the imperial palace was ablaze with lights. Outside the Minister of Personnel's mansion, the torches of the iron-armored soldiers turned the night sky crimson. Xiao Mu gripped his sword tightly, standing back-to-back with Mu Chun. Mr. Xiao, I put up a pointless resistance. The man in the python robe strolled forward, a smile on his face. Surrender obediently, and perhaps you'll be granted a whole corpse. Dream on. Xiao Mu raised his sword to charge, but Mu Chun held him back. Mu Ji, don't be rash. There are too many of them. We need to find a way to escape. At that moment, Ruaju ran out from behind, clutching a bronze token, her gaze unwavering. I have a plan. She raised the token and murmured a few incantations. During her fight with the dark-robed envoys, she had secretly memorized several spells for controlling poison insects. A rustling sound arose from all around. Countless venomous insects crawled out from the ground and surged toward the iron-armored soldiers. The troops panicked and fell into disarray. Now's our chance, go! Xiao Mu shouted, and the group fought their way out of the encirclement. But they had barely escaped when a signal flare shot into the sky. The pursuers quickly closed in again. They hid in an abandoned kiln factory. This won't do. We need a place to lie low, Su Jin said. I know a place. Chen Wu spoke up. Back when I served in the Imperial Guards, I discovered a cave not far from here. Under Chen Wu's lead, the group found the cave. The entrance was concealed by vines and weeds, invisible unless one searched carefully. Once inside, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ruaju bandaged the wounded while Xiao Mu, Mu Chun, and Su Jin discussed their next move. Who exactly is that man in the python robe? How does he know our every move so well? Xiao Mu frowned. Judging by the jade pendant at his waist, he's deeply connected to the 4 great houses. He's very likely Yin Song's agent here, Mu Chun said. Whoever he is, we can't just sit and wait for death, Su Jin said. We have the bronze name list and the bronze token. These are our leverage for a counterstrike. Ruaju suddenly spoke. While studying the token, I noticed its inscriptions bear a striking resemblance to an ancient formation described in my medical texts. Perhaps this formation can be used to thwart Yin Song's conspiracy. But we don't understand this formation. How can we use it? Xiao Mu asked. I'll need time to study it along with several rare herbs as catalysts, Ruaju said. All right, let's split up, Xiao Mu said. Wang Er, Chen Wu, and I will gather the herbs. Mu Chun and Su Jin will scout for information. Ruaju will stay in the cave to study the formation. Lu Shi and Taido will stay behind to protect them. Xiao Mu and Chen Wu disguised themselves and quietly headed to a nearby town to procure the herbs. Along the way, they remained vigilant, wary of being discovered. But they had underestimated the enemy. As soon as they entered the town, soldiers were conducting searches everywhere. They slipped into a shabby inn. Sir, you don't look like a local, the innkeeper said, eyeing them suspiciously. We're merchants. Didn't expect to run into such a commotion, Xiao Mu replied calmly, placing a silver ingot on the table. Boss, do us a favor and keep our presents to yourself. The innkeeper glanced at the silver and nodded. Don't worry. I saw nothing. But the innkeeper had long been bought by Yin Song's men. No sooner had they left than he secretly went to report them. While Xiao Mu and the others were purchasing herbs at the medicine shop, a large contingent of soldiers surrounded the premises. Search. Take away anyone suspicious, the leading officer barked. Realizing the danger, Xiao Mu and Chen Wu seized their weapons and prepared to fight their way out. Let's charge. Xiao Mu rushed out. The street erupted into chaos. Though Xiao Mu and his companions fought fiercely, they were vastly outnumbered and gradually began to falter. Just then a familiar voice rang out. Mu Chun led his men charging out from a nearby alley. He had learned of Xiao Mu's predicament and rushed to reinforce them. With Mu Chun's help, the group finally broke through the encirclement. Yet the operation had cost them dearly. Their whereabouts were now exposed. Meanwhile, Su Jin had uncovered a critical piece of intelligence. At a tea house, she overheard several officials discussing an upcoming grand ceremony, a scheme to consolidate their power at court and eliminate dissenters. Su Jin hurried back with the news. We can't wait any longer. We must use the formation and the evidence to expose Yin Song's conspiracy before the ceremony, Xiao Mu declared. Ruaju's research had made progress, but one exceedingly rare ingredient was still missing, the blood-glazed fungus. It grew atop Tianyun Peak, a treacherous mountain teeming with fierce beasts. Xiao Mu decided to ascend Tianyun Peak himself. Su Jin wanted to accompany him, but Xiao Mu refused. It's too dangerous. Stay here and help Ruaju. Protect everyone. Though worried, Su Jin reluctantly agreed. Xiao Mu set out with Chun Wu and a few skilled fighters. Tianyun Peak was steep and towering. They climbed cautiously, ever watchful of the dangers around them. Near the summit, a thunderous roar erupted as a massive tiger burst from the forest. The beast was enormous, its eyes ferocious, and it lunged at them with jaws wide open. Watch out! Xiao Mu drew his sword and charged forward. The others raised their weapons as well. The battle was ferocious. The tiger struck with immense force, each pounce carrying a gust of wind. Xiao Mu and his companions fought desperately, yet some were still wounded. After a prolonged struggle, they finally drove the tiger off. Exhausted, they collapsed to catch their breath. After resting a while, they resumed their search for the blood-glazed fungus. At last they discovered it in a hidden cave. The fungus was entirely crimson, emitting a faint ethereal glow as it grew atop a large rock. Xiao Mu carefully climbed up and harvested the blood-glazed fungus. Suddenly a clamor echoed from outside the cave. Someone's coming. Chun Wu's expression shifted. They must be tracking us, Xiao Mu said, stowing the fungus securely. Don't panic. Let's hide and ambush them the moment they enter. The group concealed themselves in the shadows. Before long, Yin Song's men burst into the cave. They searched everywhere, but found no one. Just as they were about to leave, one soldier spotted traces left behind. They're here, the soldier shouted. Realizing they could no longer hide, Xiao Mu and the others surged out to engage the enemy. The confined space of the cave made the battle even more vicious. Xiao Mu slashed left and right with his sword while Chun Wu and the others fought without hesitation. After a fierce skirmish, they finally drove all the enemies back. They knew Yin Song would not let matters rest. They had to return quickly to reunite with Raju and the others. Xiao Mu and his companions returned safely and handed the blood-glazed fungus to Raju. Raju took it, a gleam of hope in her eyes. With this I can complete the formation. Raju began to set up the formation. Following the inscriptions on the bronze token, she drew an intricate pattern on the cave floor and placed various herbs and artifacts at their corresponding positions. While Raju worked on the formation, Xiao Mu and the others strengthened defenses outside the cave, guarding against another enemy assault. After a full day and night of labor, Raju finally completed it. This formation can temporarily trap enemies and disrupt their poison insects, but it won't last long. We must act quickly, Raju explained. Mu Chun and Su Jin also returned with intelligence. Yin Song's ceremony was to be held in 3 days at the Jiangxia Imperial Palace. He had already concentrated most of his troops around the palace to thwart any disruption from Xiao Mu's group. This is our opportunity, Xiao Mu said. With Yin Song's forces concentrated at the palace, defenses elsewhere are weakened. We can infiltrate the palace and expose him during the ceremony. But even with looser guards, getting into the palace won't be easy, Mu Chun frowned. I have a plan, Su Jin said. While gathering information, I befriended an imperial guard who also resents Yin Song's actions. He's willing to help us sneak in. We can also seek out our old friend Marquis Ji. Marquis Ji. Everyone was taken aback. You mean Ji Huai, Lord Ji? He was later granted the title of Marquis for his merits. Xiao Mu slapped his forehead. Right, I remember now. How could I have forgotten him? In the end, they agreed to follow Su Jin's plan. They split into several groups, each with their own mission. Xiao Mu, Su Jin, and Raju formed one group, tasked with exposing Yin Song during the ceremony. Mu Chun and Chun Wu would lead others to create chaos outside the palace, drawing the guards' attention. Wang Er and Lu Shi were sent to find Ji Huai. The night before the operation, the group sat together in the cave, the atmosphere heavy. This mission is fraught with peril, but for the sake of the people and for justice, we cannot retreat, Xiao Mu declared firmly. Everyone nodded in agreement. 3 days later, the Jiangxia Imperial Palace was adorned with lanterns and decorations. With the help of the guard, Xiao Mu and the others slipped into the palace and hid in a secluded corner, awaiting the right moment. The ceremony began. Civil and military officials gathered in full array. Yin Song, clad in resplendent robes, stood on a high platform, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. Today I shall present a grand gift to His Majesty as a token of my loyalty, he proclaimed loudly. At that moment, Xiao Mu and the others burst forth. You conspired with the four great houses, embezzled military funds, raised private armies, and sought to seize control of the court. Your scheme's end now. Xiao Mu shouted, producing the bronze plates and account books for all to see. Yin Song's expression flickered, then he sneered. Xiao Mu, you're spouting baseless accusations. These are all forgeries. You're the real traitor. Then why not let everyone scrutinize the evidence? Xiao Mu refused to back down. As the two sides faced off, Ruoju activated the formation she had prepared earlier. A strange radiance rose within the palace, and the poison insects under Yin Song's control went into complete disarray, scattering in every direction. The civil and military officials panicked as chaos engulfed the hall. Yin Song's men lunged to seize Xiao Mu, but Mu Chun and Chun Wu's forces intercepted them. The palace erupted into a melee. Xiao Mu brandished his sword and charged straight at Yin Song. Although flustered, Yin Song drew his blade to defend himself. Xiao Mu, do you think you can defeat me like this? How naive. My influence in the court is deeply entrenched. Exposing me today will change nothing. Only by trying will we know. Xiao Mu's sword strikes grew even more relentless. Suddenly shouts of battle arose from beyond the imperial city. The great Wu dynasty has stood for over 500 years, yet now treacherous ministers run rampant, and the nation teeters on the brink. Warriors charge. The main gate of the imperial city was battered open, and armored soldiers with black helmets and silver sabers surged in. Their banners bore the character G. After a fierce struggle, Xiao Mu finally struck Yin Song to the ground. He leveled his sword at Yin Song. Your crimes are too numerous to recount. Today is the day of your death. Imperial father, a childish voice cried out. A little child dressed in a dragon robe ran out, flanked by guards. Imperial father, what's wrong? Get up. I still want you to tell me stories. The young emperor tried to help Yin Song up. Seeing the approaching army and realizing the tide had turned, Yin Song slumped to the ground. As the young emperor ran toward him, Yin Song suddenly snatched the child up, seized a nearby guard's sword, and pressed it against the young emperor's throat. Everyone stop. If anyone dares to move, I'll kill him. The young emperor was only a few years old and had never witnessed such a scene. He thought Yin Song was merely playing with him. Imperial father, don't scare me. It hurts. The young emperor whimpered in a childish voice, then burst into tears. Yin Song did not let go. Instead, he tightened his grip. The blade drew a thin line of blood on the young emperor's neck, and crimson beads trickled down. Don't cry, your majesty. They are all rebels, all wicked people. Once they are gone, we'll be safe. The young emperor stopped crying at these words and shouted, all of you leave. I command you all to leave. Yin Song said to Xiao Mu, did you hear that? Xiao Mu Ji Huai, take your people and get out. Do you dare defy the emperor's command? Damn it. Yin Song is using the emperor to command the realm. How despicable. Wang Er cursed. Xiao Mu was momentarily stunned, a thought flashing through his mind. Of Liu Bei and Sun Quan. Leave? And why should we? Ji Huai spoke up. I am a marquis personally enshrined by the emperor. Now that the emperor is young, you exploit his name to amass wealth, levy harsh taxes, and commit every conceivable atrocity. Down with the traitor. Ji Huai shouted. Down with the traitor. The soldiers behind him echoed in unison. The cries grew louder, and even some of Yin Song's own soldiers began to drop their weapons. Clattering sounds rang out one after another. Yin Song's face turned ashen. He muttered, rebels. You are all rebels. You will all die horribly. The gold throne hall in late winter was bone-chillingly cold, the gilded coiled dragon pillars reflecting the young emperor Mu Yang's flushed face. Traitor, you renegade minister. The 12-year-old emperor hurled the jade paperweight onto the ground, shattering it to pieces. Xiangfu said you had treasonous intentions all along. Mu Ying knelt on one knee, his black cloak still bearing unmelted snow. Gazing at the boy on the dragon throne who had been corrupted into a ferocious beast by powerful ministers, he recalled their first meeting 3 years prior, when a child clutching a white rabbit had softly called out, Mu Qing. Back then, as the former emperor lay on his deathbed, entrusting his son, books remained spread across the dragon desk. Your Majesty, do you know who set up 30 large woks at the city gate when the disaster victims in Sangzhou were exchanging children to eat? The veteran General Chun Yuan tore open his blood-stained battle robe, revealing a chest riddled with arrow wounds. It was Mu Ying who led 3,000 light cavalry, shattering 30 li of ice, and reclaimed the grain from the northern Di. They say the Mu family army is made of iron, but who knows, their armor is covered in frostbite beneath. The young emperor's embroidered shoes stamped wildly on the dragon-patterned carpet, the jade pendant at his waist clattering loudly. Xiangfu said you're buying people's loyalty. You corrupt ministers all deserve to be torn apart by 1,000 cuts. Suddenly the sound of metal clashing echoed from outside the hall. Mu, clad in silver armor, strode in boldly. The python patterns on his armor gleamed coldly in the candlelight, and the half-tiger tally at his waist struck softly, with each step ringing like bells. The powerful minister, Yin Song, supported the young emperor's chair, his hat tilted askew, yet unable to hide the sinister cruelty in his eyes. From his sleeve protruded a piece of bright yellow silk, the abdication edict that had been taken from the storehouse that morning. Where is the new emperor? Yin Song demanded sternly, his finger pointing directly at the python pattern on Mu Ying's chest. Mu Ying, you secretly forged dragon robes and carved the jade seal, and now you would install a false emperor. This gold throne hall houses the spirit tablets of our ancestors. Mu Ying slowly rose to his feet, his pale fingers tracing the faded sword tassel at his waist. It had been given to him personally by the late emperor on his deathbed. The blood on the tassel had long since turned black, congealing into twisted patterns that resembled the war-scorched clouds at the frontier that year. When the northern borders cried out for aid, when the entire court claimed silver can buy peace, who was it that overturned the table in the imperial hall? His voice sounded like a blunt blade cutting through iron, every word carrying the stench of blood. Mu Ying led 50,000 warriors and stormed through Yinmen Pass. Those who wear armor cannot kneel, those who wield blades cannot retreat. But what about now? Yin Song suddenly burst into mad laughter, flinging a scroll of yellowed memorials from his sleeve. A half-dried petal drifted from between the pages. Behold your 89 charges. Unauthorized opening of granaries, collusion with outlaws harboring death squads. And the poison in this soup. If His Majesty suddenly fell ill, how dare you claim it wasn't you who poisoned him? Enough. Xiao Mu suddenly emerged from the side hall, his black combat attire still stained with the dust and smoke of battle beyond the city walls. The arrow wound on his shoulder had seeped blood that had already crusted into a dark scab. Gazing at the new white strands in Mu Ying's hair, he recalled those days past when the man had been coughing blood in the military tent, yet still clenched military texts and traced circles on maps, his fingertip leaving red marks pressed against the characters for Zhangzhou. The young emperor suddenly convulsed violently, white foam pouring from his lips, his small hand gripping Yin Song's sleeve with desperate strength. Mu Ying stepped forward rapidly but saw Yin Song rubbing the mutton fat jade token at his waist with a cold sneer. The characters Wuan on its surface had grown dark from the moisture of his palm's sweat. Since His Majesty has acknowledged me as his father naturally, they shall depart together on the same path, father and son alike. This poison is called mutual return. The same gift you once presented to the northern Chanyu, do you recall it? Xiao Mu gripped the blade at his waist until 3 inches of the edge emerged, its cold gleam turning his pupils ashen. Mu Ying raised his hand to restrain him, and his cuff slipped back to reveal the dense rows of needle punctures on his forearm, the daily acupuncture treatments meant to suppress his old wounds. Issue the order to arrest Yin Song and his accomplices immediately. At the 3rd watch of noon, executions shall take place at Wu Gate. Outside the gate, the bluestone slabs bore a thin crust of ice, the cracks still holding congealed blood from days past. Yin Song knelt on the execution platform with disheveled hair, his face smeared with rotten vegetables and spoiled eggs thrown by the crowd. His left cheek was swollen to an enormous size, bearing the indentation of a frozen steamed bun someone had hurled at him. Xiao Mu stood beside the execution platform, his hand resting on his sword hilt as he watched the throng below. He suddenly recalled how the night before Mu Ying had pressed a fragment of silver armor into his palm, telling him to carry it, as though Mu Ying himself still stood at his side. Mu Ying, how dare you break the rules? Yin Song looked up, blood frothing at his lips. The execution cannot occur until the 3rd watch of noon. Do you dare hasten it? I am the one whom His Majesty personally appointed. His Majesty has already died, Xiao Mu declared, drawing his blade in one fluid motion. The steel caught Yin Song's horrified expression as it drained from his face. And I am merely a regicide. The silver flash descended, and the head fell to the ground. Blood erupted from the neck, splattering against the red lacquer of the execution platform, like winter plums in full bloom. Several stray dogs bolted from the crowd, snatching the severed head before disappearing into the alleyways. The common people erupted into deafening cheers, some hurling their steamed buns into the air, others igniting homemade firecrackers, the acrid scent of gunpowder mingling with the coppery stench of blood that hung heavy above Wu Gate. As Xiao Mu turned away, he spotted Mu Ying supporting himself on the platform, racked by violent coughs. Blood seeped between his fingers and fell onto the bluestone bricks, blooming into delicate crimson patterns. Take me to the city wall. Mu Ying rasped, each word tearing through his chest like shards of glass. I wish to look once more. Toward the frontier. At twilight, the city walls coiled through the rolling hills like a great python. Leaning against the battlements, Mu Ying gazed toward Wuan, where cooking smoke curled skyward, and something like a smile touched his lips, yet it carried the frost colder than any snow. When the late emperor asked what reward I desired, I told him I wanted only that the common people might eat their fill. His fingertips traced the arrow scar etched into the bluestone, a wound from sieges past. But now it seems I have failed even this. The porridge tents in Zhangzhou could only be sustained by selling my warhorse. Xiao Mu bore Mu Ying on his back, slowly making his way forward. The man's spine pressed sharply against his palm, each ragged breath weaker than the last, like a bellows worn thin. Mu Yu trailed behind with a lantern, its flickering light casting a bloody gleam in his bloodshot eyes. The gourd at his hip continuously dripped wine, that Zhangzhou Baijiu Mu Ying cherished, most freshly purchased that morning from the tavern. Has the tuition for the Liu family scholar been delivered? Mu Ying's Adam's apple bobbed, as if swallowing shards of ice. It has been. The books you asked me to purchase are already on his desk. The relief grain. Mu Ying's blood dropped onto Xiao Mu's neck, warm at first, but rapidly cooling. Remember to urge the Ministry of Revenue. Don't let those corrupt officials. His words were cut short by a violent coughing fit. Blood splattered across Xiao Mu's shoulder, blooming like a grotesque flower upon his black attire. Muin suddenly dropped to his knees, the tiger tally striking the blue stone with a dull thud. This humble officer pledges to die alongside your lordship. Should there be a next life, I shall still serve as your vanguard. Mu Ying's hand pointed westward, his throat forming the indistinct words frontier before all breath left him. As Xiao Mu turned, he saw the white hair lift in the wind like a crane preparing to take flight. The last rays of the setting sun reflected in those dying eyes, but the light within had already vanished. On the third day after the snow ceased, Xiao Mu discovered a blood-stained edict hidden in a secret compartment within Mu Ying's study. The rice paper had been folded repeatedly, its edges frayed from handling the characters soaked in dark crimson, and pressed so forcefully they showed through to the reverse side. Prince Pingxi Li Chong colludes with the Northern D, privately maintaining 30,000 iron cavalry storing armor within Mount Wuhan. Should I perish, I pray my brother Xiao Mu will personally lead the Tiger Hall to exterminate this beast. The signature bore a blurred fingerprint clearly applied when he could no longer grip the brush. Brother Mu, if this creature is not eliminated, Great Wu is finished, the veteran General Li Ru declared, slamming the map onto the table. The vermilion circle marking Mount Wuhan stood out like an open wound. Before the young Marquis took his final breath, he grasped my hand and said, "Old General Li, watch over Xiao Mu. Do not let him follow my path." The old man suddenly convulsed with a violent cough, blood staining his handkerchief in a disturbing display. He also said the tiger tally could only be entrusted to you because I am no loyal minister. I am a madman. Xiao Mu gripped the half-tiger tally until his knuckles turned white. Loyal ministers follow the rules, and only madmen can shatter the deadlock. Late at night, beneath a moonless sky with fierce winds howling, Xiao Mu infiltrated the Pingxi prince's residence with his elite Tiger Hall assassins. Their boots crunched softly against the accumulated snow. The residence showed sparse lighting, yet triple secret sentries guarded the side entrance. Suspicion confirmed. Xiao Mu signaled, and the assassins struck like nocturnal owls. Blades flashed at throats before the sentries could even cry out, silencing them instantly. A commotion echoed from Prince Pingxi Li Chong's chamber. Xiao Mu kicked the door open to find the man stuffing account books into a secret passage. "Xiao Mu, how did you?" Li Chong spun around, his jade pendant clattering to the ground. It bore the Northern D wolf sigil. "I send you to meet Mu Ying." Xiao Mu brought his blade down the flash, revealing Li Chong's terrified expression. Blood splattered the wall as the account book's ink remained wet, clearly recording Northern D annual tribute 10,000 taels of gold. Xiao Mu picked up the jade pendant and crushed it in his grip. Shards pierced his palm, yet he laughed, a sound piercing as cold steel. As he emerged from the residence, carrying Li Chong's severed head, dawn was breaking. A trail of blood stretched across the snow like a winding serpent leading toward Mu Ying's ancestral shrine. Xiao Mu gazed toward the shrine and whispered, "My lord, the treacherous villain has been eliminated. But when will this world truly know peace?" In the months that followed, the shrine's incense burners never ceased their smoke. The characters Mu Ying on the white marble stele had been polished bright by the hands of common folk. Before the monument, offerings of grain, pickled vegetables from Zhangzhou residents, and wildflowers gathered by children rested perpetually. Standing before the stele, Xiao Mu listened to children's song echoing from afar. Marquis of Wuhan, guardian of the four quarters, a single grain of rice saves 10,000 souls. Blades sever traitors' blood stains their garments, yet loyal spirits endure to bless the people with health. Brother Mu, envoys from the court have arrived. Mu Yu burst in, wearing battle armor still dusted with frontier sand. The new emperor summons you. He intends to appoint you Grand General who guards the state. As he presented the edict, he leaned close and lowered his voice. I have received intelligence that someone within the inner court plots against you. They say you have rendered services so great as to overshadow the sovereign. Within the gold throne hall, the new emperor sat upon the dragon chair, his gaze fixing on the silver armor fragment at Xiao Mu's waist, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. Minister Xiao, your contributions to defending the realm are undeniable. I shall appoint you Grand General who guards the state, commander-in-chief of all imperial forces. What say you? Suddenly a figure stepped forward from the ranks, a former student of Yensong. Your Majesty, General Xiao commands the Tiger Tally and enjoys popular support, yet maintains close ties with Jianghu factions. I fear his loyalty may be divided. Before he could finish, the new emperor raised his hand to silence him. Xiao Mu knelt and bowed his head, his voice resonating like a temple bell. This humble subject has but one petition. May your Majesty open the granaries to relieve the disaster victims of Zhangzhou, exempt them from taxation for 5 years, and erect monuments and shrines for the warriors of the former Wuhan army. The new emperor arched his brows as murmurs rippled through the hall. The former student sneered. Is General Xiao attempting to blackmail your Majesty? Xiao Mu looked up and caught the faintest movement behind the dragon chair's curtains. Perhaps the ghost of that young emperor from years past, or perhaps Mu Ying's white hair drifting in an unseen wind. His fingers tightened around the jade pendant Mu Ying had left him as he heard himself speak. If your majesty does not trust this subject, I shall surrender the tiger tally and remain forever at the frontier, never stepping foot within the inner city again. After a moment of silence, the new emperor broke into a smile. Your petition is granted. You shall retain command of the tiger tally and depart for the frontier immediately. As for erecting monuments and shrines, I will instruct the Ministry of Rights to see this done. Beyond the frontier walls, the northern D's iron cavalry raised clouds of yellow sand, their horns tearing through the sky like the howls of wolves. Clad in Mu Ying's silver armor, Xiao Mu stood upon the city wall, gazing into the distance. The characters upon his breastplate had been worn faint by time, yet they still radiated an unconquerable ferocity. Muin presented a wineskin. My lord, this is the new wine from Tsangzhou. The common folk say this year's harvest was bountiful, and the wine brewed is particularly fragrant. Kill. Xiao Mu brought his blade down, severing the enemy commander's head. Blood sprayed across his heart-protecting mirror, reflecting his frost-tinged temples. Amid the chaos, he glimpsed figures moving on a distant hill, the banners bearing the remnants of the former Prince Pingshi's faction. As expected, neither the Northern D nor the internal traitors had ever relinquished their designs. General Xiao, a dying scout, grasped his boot, blood gurgling from his throat. The inner city. Wang Luan colludes with the Northern D. Intends to open the gates. His words ended there, but his hand remained clenched around a fragment of secret correspondence bearing the faint characters for a coordinated strike from within and without. Surveying the corpses strewn across the ground, Xiao Mu suddenly recalled Mu Ying's words within the military tent. Brother Mu, the most terrifying thing in this world is not external enemies, but the human heart. Remember this. Your blade can sever an enemy's head, but it cannot cut through the greed lurking within men's hearts. He reached for the silver armor fragment concealed within his robes. Its bloodstains had hardened to the color of amber. Suddenly his chest tightened, and he coughed up blood. The poison that had afflicted Mu Ying all those years ago had quietly passed to him through that half-tiger tally. Late that night, Xiao Mu wrote a letter ordering Mu Yu to hasten reinforcements to the frontier while he led the remaining Tiger Hall Death Squad in a midnight raid upon the enemy's main camp. Passing through Tsangzhou, where Mu Ying had once opened the granaries to distribute grain, the people lined the roads, offering steamed buns and cloth shoes. Children chased alongside his horse, calling out, General Xiao. An elderly woman pressed a bag of roasted rice into his hand. General, please eat something. This is grown in our own fields, so fragrant. Xiao Mu accepted the rice, his eyes burning, yet he dared not pause. Raising his whip, he urged his horse onward. Within the inner city's imperial palace, candles flickered in the new emperor's bedchamber with an indescribable eeriness. When Xiao Mu kicked open the hall doors, he found the emperor pinned to the dragon chair by Wang Luan, a blade at his throat, his imperial robes already stained with blood. Minister Xiao, your timing is impeccable. Wang Luan sneered, drawing his blade across the emperor's neck until a thin line of blood appeared. Your majesty refuses to issue the edict welcoming the Northern D armies into the city, so I must request he pay his respects to his predecessors. You think you can succeed with me here? Xiao Mu hurled Mu Ying's ceremonial sword, which flew like a shooting star straight for Wang Luan's throat. Amid the clashing steel, Xiao Mu's shoulder took a wound, but he countered in one fluid motion, driving his blade through Wang Luan's chest. As blood splattered the dragon robes, the new emperor tremblingly presented a roll of yellow silk. Minister Xiao, this was left for you by the late emperor. Xiao Mu's pupils contracted as he read the cinnabar characters upon the silk. It was Mu Yang's handwriting, far more immature than he remembered. Mu Qing, save me. Xiangfu intends to kill me. The signature bore a crooked yang, accompanied by smudged impressions from tear-stained tears. So the young emperor had not perished from poison after all, but had been imprisoned by Yin Song. This blood edict was a desperate message he had scratched onto yellow silk with a hairpin. A plea for help that had only now, after so many years, reached the new emperor's hands. Yin Song fabricated news of your majesty's death and declared himself regent king. The new emperor choked on his words. I only recently discovered the truth myself. Xiao Mu gazed at the sky, gradually brightening beyond the window, his grip tightening on the blood-stained edict. Mu Ying's final bitter smile surfaced in his memory. Brother Mu, do not follow in my footsteps. Loyal hearts and righteous courage cannot forge an age of peace. Sometimes one must steel oneself. He turned and walked toward the hall's exit. Morning light fell upon his silver armor, casting a tragic crimson glow. This time he would no longer live as another shadow, but would take up the lamp that illuminates the mountains and rivers. Even if that lamp ultimately consumes every drop of his burning blood. The piercing winter wind lashed across the land like knives. As the year drew to a close, the snow gradually ceased. Patches of remaining snow along the official road melted slowly under the faint sun, gathering into puddles that mirrored this chaotic age. Ragged refugees trudged along the road in droves, their eyes filled with nothing but the will to survive, hurrying toward Wuhan City. After Yinsong's downfall, the vast stores of grain he had secretly hoarded were seized. The news that Mu had opened the granaries to distribute food became the last hope for these refugees. Xiao Mu and Wang Er traveled without rest, pressing straight for Zhangzhou city. There awaited a man of great weight, Mu Xiling. As they set foot inside Zhangzhou, the scene before him made Xiao Mu laugh despite himself. By the inner river, Mu Xiling, now in theft as the prince of Zhangzhou, was still the same carefree rogue. With his robes hanging loose, he was arguing heatedly with a few old fishermen, his face flushed, debating whether fish head soup should contain cilantro. The old fishermen showed no fear of his princely title, each raising his voice louder than the last. Mu Xiling refused to yield, an inch spittle flying as he squabbled like a street ruffian. Shopkeeper Xiao. A shout broke Xiao Mu's train of thought. Turning his head, he saw Mu Wei galloping toward him in iron armor, his face bright with joy. After a few polite exchanges, Mu Wei's countenance suddenly darkened. Shopkeeper Xiao, Marquis Mu has passed on. The words struck like a dull hammer. Xiao Mu was silent for a long while before he spoke words of comfort. Mu Wei led Xiao Mu to see Mu Xiling. When Mu Xiling heard that Xiao Mu carried a letter from Mu Ying, his expression changed at once. He snatched it over and tore it open. As he read, this man who had been formidable on the battlefield actually reddened at the eyes before them, all tears streaming down without restraint. In that moment, Xiao Mu glimpsed the softest place deep inside Mu Xiling's heart. Once his emotions settled, Mu Xiling reverted to his overbearing manner. He stated bluntly that he would not meddle in Wuan affairs, but he also warned the new Emperor Mu to stay in line. The throne had been won with Mu Ying's very life. He made bold threats, vowing that even if the Xiongnu attacked, he would defend the border and never let a foreign enemy set foot upon the Central Plains. He further demanded control over the taxation and conscription rights of 8 cities around Zhangzhou, his tone unyielding. Xiao Mu talked at length with Mu Xiling, touching upon the future situation. Mu Xiling cautioned Xiao Mu to be wary of the new emperor, not to be cast aside like a spent donkey after the millwork, and told him that if he could not be in theft as a first-rank official, he should refuse the position entirely. He told Xiao Mu that Ji Huai had brought 20,000 cavalry to the vicinity, but he had blocked them outside the old pass. He feared that Ji Huai and other border generals harbored treacherous designs and would stir up trouble when the moment was ripe. These words made Xiao Mu realize that beneath the calm surface of the great Wu Dynasty, undercurrents were already surging. During his days in Zhangzhou, Xiao Mu and Mu Xiling sometimes discussed serious matters and sometimes traded jokes and banter. The two held different stances, yet the bond and understanding between them remained. The time came to part. When Xiao Mu left Zhangzhou, Mu Xiling escorted him 2 li beyond the city gates and presented a jar of plum wine brewed by his own hands, asking Xiao Mu to offer a cup to Mu Ying on his behalf. Xiao Mu knew that Mu Xiling would make no moves in the near future, but the future of Wu was beyond anyone's certainty. Meanwhile, back in Wuhan City, another contest was quietly unfolding. New Year's Eve was approaching. The imperial palace was adorned with lanterns and colored banners, yet the splendor could not conceal the dangers lurking in the shadows. Xiao Mu hurried back to Wuhan to attend the year-end banquet hosted by the Emperor Muan. On his way into the palace, he learned from Li Ru that Qin Hui had brought 4,000 iron guards into the city. Xiao Mu's heart tightened. Qin Hui was a border general of Muyuan Prefecture, immensely ambitious. Taking advantage of the chaos, he had seized Dangyang Commandery. His wolfish ambition was plain for all to see. Now bringing private troops into the palace unsettled Xiao Mu all the more. Xiao Mu and Li Ru walked together, discussing Qin Hui as they went. On the Imperial Causeway, Qin Hui's iron guards stood in perfect formation, their armor flashing with cold light, their presence imposing. Li Ru told him that these suits of iron armor had originally belonged to the palace armory. The late emperor had once intended to form a guard corps, but for unknown reasons the plan was shelved. Now Qin Hui had claimed them all and raised his own private army. What puzzled Xiao Mu even more was that despite Qin Hui's arrogance, Mu had not punished him. Whether Muan was deep in scheming or simply kept in the dark, Xiao Mu could not yet tell. When Xiao Mu reached the front of the hall, he was surprised to see Mu personally waiting on the causeway. Muan greeted him with a smile, uttering words of high regard, praising him as a talent devoted wholeheartedly to the nation. But Xiao Mu had weathered too much in this world to be fooled by a few honeyed words. He knew that within these palace walls, every sentence and every gesture might conceal a hidden calculation. Entering the hall, Qin Hui had already taken the seat immediately to the right of the dragon throne. According to tradition, the right side was the place of honor, which meant Xiao Mu could only sit on the left. This might seem a trivial matter, but in truth it was a contest of power. Qin Hui looked at Xiao Mu with a half-smile, his eyes brimming with provocation, pressing him to sit down and citing the imperial edict. Xiao Mu did not move. He knew that if he yielded in such an occasion, he would be at a disadvantage at court forever after. The atmosphere in the hall tightened at once. The chamberlain for the palace revenues was about to serve the dishes, but seeing the tension, he tactfully withdrew. Muan sat on the dragon throne silent. A flurry of thoughts spun through Xiao Mu's mind. He recalled Mu Ying's entrustment and pondered the fate of Great Wu. He knew he stood at a critical juncture where every step bore upon the destiny of the dynasty. Xiao Mu stared at Qin Hui's swaggering arrogance, and in his heart, killing intent stirred. Yet he was also aware that acting violently within the palace would not only cost him his life, but also provoke an even greater upheaval. He had to steady himself and wait for the right moment. At the same time, he kept his eyes on Mu and trying to divine the new emperor's intentions, to see whether this man could hold together the dynasty that was already tottering. Outside the palace walls, common folk busied themselves with New Year preparations, offering sacrifices to the kitchen god, pasting up spring couplets, the streets bustling with noise and cheer. Children ran about playing mouths stuffed with pastries, laughing with innocent delight. They had no idea that within the resplendent palace a struggle determining the fate of Great Wu was unfolding, and that a crisis, which might plunge them once more into misery, was creeping ever closer. The air inside the hall grew heavier and heavier. At last Muin spoke. He coughed lightly, glancing at Xiao Mu and then at Qin Hui, trying to ease the tension. Ministers Xiao and Qin, today is New Year's Eve, a day for reunion and celebration. Do not let such trifles sour the mood. The words carried a measure of authority, yet the concession in them was unmistakable to everyone. Hearing this, Qin Hui wore a smug smile and bowed slightly. Your Majesty speaks wisely. Your servant merely wishes to follow your Majesty's will and invite General Xiao to sit down, so we may all share in the joy together. Though the words seemed to flatter the emperor, they were in truth pressuring Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu sneered, inwardly fully aware of Qin Hui's malice, yet he could not openly defy the imperial decree. After a moment's thought, he clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty's kindness fills me with gratitude. But although a mere seat seems insignificant, it bears upon court ritual. General Qin has already taken the right-hand seat. If I rashly seated myself on the left, I fear it might breed misunderstanding and disrupt the proper order. I would rather stand for now and await your Majesty's reassignment, so that decorum may be upheld. These words offered the emperor a graceful way out, while clearly stating his own stance, neither servile nor overbearing. Muan's eyes flickered with appreciation as he nodded. Minister Xiao speaks sense. Attendants rearranged the seats so that Minister Xiao and General Qin may sit on equal footing, and sovereign and subjects may rejoice together. Maids and eunuchs bustled into action at once. Xiao Mu kept his eyes fixed on Qin Hui, watching the brief flash of displeasure in his eyes before it was quickly buried beneath a false smile. The seats were rearranged, and all took their places. Muin raised his cup. Today I share this New Year's Eve with my beloved ministers. May Great Wu prosper, and may the people live in peace. A toast. Everyone raised their cups and drank in one draught. But the surface harmony could not conceal the private calculations in each heart. After a few cups of wine, Qin Hui began to steer the conversation. He deliberately brought up the border wars, disparaging other generals, while implying that his own contributions were the greatest. He recounted how he had fought with desperate valor in one battle, yet never mentioned a word about the reinforcements others had sent. He was both currying favor with the emperor and trampling on others. Xiao Mu listened, his heart as clear as a mirror. When Qin Hui finished, Xiao Mu spoke unhurriedly. General Qin's words hold some truth, but border affairs are complex. They are not the achievement of any single man. Every general has done his utmost in his own post, shedding blood and sweat to defend the frontiers of Great Wu. Take the Battle of Yanmen Pass last year. Had General Wang not arrived with reinforcements in time to pin down the enemy's main force, no matter how valiant General Qin was, he might not have turned the tide. The stability Great Wu enjoys today was forged by all its soldiers together. Not one of them can be spared. Xiao Mu's words acknowledged Qin Hui's merits, refuted his partiality, defended the other generals, and demonstrated his own broad vision. Qin Hui's expression shifted slightly, but quickly recovered, and he said with a smirking, insincere smile, General Xiao is indeed brilliant. I wonder what excellent strategies does General Xiao propose against the Xiongnu menace. He intended to throw the hard question at Xiao Mu and embarrass him. Xiao Mu thought for a moment, then said, The Xiongnu are a grave threat to Great Wu. They are cruel and savage, frequently raiding our borderlands. To deal with the Xiongnu, we must combine the carrot and the stick. On one hand, we must strengthen border defenses and drill elite troops so that the Xiongnu dare not act rashly. We can build more beacon towers along the frontier and establish a tight warning system so that any movement can be relayed swiftly. On the other hand, we may open frontier markets and trade with the Xiongnu, using mutual benefit to keep them in check. For instance, establish several fixed trading posts, exchanging our silk and tea for their horses and furs. At the same time, we must remain united at home and keep the court stable. Only when the nation is strong can we truly hold off foreign enemies. Xiao Mu laid out his points with clarity and practical measures. Those present nodded in approval, and Muin nodded again and again. Qin Hui was unwilling to give up. He pivoted to matters of people's livelihood, claiming that officials in various regions were incompetent and causing suffering among the people. He exaggerated the disasters, accused officials of inaction, and hinted that he alone knew how to clean up the mess. This was his way of marginalizing rivals and striking at those who would not align with him. Xiao Mu stepped forward once more. General Qin's concern for the people is a blessing to Great Wu. But Yin Song has only just fallen and 100 things await restoration. Many problems cannot be solved overnight. We should give officials in every region time to gradually improve the people's livelihoods. Take the flood in Qingzhou. After the disaster, the local officials led the people in rebuilding their homes and reclaiming wasteland. What they lack are supplies and manpower. If the court sends prompt aid, recovery will be swift. The court should also invest more in people's welfare, reduce taxes, repair irrigation systems, and create better conditions for the people. As long as sovereign and subjects are of one mind, the people will surely live good lives. Xiao Mu's words not only countered Qin Hui's accusations, but also offered concrete solutions, once again displaying his capability. In this war of words, Xiao Mu and Qin Hui traded blows, neither willing to yield. Every sentence hit a barb, every gesture stirred the heart. Muin sat on the dragon throne, watching the two men, calculating how to balance the forces and secure his own position. Meanwhile, in a corner of the palace, another conspiracy was quietly brewing. Qin Hui's trusted henchmen were plotting how to harm Xiao Mu, scraping together all manner of evidence against him, not even sparing baseless rumors. They had also bribed a servant in Xiao Mu's household to poison his food and pin the blame on someone else, all to eliminate this thorn in their side. They knew that as long as Xiao Mu stood, he was the greatest obstacle to Qin Hui's grip on power. Outside the palace, various forces were also watching the movements within. Minister Li's faction of civil officials detested Qin Hui's tyranny. They secretly gathered evidence of his crimes, hoping to use Xiao Mu's hand to topple him and restore clarity to the court. Meanwhile, the wealthy merchants aligned with Qin Hui prayed for his ascendancy, eager to reap greater profits, and kept sending him money to bolster his power. The entire Great Wu was like a great chessboard, with every power contending fiercely upon it. The banquet continued, the tension mounting. Xiao Mu knew he was in peril, but he did not retreat. He recalled Mu Ying's entrustment and thought of the common people of Great Wu, and his conviction only grew firmer. He silently vowed that no matter how many obstacles lay ahead, he would fight Qin Hui to the very end and carve out a path of survival for Great Wu. Dusk seeped across the flagstones beneath the palace walls, the shadows of the flying eaves stretching long and thin. Wang Er crouched by a vermilion pillar, shelling melon seeds, the husks falling into the cloth pouch at his feet. He had just popped a kernel into his mouth when his hand suddenly froze. A clammy, sinister aura slithered along the ground and coiled around him. He whipped his head up. Through the dusk came a stooped figure, his back arched, as if about to snap, his face furrowed like aged tree bark, yet the glint in the slits of his eyes was cold as ice. He wore a cloud-patterned brocade robe. The entwined lotuses stitched in dark blue-green and gold threads shimmered eerily in the shadows, making him look like a specter crawling out of a grave. The inner city 6 guards could use a dull, honest sort to fill the vacancy. The man halted a few steps away, his voice grating like iron scraped against steel, a lopsided smile pulling at his lips. From now on you'll be called Fullhead. It suits you. Wang Er shot to his feet, his face flushing purple with rage, the hand clenching, melon seeds crackling audibly. You old bastard. How dare you insult me? With a roar he lunged forward, his fist driving straight at the old man's face. But that figure slipped aside like smoke, and as he dodged by a hair's breadth, a withered finger flicked against Wang Er's elbow. A numbing tingle shot through his arm, sapping all his strength. Carried by his own momentum, Wang Er twisted midair, flipped, and landed on the beast-shaped ridge ornament of the palace eaves, glaring with blazing fury. You skulking rat. If you have the guts, come tear off these roof tiles with your grandpa. Wang Er cursed, hands on his hips. The man remained where he stood, tilting his head to look up at him, the cold gleam in his slit eyes sharpening. He uttered only 2 words, Fullhead. Wang Er's vision darkened with rage. He whipped the horse-chopping saber from his waist and was about to leap down when a cold shout rang out from behind. Wang Er, do not act rashly. Xiao Mu ascended the stone steps, silver armor hugging his frame, frost congealed between his brows. He swept his gaze over the hunched figure, his eyes heavy and deep as a bottomless pool. Wang Er, though seething with anger, dared not disobey. He sheathed his saber, sullenly jumped down and trudged to Xiao Mu's side, muttering, Brother Mu, this old ghoul is insufferable. Xiao Mu ignored him, fixing his eyes on the man. Chun Chongqing, the new emperor's enthronement is imminent. You bear the palace guard token, yet you come here to stir up trouble. Do you hold the palace rules as nothing, or does someone behind you embolden you? Chun Chongqing straightened his hunched frame slightly, his smile turning colder. General Xiao is sharp-eyed indeed. But the general is bound by 3 threads. Your wife's grandfather Li Ruqing commands the capital garrison, your old acquaintance Ji Hui guards the mountain passes, and your sworn brother Xiling holds the outer city. With such a network of power, the new emperor must surely find it hard to eat or sleep in peace, don't you think? Every word landed precisely upon Xiao Mu's vital points. His brow knit tighter. Just as he was about to speak, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from within the palace gates. Muin came stumbling out, his dragon crown cocked, Askew-1 dragon slipper dangling loosely from his foot, his face frantic. Mu Qing, I've finally found you. He rushed up to Xiao Mu in a few strides, and casting aside all imperial dignity, seized his wrist. Earlier my considerations were ill-judged. At the year-end feast, you shall sit with me at the head of the main table. Wuan has only just settled, I cannot do without a pillar of state like you. His eyes were earnest, almost fearful, and his fingertips trembled. The shadows of doubt in Xiao Mu's heart thickened. This crown prince had always been composed and steady. Today, such sudden eagerness only felt deliberate. Xiao Mu withdrew his hand without a change in expression, clasping his fists. Your Majesty, you flatter me. I merely heard that someone was causing disturbance outside the palace, and came to have a look. I would not presume to trouble your Majesty's concern. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Mu Qing, you always keep the greater good in mind. I know this well. Muin exhaled in relief, smiling as he patted Xiao Mu's shoulder. Come back to the hall with me. The 100 officials are still waiting. Xiao Mu nodded, then turned to Wang Er, and said in a low voice, if that man dares to cause any more trouble, cripple his limbs outright. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. His heart was a clear mirror. Shun Chongqing's little performance was nothing more than a provocation to lure Wang Er into blundering, so he could seize a handle against Xiao Mu. Wang Er's eyes brightened, and he nodded emphatically. Don't worry, Brother Mu. I'll make sure he learns his lesson. At the year-end feast, Mu and indeed seated Xiao Mu at a side place, sharing the very same table as himself. Throughout the banquet, he repeatedly raised his cup in a warm tone. Mu Qing, you excel in both letters and arms. Once I ascend the throne, I shall appoint you Guardian General of the State, with supreme command of the capital's defense. Guard Wuhan City well for me. Xiao Mu played along with hollow courtesy, yet a chill crept into his heart. When the feast dispersed, and he walked out through the central gate of the imperial palace, Li Ruqing was already waiting in the darkness. Seeing him emerge, Li hurried forward and lowered his voice. General, the palace guards just reported that Shun Chongqing entered the imperial study and held a secret audience with His Majesty for nearly an hour. As expected, Xiao Mu's gaze turned somber. After you assume command of the Golden Blade Guard tomorrow, immediately rotate the defense of the inner city's 4 gates. For every guard post, use only your own veterans. Mark my words, no outsider is to get a hand in. Your subordinate understands. Li Ruqing clasped his fists. For the rest of my days I will follow no one but you, General. Xiao Mu nodded and walked out of the palace with Wang Er. Wuhan City was already alive with New Year's merriment. At the mouths of the alleys, poor households set off small strings of firecrackers, their sputtering crackle wrapped in the scent of gunpowder smoke and the warmth of mortal bustle. From the direction of the wealthy gentry's mansions, fireworks soared into the night sky from time to time, splashing the dark heavens with a riot of color. Wang Er smacked his lips as he walked. Brother Mu, I've suddenly got a craving for Sister Lian's osmanthus steamed cakes, and second Madam's grilled fish. That charred crispy edge is fragrant as anything. Xiao Mu's heart warmed, yet a sour ache rose with it. His family in Shanlai village were his most tender vulnerability. With the undercurrents of Wuhan City churning so dangerously, he absolutely could not lead disaster back to that village. Bear with it a little longer. Once the situation steadies, I'll bring them here. The words had barely faded when a dark silhouette flashed out from behind the old locust tree at the alley's mouth, dropping to one knee and speaking in a voice pressed very low. Master, the strategist is waiting at the Lu residence on Qingshi Lane and says there is urgent business to discuss. Wenlong is here. Xiao Mu's eyes suddenly kindled. Jiazhou, courtesy name Wenlong, was resourceful and full of stratagems, his most capable right hand. The two hurried off toward Qingshi Lane. The gate of the Lu residence was left ajar. Jiazhou was standing beneath the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. Seeing Xiao Mu enter, he hurried over and clasped his fists. My lord, I traveled through the night. First, entrusted by the 3 madams to deliver some food. Second, there is news concerning the new emperor and northern Xuan that must be reported in person. They entered the room and took their seats. Jiazhou opened the food basket he had brought, and the sweet fragrance of osmanthus steamed cakes and the smoky aroma of grilled fish immediately filled the air. Wang Er's eyes went round. He snatched up a roast chicken and devoured it with gusto. Jiazhou smiled, pointing at the slightly charred fish in the basket. This one was specially grilled by second madam. She said my lord favors this smoky charred flavor. Xiao Mu took the grilled fish, warmth flooding through his chest. He raised his eyes. Wenlong braving the night to come here. This must be no small matter. Speak plainly. Jiazhou's smile faded, and his expression turned grave. My lord, the new emperor appears to lean upon you, but in truth he has long been wary of your power. I have discovered that he secretly sent Shun Chongqing to contact the routed troops in the outer city and planted informants within the capital garrison. On the surface, it is to secure his reign before the enthronement. In reality, it is to guard against you. When the Marquis entrusted his orphan to your care, he left a secret decree. If the new emperor proves unworthy of virtue, you, my lord, may seek another road. I have brought that decree with me. As he spoke, he drew a sealed brocade letter from his breast and presented it. Xiao Mu took it, his fingertip brushing over the brocade patterns, a blend of 5 flavors churning in his heart. On his deathbed, the Marquis bid me support the new emperor and bring peace to Great Wu. How could I disobey that command? My lord, this is not disobedience. It is riding the tide of circumstances. Jiazhou spoke urgently. I have already scouted the matter thoroughly. Luoma town in northern Chuan is occupied by routed troops roughly 6 or 7,000 in number. The terrain there is strategically formidable, easy to defend, hard to attack. Moreover, Zhou Zun has found an ochre mine in the vicinity, so Master Tai can smelt iron and forge weapons on the spot. And the Three Madams distillery can expand its sales to the surrounding prefectures and counties. If you, my lord, take Luoma town, it will become a foundation from which to advance or withdraw. This is the superior plan. And the middle plan? Xiao Mu asked in a low voice. To remain in Wuhan, accept the title of Guardian General, and use the military power in your hands to counterbalance the new emperor protecting the people of the capital. But you must move step by step with extreme caution. One misstep, and you plunge into irredeemable ruin. Jia Zhou continued. The inferior plan is to resign your post and retire into seclusion, taking the brothers back to Shanlai village and returning to the old trade of selling wine. It would preserve your own safety, but it would betray the Marquis's trust and fail the expectations of Wuhan's people. Xiao Mu fell silent for a long time, his fingertips stroking the brocade letter. The fireworks outside the window were still resplendent, yet their light could not reach the gloom within his heart. He knew that these three choices concerned himself, concerned his brothers, and still more concerned the lives and deaths of countless people. Luoma town may be a fine choice, but I have no heavy troops in hand. How am I to take it? Xiao Mu looked up, his eyes thoughtful. Rest assured, my lord. Confidence glimmered in Jia Zhou's eyes. I have already contacted Wei Feng. He is waiting with 8,000 Fu soldiers from the northwest, 20 li outside the city. All of them your old subordinates, my lord, awaiting orders. Moreover, the routed troops at Luoma town are leaderless and demoralized. I already have a plan. Within a month it will surely be taken. Xiao Mu's heart stirred. Those 8,000 Fu soldiers were troops he had personally led out of the northwest in his early years, loyal to the bone. With their aid, taking Luoma town would hardly be difficult. But once troops were mobilized, the new emperor would inevitably be alerted and Wuhan city might see upheaval. Grant me time to think this over, Xiao Mu said slowly. Wait outside the city for now, but once I reach a decision, I will send word. Jia Zhou nodded. My lord need not rush to a resolution. The affairs of the estate are tended by your subordinate and the three madams. Everything is assured. If matters in Wuhan turn inauspicious, you, my lord, may leave the city at once. Your subordinate has already prepared a retreat. The night was deep as Jia Zhou slipped silently away. Wang Er had long since fallen asleep, slumped over the table, a smear of roast chicken grease still glistening at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Mu stood by the window, gazing at the myriad lights of Wuhan city, and clarity gradually settled over his heart. Once New Year's Eve passed, the first day of the first month arrived on schedule, the day of the new emperor's enthronement. Wuhan city was decked with lanterns and colored silk. On Zhuke Avenue before the imperial palace, throngs of commoners and court officials crowded together to witness the ceremony. The veteran courtiers knelt beside the road in full ceremonial robes, their hair and beards white as snow, but their eyes blazing with fervor. Retired officials and the city's wealthy gentry sat beneath brocade canopies erected along the street, craning their necks in eager anticipation. After the snowfall, the road lay damp, and slick carts rolling past left twin ruts in their wake. The air was steeped in the reek of firecracker smoke and the breath of festive joy. The auspicious hour arrives. The decree proclaiming eunuch standing before the palace gate, his face flushed purple with strain, sang out in a long, shrill voice. In that instant, 10,000 cannons thundered, fireworks shot into the night sky, and a deafening roar reverberated over all of Wuhan city. Multicolored fireworks bloomed across the darkened heavens, flooding the gate tower with brilliant light. On the avenue, commoners and officials knelt in unison, crying, "Long live the emperor," 3 times, their voices soaring beyond the clouds. Xiao Mu, clad in silver armor, stood at the head of the imperial guard, his gaze locked intently upon Mu and atop the gate tower. Muin, wearing a dragon robe bearing the 12 ornaments and a Tongtian crown upon his head, climbed step by step onto the tower under the guidance of the ceremony official. His steps no longer carried their old flustered haste. Instead, they brimmed with a complacent, triumphant excitement, each stride seeming to tread upon the very apex of power. I ascend the throne this day, receiving the mandate of heaven and following the will of the people. Muin stood at the center of the gate tower, his voice sonorous and clear, carried by the amplifying horn across the full length of Zhuke Avenue. From this day forth the era shall be renamed Yongchang. May great Wu prosper in splendor for all eternity. After my ascension, I shall govern by benevolence, draw worthy talent near, lighten corvée, and reduce taxes, and restore to the people an age of peace and plenty. Another tide of cheers erupted, but Xiao Mu only felt a chill crawling up his spine. Then Muin began promulgating decrees of title and reward, his voice borne clearly by the wind in Xiao Mu's ears. I appoint Li Ruqing as the 3rd-rank Golden Blade Guard, commanding 4,000 imperial guardsmen, garrisoning the 4 gates of the inner city. Without my decree, he shall not leave his post. I appoint Qin Changqing as commissioner of inner city patrols, commanding the 3,000-strong patrol battalion, overseeing all patrol affairs within and without the palace gates. I appoint Xiao Mu as Guardian General of the state with a residence bestowed in the capital. Without my decree, he shall not mobilize a single soldier. Decree after decree. Every word was a dagger in the heart. On the surface, promotions and ennoblement. In truth, a stripping of power and a web of checks. Li Ruqing was pulled from the capital garrison and cooped up within the inner city. Qin Changqing seized the patrols and gripped the throat of the palace gates, and Xiao Mu himself was granted an empty title, every shred of military authority repossessed. The hand hanging at Xiao Mu's side slowly clenched, his knuckles turning bloodless white. He watched Muin glowing with self-exaltation atop the tower and glanced at Qin Changqing standing at the emperor's side. A sharp cold glint suddenly blazed in his eyes. In the first year of the Yongchang era, the spring of Wuhan City seemed on the surface as resplendent as brocade in full bloom, yet beneath it dark currents had long been churning. And as for Xiao Mu's choice, there was no longer any path of retreat. Xiao Mu helped Muin to his feet, and together they walked steadily out of the palace. The square blazed with torchlight, and Li Ru's iron-armored troops had already encircled the rebel forces. The rebel guards dropped their weapons and crouched in corners, hands clasped over their heads. Only a handful of die-hard loyalists continued to resist desperately, but they were swiftly subdued by the Golden Blade guards. Muin stood upon the white marble steps, gazing down at the rebels kneeling before him, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The night wind whipped his dragon robe around him, and the new emperor's crown gleamed with a dim shadowed gold in the flickering firelight. Wang Dun, I have treated you with great favor. Why did you betray me? Muin's voice was low, laced with restrained fury. Wang Dun was dragged forward in heavy bonds, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head, his gaze devoid of fear, only defiance and venom. Great favor. Since your majesty ascended the throne, you have relied solely on Xiao Mu. What are we old ministers to you? Qin Hui may have been overbearing, but he at least shared power with us. But Xiao Mu, he seeks to hoard all authority. Would you rather submit and wait for death? Xiao Mu stood aside, his tone icy. So you conspired with foreign enemies and invited wolves into the house. What do the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers at Guangqing mean to you? Wang Dun spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Victors write history. There's nothing more to say. Kill me if you wish, why leave it to your discretion. Muin waved his hand, and the imperial guards dragged Wang Dun toward the heavenly prison. Turning to Xiao Mu, Muin's eyes wore deep exhaustion. Minister Mu, I can scarcely bear another moment in this court. When the late emperor ruled, I only studied and wrote. I never imagined I would face such intrigue and violence. Xiao Mu clasped his fists in salute, his voice steady. Your Majesty, turbulent times demand firm measures. Though Wang Dun is dealt with, the tangled web of power behind him requires careful dismantling. As sovereign of the realm, you must not yield so easily. I understand. Muin sighed, reaching out to pat Xiao Mu's shoulder. You traveled through the night to return. You have labored hard. Return now and rest. We will discuss matters further at tomorrow's morning court. Issue the decree. What occurred tonight is to be kept strictly confidential under penalty of death for any leak. This servant obeys the decree, Xiao Mu said, and withdrew. As they emerged from the palace gates, the eastern sky was already whitening with dawn. Morning mist hung over the streets of Wuhan City, and distant roosters crowed in succession. Wang Er had been waiting with the horse for some time. When he saw Xiao Mu emerge, he hurried forward. Brother Mu, are you all right? I heard there was fighting in the palace. I was terribly worried. It's nothing. Xiao Mu mounted the horse, his movements somewhat stiff. An old wound on his shoulder throbbed faintly. Return to the residence. The horse's hooves struck the bluestone slabs with crisp echoes. Along the streets, early risers were already at work. Breakfast stalls steaming, children chasing and playing, completely unaware that the palace had nearly seen a change of heavens the night before. Xiao Mu observed this scene with a heart full of conflicting emotions. In the days that followed, he worked to restore order to the court, while simultaneously tracking down Wang Dun's remaining supporters. He entered the palace before dawn each day to confer on matters, returning late into the night, without even time for a meal. Wang Er accompanied him, growing thinner, but never complaining. Though Qin Hui remained imprisoned in the heavenly dungeons, he refused to speak, insisting only to see Xiao Mu. Finally, Xiao Mu found the time and made his way to the dungeons. The cell was dark and damp, torches crackling in the corners, the air thick with the smell of mold and rust. Qin Hui sat cross-legged on straw, still wearing the iron armor from the day he was captured, though his helmet was removed, his hair disheveled, and fresh blood marks etched across his face. Hearing the footsteps, he lifted his head and grinned. You've finally come. I thought you wouldn't dare. What do you want to say? Xiao Mu stood at the cell door, hand resting on his sword hilt. You think you've won? Qin Hui lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with something unsettling. Wang Dun was merely a pawn. The true mastermind behind it all you haven't even encountered yet. Xiao Mu's pupils contracted slightly, his fingers tightening slowly. Who? Guess. Qin Hui grinned, revealing bloodstained teeth. But even if you guess correctly, you cannot touch him. Because that person, you know who it is. You've always known. Before he could finish speaking, a cold arrow shot from the darkness with a sharp whistle, striking Qin Hui directly in the throat. Blood sprayed across the cell walls. Qin Hui's eyes widened, a gurgling sound escaping his throat as his body slumped onto the straw. Assassin! Xiao Mu drew his long sword and spun around, catching a glimpse of a shadowy figure flashing at the corridor's end. He pursued it, but the winding passages of the dungeon gave the figure an advantage. It knew the terrain, while disappearing around a bend before he could close the distance. Guards rushed to the scene in disarray. Xiao Mu knelt beside Qin Hui's body and discovered a fragmented jade pendant trapped between his stiff fingers. The jade was fine mutton fat, white, its edges carved with intricate cloud patterns, and the visible portion bore the character Zhao. The other half was lost. Zhao. Xiao Mu murmured, a name flashing through his mind. Duke Zhao Lirang. A veteran official who had served 3 emperors with disciples scattered throughout the realm, he had maintained strict neutrality in court affairs and never aligned himself with any faction. If Lirang was indeed involved, this would complicate things considerably. Xiao Mu's grip tightened on the jade until his knuckles turned white. Seal off the dungeon and conduct a thorough investigation of the assassin. No word is to be spoken about Qin Hui's death. Anyone who violates this order will be executed. Back at his residence, Xiao Mu convened his trusted advisors late into the night. Candlelight flickered in the study as they gathered around the strategic map, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Jiazhou spoke first. My lord, how much of what Qin Hui said before his death can we trust? Half truth, half fabrication. Xiao Mu placed the jade pendant on the table. Wang Dun certainly had someone behind him, but it may not be Li Rang. Someone could be framing him. Regardless of whether it's true or not, we must remain cautious. Li Ru furrowed his brow. Li Rang commands 3,000 private soldiers and holds immense prestige in court. If he harbors rebellious intentions, he would prove far more dangerous than Qin Hui. Xiao Mu fell silent for a moment, then rose and walked to the window, gazing into the dark night sky. Issue the order to increase surveillance on Li Rang, but do not alert him. Additionally, we cannot relax our vigilance at Guanqing. Li Ru, you should return there tomorrow to guard our northwestern flank. This subordinate obeys your command, Li Ru said, saluting with clasped fists. Jia Zhou continued. My lord, all 3 of your wives have written multiple letters from Shanlai village asking when you'll return to visit. The children miss you as well. Xiao Mu's heart softened at the mention of Yun'er, Su Jin, and Ruo Zhu's smiling faces and his son's unsteady steps. He took a deep breath. Once this matter is resolved, I will return. After the others departed, Xiao Mu sat alone in his study, clutching the half-jade pendant in a daze. The candlelight cast his shadow against the wall, solitary yet resolute. He understood that this game of power had only just begun and the true storm lay ahead. Xiao Mu supported Mu In and walked steadily out of the palace. Behind them, the golden-armored warriors were clearing the devastation. Clashing blades, groans of the wounded, and the crackling of torches wove together, gradually dissipating in the night wind. The dark clouds dispersed, and moonlight fell once more upon the glazed tiles of the palace walls, casting a cold silver radiance. Li Ru's army still stood at full readiness outside the imperial city, their iron armor gleaming with a deep blue sheen beneath the moonlight. Seeing Xiao Mu escort Mu In safely out through the palace gates, all the soldiers let out a thunderous cry of "Long live the Emperor!" The wave of voices shaking dust loose from the palace walls. Li Ru hurried forward and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty has been frightened. This humble general bears the sin of arriving late to rescue you. Death is too light a punishment. Mu In raised his hand, gesturing for him to rise. Fear still lingered in his eyes, and his voice trembled slightly. General Li, rise quickly. If it were not for your timely arrival tonight, I fear I would have perished. Enough, let us not dwell on this. Convey my decree. Every soldier who rendered meritorious service in protecting the Emperor tonight shall be generously rewarded. The soldiers chorused in unison, their voices rolling like thunder. We thank your Majesty for your profound grace. Xiao Mu supported Mu In as they passed through layers of guards and arrived at the imperial study. The candles in the study were lit anew, casting their 2 shadows upon the wall, now elongated, now shortened. Mu In sat upon the dragon throne, his hands pressed against his forehead. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice carrying an exhaustion and self-reproach never before heard. Shao Qing, am I truly useless? Before his death, the former emperor entrusted the empire to me, yet I nearly handed it over to others on a silver platter. Xiao Mu stood to the side and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty need not blame himself. Wang Dun, Qin Hui, and others had wolfish ambitions, their conspiracy plotted long in advance. Your Majesty is young, and to be deceived temporarily is but human nature. What matters is that after this incident your Majesty has seen through the true colors of men's hearts. That itself is the greatest gain. Mu In raised his head and gazed at Xiao Mu, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Xiao Qing, if not for you this time, I fear I would have lost my life, and this empire would have fallen into the hands of treacherous men. I was once foolish and listened to slanderous words, nearly wronging you. He rose from the throne and walked to Xiao Mu's side, gripping his hand tightly. From this day forward, I shall never again doubt your loyalty. Xiao Mu's palms, somewhat slender from years of holding a brush, conveyed an extraordinarily solid sense of strength in that moment. He spoke solemnly. Your Majesty need not say more. I was rescued from death by Lord Ho, and I owe my very existence to him. I shall devote myself entirely to protect your majesty and ensure the stability of this empire. My life belongs to Lord Ho, and so do I dare not betray the trust placed in me." Muin's eyes reddened slightly, and he nodded heavily. After this incident, it seemed as though Muin had aged 10 years overnight. He was no longer that hesitant young emperor who hid behind powerful ministers, but was truly beginning to learn how to be a sovereign. The next morning during court session, Muin sat upright upon the dragon, throne, his gaze piercing as it swept across every minister in the hall. His voice was no longer the hesitant and weak tone of previous days, but carried an authority that brooked no defiance. "Convey my decree. Wang Dun, Qin Hui and their accomplices colluded with foreign enemies, murdered loyal ministers, and deceived the sovereign. Crimes beyond redemption. Wang Dun shall be executed immediately, and his entire clan punished. Though Qin Hui is already dead, his faction shall not go unpunished. Let the Court of Judicature and Revision, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate conduct a joint trial. All persons involved in this case shall be severely punished without mercy." With the decree issued, the entire court was shaken. Officials who had secretly consorted with Wang Dun and Qin Hui fell into dire peril, their faces draining of color. Muin then ordered bamboo slips to be brought forth and personally began revising the legal codes. He summoned several revered elder ministers, and day and night they deliberated, refining the evaluation criteria for officials down to multiple dimensions: morality, administrative achievements, and livelihoods, striving to eradicate the soil from which corruption and laziness grew. In the imperial study, candle flames often burned until deep into the night. Muin bent over his desk, personally reviewing memorials with his own hand, relying on no one else. Ink stains marked his dragon robe, dark circles formed beneath his eyes, yet his spirit grew ever stronger. Xiao Mu assisted beside him, feeling both gratified and distressed at the emperor's diligence. "Your Majesty, it is time to rest. The memorials can wait until tomorrow," Xiao Mu advised. Muin raised his head, rubbed his sore eyes, and smiled. "Xiao Qing need not persuade me. The laziness I indulged in before must now be made up for. These memorials concern the suffering of the myriad people. How dare I slack off?" Saying this, he lowered his head once more and continued his review, the tip of his brush whispering against the paper. Soon afterward, Muin proposed a policy of broadening channels for remonstrance. He had a memorial drum installed before the palace gates, crafted from fine-cured cowhide, hung between vermilion pillars within the corridors. He issued an edict: any commoner bearing grievances or suggestions could strike the drum to present their case, and the court would surely respond. On the first day the memorial drum was established, dozens of commoners came to beat it. Muin received each one personally, listening patiently to their accounts, and promptly issued orders to dismiss several corrupt county magistrates on the spot. When the news spread, commoners shared it excitedly from street to street, praising the new emperor's sagacity. Day after day the memorial drum echoed, becoming a bridge connecting the court and the people. Additionally, Muin implemented a rotating system for censorial officials, requiring censors from various departments to speak bluntly in court each day, without evasion or fear. It is said that on one occasion a young censor publicly accused a member of the imperial clan of embezzling military funds and oppressing the people. All the civil and military officials in court were stunned, and that imperial relative flew into a furious rage, pointing at the censor's nose and shouting, "Slanderer." Muin, however, showed no favoritism toward his own clan. Instead, he ordered on the spot, "Let the Court of Judicature and Revision investigate immediately. If evidence is confirmed, there shall be no leniency." After several days of rigorous investigation, the imperial relative's crimes were firmly established one by one. He was ultimately stripped of his title and exiled to Lingnan. Outside the palace walls, commoners rejoiced and applauded, their thunderous cheers lasting long. To ensure policies better reflected the needs of the people, Muin also introduced a commoner inspection month, personally disguising himself as a merchant or scholar almost every month, accompanied by only 1 or 2 personal guards quietly venturing among the populace. In rural inns, he listened to commoners complain about local officials falsely reporting disasters and skimming disaster relief grain. On the ridges of fields, he heard old farmers speak of crushing taxes and relentless corvée labor. Upon returning to the palace, he immediately dispatched envoys to investigate, thoroughly punishing over a dozen corrupt officials and redistributing the relief supplies. When carriages laden with grain entered the disaster-stricken villages, commoners knelt in the mud, kowtowing to express their gratitude, their tears soaking the yellow earth. An elderly woman with white hair tremulously offered a bowl of rice porridge, weeping uncontrollably. "Your Majesty, you are a living bodhisattva. You are our savior." On the military front, Muin deeply understood the strategic importance of Guan City. He summoned Ji Huai and personally handed him the military tally. "General Ji, Guan City serves as the empire's shield. I entrust this weighty responsibility to you. I hope you will not fail my expectations and will defend this northwestern gateway on my behalf." Ji Huai knelt on one knee, receiving the tally with both hands, his voice resounding. "This humble general shall spare no effort and shall fight to the death alongside Guan City." Meanwhile, he ordered Mu Sailang to assist Ji Huai, helping manage both major and minor affairs in Guan City. Mu personally hosted a farewell banquet for the two, bestowing imperial wine and a ceremonial sword upon them, and repeatedly cautioned, in times of urgent military crisis, you may first use the tally to mobilize troops and report afterward. I trust you completely. Thereafter, Mu received confidential reports from Guan City every half-month, which he read in detail, covering city defenses, troop training, grain reserves, and other matters. Learning that bandits frequently harassed the people around Guan City, he immediately dispatched 3,000 elite cavalry as reinforcements, coordinating with Ji Huai in a pincer movement to utterly destroy the bandit stronghold. When news arrived that the bandit chieftain had been slain, the people of Guan City rejoiced, setting up incense altars at the city gates to thank the imperial court. Under Mu's governance, the atmosphere in court was thoroughly renewed. Officials worked diligently, daring not slacken in the slightest. The people's lives gradually improved, grain yields rose year after year, and long-forgotten laughter echoed through the streets and alleys once more. In the fields, farmers could often be heard humming cheerful tunes. Children chased and played at village entrances, while elders sat beneath locust trees, waving palm leaf fans, sighing that this prosperous age had truly arrived. Mu gazed upon all of this with a heart full of gratification. He knew he had not betrayed the late emperor's entrustment, had not disappointed Xiao Mu's guidance, and had not failed the expectations of the people across the land. And at this time, Xiao Mu began to harbor thoughts of retirement. Having weathered years of court intrigue and bloody struggles, his body and mind were utterly exhausted. Whenever night grew deep and he sat alone in the study, gazing at the calligraphy scroll upon the wall, inscribed with "Heaven rewards diligence," he would recall the green hills and clear waters of Shur village, Yunir's tender smile, and the expectant eyes of Raju and Su Jin. He knew the time had come to return home. One day, Xiao Mu came to the palace to request leave from Muin. Muin was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. Upon seeing him enter, he quickly set down his brush and smiled. "Xiao Qing, you arrive at just the right moment. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Xiao Mu bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, I come today to bid you farewell." Muin's smile froze upon his face. The vermilion brush in his hand fell with a sharp click onto the desk, spreading a crimson stain across the memorial. He remained stunned for a long moment before regaining his composure, his voice trembling. "Xiao Qing, what did you say? Farewell? Where are you going?" Xiao Mu raised his head, his gaze calm and resolute. "Your Majesty, since entering court, I have been granted Your Majesty's trust and entrusted with great responsibility, enabling me to fulfill my ambitions. Now Your Majesty governs wisely, the bureaucracy is clean and upright, and the nation flourishes steadily. I have fulfilled Lord Ho's final instructions, and it is time to lay all this aside and return to the countryside." Muin rose from his seat, circled the desk, and walked to Xiao Mu's side, gripping his hand tightly, his eyes reddening. "Xiao Qing, I need you most at this very moment. If you leave, what shall I do? Though border tensions have eased, strategy is still needed. Though domestic livelihoods are secure, many matters still await handling. I cannot bear to be parted from you." Xiao Mu gently withdrew his hand, took a step back, and bowed once more. "Your Majesty, you are now fully capable of governing independently, managing the state with impeccable order. I believe that under your leadership the nation shall grow ever more prosperous and powerful. My wife and children at home await my return. I implore Your Majesty to grant this wish." He paused, then added, "Though I retire to seclusion, I shall continue to follow court developments. Should Your Majesty ever require me, I shall spare no effort without hesitation." Muin fell silent for a long time, and the tears in his eyes finally spilled over. He turned around his back to Xiao Mu, his voice choking. "Xiao Qing, I cannot bear to let you go. Nor can I bear to part from Your Majesty," Xiao Mu replied, his voice likewise thick with emotion. "But no feast lasts forever. Your Majesty is still young, and in the years ahead many more virtuous ministers and capable generals shall stand at your side. I have merely completed my mission. It is time for me to exit the stage." Muin drew a deep breath, turned around, tears streaking his face, yet forcing a faint smile. "Since your mind is made up, I cannot bring myself to detain you further. However, I truly cannot bear to see you go. In the future, should any difficulties arise, I ask that you do not withhold your counsel." He ordered someone to bring forth a scroll of the map of rivers and mountains, which he placed into Xiao Mu's hands himself. "This is a comprehensive atlas of the realm I had commissioned. It marks the mountains, rivers, customs of every region. When you have leisure, you may travel according to this map and behold the magnificence of this great land." Xiao Mu received the scroll with both hands and bowed deeply. "I thank Your Majesty for this generous bestowment." Muin continued, "I shall reserve a mansion in the capital for you. Whenever you wish to return and visit, you shall always have a place to stay. Your stipend as an official shall continue to be paid in full as a token of my goodwill." Xiao Mu bowed once more. "Your Majesty's profound kindness I shall remember gratefully in my deepest heart. Yet since I retire to the countryside, I have no need for a stipend. I beg Your Majesty to rescind this decree." Muin shook his head. "This is my sincere intention. Xiao Qing, do not decline further." Xiao Mu, unable to refuse, further acquiesced. Thereafter he carefully handed over all his governmental duties one by one. He passed on without reserve his decades of accumulated experience in governance to his successor, a young official named Zhang Tingyu, a man of upright character and brilliant intellect, whom Xiao Mu had personally championed. Xiao Mu specially compiled a thick volume of administrative guidelines detailing in meticulous fashion the procedures and key points for handling various matters, and even drawing diagrams of the court's power structure and the communication networks among local offices. He spent 7 full days providing Zhang Tingyu with one-on-one instruction from dawn till dusk, tirelessly ensuring complete comprehension. Zhang Tingyu knelt upon the ground and struck his forehead 3 times upon the floor, his voice choked. Chancellor Xiao, your kindness in recognizing and nurturing me I shall never forget in all my days. I shall diligently fulfill my duties and never betray your expectations. Xiao Mu helped him up, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Work diligently. Do not disappoint the emperor's trust. Once all arrangements were settled, Xiao Mu, accompanied by Yuner Raju Su Jin and his family, bid farewell to Muin and embarked on the journey back to Shur village. On the day they left Wuhan City, the weather was unusually bright. When the commoners learned that Xiao Mu was retiring to the countryside, they spontaneously gathered to see him off. From the palace to the city gates, the streets were lined with people stretching beyond sight. They held flowers, food, and bolts of cloth in their hands, tears glistening in their eyes, shouting Xiao Mu's name as they expressed their gratitude and reluctance to see him go. Chancellor Xiao, do not leave us. Lord Xiao, you are our benefactor. Your Excellency, take care of yourself. Their cries rose and fell like surging tides. An elderly man with white hair leaning upon a cane trembled as he approached Xiao Mu and offered a bowl of porridge he had prepared himself, his voice hoarse. Lord Xiao, you are our great benefactor. Please take care of yourself. This bowl of porridge is but a small token of my regard. Please drink it. Xiao Mu took the bowl and drained it in one draught, his eyes growing warm. He grasped the old man's hand and spoke softly. Elder, you too must take care. Several literati unfurled their scrolls and composed couplets on the spot, presenting them to Xiao Mu, retiring after achieving great deeds. Truly a noble gentleman, benefiting the multitude for all generations. Your virtue shall be celebrated eternally. Xiao Mu accepted the couplets, thanking them repeatedly. Even more children raised wreaths woven from wildflowers, tiptoeing with eager effort to place them around Xiao Mu's neck. Xiao Mu bent down, allowed the child to fasten the wreath properly, and smiled as he ruffled the child's hair. Yuner Ruaju and Su Jin sat within the carriage, lifting the curtain to witness the scene, their eyes glistening with tears. Yuner held her youngest son's hand and spoke gently. Look, these uncles and aunts, grandparents and grandmothers have all come to see your father off. Your father is a truly good man, and everyone cannot bear to see him leave. The young son nodded somewhat understandingly and murmured in a babyish voice, Father is a good man. When I grow up, I too shall be a good man. The carriage moved forward slowly. The commoners followed behind, accompanying them mile after mile, and only halted at the city gates after the officers gently persuaded them to return. Once beyond Wuhan City, the road grew gradually tranquil. The wheels rolled over stone paving with a soft rumbling sound, mingling with the low conversations within the carriage to form a heartwarming picture of returning home. The mountains and fields along the way gleamed vividly in the sunlight as though welcoming them home. Yuner leaned against Xiao Mu's shoulder and whispered softly, Husband, what do you plan to do now that we have returned to Shur village? Will you still brew wine? Xiao Mu wrapped his arm around her shoulders and smiled. I shall brew, of course. Our February spring wine is already famous across the land. I also intend to open a school in the village, teaching children to read and write. Did you not often speak of wanting to establish a school? Yunan's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it is true. Xiao Mu nodded. I shall also fill the courtyard with flowers, to admire peach blossoms in spring, lotuses in summer, osmanthus in autumn, and plum blossoms in winter. Our family shall live peacefully and contentedly within that little courtyard. Ruaju and Su Jin also drew near, each offering their own plans for life back in Shur village. Ruaju said she wanted to hang a swing in the courtyard. Su Jin wished to raise chickens, ducks, and geese. Yunan laughed and said she would establish a private school so all the village children might study. The youngest son chimed in enthusiastically, saying he wanted to raise a big yellow dog. Laughter and chatter echoed within the carriage as it carried the family's hopes slowly, making its way toward Shur village. At last they returned to Shur village, the place they had dreamed of night and day. Shur village remained as tranquil and peaceful as ever. Green hills, clear waters, and wisps of cooking smoke curling upward. The ancient locust tree at the village entrance stood as tall and sturdy as ever, its lush branches forming a vast green canopy. Beneath the tree, many villagers had already gathered, beating gongs and drums to welcome Xiao Mu's family home. Brother Xiao is back. Chancellor Xiao has returned. Quick, set off the firecrackers. The firecrackers burst with crackling bursts, and the air grew thick with festive fragrance. Children surrounded the carriage, cheering and leaping with joy. Elders leaned upon their canes, their faces split in unrestrained smiles. Xiao Mu stepped down from the carriage and shook hands with each villager, engaging them in warm conversation. He inquired about the village's recent conditions and learned that many changes had occurred during his absence. A new path had been built to the town, easing travel, a small grocery shop had opened at the village entrance stocked with daily necessities, and thanks to Xiao Mu's patronage, a school had been constructed giving children a place to study. Xiao Mu entered the schoolhouse and found the walls freshly whitewashed, desks and chairs neatly arranged, and on the blackboard was written, "Welcome, Mr. Xiao home." The children sat at their seats and called out in unison, their voices clear and bright, echoing through the classroom. "Good morning, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Mu's eyes stung with warmth, and he smiled, nodding. "Good morning, students. Please be seated." Standing at the podium, gazing at those bright eyes below, his heart swelled with emotion. Once he too had been a scholar, studying diligently in this very village, harboring dreams as he left his homeland and stepped into the turbulent world of court politics. Now, having weathered countless storms, he had risen from a mere scholar to the highest minister of the realm, and yet had managed to withdraw unscathed, returning to the land that had given him life and nurtured him. All of it felt like a dream. Returning home, Xiao Mu gazed upon the familiar surroundings. The mottled tables and chairs, the yellowed calligraphy scrolls, the old book chest in the corner, the potted plant on the windowsill that had withered, yet still stood upright. A profound warmth filled his heart. He caressed each object in the house as though he could still see the figure of himself studying bitterly here in former years. Night fell, and the children had all gone to sleep. Xiao Mu sat alone beneath the old locust tree in the courtyard, gazing at the sky full of stars. Yunan approached carrying a cup of hot tea, set it gently beside him, then leaned against his shoulder and whispered softly, "Husband, what are you thinking?" Xiao Mu took her hand, gazed into the distance, and spoke lightly. "I am thinking about how difficult this journey has been. From Wang's city to Wuhan, from a commoner to the chancellor of the empire, and now returning to retire in the countryside. It feels like a very long dream." Yunan whispered softly. "The dream has ended, and yet we remain together. Is that not wonderful?" Xiao Mu smiled and drew Yunan into his embrace. "Indeed. To remain together, how precious that is." He looked up at the night sky, starlight falling upon the two of them, illuminating a small corner of their courtyard. In the distance, the resonant sounds of children reciting lessons drifted from the schoolhouse, as though telling of new hopes. Xiao Mu knew his story was not yet finished, but had merely shifted to a new chapter continuing to be written upon the land he loved so deeply. And he, having weathered so many storms, could finally enjoy this long-awaited peace, spending his days with his family, quietly watching flowers bloom and fade, smiling as clouds gathered and scattered across the sky. Thus concluded the tale of Xiao Mu, a journey from humble origins to the height of power and back again to the quiet village where it all began. After that, Xiao Mu and his family put down roots in Shur village for good. The shifting storms of the imperial court slowly faded into the tender warmth of daily life, the simple pleasures of firewood, rice, oil, and salt. At the first light of dawn, Xiao Mu would take his family for a walk along the village paths. Dew soaked their straw sandals, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass. Whenever they encountered villagers hauling water or splitting firewood, they always paused to exchange a few words. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, several white-haired old men had long since set up their chessboard. Catching sight of Xiao Mu, they smiled and beckoned, "Lord Xiao, come quickly." Yesterday's game was left undecided. The children also loved to cling to Xiao Mu. The stone table beneath the old locust tree served as their schoolroom. Sometimes Xiao Mu opened a worn old book and recounted tales of immortals and demons from the classic of mountains and seas. At other times he told of his intrigues and battles of wit against treacherous courtiers, and at the most suspenseful moments he would suddenly lower his voice. The children would involuntarily lean in, hardly daring to breathe. Once, when he was telling them how he had exposed Minister Wang's scheme, his youngest son slammed the table and cried, "When I grow up, I'll become a great hero, just like father." Everyone in the courtyard burst into laughter. In the study, sunlight filtered through the latticed window and fell upon the pages of a book. Xiao Mu held his youngest son's hand, guiding him stroke by stroke to form each character. The four characters, Qing, Zheng, Lian, Ming, honesty, righteousness, purity, and integrity, were scrawled crookedly on the rice paper, yet they radiated an earnest determination. Yuner, Ruaju, and Su Jin were busy in the adjacent room, their fingers dancing among the silk threads on the embroidery frames. Peonies and butterflies gradually took shape in delicate patterns. Su Jin read aloud in a gentle voice. Whenever she came across a character she didn't recognize, Yuner would set down her embroidery hoop and come over to look. The three of them chatted and laughed together. Xiao Mu occasionally looked up, and the scene filled his heart with warmth. The shops and wine workshops under Wang Er's care had long become the bedrock of Shur village. The distillery by the creek puffed out white vapor from dawn to dusk, and the fragrance of wine wafted for miles. Xiao Mu refined the distillation process, increasing the output several-fold. The fame of Shur village vintage spread farther and farther with the merchant caravans. Every time Wang Er came to present the accounts, his carriage was stuffed with curious treasures: Persian glass goblets, bamboo tea sets from Jiangnan. Xiao Mu considered the plows in the fields poorly designed, so he sketched drawings and worked with the village carpenter to improve them. They made the plowshare detachable and added an adjustable tenon to control the depth of the furrow. When spring plowing began and the new plows were put to use, the villagers were both astonished and overjoyed. This thing of Lord Xiao's is worth 3 old water buffaloes. Word spread quickly and villagers from nearby settlements rushed to buy them. Shur village simply established a farm tool workshop, and amid the rhythmic clanging of iron, life grew more and more prosperous. Through the passage of seasons, flowers in Xiao Mu's courtyard bloomed in endless succession. In spring, he led the children to plant roses and rambler roses along the hedges. When they blossomed, the courtyard became a riot of reds and purples. In summer, beneath the grape trellis, Yunner would bring out chilled sour plum drinks. The ice cubes clinked against the bowls, mingling with the laughter of children. In autumn, when melons and fruits ripened, the whole family harvested them together, and Xiao Mu brewed the surplus into wine. On winter nights, the family would gather around the brazier. Xiao Mu would play the bamboo flute, and the melody blended with the sound of falling snow outside the window. Passers-by always stopped to listen for a while. In Wuhan City, Mu and governed the realm better day by day. The newly crafted laws earned hearty praise from the common people. Officially run granaries were ever ready to relieve the victims of calamities, and on the frontiers, the cavalry, trained by Ji Huai and Mu Sailang, struck awe in every direction. Muin kept up a constant correspondence with Xiao Mu, sometimes inquiring about the cultivation of new crops, sometimes about flood control. In one letter, when he mentioned that the lowlands of Jiangnan were plagued by poor drainage, Xiao Mu wrote back at length detailing how Shur village had adapted its water wheels and included several diagrams. These ideas later saved more than 10,000 mu of farmland. On the day the tidings came of recovering the lost territories, Shur village burst into celebration. The Xiao family laid out a flowing banquet in the courtyard, and villagers brought their own special dishes to share in the joy. When the wine had loosened their tongues, Xiao Mu stepped onto the small stage and recounted tales of his bygone years. The old and young in the audience listened, their blood boiling with excitement. His youngest son and several companions wearing homemade paper armor charged about, imitating battlefield maneuvers, drawing thunderous cheers. As the years slipped by, the children grew up. His eldest son, following his father's temperament, became the teacher at the village school and shared those principles with the younger generation. His daughters were all bright and capable. They improved the winemaking and refined the farming implements, making Shur village's businesses even more brisk. Every evening, Xiao Mu sat in the courtyard with Yunner Ruaju and Su Jin, watching their grandchildren chase each other and play. In the distance, the village school was lit up, and the clear rhythmic sound of recitation floated on the air. Xiao Mu touched the white hairs at his temples and looked up at the star-studded sky. He suddenly realized that the peace of this mortal world was far more precious than all the fame and rank in the court. One spring, many years later, Mu and visited Shur village again, dressed in plain clothes. Underneath the old locust tree, 2 white-haired old men sat face to face with a pot of newly brewed rice wine before them. Had it not been for you, Lord Xiao, how could we be enjoying such fine days today? Muin raised his cup with deep emotion. Xiao Mu gazed at the children frolicking on the field ridges and replied with a smile, "Your Majesty has secured the realm, and I have kept this patch of countryside. Neither of us has betrayed our hearts." A spring breeze blew past, rustling the leaves of the old locust tree as if it too rejoiced for them.